Luo Xing found himself traversing into the perilous depths of the Marvel Universe. As he opened his eyes, he was abruptly struck by the hastening flight of Stark, leading him to an unexpected awakening of the ability replication system. Intending to remain inconspicuous and safeguard himself, he was instead compelled to become embroiled in one monumental event after another, until Thanos descended upon Earth, poised to unleash the fateful snap of the Infinity Gauntlet. With a tranquil step forward, countless resplendent lights and shadows materialized behind him. "I beg your pardon, but your abilities now belong to me. This universe shall be guarded by my hand." Chapter 1. Remember to watch the road. The icy raindrops pelted Luo Xing's face, infused with the distinctive aroma of New York, a mingling of automobile exhaust and cheap hot dogs. He abruptly opened his eyes to a distorted vista of flickering neon lights, rain obscuring his vision, rendering it hazy. A piercing tinnitus engulfed him, soon followed by a tidal wave of fragmented memories that were not his own. Tony Stark, Stark Industries, Expo, War Machine, Ivan Vanko. Damn! A curse lodged in his throat, not due to the memories, but from excruciating pain that pervaded his body. He lay contorted in an awkward position beside a damp dumpster, surrounded by jagged stones and an unidentified sticky liquid. He had truly crossed over. Just a moment ago, he had been at his computer, typing code and cursing clients, and now he found himself as a homeless man on the streets of the Marvel Universe. Panic had yet to seize his heart completely when, boom, a streak of gold and crimson, accompanied by raucous rock music and the thunderous roar of thrusters, nearly grazed his scalp. The rush of air struck him like a powerful blow, propelling him away. The world spun chaotically around him. Dumpsters, neon lights, the damp pavement, startled pedestrians. And finally, an approaching cold, hard wall. Bang! A heavy thud. Luo Xing scarcely felt any pain. Rather, he sensed all his strength and consciousness being obliterated by that sound, leaving his body weightless, the darkness enveloping him like a gentle tide, swiftly submerging him. His last thought was, "Damn it, Iron Man, you're driving without a license." The pungent scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils. Luo Xing opened his eyes once more, greeted by a stark white ceiling and the monotonous beeping of medical machinery filling his ears. He attempted to move, but was met with immediate protest from his entire body, particularly his chest and left arm, tightly bound by casts and bandages. A hospital. He had not perished. He had been crashed into a hospital.so. Starting off as a superhuman, left half paralyzed, was a novice gift package for his new existence. Before a chilling despair could fully take hold, a dispassionate electronic voice abruptly resonated within the depths of his mind. Beep. High-intensity energy impact and life-threatening conditions detected. Conditions met. Activating ability replication system. Activation successful. Current replicable target. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Replicable ability options. 1. Genius Inventor, Knowledge System. Replication progress 0. 2. Mastery of Mark Series Armor Manipulation. Replication progress 0. 3. Palladium Element Poisoning, Negative Status. Replication progress 100. Would you like to replicate? Luo Xing. He stared at the translucent blue screen visible only to him, nearly choking in disbelief. Palladium poisoning? 100? System, come out. We need to have a chat about life. What on earth am I supposed to do with this? Accelerate my reincarnation? So this wretched system's so-called replication includes even the debuffs afflicting the other? What is this? Buy one, get one free? Strong-arm sales? A profound sense of absurdity diluted his despair as he fixated on the words palladium element poisoning, his lips twitching.so. Here he lay, grievously injured on a hospital bed, while also possessing a novice gift package option that could potentially halt his heart at any moment. Calm. Must remain calm. He inhaled deeply, the acrid scent of disinfectant sharpening his senses. Though the system seemed treacherous, it was, after all, a golden finger. Ignoring that damn palladium poisoning, the other two options, especially the first one, the Genius Inventor Knowledge System, if only he could replicate it. Just as he was stirring with excitement, attempting to concentrate his thoughts on selecting the first option, the hospital room door was flung open with a resounding bang. A man clad in flamboyant burgundy attire and sunglasses strode in, followed by a sharp, black-haired woman carrying a briefcase. The man removed his sunglasses, revealing a face that, despite showing hints of weariness and awkwardness, remained strikingly handsome. None other than Tony Stark himself. He approached the bedside, His gaze sweeping over the bandages and casts enveloping Luo Xing. His mouth twitched slightly, seemingly attempting to muster a casual smile, but it did not quite succeed. "Hey, listen, kid." Tony spoke rapidly, his tone infused with the habitual nonchalance he employed when ill-equipped to navigate such circumstances. "This was an accident, an unforeseen circumstance that no one desired, that I flew too low. All right, it's my responsibility. Regarding compensation, my lawyer." His gaze inadvertently drifted to the medical chart hanging at the foot of the bed, seemingly verifying the name before his eyes abruptly fixed upon Luo Xing's face, his words. Faltering that eye in those caramel-colored eyes, a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible, profound confusion flickered. As if he sensed something hauntingly familiar, yet utterly out of place within Luo Xing. A barely noticeable moment, a fleeting flash. Luo Xing's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? The system? His traversal? Or perhaps? Tony hesitated, almost imperceptibly shaking his head, as if casting aside that absurd notion. The fleeting hint of confusion on his face was swiftly overshadowed by a more pronounced, formulaic expression of regret. He gestured towards Pepper Potts, who promptly stepped forward, her face adorned with a far more sincere apology and a professional smile. "Mr. Luo, is it? I sincerely apologize for the ordeal you've encountered. Mr. Stark will cover all your medical expenses, and here's a compensation agreement. If you have no objections, signing it will also entitle you to an additional compensation." She retrieved a document from her briefcase. Luo Xing glanced at Tony, then at Pepper, and finally at the agreement that represented a hush money that S.O. nearly meeting his demise had resulted in a dubious golden finger end. Compensation? This beginning was utterly dreadful, yet subtly tinged with a glimmer of hope. Enduring the excruciating pain, he slowly accepted the document and pen with his uninjured right hand. The moment his fingertips brushed the pen, the cold electronic voice echoed once more in his mind, detected the continued presence of a replicable target in close proximity. Selectable replication items updated. New replicable ability. Advanced mechanical engineering. Partial. Replication progress 0.1. 0.2 knowledge. Truly began to flood in. Though slowly, unfamiliar fragments of knowledge regarding mechanics, circuits, and energy transmission were manifesting in his mind from thin air. Luo Xing abruptly lifted his head, fixating on Tony Stark, who was preparing to don his sunglasses and depart. His gaze transformed entirely, and no longer laced with panic and despair. It now radiated a fervent, frenzied light, akin to a desperate grasping for the sole lifeline amid desolation. This transaction.it seems it may not be entirely unfeasible. He tightened his grip on the pen, the knuckles turning slightly white from exertion. "Mr. Stark," he began, his voice hoarse from both injury and agitation. Tony was poised to turn away, but halted at the sound, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Luo Xing gazed directly at him, slowly articulating each word as if they were painstakingly extracted. "During your next flight, remember to watch the road." Chapter 2. Fortune favors the bold. Tony Stark halted his steps. Slowly, he turned around, his sunglasses clasped in hand. His renowned caramel-colored eyes narrowing with a blend of surprise and amusement at the audacity of the young Asian man swathed in bandages like a mummy on the hospital bed. "Wow," he uttered a brief exclamation, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, an expression caught somewhere between mockery and genuine intrigue. It seemed that the collision did not obliterate his sense of humor. Quite the contrary, it was commendable, beneficial for recovery. He evidently regarded his words with a hint of jest, akin to responding to a brash young fool. Beside him, Pepper Potts exhibited a flicker of apprehension on her face. She gently tapped Tony's arm, signaling him to refrain from causing a ruckus, and quickly offered a soothing smile to Mr. Luo. "Mr. Luo, please focus on your recovery. We will handle everything. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." She expertly left a business card on the bedside table. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, casting a final glance at Luo, whose expression flickered with a momentary hint of confusion, only to be swiftly concealed. He donned his sunglasses once more, turned away, and with his trademark gesture, waved goodbye as he departed the room, accompanied by Pepper. The door closed softly behind them. The room was once again filled solely with the monotonous beeping of medical equipment. Luo's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his back. That impulsive outburst had been nearly instinctual, an eruption of suppressed anger towards his predicament and defiance against this damned world. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he harbored no regrets. His gaze fell upon the card left by Potts, Pepper Potts, CEO Stark Industries. It exuded a sense of sophistication, the name embossed in silver. Moreover, the cold, mechanical prompt in his mind had not ceased. Advanced Mechanical Engineering, Partial, Copy Progress, 1718. The progress bar moved exceedingly slowly, yet steadily ascended. As it climbed, fragments of knowledge regarding armor transmission systems, shock absorption designs, and metal fatigue coefficients flowed into his consciousness like a gentle stream. These snippets of information were currently disjointed, unable to form a coherent framework, resembling a chaotic assortment of esoteric technical jargon. Nevertheless, Luo sensed that their value belonged to Tony Stark's technology. Even the scraps eclipsed the mundane engineering principles of this era. Thus, proximity to the target enabled automatic replication. The closer he was, the better the effect. What if he dared to touch? Had the replication speed subtly quickened when he had grasped the pen earlier? A reckless thought surged forth. What if, instead of merely taking the pen, he had endeavored to make contact with Tony Stark himself? He quickly suppressed this dangerous notion. Provoking Stark now would be akin to courting death. With a mere flick of his finger, Stark could obliterate his very existence. Discretion was imperative, survival came first. He needed to recover, secure that compensation, and then leverage this system to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. The Marvel Universe was perilously treacherous. New York was akin to a colossal magnet, attracting every conceivable disaster. The Chitauri invasion, the Dark Elves, the Age of Ultron, Thanos' snap. Next time, he might not find himself in a hospital, but rather lying in a coffin. In the days that followed, Luo remained quietly in the hospital, recuperating. The attorneys from Stark Industries exhibited remarkable efficiency, resolving all matters, and a sum substantial enough for him to indulge for a while was deposited into a newly opened account. He attempted to explore the system interface within his mind. The interface was exceedingly simplistic, aside from current copyable targets and copyable ability options. There was only a rather inconspicuous copied ability library. Upon opening the copied ability library, he found it utterly vacant. It appeared that the fragmented knowledge he had accumulated was not yet genuinely copied. He endeavored to concentrate his thoughts, actively seeking to comprehend the influx of mechanical engineering knowledge. Initially, he was utterly at a loss, but gradually, he seemed to be able to organize those fragments, rendering them less chaotic. This process was immensely taxing, leaving him dizzy after each attempt. Simultaneously, he kept a close watch on the news. The television was replaying the chaotic scenes from the Stark Industries Expo, showcasing Ivan Vanko's electric whips wreaking havoc, and the Iron Man and War Machine duo ultimately defeating Whiplash with a combined strike. The news anchor reported with excitement how Stark had once again saved the expo, yet subtly mentioned the subsequent closure for restructuring and the brief fluctuations in Stark Industries stock price. Luo gazed at the golden-red figure on the screen, receiving adulation, remaining silent. This was the world of superheroes, glamorous, exhilarating, but fraught with immense risk and destruction. He had narrowly escaped a minor tempest in this world, almost meeting a gruesome fate. Days passed, and his injuries improved, allowing him to slowly get out of bed. The progress bar for copying stagnated shortly after Tony Stark's departure, ultimately halting at Advanced Mechanical Engineering, Partial, Copy Progress, 21. This scant knowledge might only suffice for him to comprehend some non-core product design schematics from Stark Industries, barely better than nothing. On the day of his discharge, the weather was splendid. Luo settled his bill with the compensation funds. Stark covered the medical expenses, but he handled some additional costs himself. Donned a set of inexpensive new clothes and stood at the hospital entrance, gazing at the bustling streets of New York, inhaling deeply. Freedom, yet also confusion. Where should he go? What should he do? First and foremost, he required a place to stay. He found a cheap, old apartment in Brooklyn, 1 bedroom and a living room. Cramped yet relatively clean. With the remaining funds, he procured basic necessities. Subsequently, he began to absorb the information of this world like a sponge. He visited the public library, utilizing the computers to scour every possible news source related to Stark, Osborn Industries, the Fantastic Four, and mutants, leaving no stone unturned. He needed to ascertain the timeline of this world and discern which narratives had merged. Simultaneously, he wandered daily through crowded areas such as Times Square, Grand Central Station, and Queens Plaza, hoping to trigger the system's prompts again and encounter new copyable targets. Yet, he found nothing. The system lay dormant as if it had never existed. That 21 of mechanical engineering knowledge was his sole proof of being a traverser and a system holder. After several days, the compensation funds dwindled at a visibly alarming rate. Idly consuming his resources was not an option. He needed money and an environment closer to the extraordinary world. Perhaps it was time to test his luck? He recalled several locations. Hell's Kitchen, frequented by the Defenders? Too chaotic. Going there now would be akin to delivering himself to the wolves. The Queen's area, often visited by Spider-Man, the uncertainty was too great. Ultimately, he resolved to venture to a place theoretically brimming with opportunities but perilously risky, Manhattan, near the Avengers Tower. Even if he could merely glimpse Iron Man from afar, perhaps his copying progress would surge a bit. Even if he did not encounter Iron Man. That area was the heart of Manhattan, where S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, military personnel, and various other entities roamed. Surely, a few extraordinary individuals would cross his path. With this glimmer of hope, Luo boarded the subway to Manhattan. The Avengers Tower, which still appeared to be called Stark Tower, gleamed magnificently under the sun. Its enormous Stark logo boldly reflecting its owner's personality. He dared not draw too near, settling instead in a modest cafe several streets away, where he ordered the cheapest coffee and gazed through the glass at the iconic edifice. Time passed slowly, each second stretching interminably. His coffee was refilled twice, and the server's gaze began to bear a hint of disdain. The target had yet to appear. The system remained unresponsive. Luo Xing's heart gradually sank. Could it be that his assumptions were erroneous? Did the replication ability necessitate specific conditions? Or must it, like before, involve a direct energy impact or a life-threatening situation? Just as he was on the verge of giving up and preparing to leave, an old television in the corner of the cafe began broadcasting an urgent news report. Breaking news. A severe riot has erupted in Midtown Manhattan. The police have cordoned off the area from 3rd Avenue to 5th Avenue, as it is reported that extremely dangerous armed assailants have taken multiple hostages and are engaged in fierce gunfire with the authorities. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen an unbelievable sight, a massive green monster and a man clad in a stars and stripes uniform. The footage shifted, revealing chaotic scenes of explosions and hearing the cacophony of gunfire, interspersed with inhuman roars and the resounding clang of metal. A stir erupted in the cafe as patrons, both terrified and curious, gathered around the television. Luo Xing's heart raced. A green monster? A stars and stripes uniform? It couldn't be. Almost simultaneously, the system chimed. Ding. High-intensity energy fluctuations and multiple replicable targets detected approaching. Scanning. Replicable targets updated. 1. Bruce Banner, Hulk. Replication options. A. Gamma radiation mutation, infinite rage enhancement. Replication progressed 0. High risk. Consciousness may be dominated by primal instincts. B. 7 doctoral degrees, knowledge system. Replication progressed 0. 2. Steve Rogers, Captain America. Replication options. A. Super soldier physique, strength, speed, endurance, metabolic enhancement. Replication progressed 0. B. Advanced combat skills, muscle memory. Replication progressed 0. C. Super soldier serum, perfect version. Adaptability replication progress 0. Replication requires contact with blood samples. Warning. Target is in a high-intensity combat state. Energy radiation levels are high. Proximity poses a threat to life. Host is advised to proceed with caution. Luo Xing sprang to his feet, knocking over his coffee cup, brown liquid splattering across the table. He fixed his gaze on the chaotic battlefield depicted on the television screen, then abruptly turned to look out the window, as if he could discern the distant sounds of explosions and turmoil. An opportunity, a monumental opportunity. 2 principal characters of the narrative, and they appeared to be locked in a fierce struggle. High risk, high reward. Should he go? Which one to replicate? Banner's degrees? Or the captain's physique? Or perhaps gamble on that serum adaptability? His heart pounded furiously in his chest, nearly bursting forth. Reaching them would take time. He could be intercepted by the police or even struck by stray bullets along the way. Yet this was his swiftest, most direct chance to escape the underbelly and seize power. He resolved to act. A fierce determination flickered in Luo Xing's eyes as he dashed out of the cafe, sprinting toward the source of the explosions. The chaotic intersection lay only a few blocks away, the acrid scent of gunpowder already faintly detectable. As he ran desperately, he weighed his options in a frenzy. Doctoral knowledge? Useless at this moment. Advanced combat skills? Without the physique to support it, they would be mere decoration. Gamma mutation? Too perilous. If it spiraled out of control, transforming him into a diminished Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D., or the military would undoubtedly capture him for dissection. The optimal solution, super soldier physique, and that, serum adaptability, requiring blood contact. This was the foundation, the most prudent choice. If he could replicate the captain's physique, he would possess the strongest cornerstone to establish himself in this perilous world. As for how to access Captain America's blood, Luo Xing's gaze shifted to the increasingly chaotic battlefield ahead, teeth clenched. This meant he had to devise a way to breach the hail of bullets and the death zone filled with the monster's roars. Only a madman would undertake such a feat, yet he had no alternative. Accelerating once more, he became an arrow loosed from its bow, charging headlong into the smoke-filled, unknown battlefield. Chapter 3. Taking the first step. The closer he approached the blockade, the more acrid the air became, filled with the stench of gunpowder, burnt rubber, and an almost imperceptible scent of metal being torn apart by immense force. The wailing of police sirens pierced the air, nearly shattering eardrums, while frantic shouts from officers echoed through loudspeakers, unable to suppress the heart-stopping roars and impacts emanating from the epicenter of the battlefield. Step back. Everyone step back. Restricted area. No entry. A police officer clad in a bulletproof vest spotted Luo Xing sprinting towards him, waving his arms and shouting, his face pale with anxiety and fear. Luo Xing swiftly sidestepped, darting into an adjacent alley cluttered with trash bins, leveraging the narrow terrain and chaotic blind spots to advance like a frightened rabbit. Adrenaline surged through him, overpowering the aches from his recently healed body. Super soldier physique. He had to obtain it. This was the first step towards altering his fate. The alley opened into the war-torn chaos of 3rd Avenue. Several police cars lay twisted into scrap metal, belching black smoke. Shop windows had shattered, their glass shards littering the sidewalk. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, two figures clashed violently. One was Steve Rogers, the Captain America, adorned in his iconic stars and stripes uniform, wielding a vibranium shield. His movements were as swift as a cheetah, the shield swirling in his grasp, deflecting bullets and flying debris with precision. But his adversary, the other, was the colossal, suffocating green behemoth known as the Hulk. With each stomp, the ground trembled, and he hurled cars as if they were mere toys, his mindless, furious roars ringing in Luo Xing's ears, making his heart race. Warning: target is in a high-intensity combat state. Energy radiation levels are high. Proximity poses a threat to life. Please proceed with caution. The system's warning blared incessantly in his mind. Luo Xing stared intently at the death zone, his brain racing. To charge straight in would be suicidal. A single punch from the Hulk would obliterate him. He had to wait. To bide his time for a moment of chaos when everyone was too preoccupied to notice him. The opportunity soon presented itself. The Hulk missed a blow that Captain America adeptly evaded, the giant fist crashing into the wall of a nearby building, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Seizing the moment, the captain rolled away, attempting to create distance and find a chance to counterattack. Just as he landed, the sharp crack of a sniper rifle rang out. Bang! Whether from the police or an outside sniper. The bullet was not aimed at the Hulk, but rather at the spot where the captain had just touched down, perhaps intended to provide covering fire, or perhaps merely a misfire. With lightning reflexes, the captain instinctively raised his shield. Clang! The bullet ricocheted off with precision, but the trajectory was sly, and the deflected bullet zipped past the captain's arm that was not fully shielded. The resilient uniform was instantaneously torn asunder, revealing a shallow yet sufficiently lengthy gash from which blood surged forth, staining the blue of the stars and stripes. The captain emitted a muffled grunt, but showed no sign of faltering, as if merely bitten by a mosquito, and immediately re-engaged in his struggle with the Hulk. However, Luo Xing's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Blood. Captain America's blood. Now was the moment. With the smoke still lingering and the fleeting chaos caused by the sniper drawing a few eyes, the Hulk was laboriously extricating his arm from the wall, letting out an enraged roar. Like a specter, Luo Xing darted from the alleyway, utilizing the cover of abandoned vehicles and street corner obstacles. Crouching low as he raced towards the spot where the captain had just stood, he could feel the searing shrapnel embedded in the ground nearby, hear the bullets whizzing overhead, and smell the acrid stench of gunpowder mixed with the feral scent emanating from the Hulk. The breath of death enveloped him tightly. 10 meters. 5 meters. He saw it. A few drops of vivid red blood splattered onto the cracked pavement, alongside a small piece of bloodied uniform fabric, torn by bullets. Detecting replicable target, Steve Rogers, biological sample, blood. Conditions met, beginning replication process. Replication ability, super soldier serum, perfect version, compatibility replication progress 12. It was done. Luo Xing's heart soared with joy as he nearly lunged forward, his fingers recklessly reaching for the still wet blood droplets and the blood-stained fabric. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the target, roar! The Hulk had finally freed his arm from the wall, sending a cascade of bricks and debris flying. In a fury, he pivoted, his colossal green foot crashing down precisely where Luo Xing stood. The shadow enveloped him in an instant. The dread of death poured over him like icy water. There was no escaping. Absolutely none. With that stomp, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. At that critical moment, Captain America also noticed the reckless civilian who had suddenly invaded the battlefield. He had no time to contemplate how this individual had charged in. His instinct to protect civilians propelled him into action. Danger! The captain bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to hurl his vibranium shield. The shield traced a perfect arc through the air, arriving first, striking Luo Xing squarely in the back, not with a cutting edge, but with the smooth surface, imparting a tremendous, propelling force. Bang! Luo Xing felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. His body lifted off the ground and violently slammed against the back of an overturned newsstand. Almost simultaneously, boom! The Hulk's massive foot crashed down. The very spot he had occupied moments before crumbled like a fragile cookie, creating a deep pit. Debris flew like bullets. Luo Xing thudded heavily behind the newsstand, his insides feeling as though they had been rearranged, the world darkening before his eyes. And a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. The spot on his back where the shield had struck burned fiercely, surely bruised. Yet, he paid no heed to his pain. His right hand gripped tightly, his fingertips feeling the damp, sticky texture. He had successfully grasped the bloodied fabric and pressed down on the blood on the ground. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded like celestial music. Super Soldier Serum, perfect version, compatibility replication progress, 151,617, based on sample quality and contact duration. Super Soldier Physique replication progress, 0102, based on indirect energy radiation and close-range perception. The replication continued. Though slow, it had indeed commenced. Leave this place. Run. Captain America's voice rang out as he had rushed to retrieve his shield. Positioning himself once more between the Hulk and Luo Xing, his tone urgent and stern, even tinged with a hint of fear-induced anger. He believed Luo Xing to be a panicked or suicidal civilian. Luo Xing struggled to rise, without a moment's hesitation, rolling and scrambling towards the direction he had come from, not daring to glance back. Behind him echoed the Hulk's increasingly furious roars and the deafening booms of the captain's shield-deflecting blows. He dashed back into the alley, leaning against the filthy wall, gasping and coughing, his body trembling, unable to discern whether it was fear or exhilaration. He opened his palm. The small, blood-stained fragment of the stars and stripes lay quietly there, like a cruel yet honorable trophy. Super Soldier Serum, perfect version, compatibility replication progress, 31. Super Soldier Physique replication progress, 05. The pace had slowed as the distance widened, but the seed had already been sown. Leaning against the wall, Luo Xing slowly slid down to the ground, watching the tumultuous battle in the distance, a silent smile spreading across his face. It hurt, truly hurt, but it was worth it. He glanced at his hand, feeling the subtle yet tangible changes brewing within him. The first step had been taken. Chapter 4, Biogenetics. Upon returning to his cramped apartment in Brooklyn, locking the door and drawing the curtains, Luo Xing finally collapsed in exhaustion. The area on his back where the shield had struck was deep purple, causing sharp pains with the slightest movement. His lungs burned, and the remnants of the gunpowder and a metallic tang lingered in his mouth. Yet, he paid no mind to these grievances. He opened his palm, the blood-stained fragment of the stars and stripes lying quietly in his hand, a brutal yet glorious trophy. Super Soldier Serum, perfect version, compatibility replication progress, 87, based on sample quality and contact duration, replication completed. Compatibility integrated into host genetic sequence. Super Soldier Physique replication progress, 31, based on indirect energy radiation and close-range perception, replication ongoing, speed slow. It was done. Although the replication of his physique had only just begun, the most critical aspect, the compatibility with the serum, which could not be acquired through conventional means, had been completely imprinted in his genes. This meant that once the replication of his physique reached a sufficient level, he would seamlessly possess powers akin to Captain America, without the need to seek out the Super Soldier Serum or endure the risks of mutation into a monster. On the system interface, the capabilities library finally bore something other than emptiness. Mastered abilities. 1. Super Soldier Serum, perfect version, compatibility, passive, genetic level. 2. Advanced Mechanical Engineering, fragment 21, knowledge-based, unintegrated. Luo Xing closed his eyes, attentively sensing the changes within his body. There seemed to be no immediate, striking alterations. His muscles had not swelled, nor had his strength surged. Yet, a subtle, ineffable sense of fluidity coursed through his limbs, as if a natural restraint had quietly opened a small crack. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Once the replication of his physique reached a certain critical point, this body would unleash astonishing potential. In the days that followed, Luo Xing's life became exceedingly regimented, even monotonous. He no longer aimlessly wandered Manhattan in search of luck. The replication progress on Stark's end had stagnated, and encounters with the Captain and the Hulk were not easily arranged. The immediate priority was to make full use of the resources at hand, laying the groundwork for the impending transformation. That compensation money could no longer be squandered recklessly. He meticulously calculated his expenses, purchasing high-protein foods, basic vitamin supplements, and even gritting his teeth to buy some expensive energy bars commonly used by the military. Every penny was spent judiciously. The apartment was too confined for high-intensity workouts. Thus, he rose each day at the break of dawn, embarking on a run to a nearby abandoned freight dock. This vast expanse, littered with rusted shipping containers and seldom frequented by others, provided the perfect setting. Super Soldier Physique Progress, 5,758. Though the advancement remained gradual, with every sprint, every push-up, and every pull-up, he could distinctly feel his body responding to the exertion, gradually transforming. Fatigue still assailed him, and muscle soreness remained prevalent, yet recovery occurred at a noticeably accelerated pace. The strenuous training that had left him on the verge of vomiting yesterday seemed barely bearable today. His endurance, explosive power, and even neural reflexes were subtly enhancing at an extraordinary rate, transcending the boundaries of normalcy. This tangible sensation, where every drop of sweat translated into progress, ensnared him in its allure. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the knowledge of mechanical engineering he had gleaned from Stark's teachings. Each day after training, he would drag his weary body to the public library, poring over every publicly available tome on mechanical engineering, materials science, and energy studies, striving to comprehend and assimilate the fragmented knowledge imparted by Tony Stark. This endeavor proved more agonizing and mentally taxing than his physical training. Those snippets of knowledge resembled an inscrutable script, with many concepts and formulas being entirely foreign to him. He could only painstakingly compare, understand, and attempt to piece them together. Much like an ant gnawing on a bone. Occasionally, moments of clarity would strike him. For instance, upon encountering a fluid dynamics formula. A fragment of Stark's thought on enhancing the efficiency of the Mark suit's propulsion system would suddenly emerge, illuminating his understanding of the formula manifold. However, such moments were rare, overshadowed by confusion and frustration. He recognized that merely possessing fragmented knowledge was woefully insufficient, without a solid foundational understanding and a wealth of practical experience. These fragments were akin to scattered pearls, incapable of forming a valuable necklace. He needed systematic learning, practical opportunities, and access to tools and equipment. Financial constraints loomed once more. The nutritional demands of physical training were immense, and those expensive energy bars were consumed at an alarming rate. Furthermore, purchasing books and paying for internet access also required funds. He had to devise a means to earn money, and not through time-consuming, low-reward jobs like serving food or washing cars. He needed quick cash and opportunities to engage with the people or matters he sought. One evening, after training, he rinsed his head with cold water at the tap by the dock. A few dock workers, clad in work uniforms and smeared with grease, sat nearby, grumbling about their jobs. Those damned precision instruments from Oscorp, they have the most absurd requirements. Even the slightest jolt during unloading could cost us dearly. I heard there are biological samples inside. What if we break one and a monster emerges to devour us all? Eat my foot. If something goes wrong, Oscorp security is scarier than any monster. Last time, old Joe accidentally bumped a crate and nearly had his arm broken by those guys in black suits. Oscorp, precision instruments, biological samples. He turned off the tap. Water droplets cascading from his hair. He approached them seemingly nonchalantly. Excuse me, he flashed a weary yet inquisitive smile, akin to a young man who had just finished a laborious task. Did you just mention Oscorp is hiring for unloading? What are the requirements? How much does it pay per day? A scruffy-faced worker cast a glance at him. What? You want to give it a try? That job isn't for the faint-hearted. You need to be incredibly nimble, and you'll have to sign a mountain of non-disclosure agreements. The pay, though? It's bloody good, equivalent to 3 days' work. His heart raced at the prospect. Oscorp, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. Another replicable target. Moreover, a place that involved extensive interaction with high-tech items, perhaps even extraordinary biological samples. Danger? Certainly. But opportunity lurked within peril. Where do I sign up? He inquired, his voice calm, yet his eyes ignited with fervor. Half an hour later, he stood outside a makeshift construction shed. This was evidently a recruitment point for Oscorp's special unloading task. The line was short, but each person emerging either shook their head in despair or had a pallid complexion, as if they had encountered something frightful. A sharply observant man clad in Oscorp security uniform was responsible for screening. On the table before him lay an unusual device connected to several sensor patches. Place your hand here and maintain stability for 30 seconds. The security officer's voice was cold, devoid of any sentiment. A muscular man before him placed his hand on the device. The screen erupted with erratic values before blaring a deafening alarm. Nerve response excessively heightened. Emotional instability. Disqualified. Next. The muscular man swore as he departed. It was now his turn. He took a deep breath and pressed his hand onto the cool sensor plate. He focused on controlling his breath, recalling the arduous training of recent days and the burgeoning mastery over his body, suppressing all excitement and anticipation deep within. The values on the device's screen initially fluctuated slightly, but soon settled into an extraordinarily steady line. The security officer raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, scrutinizing him further. This Asian youth appeared neither robust nor even particularly muscular. The intense training had burned away a significant amount of fat. Yet such near absolute control over his body was exceedingly rare. Unacceptable. Head over there to sign the agreement. Collect your temporary pass and protective gear. The officer handed him a thick document, warning him to thoroughly review the terms. Should he damage any cargo, he would be liable for ruinous compensation. He swiftly skimmed through the agreement, noting the confidentiality clauses and exorbitant liability stipulations, and without hesitation, he affixed his signature. Luo Xing? The officer verified his identification. Stark's lawyer had facilitated the acquisition of new identification for him, and tossed him a temporary ID card emblazoned with Oscorp's logo, along with a wristband monitor. Wear this. It will track your vital signs and location. Do not venture into forbidden areas or tamper with restricted items. Follow me. He trailed the officer into a strictly isolated zone deep within the dock. Several heavy container trucks adorned with Oscorp's insignia were parked there. Surrounded by an imposing contingent of armed, stoic security personnel, the atmosphere oppressive enough to stifle breath. Massive spotlights illuminated the area as a faint, cold scent of chemical agents hung in the air. Ding. Detecting proximity to replicable target. Scanning. Replicable target. Norman Osborn, Green Goblin. Target not directly present. Determination based on belongings and residual energy. Replicable ability options. 1. Super Soldier Serum, unstable version, knowledge. Replication progress. 0. High risk, potential for mental disarray and physical mutation. 2. Green Goblin suit, glider, pumpkin bombs, etc. Mastery, replication progress. 0. 3. Oscorp biological genetic engineering, partial. Replication progress. 0. Warning. The target area contains various unknown biological energy radiations and chemical contaminants, some of which are highly hazardous. Please exercise caution. His heart raced anew. He had made the right gamble. Although Norman Osborn himself was absent, the items that belonged to him could equally trigger the system. He donned a thick protective suit, lowering his gaze in submission, and secured a respirator over his face, blending seamlessly with the other workers deemed fit for duty. Following the instructions, he meticulously began unloading the specially designed metallic boxes, adorned with complex cushioning structures and thermoregulation indicators, from the truck, transporting them to the entrance of a makeshift corridor beside the dock, which resembled a sterile laboratory. The boxes were exceedingly heavy, requiring the combined strength of 2 individuals to lift even slightly. Luo Xing could sense faint, disconcerting vibrations or sliding noises emanating from within, as if some living entity were confined inside. With each transport, he endeavored to slow his pace ever so slightly, allowing his palms to press more closely against the frigid metal walls of the boxes. Oscorp Biotechnology, partial, replication progress 0102. Human enhancement serum, unstable version, knowledge replication progress 001002. Extremely slow, contact medium's isolation is excessively strong. Fragments of knowledge surged anew, even more obscure and shadowy than during his encounter with Stark, rife with perilous biological and genetic terminology, interspersed with a maddening, obsessive undertone. He suppressed his discomfort and absorbed the information silently. The labor continued for several hours. During this time, one box suffered a violent jolt from within, causing the worker on the opposite end to lose grip. One corner of the box crashed heavily to the ground. A piercing alarm blared instantly. Security personnel around them swiftly raised their weapons, aiming directly at the worker and Luo Xing. "Don't move," barked the lead security officer, his face ashen as he rushed over to inspect the box. After an extensive scan, confirming the integrity of the seal and the absence of any internal leakage, they relaxed slightly. The unfortunate worker was roughly dragged away by 2 guards, disappearing into the unknown. A chilling silence enveloped the other workers. Luo Xing felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He had nearly instinctively reached out to steady the box, but fortunately restrained himself. Here, any deviation from protocol could yield fatal consequences. He grew increasingly cautious, while simultaneously greedily absorbing the dangerous knowledge. At last, the final box was safely delivered to the temporary laboratory corridor. The workers were instructed to remove their protective gear on the spot and undergo basic radiation and contamination checks before being permitted to leave. Luo Xing received a thick stack of cash, far exceeding his expectations. Clutching the money, he hastily exited the stifling environment. After walking a considerable distance, he dared to glance back. The temporary area remained under stringent guard, the beams of searchlights piercing the night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Oscorp Biotechnology, partial, replication progress, 43. Human enhancement serum, unstable version, knowledge replication progress, 07. Super soldier physique replication progress, 115. The rewards were substantial. Not only did it resolve his immediate financial woes, but more importantly, it unveiled a new reservoir of knowledge within the Osborn group. Although the combat capabilities of the Green Goblin were temporarily beyond replication, the value of this cutting-edge, albeit unstable, genetic knowledge was immeasurable. The night deepened. As Luo Xing walked the path back to his apartment, clutching the ink-scented bills, his mind churned with disparate fragments of knowledge from Stark and Osborn, while deep within, the super soldier's physique was gradually awakening and transforming. He lifted his gaze to the dazzling yet frigid night sky over New York. The dichotomy of light and darkness. Danger and opportunity in this world was rushing toward him at an unprecedented pace, and he was prepared to embrace and seize it. His steps grew steadier and swifter, vanishing into the labyrinthine depths of Brooklyn's alleys. Chapter 5. It was grimy, yet he had to persist. The sense of security the cash provided lasted less than a week. High-protein foods, energy bars, and even basic vitamin injections procured from the black market were consumed at an alarming rate. The replication progress of Super Soldier Physique steadily and slowly climbed to 15, bringing with it the most immediate change. His metabolism accelerated to an alarming degree, his stomach resembling a bottomless pit, with an insatiable craving for energy. That thick stack of cash dwindled rapidly. After the temporary job at the Osborn docks concluded, he struggled to find similar opportunities. Such high-paying gigs involving core secrets were rare. He attempted to seek work at other docks and warehouses, but the compensation was laughably inferior to what he had earned at Osborn, and he could no longer trigger any system responses. Advanced mechanical engineering remained stagnant at 21. Biotechnology at 43, and the knowledge of the human enhancement serum sluggishly crawled to 09 before nearly halting. Without close, high-quality contact, replication progressed at a crawl. He needed money, more sustenance, and a quicker approach to that bizarre world. One night, he returned to the apartment building, his body exhausted from training yet ravenous. He discovered a group of individuals clad in leather jackets, adorned with shoddy tattoos, blocking the entrance, their eyes appraising those entering and exiting with malice. Luo Xing's heart tightened, and instinctively, he averted his gaze, attempting to slip past. "Hey, you!" One of the leaders, sporting a patchy mustache, called out, sauntering over. "New face. Living here?" Luo Xing halted, muscles tense. "What do you want?" "Nothing major." The mustached man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "It's just that this area has been a bit rough lately, so my buddies and I are keeping an eye out. A small safety fee. Nothing much, $100 a week. Protection money." Luo Xing fell silent for a moment. The few remaining bills in his pocket were meant for food tomorrow. "I have no money." "No money?" The mustached man scoffed, reaching out to shove Luo Xing's shoulder. "You looking for trouble, huh?" Just as that hand was about to make contact with Luo Xing, his body reacted instinctively, without thought. He swiftly deflected the man's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, struck precisely at a nerve in the man's arm. The movement was so swift it left only an afterimage. "Ugh!" The mustached man yelped, his entire right arm instantly numb and weak, stumbling back 2 steps, looking at Luo Xing in bewilderment. "Why you motherf?" His 2 companions, witnessing the scene, cursed and rushed toward Luo Xing. His heart raced, not out of fear, but from an inexplicable exhilaration. That move had been astonishingly fluid, as though practiced 1,000 times. Was it the neural reflexes and combat instincts bestowed by the super soldier physique? Or, he had no time to ponder. The 3 thugs had formed a half-circle, closing in. To run? Or to fight? If he ran this time, what about the next? These people were like parasites. Then he would fight. As the first thug swung a punch, Luo Xing suddenly sidestepped, simultaneously executing a low sweep with his right foot, striking the opponent's ankle with precision. A faint crack echoed, accompanied by a scream as the thug crumpled to the ground, clutching his ankle. Another thug brandished a baton, swinging it down, but Luo Xing advanced rather than retreating, closing the distance, his elbow crashing into the thug's ribs like a hammer. Ugh! The second thug's eyes bulged, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. In an instant, only the mustached man remained, pale-faced, staring at Luo Xing as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Xing panted, feeling the surge of power within him and a chilling sense of control. He stepped forward, picking up the baton that had fallen to the ground. "Who sent you?" he inquired, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unsettling authority that sent shivers down the mustached man's spine. In the absence of others, our small mustached companion stammered nervously. The baton, cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh, halted just a centimeter from the tip of his nose. "Speak the truth," came the command. Yes, Mr. Negative. No, not that. He is a lieutenant under Kingpin. They say he intends to consolidate all the scattered small businesses in Brooklyn." The small mustache quaked in fear, spilling everything in a torrent of words. Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, the unchallenged monarch of Hell's Kitchen and the de facto ruler of New York's underworld. His influence, indeed, was beginning to encroach upon Brooklyn. Luo Xing's heart sank. To be targeted by such a formidable entity could lead to dire consequences, even if it started as mere harassment. He fixed his gaze upon the small mustached man, his mind racing with calculations. To kill him? That would invite greater troubles. To let him go? Word would spread, and more formidable figures would come seeking him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He needed information, needed connections, needed to integrate himself into this shadowy network rather than passively await trouble. "Take me to your boss," Luo Xing declared, discarding the baton with an unyielding tone. The small mustache was taken aback. "What?" "I said, take me to Mr. Negative," Luo Xing reiterated, his eyes glacial. "Or I can break your other arm right now. The choice is yours." Half an hour later, Luo Xing followed the trembling small mustache into the depths of Brooklyn, arriving at a desolate underground billiard hall. The air was thick with smoke, mingled with the scents of beer, sweat, and cheap perfume. A few unsavory-looking men, cigar in hand, loomed around the pool table, their gazes hostile. A lean man in a purple shirt was polishing glasses at the bar, his demeanor menacing. This was Mr. Negative, rumored to have earned his nickname from a botched photo development that ruined a batch of important negatives, and known for his ruthless nature. The small mustache scurried over, whispering hurried explanations. Mr. Negative set down the glass, slowly turning to scrutinize Luo Xing, his gaze as sinister as a serpent's. "So it's you who struck my man," he rasped. "They were the ones who initiated trouble," Luo Xing replied calmly, his muscles taut with tension. "This place was more crowded and perilous." "Interesting," Mr. Negative grinned, revealing nicotine-stained teeth. "I've heard you're quite the fighter." "Young man, I've seen many who claim to be tough. In the end, they either perish or become part of my crew." He picked up a cue stick and sauntered toward an empty table. "Join me for a game. If you win, we'll erase your previous transgressions, and you might even get some work from me." "Lose," he chuckled darkly, leaving the sentence unfinished. Luo Xing had never played billiards, neither in his past life nor in this one. Yet, he approached the table. The super soldier physique he possessed bestowed not merely strength and speed, but also an extraordinary dynamic vision, muscular control, spatial awareness, and computational ability. Mr. Negative broke the rack with seasoned precision, power, angle, spin, all executed with mastery. When it was Luo Xing's turn, he awkwardly grasped the cue, bending down to aim. The world around him seemed to slow. The positions of the cue ball, the target ball, and the pocket formed a complex web of possibilities in his mind, as countless calculations flowed effortlessly. He adjusted his breath and struck. The cue ball soared in a precise line, striking the target ball with a crisp sound as it smoothly sank into the pocket. Mr. Negative raised an eyebrow. What followed was nearly a one-man show by Luo Xing. His movements transitioned from clumsy to graceful, each shot executed with mechanical precision. No matter how challenging the angles or intricate the positioning, everything became clear and simple under his command. The hall fell silent. The only sound the sharp cracks of colliding balls. The contempt on the faces of the thugs evaporated, replaced by astonishment and a subtle trace of respect. Finally, the black 8-ball sank. Luo Xing straightened, placing the cue down. Mr. Negative's expression darkened, his stare fixed on Luo Xing, before he suddenly erupted into a strange laugh. "Very good." He waved his hand, and a reluctant henchman produced a thin envelope, tossing it to Luo Xing. "Take this. Tomorrow night, at Warehouse 7 in the Dock District. There's a shipment of appliances to move. Be there by 11, and don't be late." Mr. Negative turned away, resuming his drink, adding cryptically, Kid, in this world, being tough isn't enough. You must also align yourself with the right people. Luo Xing accepted the envelope, noting its heft, more than he anticipated. He remained silent, nodding before departing. As he exited the billiard hall, the cold night air hit his face, and he exhaled a long breath, feeling the chilling sweat on his back. In that moment, he had not only gambled on his billiard skills, but also on the reaction of his opponent. Winning this gamble granted him a precarious foothold and a gray path to resources. He unfolded the crumpled note, revealing merely an address and a time. Appliances at Warehouse 7 in the Dock District? He scoffed. Such coded language hinted at illicit smuggling. Dangerous? Indeed. Yet, this was precisely the proximity he sought to chaos. To the margins, to those anomalies that might provoke a system response. He carefully stowed away the note and the cash, melding into the shadows of Brooklyn. The following night at 11, Warehouse 7 in the Dock District. Shadowy figures hovered around unmarked trucks, Mr. Negative's henchmen busily loading tightly sealed crates. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea and the metallic tang of rust. Luo Xing was assigned to a team with 2 others, tasked with moving some medium-sized boxes. They felt heavy in his grip, and as they swayed, faint sounds of clinking metal parts emerged. Damn it, be gentle. This stuff is delicate. A supervisor hissed. Luo Xing worked in silence, keenly attuned to his surroundings. Beep. Low-intensity energy wave detected. Scanning in progress. Copyable target. Unknown, based on residual energy from items. Copyable ability options. 1. Low-level energy weapon manufacturing principle. Incomplete. Copy progress. 0. 2. Alien metal smelting technology. Fragments. Copy progress. 0. Severely incomplete. Indeed, these contraband goods were mingled with items from beyond. Yet, he could not ascertain which extraterrestrial power or clandestine organization had produced them. Although the energy waves were weak and the copying rate excruciatingly slow, they undeniably represented a new source. Low-level energy weapon manufacturing principle. Incomplete. Copy progress. 0. 1. Alien metal smelting technology. Fragments. Copy progress. 0. 5. Knowledge fragments trickled back into his mind, albeit obscure and incomplete, piecing together another facet of this world. After unloading the cargo, the supervisor tossed him another thin envelope, thinner than the last, yet still a quick payout. Kid, you're quite swift with your hands. We'll call on you again next time. The supervisor patted his shoulder with a firm grip. Luo Xing nodded, accepting the money and turning to leave. As he walked through the desolate dock area, the night wind was biting. He glanced back at the trucks, now disappearing into the darkness. He understood that he had one foot firmly planted in the shadowy underbelly beneath New York's polished facade. Danger lurked like a shadow. Yet, power was quietly germinating within that darkness. Super soldier physique, copy progress. 18. He clenched the money in his pocket and quickened his pace toward the dilapidated apartment building that concealed his ambitions and future. This path was fraught with difficulty and filth, but he would tread onward. Chapter 6. Mouse, I've found you. Time flows in a peculiar rhythm. By day, Luo Xing is a silent, diligent laborer in the dock area, or a marginal worker occasionally summoned by Mr. Film to assist in moving appliances. By night, he is a tireless ascetic at the abandoned freight docks, sweating profusely as he extracts every ounce of potential from his being. Super soldier physique copying progress. 21. The changes have become impossible to overlook. His once gaunt frame is now enveloped in smooth, robust muscle lines, not explosive bulges, but fibers brimming with efficient energy. His senses have sharpened. He can distinctly hear the flapping of seagulls' wings from dozens of meters away and discern the growls of various engine models on distant streets through the damp sea breeze. His vision is exceptional, allowing him to clearly discern outlines in the darkness. Most importantly, his energy levels have surged. What once left him utterly exhausted after intense training now merely requires a few hours of deep sleep to restore him. Awakening invigorated as if his internal engine were perpetually fueled by high-performance energy. The meager safety fees and sporadic rewards from smuggling barely suffice to cover the increasingly alarming consumption of his body. He remains impoverished. Yet hunger is no longer the most pressing threat. Mr. Film seems rather pleased with his adaptability and usefulness, occasionally assigning him less sensitive tasks with slightly increased compensation. Luo Xing accepts all assignments, laboring silently while keenly observing and absorbing the fragmented knowledge of alien technology that peels away from smuggled goods. Basic energy weapon manufacturing principles. Incomplete. Copying progress. 12. Alien metal smelting techniques. Fragments. Copying progress. 08. The progress is maddeningly slow, akin to excavating a mountain with a rusted spoon. Yet, he possesses patience. Each fragment expands the boundaries of his understanding of this world. He attempts to venture towards the more chaotic edges of the Hell's Kitchen, hoping to encounter Daredevil or other members of the Defenders, but to no avail. That world appears to have its own barriers, impenetrable unless one reaches a certain level. Until one fateful night, having just completed a grueling session of extreme weight training, he leans against a rusted container, panting and wiping sweat with a towel. His phone vibrates with a message from an unfamiliar number. The text is brief. East River. Old Fish Market dock now. Urgent job, triple pay. The sender is likely one of Mr. Film's subordinates. Triple pay? Luo Xing squints. High rewards often imply high risks. Even the peril of being silenced. To go or not to go? He hesitates not at all. Risk signifies opportunity. He needs money, but more importantly, he craves contact with the extraordinary. The East River Old Fish Market dock is suffused with the pungent stench of fish and decay, with abandoned warehouses standing like massive black tombstones along the riverbank. It is even more desolate than the docks of Brooklyn. Luo Xing approaches stealthily, merging with the shadows like a cat. Enhanced senses alert him to an unusual stillness. No cargo being moved, no conversations exchanged, only a heavy, oppressive sound intermingled with fear and pain, and a faint metallic scraping. He crouches behind a pile of discarded fishing nets, carefully peering out. The sight causes his pupils to constrict. The anticipated scene of a gang transaction or smuggling operation is absent. On the dock's open ground lie several of Mr. Film's men, sprawled in distorted positions, their fates uncertain. The remaining two stand back to back, clenching machetes, but their bodies tremble, barely able to maintain grip on their weapons. Their adversary is but one, a tall man clad in dark combat gear, his face obscured by an eerie metallic mask that conceals most of his features, revealing only a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes. Most striking is his arm. Far from flesh and blood, it gleams with a chilling metallic sheen, intricately constructed and brimming with power. At this moment, the mechanical arm is tightly gripping the throat of the last standing thug, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. The thug's legs kick futilely, his complexion shifting from red to purple, eyes bulging. Where is it? The voice of the man with the mechanical arm emerges through the mask, deep and raspy, imbued with a metallic texture, devoid of any emotional inflection. The thug, gasping for mercy, manages to squeeze out fragmented pleas. Crack, a sound that sends shivers down the spine. The pleas abruptly cease. The man with the mechanical arm discards the limp body as one would toss aside refuse. Then, his cold eyes suddenly swivel towards the direction where Luo Xing is hiding. Mouse. He utters two words. Discovered. Luo Xing's hair stands on end. A profound sense of danger pierces his mind like an ice pick. This man is more perilous than any foe he has ever encountered. The oppressive aura emanating from that mechanical arm feels almost tangible. Run. This is the singular thought racing through Luo Xing's mind. He cannot muster any inclination to fight. But just as his muscles tense, preparing to leap away, a notification pierces through his consciousness. Ding. High-intensity energy source and replicable target detected nearby. Scanning. Replicable target. Winter Soldier. Target information is heavily shielded and interfered with. Replicable ability options. 1 Super Soldier Physique. Soviet modification. Copying progress. 0. Contains severe flaws and backdoor programs. 2 Mechanical limb. Hydraulic power cybernetic interface. Mastery copying progress. 0. 3 Advanced stealth and assassination techniques. Muscle memory. Copying progress. 0. 4 Brainwashing command set. Partial. Copying progress. 0. High risk. May lead to cognitive disarray. Warning. Target is extremely dangerous. Energy levels are exceedingly high. Immediate evasion is advised. Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes. Luo Xing's heart nearly stops. How could it be him? Why is Hydra's ultimate assassin here in New York, dealing with a low-level gang like Mr. Film S? There is no time to think. The Winter Soldier moves. His speed is beyond imagination, leaving an afterimage in his wake. The cold mechanical arm opens its fingers, emitting a shrill sound as it lunges towards the pile of fishing nets where Luo Xing conceals himself. The force is sufficient to shred steel and concrete effortlessly. There is no escape. In the face of death, Luo Xing's super soldier physique at level 21 and instincts honed through countless life and death training explode into action. He does not retreat. Instead, he lunges forward to the side, executing a clumsy yet perfectly timed roll, narrowly dodging that lethal grasp. Swish! The heavy, discarded fishing nets, along with the wooden crates behind them, are instantly crushed by the mechanical arm. Luo Xing barely has time to regain his footing before the second strike follows. The Winter Soldier's combat experience is terrifyingly proficient, The mechanical arm shifts from a grab to a sweep, crashing toward his waist. Should this blow connect, Luo Xing would surely be severed in two. There is no way to evade. Luo Xing's pupils constrict to pinpricks, his arms cross over his body. Every muscle tense to the limit, bracing for impact. Simultaneously, he pours every ounce of his will into the system, shouting frantically, "Copy! Copy his physique! Copy his combat instincts! Anything will do! Hurry!" Boom! The heavy metallic crash against flesh resonates ominously. Luo Xing feels as though he has been struck head-on by a speeding train. Pain radiates through his arms as he is hurled backward like a broken kite, crashing violently against a rusty iron winch, spewing blood. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modification, Copy Progress, 34, based on attacks sustained and energy shocks, Advanced Stealth and Assassination Techniques, Muscle Memory, Copy Progress, 12, based on close-range observation and attacks sustained. Mastery of Mechanical Limb Control, Copy Progress, 01, based on attacks sustained. System Prompt, Insanity Mode activated. Agony surged through his entire being. His left arm was likely fractured, and his internal organs had also been jolted. Yet, the Captain America physique at level 21 endured the blow that could have turned an ordinary person into a mere puddle of flesh. The Winter Soldier seemed to pause momentarily, a flicker of subtle surprise flashing in his eyes concealed by the mask. This seemingly frail young man could withstand a strike from his mechanical arm and remain alive? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Luo Xing gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and propelled himself backward with a powerful kick. His body slipped into a narrow gap, overflowing with discarded wooden barrels like a gliding fish. Run. He had to flee. A direct confrontation would lead only to demise. The Winter Soldier immediately pursued, effortlessly tearing through the barrels and debris with his mechanical arm, advancing like a human tank. Luo Xing dashed for his life in the narrow, dark, abandoned junkyard. His enhanced senses and the recently copied, albeit incomplete, advanced stealth and assassination techniques, proving invaluable. He could always anticipate the Winter Soldier's pursuit route by mere milliseconds, skillfully evading using the complex terrain and shadows. He dared not run in a straight line, for that would lead to easy capture. Instead, he continually veered around, slipping through narrow openings and creating obstacles. A rusty iron chain lay before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xing mimicked a vague memory he had just copied, contorting his body to slip past the chain, which barely grazed his nose. Behind him, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm swung violently, severing the chain with a resounding crack. The disparity was insurmountable. The fleeting skills he had copied could hardly compensate for the overwhelming difference in strength and experience. Continuing like this, it was only a matter of time before he was caught and killed. He had to devise a plan. His gaze frantically scanned the surroundings for any glimmer of opportunity. There, to his left, beneath a heap of discarded fishing gear, a rusted steel cylinder protruded. It bore a faint skull insignia and the letters CL, chlorine. Perhaps it was once used for disinfection at the docks and had long since been abandoned. A gamble. Luo Xing abruptly changed direction, lunging toward the cylinder. Simultaneously, he retrieved a crude spring knife, exchanged for pocket change at the black market, from his lower back. Bang! The Winter Soldier's mechanical arm grazed his back once more, slamming into the ground, sending debris flying. Luo Xing disregarded everything, thrusting the spring knife forcefully into the corroded valve of the chlorine cylinder. With every ounce of strength, he rolled sideways. Squeak! The harsh sound of metal scraping was followed by a piercing wail of gas escaping. A noxious yellow-green gas erupted violently from the breach, quickly enveloping the area. Chlorine, although its concentration might not be lethal, it was potent enough to severely irritate the respiratory system and eyes. The Winter Soldier's pursuit abruptly halted. His eyes, concealed beneath the mask, were evidently affected as he cursed under his breath, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself from the oncoming yellow-green gas. His movements momentarily sluggish and disordered. Now was the moment. Luo Xing, like a wounded beast, rolled and crawled, unleashing every ounce of potential as he burst forth from the junkyard and plunged into the icy, dark waters of the East River. Splash! Water erupted around him. The frigid river enveloped him instantly, the biting cold sending shivers through him, yet it also dulled the burning pain of his wounds momentarily. He dared not surface. Desperately diving deeper, using the darkness and the current as cover, swimming furiously downstream. At the dock, the yellow-green mist of chlorine gradually spread. The Winter Soldier stood at the edge of the fog, the optical lens on his mechanical arm flickering as it scanned the murky river surface. Beneath the mask, a suppressed, electronically distorted breath could be heard. Minutes later, he snorted, seemingly confirming that his target had escaped. He turned and walked away into the darkness without a backward glance, his figure swiftly disappearing. Only a few gradually cooling corpses remained on the dock, and the acrid scent of chlorine lingered in the air. Beneath the river's surface, Luo Xing surfaced cautiously at the distant bank, far from the dock, just as his lungs felt they might burst. He coughed violently, expelling the river water tainted with traces of blood. His left arm was immobile, pain radiated from every part of his body, and he felt bone-chilling cold. He collapsed on the muddy bank, gazing at the distant, dazzling lights of New York City, breathing heavily, yet a grimace, more grotesque than a cry, slowly twisted across his face. He had survived. He had escaped the clutches of the Winter Soldier. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modification, Copy Progress. 11. Advanced Stealth and Assassination Techniques, Muscle Memory, Copy Progress. 7. Mastery of Mechanical Limb Control, Copy Progress. 05. Though the ordeal was harrowing, the rewards were immeasurable. Moreover, he raised his uninjured right hand, palm open. Clutched tightly within was a small object. Just before lunging for the chlorine cylinder, he had snatched it from a thug slain by the Winter Soldier. His intuition told him that this was the very objective for which the Winter Soldier had appeared tonight, the source that nearly cost him his life. He gripped the USB drive tightly, the cold metal pressing against his palm. A crisis could also be a turning point. Struggling to rise, he dragged his battered body, limping as he once again merged into the shadows of the city. This time, the shadows he touched felt even deeper. Chapter 7. Hunger and Cold. The icy river water pierced through his clothing like countless needles, stabbing into his fractured arm and injured organs. Luo Xing lay on the muddy bank, each cough sending waves of agony throughout his body, the expelled river water tainted with unmistakable blood. Yet he paid little heed to it. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against a damp, decaying wooden post, trembling as he retrieved the USB drive from his soaked pocket with his uninjured right hand. It was small, black, made of a peculiar material, and felt icy to the touch, devoid of any markings, save for a minuscule, unconventional groove at the interface. This was the very object the Winter Soldier was willing to slaughter Mr. Photographic for. What could it be? A Hydra secret? S-H-I-E-L-D data? Or something else lethal? An overwhelming impulse compelled him to find a place to read it, to uncover its secrets. However, rationality forcefully suppressed this urge. His condition was dire. He could faint at any moment, and this object likely contained a self-destruct mechanism or tracking signal. Acting rashly would be tantamount to suicide. The immediate priority was to treat his injuries, erase any traces, and conceal himself. Gritting his teeth, he tore a relatively dry corner from his inner shirt, using his teeth and right hand to awkwardly secure the fracture in his left arm. Then, he removed his soaked outer coat, carefully wrapped the USB drive, and tucked it into the innermost pocket. Having completed these tasks, he felt nearly drained. Yet the effects of the Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modification, Copy Progress. 11, combined with the Captain America physique at level 21 began to manifest, a tenacious, icy vitality sustaining him, preventing his consciousness from slipping into darkness. He had to leave the riverbank. The Winter Soldier might still be nearby searching, and law enforcement or S-H-I-E-L-D agents could have been drawn by the earlier commotion. He discerned the direction, dragging a useless arm, and staggered into the labyrinthine alleys leading deep into Brooklyn. His enhanced senses reached their zenith, skillfully evading all surveillance cameras and straggling pedestrians. Moving like a true specter through the shadows of the city, he dared not return to his apartment. It was far too perilous. Mr. Film had been eliminated, and the Winter Soldier might trace his steps back to him. He required a sanctuary, one that was unequivocally secure. Fragments of memory surfaced, recalling a place he had stumbled upon while running errands for Mr. Film, a nearly abandoned, dilapidated office building on the edge of Brooklyn's old industrial district, where the circuits had long been severed and the pipes rusted, a place so desolate that even the homeless shunned it. Half an hour later, like a spent wild dog, he crashed through the rusted iron door of the basement boiler room. A thick cloud of dust and the stench of mildew assaulted him. He shut the door behind him and wedged it shut with a found iron bar, finally succumbing to exhaustion as he slid down the cold wall to the floor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Time lost meaning until he awakened, parched and ravenous. The faint light filtering through the grimy windows above indicated he was still alive. His left arm was swollen and painful, yet it seemed to have stabilized, while the searing pain in his insides had significantly lessened. His body was astonishingly resilient. He licked his cracked lips and checked the tattered cloth wrapping the USB drive, which remained safely tucked in his inner pocket. Hunger and thirst burned like flames in his stomach and throat. He needed water, food, and medicine. However, venturing outside would be tantamount to walking into a trap. The Winter Soldier, Hydra, and perhaps even the disarrayed gangs stirred by Mr. Film's demise could be prowling the streets in search of suspicious targets. He had to rely solely on himself to endure. The ensuing days became the most arduous of his journey. He felt like a rat trapped in a sewer, subsisting on the murky rainwater that seeped through the window gaps and a few energy bars he had hidden on his person, now soggy but barely edible. Most of the time, he battled against pain, hunger, and cold, striving to remain conscious while activating the fragmented knowledge gleaned from Stark and Osborn. Contemplating the potential of the USB drive and his dire circumstances. For the first time, he had the opportunity to meticulously examine the cold and perilous memories copied from the Winter Soldier. Advanced stealth and assassination techniques, muscle memory, copy progress. 7. This was not a mere imparting of knowledge by a system, but rather an instinctual imprint. Techniques on how to utilize shadows, control breathing and heartbeat to minimize presence, deliver a lethal blow, and disassemble weapons were etched into his neural reflexes as if innate. Though the progress stood at a mere 7, it was sufficient to elevate his level of danger. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modification, Copy Progress. 11. The sensation derived from this portion of the physique was entirely distinct. Captain America's constitution felt perfect and balanced, brimming with a sunlit vitality. In contrast, the Soviet variant of the Winter Soldier exuded a cold, coarse, and even violent sense of power, akin to a machine optimized for slaughter, with an undercurrent of hidden wounds and an unnatural sense of restraint. The two types of physique coexisted within him, strangely melding, generating an ineffable conflict and pain, yet seemingly complementing one another slowly. Mechanical Limb Control Mastery Copy Progress, 05. This progress was almost negligible, providing merely a vague concept of hydraulic systems and cybernetic interfaces. On the 4th day, the swelling in his left arm began to subside. Though still weak, the constant agony had ceased. His internal injuries had largely healed. The pangs of hunger reached a crescendo. He had to venture out. In the dead of night, he departed the abandoned office building, as if embodying the stealth learned from the memories of assassination. He avoided all main roads with potential surveillance, opting for the darkest alleys, his movements becoming increasingly discreet and efficient. He navigated to several hidden corners where gang members typically concealed their ill-gotten gains or cash, relying on his enhanced senses and stealth. Chapter 8. The game truly begins. Silence enveloped the ventilation shaft, save for his heavy breathing and the thunderous beating of his heart echoing in the cramped space. The dust was suffocating, and cobwebs clung to his face, bringing a sticky itch. He dared not linger, using his enhanced senses and the meager stealth instinct gleaned from the Winter Soldier to navigate the dark labyrinth with difficulty. He could hear the cacophony of voices, footsteps, and the faint hum of scanning devices emanating from the library below. They were searching, setting up a perimeter. The exits were undoubtedly sealed. Upward, he recalled the library's architectural layout. It was an old stone building with a complex ventilation system that should eventually lead to the roof or outer walls. Gritting his teeth, he altered his course toward the main duct that he remembered might lead upward. The rough pipe walls scraped against his injured arm, sending jolts of pain through him. Yet he bore it stoically. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, a faint light appeared ahead, accompanied by a whisper of wind. An exit. He quickened his pace, reaching the end. The opening was sealed by a rusted wire mesh, leading to a secluded alley behind the library. The mesh, secured by several expanding screws, had become loose over the years. He braced himself against the wire mesh with his uninjured right arm, summoning all his strength, muscles taut to their limits. Creak. Bang. The rusty screws finally snapped, and he forcefully pushed the wire mesh aside, creating a gap wide enough for him to slip through. Like a beast escaping a trap, he swiftly emerged, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, immediately pressing himself against the wall, scanning the alley with vigilance. It was deserted. The sirens were concentrated mainly at the library's front entrance. For the moment, he was safe. He dared not tarry. Pulling up his hood to conceal half his face in his collar, moving swiftly along the shadows of the wall. Every nerve was taut, driven by the instincts of advanced stealth and assassination techniques, to select the most concealed routes, avoiding all possible lines of sight. The USB drive nestled in his pocket felt like a burning brand, a reminder of the imminent peril. He could not return to any known stronghold. The library's computer access records, surveillance. Though he had done his utmost to evade detection, it was impossible to avoid every angle. And even the paths he had taken to infiltrate and escape could be analyzed. The power of S, H, I, E, L, D, or Hydra was beyond imagination. He required a new hideout, one that was completely anonymous and untraceable. Furthermore, he needed to ascertain who was pursuing him, S-H-I-E-L-D, or Hydra. This would dictate his next course of action. He wandered on the city's outskirts for 2 days, like a true urban stray, sleeping in underpasses, abandoned vehicles, and even the occasional compressed bin at a waste transfer station, surviving on stolen food and rainwater. His injuries steadily and slowly healed under the duality of the super soldier physiques. On the 3rd night, he stumbled into a chaotic area teeming with black internet cafes, smuggling taverns, and underground casinos. This was a melting pot of all sorts, one of the nodes in the information black market. He needed intelligence and, more critically, a sufficiently clean computer to attempt to read the USB drive once more. He could no longer return to the public library. With the last of his pilfered money, he entered a smoky, dilapidated internet cafe. Choosing the most secluded machine, he inserted a temporary, untraceable prepaid network card. He refrained from directly engaging with the USB drive, instead commencing a search. Search keywords: library attack, mysterious unit Brooklyn, S-H-I-E-L-D, operation. The majority of results were ambiguous news reports or speculative forum discussions, depicting the events of that night as a police raid concerning a significant theft, with details obscured, until, utilizing the meager skills pieced together from Stark and Osborn's knowledge, coupled with the Winter Soldier's assassination techniques that granted him an instinct for concealed information, he navigated into several military forums and intelligence trading sections deep within the dark web that required special permissions to access. Fragmented information began to surface. Anonymous users mentioned that the operation that night was of exceptionally high specification, involving tactical teams not directly under military command, with the source of orders being obscure yet of paramount authority. Another post lamented the leak of logistical lists, forcing cleaners to be deployed, the tone irritable. Was this a euphemism within Hydra for the troublesome assassin known as the Winter Soldier? More importantly, he discovered that all official or semi-official records pertaining to this operation bore a systematic connection to the approval code, PB-107, that he had seen while decrypting the USB drive. It was Hydra. The pursuit was orchestrated by Hydra, infiltrated within S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D itself might not even be aware of the specific contents of this USB drive, or they too had been deceived. Hydra was silencing witnesses, recovering evidence that could expose them. A chilling sensation crept over Luo Xing, yet it was swiftly accompanied by a twisted exhilaration. Hydra lurked in the shadows, and so did he. This was no longer a confrontation with a vast, righteous official organization, but rather a game of cat and mouse between darkness and venom. He knew more than Hydra could ever anticipate. He exited the forum, erasing all traces of his browsing activity. Then, he retrieved the USB drive and his homemade adapter. This time, he was more cautious. He crafted a simple script to simulate a virtual environment that appeared normal in system logs before inserting the USB drive. The password activated once more. He directly accessed the procurement record. His objective was not the record itself, but the accompanying metadata, the timestamp of the sending. The IP address, which had undergone multiple redirects, yet still bore traces, as well as the logs of the last modification and access of that record. His fingers flew across the keyboard, invoking all fragments of electronic and mechanical knowledge gleaned from Stark and the Winter Soldier, probing like the most precise of probes, tracking those hidden digital footprints. Advanced Mechanical Engineering, Fragment, Copy Progress, 31, based on Deep Electronic System Operations. Mechanical Prosthetics Mastery Copy Progress, 08, based on Precision Interface Operations and Signal Tracking. Progress steadily increased, as the application of knowledge, in turn, facilitated the replication. Sweat trickled down from his brow. He was racing against time, competing with any potential reverse tracking programs. Finally, he pinpointed an extremely concealed physical address located somewhere in New Jersey. This address corresponded closely with the delivery location in the procurement record. Moreover, the metadata indicated that just a few days prior, there had been an access record for this address. It was highly likely a Hydra safe house or contact point still in operation. Just as he noted down the address, a sudden click echoed. The dim lights of the internet cafe abruptly extinguished. All computer screens went black simultaneously. What was happening? Damn it. A power outage? Boss, what the hell is going on? The cafe erupted with shouts of indignation. It wasn't a power outage. Luo Xing's heart tightened. He sensed an extremely subtle, high-frequency electromagnetic pulse residue. It was aimed at him. A remote power shutdown. They had traced his online activity. He sprang to his feet, yanking out the USB drive and network card. crashing into the overweight man still cursing behind him, and dashed toward the cafe's back door. The back door led to a narrower, filthier alley piled with garbage bins. As he bolted into the alley, figures emerged almost simultaneously at the alley's entrance and the cafe's back door, dressed in black tactical gear, their movements swift and professional. Weapons equipped with silencers. They were not police. They were professional field agents. Caught in a pincer movement, Luo Xing's pupils contracted, adrenaline surging through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rammed into a massive trash bin overflowing with foul water. Bang! The bin toppled, the stench of refuse and sewage spilling forth, momentarily obstructing the vision and movement of his pursuers. Target resisting. Authorization granted for the use of less than lethal force. A cold command crackled through the earpiece. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of silenced gunfire erupted as several tranquilizer darts struck the overturned trash bin, producing dull thuds. Seizing the precious half-second he had gained, Luo Xing leaped. Grasping a rusted fire escape ladder along the alley's side wall, climbing with fervor. He made it. Secure the rooftop. The agent's reactions were astonishingly swift. Luo Xing ascended to the fire escape platform, kicking open the rusted iron door leading into the building. Inside was a dilapidated dance studio, strewn with debris, massive mirrors shattered, reflecting his panicked figure and the agents closing in behind him. He dashed toward the opposite window, only to find it sealed. No other way. The agents had burst into the studio, guns trained on him. Surrender now, target. You have nowhere to escape. Luo Xing pressed his back against the boarded-up window, gasping heavily, his eyes darting around the room. Shattered mirrors scattered across the wooden floor, and a rusted ventilation duct hung from the ceiling. His gaze fixed on that duct. Then, without warning, he bent down, seizing a large, sharp-edged shard of mirror from the floor, not to throw at the agents, but with all his might. He smashed it against the old fire alarm connected to the building's intercom system. Crash! Crack! The alarm shattered. Yet the anticipated fire alarm did not ring. Perhaps the building had long since severed the alarm system. The agents paused, seemingly bewildered by the futility of his action. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Luo Xing's body sprang into motion. He did not lunge toward the ventilation duct, but instead, like a wraith, he slid sideways, targeting a fallen, metal-framed antique floor mirror by the wall. Grasping the frame, he wielded it as a makeshift shield, slamming into the nearest agent. The agent clearly did not expect him to retaliate under the threat of being shot, instinctively redirecting his weapon. Whoosh! The tranquilizer dart struck the metal frame. Meanwhile, Luo Xing, utilizing the force of the impact, twisted his body, his other hand darting out like lightning to accurately seize the agent's wrist holding the firearm. Squeezing with all his strength. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. The agent let out a scream, the weapon slipping from his grasp. Luo Xing snatched the tranquilizer gun, not sparing a glance, and fired at another agent who was aiming at him. Whoosh! That agent crumpled to the ground. Yet more agents surged through the doorway. Luo Xing had no intention of lingering. He hurled the tranquilizer gun at a third agent, and in the moment of the opponent's evasion, he finally lunged toward the dangling ventilation duct. He pried open the grill of the duct and, without hesitation, dove inside. Target has entered the ventilation system. Repeat. Target has entered the ventilation system. Behind him, frantic shouts and the sound of pursuing footsteps echoed from the agents. Luo Xing desperately crawled through the darkened conduit, heedless of direction, driven solely by the instinct to escape. His mind raced, recalling how he had recently shattered the fire alarm, an act not merely for the sake of creating a ruckus, but because the device housed a rudimentary capacitor and electrical spark mechanism. Although the building's alarm system had failed, the moment he smashed it had produced a faint spark in frequency. Coupled with the fragmented information he had previously decrypted from the USB metadata regarding the Hydra communication frequencies in this vicinity, he was gambling. He wagered that Hydra's field teams would utilize that very frequency for short-range communications, and hoped that the subtle spark interference could momentarily disrupt their transmissions. He succeeded. That fleeting disruption afforded him the opportunity to snatch a weapon, incapacitate one assailant, and sow chaos. This was not Stark's intellect, nor Osborn's expertise, and not even entirely the knowledge of the Winter Soldier. It was the culmination of his fragmented skills, knowledge, instincts, and his will to survive, forcibly fused into a singular, brutal calculation that belonged solely to him. Advanced stealth and assassination techniques, muscle memory, replication progress. 13. Based on practical applications in extreme environments and on-the-spot adaptability. Super soldier physique, Soviet variant. Replication progress. 15. Based on high-intensity stress responses and potential exploitation. As he navigated through the pipe, he felt a surge of cold and heat intertwining within him, while the distorted sounds of pursuit echoed from below. He licked his cracked lips, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The address in New Jersey. Hydra believed they were hunting a mere mouse. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that this mouse could bite, and was inching its way toward their very lair. The game, at last, was truly afoot. Chapter 9. The hunt begins. The metal of the ventilation duct groaned under his weight. Luo Xing resembled a trapped beast, relying on instinct and enhanced senses to push forward through the dark, narrow passage. Behind him, the footsteps of pursuers and the distorted sounds of communication were amplified by the pipe, akin to a relentless parasite. He could not afford to stop. To halt meant death. The wound on his left arm protested sharply with every friction and exertion, yet the combined resilience and endurance from his 2 super soldier augmentations held the pain at bay. Sweat mingled with rust and grime dripped into his eyes, blurring his vision with a stinging haze. He needed an exit, any exit. Ahead, a different airflow seemed to beckon. Laden with a heavier scent of mold and dust, he clawed his way toward it, reaching the terminus of a vent sealed by barbed wire, beyond which lay a more expansive space. Without hesitation, he slammed his shoulder against the wire. The corroded barrier buckled outward, the anchor points emitting a piercing metallic groan. Yet it did not completely yield. The footsteps behind him grew ever nearer. The beam of a flashlight began to dance around the corner of the duct. Target acquired. At the end of the main conduit, Luo Xing let out a low growl, a glint of desperation flashing in his eyes. He ceased his battering and instead gripped the twisted wire with his right hand, muscles taut and veins bulging, summoning all his strength to pull back with ferocity. Creak. Bang. The wire, along with a portion of the rusted frame, was violently wrenched from the wall. Debris and dust cascaded down. He instantly squeezed through the opening, rolling upon landing, springing to a crouch as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. This appeared to be the interior of an abandoned factory, vast and strikingly high. Moonlight filtered through shattered high windows, casting mottled patches of light upon the heavily dust-laden floor. Gigantic, long-dormant machines loomed like silent steel behemoths, casting heavy shadows. The air was eerily still, punctuated only by his own breathing and the gentle fall of dust. The pursuers did not immediately follow through the vent. They seemed to be cautiously assessing their surroundings or preparing an ambush. Luo Xing swiftly concealed himself behind a massive stamping machine, holding his breath and attuning himself to the environment. Advanced stealth and assassination techniques, muscle memory, replication progress, 14, based on environmental utilization and concealment under pressure. His presence seemed to diminish, merging seamlessly with the shadows. Faint, nearly imperceptible footsteps approached from multiple directions. They had entered, skillfully fanning out into a search formation. At least 6 individuals, perhaps more. Clad in identical black combat attire, they were well-equipped, moving in coordinated silence, undoubtedly a professional unit. Yet their gear bore no S. H, I, E, L, D. Insignia, lacking any identification. Hydra's lackeys. Luo Xing exhaled a cloud of stale air, his gaze icy. He felt the cold USB drive in his pocket and registered the lingering pain in his left arm. Passive concealment offered only a dead end. This abandoned factory could either be his tomb or his hunting ground. He required weaponry. Any weaponry. His eyes swiftly scanned the debris and detritus. Rusty steel pipes? Too cumbersome. A broken conveyor belt? Not lethal enough. His gaze landed on a discarded toolbox beside the machine. The lock was long rusted shut. He silently pried it open, revealing a collection of wrenches and screwdrivers, ordinary tools. But at the very bottom, something caught his eye, an old Monroe pipe wrench, its wooden handle cracked. Approximately half a meter in length, with a heavy, menacing iron jaw. This would do. He gently extracted the wrench, the cold metal invigorating him. This tool, when wielded against a person, would prove as effective as a baton. At that moment, a search team member cautiously approached from the opposite side of the machine, gun drawn. Steps precise. Luo Xing, like a lurking leopard, patiently awaited his moment. As the team member rounded the corner, his gaze poised to sweep across Luo Xing's hiding spot. He sprang into action. Not a sound escaped his lips. With his left hand, he forcefully deflected the assailant's wrist, while his right swung the wrench with a fierce wind, crashing into the side of the opponent's head. Swift, accurate, ruthless. Thud. A sickening thump echoed. The team member emitted not a single sound, his eyes instantly losing focus as he crumpled to the ground, the side of his helmet dented. A single strike. Luo Xing's heart raced, not from fear, but from a chilling thrill brought on by the act of killing. The memories of assassination techniques from the Winter Soldier flawlessly intertwined with his movements at that moment. He swiftly dragged the body into the shadows, stripping off the combat jacket and donning it himself. Though ill-fitting, it would serve to obscure his appearance. Confiscating the assailant's dagger and 2 spare magazines, even though his tranquilizer gun was useless, and most crucially, a military-grade portable communication earpiece. He donned the earpiece, and immediately, subdued voices filled his ears. B2 area clear. C1, no findings. A3, report status. A3? A3 was the very target he had just neutralized. Luo Xing lowered his voice, mimicking the cold tone with an indistinct reply. A3, normal, continue search, while deliberately introducing a slight electrical static noise. There was a brief silence on the channel, seemingly devoid of immediate suspicion. Received. Maintain channel integrity. For the time being, he had managed to deceive them. He needed to exploit this brief window of information disparity. He possessed a general awareness of the locations of these individuals, guided by the sounds of their footsteps and communications. Like a phantom, he navigated between the colossal shadows of machinery, his instincts in stealth and assassination honed to perfection. He had acclimated to the enhanced strength, speed, and precision of his augmented body, wielding the heavy wrench as if it were an extension of his own arm. The second target stood with his back turned, inspecting a staircase leading to the second floor. Luo Xing approached silently, the wrench encircling the man's neck, tightening with sudden ferocity. Simultaneously, a dagger deftly pierced the gap between ribs, plunging straight into the heart. A faint whimper was stifled by the constricting grip, and the body struggled twice before collapsing. He concealed the corpse beneath a pile of discarded materials. Advanced stealth and assassination, muscle memory, progress, 17. Based on consecutive successful assassinations. Super soldier physique, Soviet reconstruction, progress, 16. Based on efficient killing actions and adrenaline surge. The channel crackled back to life with inquiries. A 5. Have you made any discoveries? Luo Xing lowered his voice once more, mimicking another's tone. Negative. He continued to move, like death itself spreading throughout the factory. The third target met his demise while inspecting the ventilation ducts. His skull crushed by a wrench that fell from above. The fourth target, attempting to call for his teammates, was struck squarely in the throat by a dagger that shot forth from the darkness. But slaughter could not continue indefinitely. Something was amiss. A3, A5, B1. C2 have lost contact. The voices in the channel took on a tone of alertness, tinged with a barely perceptible panic. The target was exceedingly dangerous. Alter tactics. Rally to my position. Prioritize securing safety. The command was not yet complete when Luo Xing appeared like a specter behind the last 2 vigilant agents, who were standing back to back. He forcefully hurled a smoke grenade, pilfered from a previous corpse, at their feet. With a hiss, dense white smoke erupted, engulfing their figures. Open fire. Free fire. The sounds of panic and suppressed gunfire erupted amidst the smoke, bullets ricocheting off nearby machinery, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, Luo Xing, anticipating their reaction at the moment he threw the smoke grenade, had already dropped to the ground, utilizing the terrain and the machinery's base as cover. Swiftly maneuvering to the side, the smoke obscured visibility and masked his movements. He heard a muffled groan and the sound of a body hitting the ground. Likely a teammate caught in the chaos by friendly fire. Only one remained. The smoke began to dissipate. The last surviving agent leaned against a control panel, his gun trembling as it pointed forward, breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes beneath the mask filled with terror. He could see the bodies of his fallen comrades in the shadows. Come out, you monster! Come out! He shouted hoarsely. Luo Xing remained silent. Like a gecko, he clung to the vertical support of a gantry crane, observing the panicked enemy from above with a cold gaze. He raised the wrench, calculating distance and angle. Then, he released his grip. The heavy wrench fell like a black hammer of judgment, descending silently. Thud! It struck precisely atop the agent's helmet. The audible crack of a broken neck echoed clearly. The world returned to silence. Luo Xing slid down from the support, landing on the ground, breathing slightly heavier. 6 corpses lay sprawled across the factory floor, the scent of blood beginning to permeate the air. He stood still, surveying his surroundings. The moon remained cold, and the machines continued their silence. He had triumphed. Surviving what seemed to be a fatal ambush, he had turned the tables on all pursuers. There was no elation, only a chilling, bone-deep exhaustion and a strange exhilaration. Was this the power that dictated life and death? He approached the last agent's corpse, retrieving the wrench smeared with crimson and white remnants, feeling its weight in his hand. Then, he commenced the swift cleanup of the battlefield, gathering all usable weapons, ammunition, communication devices, and first aid kits. Ultimately, From one of the bodies, he unearthed his most coveted prize, a military-grade, portable tactical tablet equipped with an encrypted data interface. Using the fragmented knowledge of Hydra's communication codes he had acquired from hacking a USB drive, he astonishingly bypassed the tablet's basic permissions and accessed the system. He swiftly scanned through the contents, most of which comprised directives for this operation, maps, and a bounty on his own head, accompanied by a grainy image captured from library surveillance, depicting a blurry profile marked as a high-risk target, possessing items of utmost priority, to be killed on sight. The source code of the directives matched the PB-107 he had encountered when decrypting the USB drive. Taking a deep breath, he stowed the tablet away. Now, he possessed superior equipment, confirmed the identities of his enemies, and gained newfound strength. Advanced stealth and assassination, muscle memory, progress. 21. Super soldier physique, Soviet reconstruction, progress. 18. Mastery of mechanical prosthetics control, progress. 11. Based on operating enemy tactical equipment. He cast a glance at the lifeless black bodies strewn across the floor, his expression betraying no emotion. He approached the massive roll-up door of the factory. The door was locked from the outside. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. He wedged the heavy jaws of the wrench into the gap at the bottom of the roll-up door, employing leverage combined with his enhanced strength, and he exerted force. Creak. The sound of twisting metal resonated painfully in the stillness of the factory. He pried the roll-up door open just enough for a person to squeeze through. Outside lay a deeper darkness and the desolate visage of an industrial area. He slipped out, inhaling the cold, bloodless air. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned back to gaze upon the dark factory that had claimed 6 lives. Then he raised his hand, making a gesture toward the shadows, a sign he had witnessed in the fragmented memories of the Winter Soldier, a gesture representative of mission completion and eradication, belonging to Hydra. Cold, yet laced with mockery. Turning away, he did not look back, his figure vanishing swiftly into the night, heading toward New Jersey. The hunt had begun. Chapter 10. Infiltration of the base. The desolation of New Jersey was starkly contrasted with that of Brooklyn. It lacked the suffocating density and oppressive atmosphere, replaced instead by vast, abandoned factories, overgrown lots, and deserted roads. The air was thick with the scent of rust, dust, and decaying vegetation. Luo Xing concealed himself in the shadow of a highway bridge support, donned in a black combat suit stripped from the Hydra agents, albeit ill-fitting. It was at least more conducive to concealment than his tattered attire. He retrieved the confiscated tactical tablet, its screen illuminating his expressionless face. The battery was low, yet he needed to ascertain the address promptly. The address gleaned from the decrypted USB metadata was vague, offering merely a broad area and a series of numbers resembling warehouse identifiers. He cross-referenced the limited local map data contained within the tablet with fragmented knowledge of Stark's engineering geography, while also drawing upon the Winter Soldier's hazy recollections of Hydra's safehouse preferences, which typically favored locations near transportation arteries but ensured sufficient isolation and concealment, with a preference for underground structures. Advanced mechanical engineering, fragments, progress, 35, based on geographic information analysis and structural inference. The map on the screen zoomed in repeatedly until it ultimately pinpointed a vast, abandoned logistics storage area, situated approximately 5 kilometers from his current location, adjacent to a river. One of the warehouses marked as B7 has ties to a builder associated with a shell company infiltrated by Hydra, and satellite imagery reveals subtle differences in the surrounding activity compared to other completely abandoned warehouses. That is the place. He extinguished the screen and stowed away the tablet. Instead of opting for the main road, he utilized the cover of night and overgrown grass, advancing towards the target area with the stealth and precision of a well-trained soldier. His enhanced physical capabilities rendered the long trek relatively effortless, while his instincts in stealth and assassination allowed him to deftly evade the occasional passing vehicles and possible surveillance cameras. An hour later, he lay concealed in a patch of knee-high dry grass, observing the distant target warehouse. It was a vast, square structure resembling a crouching behemoth. Its walls a mottled light blue, with most windows shattered or boarded up. Surrounding it was a rusty barbed wire fence, and the main gate stood firmly shut. To the untrained eye, it appeared indistinguishable from the other warehouses in the vicinity. However, Luo Xing's senses detected something amiss. It was eerily quiet. Even the sounds of insects and the wind seemed to be absorbed by some unseen force in this area. A faint, distinct scent of ozone and the subtle warmth of electronic devices in standby lingered in the air, contrasting with the barren surroundings. Outside a concealed ventilation shaft on the side of the warehouse, there were no signs of birds nesting, and the metal grating was unnaturally pristine. Independent power and ventilation systems were operational, along with some low-power wide-area motion sensors covering the vicinity, a standard Hydra safe house configuration, loosely secured from the outside, yet tightly guarded within. He remained patient, like a stone, minimizing his breath and slowing his heartbeat. Time passed incrementally. At 3 in the morning, the hour most conducive to human complacency, a metal door camouflaged to match the wall silently slid open a crack. A man dressed in identical black tactical gear, sans helmet, emerged, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Igniting it with a lighter in a sharp click. The shift change. An opportunity. At that moment, when the man squinted against the smoke, his attention most diverted, Luo Xing sprang into action. He erupted from the grass, accelerating to his utmost speed, moving like a shadow skimming the ground, barely making a sound. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in an instant. The lookout agent seemed to sense something amiss, hurling away his cigarette butt and reaching for his gun holster at his waist. Too late. Luo Xing ghosted up behind him, his left hand clamping down on the man's mouth and nose like a vice, yanking him backward with force. His right hand wielded a dagger that coldly and precisely sliced across the agent's throat. A faint, choking gasp as blood surged into the airway. Struggles quickly waned. Luo Xing dragged him into the depths of the grass, swiftly searched his body, retrieving an access card and a handgun. He donned the agent's jacket, hastily concealing the body. With the access card in hand, he approached the metal door. The card was presented near the sensor. Beep. A soft sound. The door slid inward. Inside was a short, coldly lit corridor, culminating in a staircase leading downwards. The air was saturated with the scent of disinfectant and electronic components. He inhaled deeply and stepped inside, the door closing soundlessly behind him. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal blast door, flanked by an iris and fingerprint scanner. Luo Xing furrowed his brow. This posed a bit of a challenge. He produced the access card taken from the corpse and attempted to swipe it. The red light illuminated. Insufficient permissions. It appeared the lookout's access was limited to the first door. He scrutinized the door and the scanner. The structure was intricate, yet not without flaws. The control lines of the scanner and the door lock seemed to connect through a narrow maintenance slot above the door frame. He stepped back, made a running leap, and kicked off the wall. Enhanced coordination allowed him to effortlessly reach the maintenance slot, prying open the ajar cover with his fingers. Inside lay a dense tangle of wires. Mechanical prosthetic control proficiency, 13 complete, based on precision circuit analysis. Advanced mechanical engineering, fragment 38 complete, based on electronic lock structure reverse engineering. Fragments of knowledge collided in his mind. He distinguished the power line from the data line. Without professional tools, any forced tampering might trigger an alarm. His gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately resting on the inconspicuous metal button on the sleeve of the combat uniform he had just donned. He ripped off the button and pinched it into a rough, pointed shape. Then, carefully, he inserted this makeshift tool into the tangle of wires, precisely bridging two specific contact points in the data feedback loop. A short circuit, simulating a signal. Buzz. The green light flickered to life. The heavy blast door emitted a deep clanking sound, opening a narrow gap. Success. Luo Xing gently pushed the door open. Beyond lay a spacious underground chamber, brightly illuminated. Rather than a mere safe house, it resembled a compact, well-equipped tactical base. On one side, rows of servers and communication devices blinked with indicator lights, the screens displaying a continuous stream of encrypted data. On the opposite side were weapon racks and maintenance stations, with even a makeshift medical area and several resting cubicles in between. At that moment, the base housed only two individuals. One sat with his back to the entrance, wearing headphones, intently focused on the data on the main screen. The other was seated at a communication desk some distance away, seemingly nodding off. Luo Xing, like a shadow merging with the light, silently glided into the room, closing the door behind him. His first target was the drowsy communications officer. The dagger plunged with precision into the medulla oblongata from behind, instantly robbing him of all motion and vocal capability. He gently laid him down. Then, he approached the technician, who was facing away from him. The technician seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively turned around. He was met with the cold muzzle of a gun pressed directly against his forehead. Don't move. Don't make a sound. Luo Xing's voice was low, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The technician's pupils dilated, color draining from his face, freezing in place. Unlock all system permissions. Delete all access and alert logs from the past hour. Now, Luo Xing commanded, the gun pressing firmly against him. The technician's hands trembled as he rapidly operated the keyboard. The interface on the screen began to unlock in layers. All right. Luo Xing delivered a swift chop to his neck, the technician collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Now, he was the master of this base. He quickly scanned the information on the screens: communication records, supply lists, personnel duty rosters, and mission briefings. He saw a high-priority bounty on himself, alongside numerous directives signed by PB-107 concerning personnel movements and resource allocations, pointing towards an accelerating plan named Insight. However, the most critical discovery was an encrypted directive that had just been decoded and remained unread, addressed to this very safe house. The directive ordered the immediate transfer of B-class assets, likely referring to the weapons and intelligence reserves stored here, to a primary hub, in preparation for a higher priority conflict. Directive signature code, PB-107. Execution deadline, 12 hours. Higher priority conflict? Was the Insight plan being expedited? Or had something else occurred? Moreover, a transfer? This indicated that this place would soon be abandoned or heavily guarded. Time was of the essence. His gaze swept over the weapon racks and servers. He needed to extract the most valuable items. He first approached the weapon racks. In addition to the conventional assault rifles, handguns, and ammunition, his gaze was drawn to a nondescript silver metal box tucked away in the corner. The box required both a fingerprint and a passcode for dual unlocking. He dragged the unconscious technician's hand to press against the scanner, then forcibly roused him to input the passcode. The process was far from pleasant. The box clicked open. Inside lay not weapons, but 3 vials encapsulated in specialized low-temperature containers, containing a blue serum. Nearby were corresponding syringes. The label read, SSR, Soviet Super Soldier, Enhancement Agent. Unstable type, 4th generation. The kind used by the Winter Soldier? A Soviet version of the Super Soldier serum? Though unstable, its effects were ferocious, dangerous, yet undeniably a source of formidable power. Without hesitation, he carefully stowed the 3 vials along with the syringes into his tactical backpack. He then returned to the server. He began feverishly downloading all available data, task logs, communication records, personnel lists, financial transactions, and all fragmented information regarding Insight and PB-107. The data was stored onto the seized tablet and several encrypted USB drives he had found. The volume of data was immense, and the progress bar crawled at a sluggish pace. Simultaneously, he dismantled the main hard drive of the server, preparing to physically carry away its core components. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire base. Red warning lights whirled frantically. It wasn't triggered by him. It was an external alarm. Almost simultaneously, the main screen displayed external surveillance footage of 3 black SUVs unexpectedly breaching the perimeter of the warehouse zone, racing towards the building. More vehicles appeared in the distance. They were coming far too early than the designated extraction time. Had they been discovered? Or had a higher priority conflict caused a sudden shift in plans? There was no time to ponder. The data download was only 70 complete. Luo Xing abruptly disconnected all data interfaces, shoved the tablet and USB drives into his backpack, and clumsily forced the heavy server hard drive inside as well. Grabbing his backpack and weapon, he bolted towards the blast door. The corridor outside was already filled with the sound of hurried footsteps and the clattering of gun bolts. He smashed the emergency fire switch beside the blast door. The shrill fire alarm layered over the security alarm, creating further chaos. Then, instead of charging outward, he dashed back deeper into the base. He remembered the layout. There was an emergency evacuation route. The target lay within. Seal all exits. No mercy. The shouts of Hydra operatives echoed from outside. Luo Xing burst through the door leading to the emergency passage, racing up the narrow, steep staircase. Bullets whizzed past him, striking the concrete walls, sending debris flying. Bursting onto the surface, he found himself amidst overgrown grass. However, vehicles were already encircling in the distance, their searchlight beams sweeping across the desolate terrain. He was cornered. With steely resolve, Luo Xing did not attempt to break through the encirclement, but instead turned back towards the main warehouse structure. He skillfully evaded bullets by utilizing shadows and obstacles, his movements so swift that they left only a fleeting silhouette. Enhanced senses allowed him to anticipate bullet trajectories mere fractions of a second in advance. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modified, Copy Progress, 20, based on extreme escape and pressure feedback, Advanced Stealth and Assassination Techniques, Muscle Memory, Copy Progress, 23, based on high-speed evasion in complex environments. He dashed into a vast warehouse space, filled with discarded shelves and containers. The beams of searchlights and the assault team swiftly followed him inside. He was within. Surround him. Luo Xing weaved between the shelves as bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, scattering debris everywhere. This could not continue. Chaos had to be created. His gaze locked onto the old but massive overhead cranes and conveyor systems. He raised the seized handgun, not aiming at the operatives, but at the severely rusted metal structures and load-bearing pins supporting the cranes and heavy conveyor belts. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck critical stress points, sending sparks flying. The agonizing sound of twisting metal reverberated. Boom. A massive crane rail, along with several tons of suspended equipment, could no longer bear the load and suddenly collapsed. Like a steel waterfall, it crashed down upon the searching Hydra operatives. Watch out. Collapse. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Cries of alarm, screams, and the thunderous noise of heavy objects hitting the ground instantly filled the warehouse. Dust swirled, obscuring visibility. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Luo Xing slipped out through a breach on the other side, like a slippery eel. The encircling operatives were drawn to the internal collapse and turmoil. He did not linger in battle but pushed his speed to the limit, racing towards the riverbank. There might be a glimmer of hope there. Bullets whizzed past him, but their aim had faltered. He reached the riverbank and without hesitation plunged into the icy, murky waters, swimming downstream with all his might. Above the surface, the searchlight beams futilely swept across, the gunfire gradually fading away. Minutes later, Luo Xing crawled up onto a desolate riverbank several kilometers downstream, drenched and panting heavily. Yet his eyes remained sharp and clear. He had succeeded. He had snatched the serum and intelligence from the Hydra's lair and escaped alive once more. He opened his tactical backpack. The serums were intact. The data hard drive and USB drives were also there. Though perilous, the rewards far exceeded expectations. Especially those 3 vials of serum. He took one out. The blue liquid shimmered with a dangerous and alluring glow in the soft morning light. The Soviet version of the super soldier serum was unstable, yet powerful. He now possessed the perfect compatibility with Captain America's serum. And with the incomplete foundation of the Winter Soldier, perhaps his body could endure this instability? The risks were immense. Yet the potential reward could be a leap in strength. He gazed at the slowly rising sun, then at the cold serum in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve and aimed the syringe at his arm. The icy liquid was slowly pushed into his vein. An excruciating pain surged through him, akin to molten steel searing his body. His veins felt as though they would burst. Muscles convulsed violently. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a roar that threatened to escape his throat, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire form curled up on the riverbank, trembling violently. But this time, he did not lose consciousness. The powerful foundation brought by the 2 super soldier physiques, along with that perfect compatibility, acted like the most resilient vessel, firmly containing the raging energy that sought to obliterate everything, forcibly steering it onto the right path. The agony persisted, transforming him. As the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the riverbank, Luo Xing gradually stood up. His body seemed to lack any obvious external changes. Yet every inch of muscle felt as if it contained explosive power, his gaze icy and sharp, akin to a drawn military blade. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modified, Copy Progress, 45, based on successful fusion of unstable serum. Super Soldier Physique, Captain America version, Copy Progress, 25, based on perfect compatibility and serum fusion catalysis. Strength. An unprecedented sense of power surged through his limbs. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, the joints cracking like popping kernels. His gaze turned towards the direction of New York. Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D. Your game is about to face me. Moreover, I shall revel in this venture far more than any of you. Chapter 11. Ask him or ask me. The frigid waters of the river still lingered deep within the fibers of his combat suit, yet the force surging within him resembled molten lava, dispelling all traces of cold and fatigue. Luo Xing stood amidst the waist-high wild grass, the morning light elongating his silhouette. He gradually moved his limbs, savoring the novel experience brought forth by the fusion of the 45 Soviet serum and the 25 Captain America serum. His strength amplified, speed heightened, reflexes sharpened, and his senses elevated to an unprecedented pinnacle. He could even distinctly hear the subtle sound of tires grinding against the pavement a kilometer away, discerning the sense of various vehicle emissions lingering in the air. The 2 serums seemed to have achieved a precarious equilibrium within him. The perfect adaptability of the Captain America serum served as a steadfast foundation, accommodating and, to some extent, taming the volatile ferocity of the Soviet serum. Yet, this power did not come without a price. A chilling, Winter Soldier's instinct for slaughter increasingly sought to surface, demanding greater willpower to suppress it. Furthermore, he could sense that deep within the essence of the 45 Soviet serum lay a more profound, dissonant sensation of restraint, akin to an unactivated backdoor program. There was no time to delve into this now. He retrieved the confiscated tactical tablet. The battery was nearly depleted, but sufficient for his final task. He swiftly scanned the data extracted from the Hydra's safehouse server. Most of it was encrypted fragments that would require time to decrypt. However, he prioritized locating information regarding the Insight program and PB-107. The Insight program, utilizing the Zola algorithm to predict individuals globally who may pose a threat to Hydra's dominion. With plans to execute preemptive eliminations using 3 new-generation aerospace carriers. The plan had entered its final phase. PB-107. The access code pointed to a name, Alexander Pierce. The former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now serving as the Minister of the World Security Council. One of the highest-ranking leaders within S.H.I.E.L.D., who was infiltrated by Hydra. Pierce's aerospace carrier, the Zola algorithm. Luo Xing's gaze turned icy. He understood the implications. A massacre on a massive scale was imminent, and in his possession was the key evidence capable of thwarting it, a USB drive documenting Hydra's logistical chain, along with the fragmented data seized from the safe house pertaining to the Insight program and Pierce's authorization. Yet, this was insufficient. The chain of evidence was incomplete, incapable of directly toppling a politician of Pierce's caliber. He required more, and a trustworthy intermediary with sufficient influence to intervene. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been permeated like a sieve. Handing it to the media, Hydra possessed a myriad of methods to erase the information and render him, a terrorist, into oblivion. His gaze swept across the tablet's communication records. The safe house had previously been in contact with several coded individuals. One code caught his attention, Sitwell J. Jasper Sitwell, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and also a member of Hydra. However, according to the communication records from the safe house, Sitwell was scheduled to appear in Washington, D.C. this morning for a street-level technical support meeting regarding the Insight program. An ideal target. His rank was sufficiently high, knowledgeable of the details, yet not as heavily guarded as Pierce. Furthermore, he would be in a public place. A plan rapidly took shape in Luo Xing's mind. Dangerous, reckless, yet potentially the only opportunity. He needed to intercept Sitwell, pry open his mouth for more concrete evidence, or directly hand him and the evidence over to someone capable of addressing the matter, such as Captain America. Steve Rogers should have already developed suspicions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the most likely to believe and take action. But how to ensure the captain's involvement? How to guarantee that Sitwell would not be silenced before he could be intercepted? Luo Xing gazed at the tablet's dwindling battery, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. Utilizing a modicum of Stark's engineering knowledge and fragmented memories of the Winter Soldier regarding Hydra's communication protocols, he composed an exceedingly brief, multi-encrypted anonymous message. The content consisted of only 2 words, Heil Hydra, accompanied by coordinates and a time frame for Sitwell's impending appearance. As the recipient, he selected an open emergency incident reporting channel within S.H.I.E.L.D. that was rumored to have close ties to Captain America. He hoped that this peculiar message, bearing Hydra's slogan, would capture the captain's attention and alert him. Sent. The tablet screen flickered one last time before plunging into darkness. Having completed this task, Luo Xing smashed the now useless tablet and discarded it among the riverbank's rocks. He slung on his backpack, laden with serums, data, and weaponry, oriented himself, and began to sprint toward the nearest highway entrance. He required a vehicle and needed to reach Washington swiftly. Intercepting a car proved not to be a challenge. At a highway rest area, he borrowed a seemingly high-performance black Chevrolet SUV. The owner would likely be incapacitated in the restroom for quite some time. He drove southward, maintaining a speed just shy of attracting the attention of highway patrols. His enhanced reflexes and dynamic vision allowed him to deftly navigate through the complex flow of traffic. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived in Washington, D.C. Following the coordinates etched in his memory, he parked a few blocks away, donned the necessary equipment, and blended into the throngs of ordinary tourists. The target location was a bustling commercial street. The meeting Sitwell attended was taking place in a building. Yet he would inevitably emerge, perhaps for a smoke or to procure a coffee. Luo Xing chose a cafe directly facing the building's entrance, seated himself by the window, ordered the cheapest coffee, and calmly scanned the ebb and flow of the crowd through the glass. Advanced stealth and assassination techniques, muscle memory, progress, 25, based on prolonged, high-precision environmental observation and target locking. Time ticked away. At 2:10 in the afternoon, the target appeared. Jasper Sitwell, clad in a fitted suit and tie, appeared to be an ordinary bureaucrat. He emerged from the building, flanked by 2 similarly attired bodyguards with keen eyes, standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting a vehicle. The opportunity was singular. Luo Xing set down his coffee cup, left a tip, and rose to exit the cafe. He lowered the brim of his hat, akin to a hurried passerby, crossing the street toward the building's entrance. Just as he was about to brush past Sitwell, an unexpected event transpired. A black van surged onto the sidewalk without warning, its tires screeching against the pavement, the doors sliding open to reveal several muzzles of silenced submachine guns. Not Hydra silencing him. This style was that of professional mercenaries. Swish, swish, swish. Bullets rained down upon Sitwell and his bodyguards. The two bodyguards reacted swiftly, collapsing to the ground, struck by gunfire. Yet they drew their weapons and returned fire. Sitwell, terrified, crouched down, screaming. The street descended into chaos. Pedestrians screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. Luo Xing's pupils contracted. The plan was disrupted. But he hesitated not. Amidst the hail of bullets, he lunged forward like a cheetah, not towards the mercenaries, but towards the quaking Sitwell crouched on the ground. His enhanced speed and strength erupted to their zenith. He seized Sitwell by the collar, roughly hoisting him from the ground and violently dragging him behind a massive advertising structure. Bullets chased after him, striking the ground and the steel frame, igniting sparks all around. "Ah, who are you? Help!" Sitwell screamed like a slaughtered pig. Luo Xing paid him no heed, forcefully pinning him behind the steel frame. His gaze swept across the battlefield with razor-sharp precision. Approximately 4 mercenaries, fierce and well-trained, were alternating covering fire as they advanced. Their objective was unmistakable, to eliminate Zitwire. But why? Had Pierce discovered that Zitwire might be compromised, or were other factions involved? There was no time for contemplation. One mercenary was already closing in, gun aimed directly at the two behind the steel frame. Luo Xing suddenly thrust Zitwire backward, slipping out like a wraith, evading the line of fire while, in a seamless motion, brandishing a silenced P226 pistol acquired from the Hydra safe house. Bang, bang, bang. 3 almost inaudible shots rang out. The first struck the mercenary's wrist. The second found its mark in the throat, and the third delivered a finishing blow to the head. Precise, ruthless, efficient. The mercenary fell silently to the ground. The remaining 3 mercenaries immediately redirected their guns. But Luo Xing had already repositioned himself, utilizing the cover of an advertising billboard and the chaos of the crowd. His skills in stealth and assassination surged in real combat. Advanced stealth and assassination, muscle memory, progress, 28, based on high-speed movement shooting at extremely close range and environmental utilization. He emerged from the shadows like a reaper of darkness, each appearance accompanied by a soft shot and the collapse of a mercenary. His movements were so swift that they surpassed ordinary perception. The remaining 2 mercenaries finally felt fear and attempted to retreat in search of cover. But Luo Xing would not afford them that chance. He darted out from behind a car, 2 shots accurately hitting one in the knee and the weapon-wielding hand, delivering a follow-up shot as the mercenary fell. The last one barely raised his gun before Luo Xing closed the distance, delivering a heavy strike to the side of his neck, the sound of his vertebrae shattering resonating clearly. In the blink of an eye, all 4 mercenaries were vanquished. The street was left with only the screams of fleeing pedestrians and a multitude of corpses. Luo Xing took a breath, pulling the terrified and urinated Zitwire to his feet. "If you wish to live, follow me," he growled, his icy voice silencing Zitwire instantly. He dragged Zitwire swiftly through the chaotic street, slipping into a nearby alley. They had to leave immediately. The police would arrive any moment. Just as they plunged deeper into the alley, a figure clad in gold and crimson descended with a tremendous roar and gust of wind, blocking their path. Simultaneously, at the other end of the alley, a figure in a star-spangled uniform, wielding a shield, also emerged, cutting off their retreat. Ironman Captain America. They had come, lured by his anonymous message. Tony Stark's helmet lifted, revealing his familiar playful expression tinged with scrutiny as his gaze swept over the corpses in the alley, the terrified Zitwire, and finally settled on Luo Xing, clad in ill-fitting Hydra combat gear, bloodied and emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. "Wow, quite the scene we have here," Tony whistled, his repulsor glowing faintly. "So, care to explain?" Dressed in Hydra garb, taking out another batch of mercenaries sent to eliminate Hydra, and then abducting this evidently frightened government official? Steve Rogers, however, remained vigilant, his brow furrowed, shield slightly lowered, eyes sharp and wary as he scrutinized Luo Xing, particularly the combat attire and the unmistakable, cold, dangerous aura surrounding him. "Drop your weapon. Now," the captain commanded, his voice steady and imposing. Luo Xing's heart raced. Trapped between 2 formidable forces, He slowly released Zitwire, tossed his pistol to the ground, and raised his hands. Yet, his gaze remained undaunted, locking onto Captain America. "Captain," he began, his voice hoarse from the preceding battle and serum enhancements, yet strikingly clear. "Do you wish to uncover what S.H.I.E.L.D. has been hiding?" He kicked the crumpled Zitwire at his feet. "Ask him. Or ask me." At both ends of the alley, the expressions of Iron Man and Captain America grew grave. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Chapter 12, The True Test. The air in the alley seemed to crystallize into a palpable tension. Tony Stark's repulsor flickered ominously, while Captain America's shield subtly adjusted, sealing off all potential escape routes. The incapacitated Zitwire huddled like a puddle of mud against the wall, the stench of urine mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Luo Xing held his hands high, yet his gaze was like a tempered dagger, firmly fixed on Steve Rogers. The moment following his words, "Ask him," or "ask me," was suffused with a suffocating silence. Tony broke the stalemate first, tilting his head as the optical lenses of his helmet scanned Luo Xing, quite the bravado. "Dressed in Hydra's skin, speaking as if you're ready to expose them? Did you grab the wrong script, buddy?" His gaze lingered on Luo Xing's cold and familiar combat stance, tinged with genuine curiosity. "Haven't we met somewhere before? You look a bit familiar." Steve did not relax his vigilance, but Luo Xing's words evidently struck at the core of his deepest doubts. He stepped forward, shield still protectively in front, his voice low yet serious. "Who are you? What do you know?" "A hapless bystander caught in the fray," Luo Xing responded, his voice hoarse and rapid, fully aware that every second was invaluable. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been infiltrated by Hydra. Alexander Pierce was one of their leaders. They had a project called Insight, set to eliminate all potential threats with an aerial battleship and the Zola algorithm. Launching in just a few days. He nudged Zitwire with his foot. "This one, Jasper Zitwire, level 6 agent, is also one of them. Those out there silencing people weren't after me. They were after him. Because I obtained this." With his unraised left hand, he struggled to retrieve a black USB drive with a special interface and an encrypted hard drive he had seized from the safe house, tossing them onto the ground between the two men. Evidence. One part relates to the logistical chain for the Winter Soldier, pointing to Pierce's approval codes. The other part was taken from their safe house, concerning Insight and personnel movements. The expressions of Tony and Steve shifted simultaneously, particularly Steve, his pupils constricting sharply upon hearing the term Winter Soldier. "Winter Soldier?" His voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. "Bucky Barnes," Luo Xing stated bluntly. "He was brainwashed by Hydra and turned into their weapon. This logistical procurement record serves as proof." He gestured toward the USB drive on the ground. The information was vast and alarming. Tony's helmet instantly descended, evidently conducting rapid analysis and verification. Steve, however, remained fixated on the USB drive, his fingers gripping the shield, turning pale from the strain. In that fleeting moment of oscillating trust and suspicion, whoosh, a piercing crack, unlike any gunfire heard before, reverberated from a high vantage point. A sniper, supersonic bullet, target, Zitwire. Almost a tenth of a second before the shot rang out, Luo Xing's enhanced senses detected the imminent danger, but he was merely a step away from Zitwire, too late to fully shield him. "Watch out." Steve too sensed the peril, raising his shield and charging forward, but it was a fraction too late. Thud. Blood erupted from Zitwire's forehead. His expression froze in sheer horror as his body toppled backward. Almost simultaneously, bang, the second shot, targeting the USB drive and hard drive on the ground. Luo Xing's reflexes were at their zenith. At the moment Steve raised his shield to protect the evidence, his hands, which had been poised above, suddenly thrust downward, not to grasp the evidence, but to forcefully push against the edge of Captain America's shield. The timing, angle, and strength of this push were executed with impeccable precision. It perfectly exploited the captain's momentum, allowing the vibranium shield to meet the supersonic armor-piercing round at a more acute angle. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, entirely unlike any metallic collision. Sparks flew. The specially designed armor-piercing round scraped against the vibranium shield, sending it ricocheting wildly, deeply embedding itself into the adjacent wall. The evidence was preserved. However, the tremendous impact left Steve's arm numb, causing him to stagger back, his gaze fixed in shock on Loki. That guy is incredibly strong. Moreover, that last moment, Tony's repulsor instantly elevated, aiming toward the general direction of the incoming bullet, unleashing a barrage of energy pulses that obliterated the glass facade of a distant building. Yet, the sniper had evidently vanished immediately after that single shot. Damn, Tony cursed. The target had escaped. The alley fell silent once more. the only remnant being the ghastly bullet hole in Sitwell's forehead, silently narrating the Hydra's ruthless intent to silence. In that instant, trust, born from a shared enemy and Loki's decisive strike to protect the evidence, was forged, albeit tenuously. Steve inhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze toward Loki, and slowly lowered his shield. We don't have time for idle chatter. Loki interjected, his words quickening. Sitwell is dead, and Pierce will soon learn of the operation's failure. He will accelerate his plans or alter his approach. We must act immediately. He bent down to retrieve the USB drive and hard disk, stuffing them back into his pocket, his eyes sweeping over the two. S-H-I-E-L-D. Headquarters is now a nest of vipers. Do you trust me? Tony's helmet retracted, his face devoid of amusement, replaced by a stern expression. Kid, you'd better not be lying to us. The unspoken threat loomed large. Steve regarded Loki's icy yet remarkably alert eyes, then glanced at Sitwell's lifeless body. Ultimately nodding decisively, we need more evidence and must prevent the launch of the helicarrier. Then let us head to the Triskelion. Loki declared immediately. The Zola algorithm is the core. Its physical servers and backups must be located in a highly confidential area of the headquarters. Finding it will yield the most direct evidence, and may even incapacitate the algorithm. Do you know where it is? Steve inquired. I don't know the exact location, Loki admitted, but I can sense it. He gestured toward his head, alluding to some inexplicable ability, system scanning functionality, and I know how to bypass their internal surveillance and defense systems. Based on the replicated knowledge of Hydra's security protocols, Tony raised an eyebrow. Wow, a human radar plus a hacker? All right, we might as well go for broke. Captain, Steve, no longer hesitating, replied. All right, we're going to the Triskelion. Stark, can you handle external support and transportation? I'm already calling for a ride. Tony tapped his earpiece. And I think we should bring along our volatile bear friend and a beautiful spy. He referred to Hawkeye and Black Widow. Move out, Steve commanded. A few minutes later, a camouflaged Quinjet silently landed on a nearby rooftop. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton descended, their expressions grave. Wow, what a scene, Hawkeye remarked, glancing at the carnage in the alley, whistling, his gaze lingering on Loki with a scrutinizing intensity. Black Widow approached Steve and Tony directly, exchanging a few quick words. Her sharp eyes also assessing Loki, harboring professional skepticism but refraining from immediate confrontation. Is he our source of intelligence? Natasha whispered. For now, Steve nodded. The plan has changed. We need to raid the Triskelion immediately and locate Zola's algorithm server. Sounds like a suicide mission. Natasha raised an eyebrow, yet did not oppose. This mysterious guest. Tony pointed at Loki, says he can lead the way. All eyes turned back to Loki. Loki remained expressionless. Give me a device that can access S-H-I-E-L-D-S internal network. The higher the permissions, the better. Tony's armor ejected a mini data interface and a virtual screen. Use mine. Jarvis will help you shield against any reverse tracking as much as possible. Loki took the interface and directly connected it to an encrypted USB drive he had brought, his fingers flying across the virtual screen. Fragments of electronic information from Stark, Osborn, and Hydra were rapidly integrated and utilized. Advanced mechanical engineering, fragments, copy progress, 45, based on deep system intrusion and decryption. Proficient in mechanical prosthetic control copy progress, 18, based on precise interface operations and data flow countermeasures. Lines of code cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. I'm accessing their security logs, bypassing the 7th firewall to simulate Pierce's directive number 107, Loki murmured, his gaze intensely focused. I've located the main server channel. The physical location of the Zola algorithm is underground, level 7. Vault 7's database guard configuration changes the dynamic password every 60 seconds. Moments later, he abruptly looked up. The route is clear. There's a 47-second gap during the guard shift change. The dynamic password is a Morse code variant of Heil Hydra. Quite the morbid sense of humor. Follow me. He dashed toward the Quinjet. Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, and Hawkeye exchanged glances. Let us hope he knows what he's doing, Hawkeye murmured, following suit. Natasha glanced at Steve. Do you trust him? Steve watched Loki's retreating figure, his gaze profound. I don't trust him. But I trust the evidence he brings and his determination to take down Hydra. He paused. Moreover, he just saved the evidence. The Quinjet's engines roared to life, ascending vertically as it sped toward the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters in Washington, D.C. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense. Loki sat in the corner, eyes closed, while in reality, he was repeatedly simulating the infiltration route and potential resistance in his mind. The powers of 2 super soldier serums surged within him, the cold instinct for slaughter clashing with his own will. He understood that the true test was just beginning. The Triskelion, a den of danger. And he was to lead this group of future Avengers to expose it completely. The jet pierced through the clouds, the massive Triskelion headquarters looming into view. Chapter 13. I took a bite out of Hydra. The Quinjet hovered above the Potomac River, its optical camouflage effectively concealing it within the night and mist. The enormous, brightly lit triangular structure of the Triskelion headquarters resembled a slumbering beast, reflected on the inky surface of the water. All right, everyone, sightseeing time is over. Tony's voice echoed through the internal communications, laced with a taut mockery. Jarvis had temporarily disabled the outer active scans, but the hard nuts inside would require our own effort. Mysterious kid, lead the way, what's the plan? All eyes turned to Loki. He stood at the door, the glow of data flickering in his eyes, system scanning combined with fragmented knowledge. Vault 7 is on the 7th underground level, with independent power and ventilation. The walls are made of vibranium composite armor, and conventional methods cannot breach it. The only entrance is a triple authorization airtight door. We'll need to take the maintenance tunnel. Sector C, the underground waste disposal system has a maintenance hatch that leads directly to the secondary ventilation system of Vault 7, which has the lowest defense level. Yet it was riddled with laser grids and pressure sensors, evoking a sense of foreboding that Natasha calmly remarked upon. I can temporarily neutralize them, Luo Xing stated. Glancing at Tony, I require your device's highest privileges and Jarvis' computational prowess to disrupt their central monitoring feedback, creating a deceptive safety illusion for a duration of 90 seconds. 90 seconds? A trifling matter, Tony replied, tapping his helmet. Jarvis, are you ready? All systems primed, sir. Target monitoring nodes locked, simulating signal generation. Captain, Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, Luo Xing continued. Once we breach, I shall proceed directly to the server core. You must create sufficient chaos to divert the attention of the internal guards, but be sure to avoid the eastern sectors B7 to B9, where the automated defense systems operate on a standalone network that I cannot currently cover. A classic misdirection, Clint remarked, inspecting his bowstring. Steve nodded, gripping his shield. Move out. The hatch slid open soundlessly, a frigid river breeze sweeping in. 5 figures descended like nocturnal shadows, landing with precision on an inconspicuous platform emanating a faint scent of disinfectant at the base of the Tri-Fly ornament. Luo Xing took the lead, prying open a grating marked for hazardous biological disposal, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person. Inside, darkness and dampness pervaded, accompanied by a nearly indescribable odor. Advanced stealth and assassination techniques, muscle memory, copy progress, 31, precision navigation and risk avoidance in extreme environments. He moved through the convoluted, narrow ducts with the agility of the most nimble of ferrets, enhanced senses and acquired knowledge allowing him to preemptively evade bursts of scalding steam and moving mechanical arms by half a second. The others followed closely behind, their movements equally precise. Laser grid ahead, 20 meters around the corner, Luo Xing whispered. Tony immediately responded, Jarvis, handle it. As several red laser lines flickered to life along the walls of the passage, they blinked erratically before extinguishing silently. Pressure sensors have been neutralized. You have 87 seconds. Move. The 5 surged forward, racing through the now safe area. An upward shaft appeared before them, equipped with rungs for climbing. Above lay the secondary vent of Vault 7. Captain, it's your call, Luo Xing said, inhaling deeply before leaping upward, scaling the shaft with both hands and feet braced against the walls in a near-vertical ascent. Meanwhile, Steve and the others turned sharply, darting down the opposite corridor, where the rapid footsteps of alerted guards echoed. Hey, party's over, folks. Tony's voice rang out with excitement, his palm cannon igniting with brilliant light. Boom. Explosions and gunfire erupted behind them. Chaos ensued. Luo Xing remained undistracted, reaching the top of the shaft, employing his mechanical prosthetic. He utilized his knowledge and enhanced strength to silently twist open the rusted latch of the vent, sliding inside. Before him stretched a cleaner, yet still narrow corridor. The air cold and dry, saturated with the distinct scent of ozone from electronic devices. Below, the low, resonant hum of a massive server cluster filled the atmosphere. The core area of Vault 7. He glided like a shadow within the duct, deftly avoiding several functioning monitoring probes. According to his mental blueprint, the server core lay directly beneath. He discovered a grating and peered down. A vast circular chamber rose before him, dominated by a colossal column of server racks adorned with countless blinking lights, reaching up to the ceiling. Surrounding it was a circular walkway, patrolled by two guards clad in full protective gear, wielding peculiar energy weapons. The heart of the Zola algorithm. However, just as he prepared to act, a system alert chimed unexpectedly. Ding. Detected ultra-high-intensity energy source and special replicable target. Scanning. Replicable target. Zola algorithm, artificial intelligence, based on the energy radiation of its core servers. Replication capability options. 1. Hyperdimensional computing and predictive capabilities. Fragment. Copy progress. 0. High risk. Consciousness may be assimilated by data streams. 2. Knowledge of digital life form transformation. Incomplete. Copy progress. 0. Extremely high risk. Potential physical disintegration. Warning. Target is a non-living high-dimensional information aggregate, possessing a unique energy form. The replication process is exceedingly perilous. Strongly advised against host attempts. An artificial intelligence? The algorithm can be replicated? Luo Xing's pupils constricted. A tempest of emotions surging within him. Yet, the cold rationality stemming from the Winter Soldier serum swiftly quelled his shock and greed. The risks were too great. The prospect of consciousness being assimilated by data streams or physical disintegration was far beyond what he could currently endure. He had to relinquish this ambition. Suppressing his tumult, he refocused on the present. The guards below needed to be dealt with. He calculated the distance and angles. Silently, he removed the vent grating, his body dropping as if weightless, fingers gripping the edge of the duct. As the two guards' patrol routes intersected and turned their backs momentarily, he released his grip and fell, landing soundlessly. Just as the guards turned in alarm, he was upon one, his left hand covering the guard's mouth and nose, while his right arm constricted around the neck. Simultaneously, his right foot struck out, precisely kicking the energy weapon from the other guard's grasp. Crack! The faint sound of cracking bone and a stifled gasp echoed almost simultaneously. The two guards crumpled to the ground. Without pausing, Luo Xing rushed to the server core. The interface was specialized. He produced the connector and custom adapter obtained from Tony, quickly establishing a connection. Jarvis, I need the highest privileges now. Attempting to breach the opponent's firewall, which is highly fortified and actively resisting. This will take time. We don't have time. Luo Xing could hear the escalating sounds of intense gunfire and explosions from outside. The pressure on the captain and the others was immense. With a steely resolve, he slammed his hands against the cold metallic exterior of the server. Mastery of mechanical prosthetic control copy progress. 2122, based on direct physical contact and energy sensing. Advanced mechanical engineering, fragment, copy progress. 50, based on extreme contact and system reverse analysis. The electronic mechanical knowledge from Stark and the Winter Soldier fused at an unprecedented speed, enhancing his capabilities. He could even feel the data streams coursing beneath his fingertips. Open up, he bellowed, concentrating all his willpower, forcefully battering against the server's physical defenses. The hum of the server cluster escalated suddenly. Indicator lights flashed frantically. Warning. Unauthorized physical access detected. Triggering final defense protocol. A cold, inhuman electronic voice resonated throughout the chamber. Boom. The airtight door leading outside slammed shut with a resounding lock. Simultaneously, dozens of gun barrels emerged from the ceiling and walls, red targeting lasers flooding the entire space. A self-destruct protocol? Or a trap to contain them? Meanwhile, in the external corridor, Steve braced himself against the impact of an energy weapons blast, staggering back several steps. Tony, something's off in there. I know. The server core has been locked down. Energy readings are skyrocketing. That kid triggered the ultimate alarm. Tony's voice was laced with anxiety as he grappled with two armored soldiers. Agile, yet reminiscent of Iron Man's design. Natasha and Clint were back-to-back, fending off an unrelenting wave of Hydra agents. We must charge in, Steve shouted. How do we breach? That door is made of vibranium. Just then, in the core chamber of Vault 7, Luo Xing found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, his visage bore no trace of panic. Instead, it radiated an exquisite calmness intertwined with madness. Retreat was not an option. The data must be secured. His gaze swept across the automated weapons that had sprung to life, and within a fraction of a second, his mind calculated the trajectories of all projectiles and the insufficient space for evasion. There was no escape, unless his eyes suddenly locked onto the server core itself. The colossal array of cabinets, running at an overclocked pace. A frenzied notion took shape. He abruptly retrieved a metallic box from the Hydra safe house, containing SSR enhancer, and extracted a vial of unstable blue serum. Without hesitation, he plunged it into his neck. Boom! A torrent of ferocious power erupted within him like a tsunami. His eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, pulsing as if they were serpentine dragons. The Soviet physique surged past the critical threshold of 50, escalating into a realm of perilous intensity. Super soldier physique, Soviet enhanced. Copy progress. 58. Risk level extremely high based on injection of unstable serum. The agony. A searing, rending pain. Yet, it was accompanied by a force potent enough to obliterate anything in its path. Ea! He emitted a primal roar, once more pressing his hands against the server. This time, it was no longer an attempt to hack, but an act of destruction. With this uncontrollable strength, he forcibly overloaded a non-critical power module of the server, generating a fleeting yet sufficient pulse to cause an instantaneous blackout and reboot of the entire defense system, including the airtight door. A thunderous boom resonated within the server. Several indicator lights shattering in an instant. White smoke billowed forth. The lights in the core chamber and all automated weapons abruptly dimmed. Now was the moment. Like a cannonball, Luo Xing propelled himself towards the heavy vibranium airtight door. In the scant second before the lights returned and the weapon systems rebooted, he concentrated all his ferocious might into his right fist. The surface of his fist became searing hot from the rapid friction with the air. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, utterly unlike any sound that could be produced by mere human strength. The thick vibranium composite door buckled inward, leaving a clear imprint of his fist, forged from over 50 units of Soviet serum power, combined with the foundational physique of Captain America and an unwavering will. The doorframe warped, and the lock let out a gut-wrenching snap. A gap was forced open in the door. While it didn't fully yield, it was ample, almost simultaneously. Outside, Steve and Tony beheld the deformed door and the lights spilling forth. Now, Steve shouted, summoning all his strength to hurl his shield. Captain America's shield spun with precision, soaring through the gap and into the chamber. Luo Xing, without a glance, caught the incoming shield behind him, pivoting seamlessly to hurl it like a frisbee towards the reactivating automated weapons, their barrels igniting once more. Clang, clang, clang. The shield, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, shattered the automated weapons as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The immediate crisis was averted. However, due to the overload, flames began to spread within the server, and alarms blared ominously. Data. Luo Xing roared into the communicator, his voice hoarse from the serum's side effects. Secured. Tony's voice responded, tinged with disbelief, as Jarvis, seizing the moment of the blackout, breached the core firewall. All evidence pertaining to the Insight program and Hydra, including the Zola algorithm itself, had been successfully downloaded. It was transmitting to the public network. They had succeeded. With a sigh of relief, Luo Xing felt the tempestuous power ebb like a receding tide, leaving behind a profound exhaustion and pain. He leaned against the scorching server, breathing heavily. At that moment, a chilling electronic voice resounded once more, now imbued with an oddly human-like tone. Data upload interrupted. Physical isolation initiated. Self-destruction protocol in final stage. Regrettable. Hail Hydra. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from within the server core. The entire Vault 7 began to tremble violently, the ceiling caving in. Kid, get out. Steve bellowed from outside, colliding against the deformed door alongside Tony. Luo Xing glanced at the server core, which was on the verge of being engulfed in flames, then at the door that was about to be breached. Suddenly, he made an unexpected decision. Instead of fleeing outward, he turned sharply and lunged towards the blazing server. Shielding his body with the shield, he tore open a sparking server cabinet by hand, forcibly extracting a uniquely structured core chip still crackling with electric arcs. Detecting if a special information carrier is attempting to be read. System prompt. Read. He roared within his mind. A torrent of vast, cold, chaotic data surged into his consciousness. It was the core fragment of the Zola algorithm. Unlike previous copies, this was a physical-level forcible acquisition. Higher dimensional calculation and prediction ability, fragment, copy progress. 3. Based on physical contact and data plunder. Digital life-form transformation knowledge, incomplete, copy progress. 1. Based on physical contact and data plunder. Warning. Excessive data stream impact. Risk of consciousness overload. Ugh. Luo Xing clutched his head, emitting a pained grunt, darkness flickering before his eyes. Boom. The airtight door was finally breached. Hurry. Steve burst in, grasping the nearly unsteady Luo Xing, dragging him towards the exit. Meanwhile, Tony blasted away the fallen debris with his energy cannon. The five of them raced down the path of escape, behind them a cacophony of explosions and towering flames. Just as they burst out of the underground passage and onto the awaiting Quinjet, the subterranean section of the Triskelion erupted like a volcano, spewing forth massive fireballs and thick smoke. The jet ascended rapidly, distancing itself from the explosion's epicenter. Inside the cabin, the five collapsed onto the floor, breathless, their bodies covered in smoke and dust. Steve gazed out at the soaring flames, his expression gravely serious. They had obtained the evidence, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had also been obliterated. Tony removed his helmet, his countenance equally grim, observing Luo Xing slumped in the corner, clutching the still-burning chip tightly. His gaze slightly dazed from the data stream impact. "Hey, kid." Tony's voice was hoarse. "What did you just do in there?" Luo Xing slowly lifted his head, the glow of data streams still lingering in his eyes, a smile breaking through his pain, fatigue, and an odd exhilaration. His voice raspy. "I took a bite out of Hydra. Tasted pretty good." Chapter 14. The hunt begins. The Quinjet tore through the clouds, leaving the chaos and flames of the Triskelion far behind. The cabin was infused with the scent of smoke, sweat, and the weariness following an adrenaline high. Luo Xing sat slumped in the corner, leaning against the cold wall, gasping for breath. Each inhalation tugged at the pervasive agony throughout his body, a consequence of the forcibly injected unstable serum and the overexertion of power. Shadows of data streams danced before his eyes, the torrent of information brought forth by the Zola algorithm fragment pounding against his consciousness, as if countless icy needles were piercing his brain. Higher dimensional calculation and predictionability, fragment, copy progress. 3. Digital life form transformation knowledge, incomplete, copy progress. 1. Warning. Consciousness overload. Data stream turbulence. Immediate deep sleep treatment is advised. The system's warning echoed persistently in the recesses of his mind. He clenched his jaw tightly, summoning every ounce of willpower to combat the chaotic turmoil that threatened to tear his thoughts asunder. His right hand, almost instinctively, gripped the still-burning chip he had snatched from the inferno of the server, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm. "Kit, are you still alive?" Tony Stark's voice shattered the silence. He had removed much of his armor, his face marred by smoke and a faint trace of blood, gazing at Luo Xing with a complex expression of inquiry and lingering shock. Steve Rogers approached, his war paint washed away by sweat, his uniform tattered in several places. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. He crouched down to assess Luo Xing's condition, his brow furrowed. "You're gravely injured. Immediate medical attention is necessary." His gaze fell upon the empty serum injector at Luo Xing's neck, and his expression hardened slightly. Natasha and Clint joined them, their faces equally grave, regarding Luo Xing as if he were an incredibly dangerous and unpredictable entity. "I'm fine," Luo Xing managed to utter through clenched teeth, attempting to rise but succumbing to a wave of dizziness, collapsing heavily against the cabin wall. The ferocious power bestowed by the Soviet serum was waning, leaving behind a profound exhaustion and excruciating pain. "Is this what you call fine?" Clint raised an eyebrow. "You nearly incinerated yourself and the server back there." He pointed to the chip tightly held in Luo Xing's grip. "What is that?" "A trophy," Luo Xing replied hoarsely, clutching the chip tighter, offering no further explanation. Steve restrained Clint, who was about to press for more answers, and said gravely, "Now is not the time for questions. Stark, what is the status on uploading the evidence?" Tony tapped a miniature terminal on his wrist, a virtual screen emerging, displaying intricate progress bars and data streams. "Jarvis has handled it. All information regarding the Insight program, Zola's algorithm, Hydra personnel lists, and financial conduits is disseminating through numerous anonymous nodes and backup satellite channels, spreading across the internet like a virus. Even if Pierce were to sever all the world's internet connections now, it would be too late. S.H.I.E.L.D. is finished. Hydra has been exposed." A brief silence enveloped the cabin. A storm capable of altering the world had been ignited in the fleeting moments of their desperate escape. "But we stirred a hornet's nest," Natasha added coolly, rapidly scanning the tactical tablet for breaking news and urgent alerts. The global security alert level had reached its zenith. All S.H.I.E.L.D. facilities were on high alert. Especially him. She glanced at Luo Xing. "We've been branded as terrorists, deemed extremely dangerous, and are now on a global wanted list." On the screen, a blurry profile of Luo Xing, extracted from library surveillance, was magnified and marked in red, topping the wanted list. "Wow," headline star, Tony whistled, though his tone bore no mirth. Steve inhaled deeply, straightening his posture. "We did the right thing. Now, we need to find a safe haven to tend to our wounds and gather our thoughts. Stark, do you have a secure location? We can't stay in New York." I have a little something above the Atlantic that can serve as a safe house. Tony indicated towards the clouds outside. An abandoned offshore platform I purchased years ago for fun. It should remain undetected by Hydra. The Quinjet adjusted its course, soaring deep into the vast Atlantic. An hour later, the aircraft landed on a massive, dilapidated offshore platform hidden within a stormy sea. The platform was rusty and most facilities were damaged, but a central building, reinforced, still emitted a faint light. The group helped one another descend from the aircraft, stepping into the tempest. The waves crashed violently against the platform's supports, producing a thunderous roar. Inside, the platform was far more accommodating than its exterior suggested, evidently modified by Tony with advanced technology, featuring comprehensive living amenities and a fully equipped medical room. Steve placed Luo Xing on the medical bed and turned to Tony. You need to attend to him. The energy reactions within him are highly unstable. Tony procured various scanning instruments, examining Luo Xing from head to toe, his expression growing increasingly grim. Damn, he has at least 2 different super soldier serums clashing within him, one relatively stable, the other raging, as if about to explode. Moreover, his brain activity is abnormally heightened, akin to performing colossal computations. Kid, what on earth have you done? Luo Xing kept his eyes closed, offering no reply as he fought against the internal conflict and the torrent of data flooding his mind. He was so weakened that even a single finger felt beyond his ability to move. Meanwhile, Natasha and Clint busied themselves checking equipment, establishing communication jamming, and monitoring external information. The global network was in chaos. SHIELD had disbanded, Hydra was exposed, and the revelations surrounding the aerospace carrier program detonated worldwide like a nuclear bomb. Governments were thrown into disarray, the populace was in panic, and public opinion was in uproar. And at the eye of this storm, Luo Xing lay on the medical bed, engaged in a perilous battle beyond the imagination of any outsider. Super soldier physique, Soviet variant, copy progress, 55, unstable serum effects partially diminishing, trending towards temporary equilibrium. Super soldier physique, Captain America variant, copy progress, 28, based on perfect compatibility. Slowly absorbing and transforming some characteristics of the Soviet serum. Warning. Unknown conflicts arising from the fusion of 2 serum characteristics. Signs of slight breakdown at the genetic level. Hyperdimensional computation and prediction ability, fragment, copy progress, 35, data stream impact weakening, initial parsing commencing. Pain. Indescribable pain spread at the genetic level. Yet simultaneously, the cold, intricate data fragments from Zola's algorithm were being painstakingly untangled and parsed by his consciousness. Some vague, disjointed images and possibilities began to flicker in his mind. Alexander Pierce, in a safe house, was roaring into an encrypted communicator, the backdrop filled with incessant alarms. A submarine, uniquely designed, lay hidden beneath the sea, coming to life. A tall figure clad in black leather and wearing a monocle, Nick Fury, stood at the doorway of a flying craft, glancing back towards New York. A chaotic battlefield loomed. With the shadows of 3 colossal aerospace carriers overhead, was the InSight program not entirely terminated? And then, a fleeting yet chilling fragment. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Trapped in a frigid container filled with liquid, his gaze vacant, one mechanical arm ensnared by a specialized device. These images were fragmented, like shards of a nightmare, yet bore an unsettling sense of realism. Was this the predictive capability of Zola's algorithm? Had he glimpsed fragments of possible futures? Luo Xing's eyes shot open, sweat soaking his hair. Pierce is not dead. His voice, though hoarse and barely audible, drew the attention of everyone in the medical room. What? Steve immediately moved to the bedside. I saw. Luo Xing struggled to articulate the vague premonition, attempting to convey that at some secure point. Pierce was furious about initiating a contingency plan and that the aerospace carriers could still be activated. Tony frowned tightly. What are you saying? How could you possibly see this? The Zola algorithm, Luo Xing pointed to his head. I took away not only data but a portion of its core. It's running in my mind. This revelation turned their expressions grave, particularly for Tony and Natasha, who possessed a deeper understanding of high technology and artificial intelligence. You downloaded it into your brain? Tony's voice brimmed with incredulity. Are you insane? That thing could turn you into an idiot or outright incinerate your brain. It was not a mere download, but rather the plundering of fragmented information. Luo Xing gasped for breath, with no time to elucidate. Pierce was still on the move. Hydra had not yet been vanquished. We must locate him. How do we find him? Clint inquired, as the entire world was in search of them. Luo Xing closed his eyes once more. Concentrating on his exceedingly unstable predictive abilities, merging all previously deciphered fragments of information regarding Pierce and Hydra. His mind raced like an overheated processor, and the pains surged again. Hyperdimensional computation and predictive ability, fragments, replication progress, 37, based on active application and information integration. Coordinates, possibilities, and relationships flashed rapidly through his consciousness, combining and eliminating. Suddenly, a clear coordinate and a name crystallized in his mind. Near the Bering Strait in Alaska, icebox. He opened his eyes wide. His gaze sharp and intimidating, a forgotten Hydra subglacial base from World War II. Pierce was likely there. He was attempting to activate a Hydra super submarine equipped with an early version of the Zola algorithm. The information was chillingly specific. The medical room fell into silence. Everyone was awestruck by this near-prophetic ability. Steve was the first to react, casting a deep glance at Luo Xing. Without hesitation, he turned toward the communication station. Stark. Verify this coordinate. Romanoff, Barton, prepare the gear. We need to mobilize immediately. Trust, forged through countless brushes with death and the unbelievable, was steadily solidifying. Tony swiftly operated the terminal, his expression grave. The coordinates are valid. There are indeed records of an abandoned military base, but it was decommissioned decades ago. However, satellite images indicate recent anomalous heat sources. Natasha and Clint had already begun checking their weapons and equipment. Luo Xing struggled to rise from the medical bed, but was restrained by Steve. You stay here, Steve commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Your condition is not fit for combat. I can do it. Luo Xing gritted his teeth. Only I can swiftly crack the early version of the Zola algorithm on that submarine. Pierce must be stopped. His eyes were resolutely firm. It was not merely to thwart Pierce, but also because, within that predictive fragment, he had glimpsed Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. He might also be at that base. It was a vital source for his replication abilities and the key to unraveling Hydra's technology. He had to go. Steve gazed into his eyes, ablaze with determination and pain, fell silent for a few seconds, and finally released his grip. Administer him a sedative and high-energy nutrient solution, Steve instructed Tony, then turned to Luo Xing, stay alive. An hour later, after urgent treatment and the support of pharmaceuticals, Luo Xing donned a sleek black combat suit, layered with a bulletproof vest. His complexion remained pale, yet his gaze regained its icy sharpness. He carefully stowed away the searing chip against his body. The Quinjet once more ascended, piercing through the storm, racing toward the frigid northern expanse. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Steve confirmed the operation plan one last time: assault the icebox base. Capture or eliminate Alexander Pierce, and prevent the super submarine from launching. Luo Xing, you will handle technical support and deciphering. Do not engage in direct combat unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Understood, Luo Xing nodded. Tony adjusted his new armor components from platform inventory, muttering, why is it that every time I think I can return for a cup of coffee, I have to run to an even colder place? Natasha, polishing her handgun, suddenly spoke. Her voice calm, yet powerful. Regardless of who you were or what you have done in the past, after today, you are one of us. She cast a glance at Luo Xing, no backstabbing. Clint chuckled, handing him a silenced submachine gun. Can you use this, buddy? Luo Xing accepted the weapon. Expertly checking the chamber and loading it, his movements fluid as if it were second nature. A bit. The aircraft began to descend, revealing below a vast expanse of white ice and inky black waters. A massive, snow-covered, camouflaged abandoned military base emerged between the icebergs. Icebox had arrived. The hatch opened, and the biting cold wind sliced through like blades. Luo Xing inhaled deeply, the frigid air suppressing the pain in his body and the chaos in his mind, leaving only the chilling focus on his target. He was the first to leap from the cabin, a shadow merging with the snow, gliding towards the frozen serpent's den. The hunt began anew. Chapter 15, New Troubles Arise. The polar winds whipped like countless icy blades against exposed skin, stealing away the last remnants of warmth. The abandoned icebox base loomed like a colossal, frozen steel tomb, silently standing amidst the pallid snowy landscape. Only the wind could be heard, along with the faint hum remaining after the Quinjet's engines had ceased. The five-member team silently landed in the snow surrounding the base, their white camouflage blending almost seamlessly with the environment. The heat source signal originated from deep within the main structure, underground. Data flowed across Tony's visor, his voice low through the encrypted channel. The entrance is covered in snow and ice, but I've detected a concealed elevator shaft. Lead the way, Steve commanded, his voice steady. The stars and stripes on his shield strikingly vivid in the polar twilight. Luo Xing followed closely behind, his breath condensing into frost within his mask. The excruciating pain in his body and the chaotic data in his mind were forcibly subdued by his icy resolve, his enhanced senses heightened to their zenith. Scanning the seemingly desolate area. Hyperdimensional computation and predictive ability, fragments, replication progress, 39, based on environmental scanning and threat assessment. Warning, high-intensity energy shielding and spatial distortion detected. A vast void and anomalous energy source exist below. There's something down there. Luo Xing suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. The energy response is significant. It's not conventional power. Tony's scanner also emitted an alert. P.S. right. The readings are off the charts. It resembles some sort of massive energy core. But the fluctuation pattern is peculiar. Where's the elevator shaft? Natasha asked. At 1 o'clock, beneath that half-buried radar base, Tony pointed to a snow-covered rise. Clint knocked an explosive arrow, silently pinning it to the edge of the base. Boom. A faint explosion sent snow and ice flying, revealing a severely rusted metal cover beneath. Steve approached and pried open the cover with the edge of his shield, revealing a bottomless shaft emanating a chilling aura, with a rudimentary ladder affixed to its walls. I'll go first, Steve declared, descending into the abyss. The others followed in succession. The shaft was deep, taking nearly 3 minutes to reach the bottom. The base opened into a wide tunnel, constructed from a mix of ice and steel, with old emergency lights casting a dim yellow glow. The air was frigid, tinged with a scent of machine oil and something indescribably sweet, yet metallic. The tunnel sloped downward, burrowing into the mountainside. After approximately 5 minutes, a light appeared ahead, accompanied by a rhythmic, mechanical thrum. Steve signaled for caution, and the group moved stealthily along the walls. At the end of the corridor lay an enormous, awe-inspiring space. This was no ordinary World War II base. It was a vast underground dock. The ceiling soared dozens of meters high, supported by immense steel beams, all adorned with icicles. At the center of the dock rested a colossal vessel. It was a submarine of bizarre design, replete with Hydra's aesthetic. Its deep blue hull bore menacing lines, and a massive skull octopus insignia was prominently displayed on its body. Its scale far surpasses that of any modern submarine, resembling more of a mobile fortress submerged beneath the ice. At this moment, a multitude of pipelines and work platforms surround the submarine, seemingly engaged in the final activation operations. Dozens of Hydra technicians and armed guards are busily attending to their tasks. High above, on the command tower of the submarine, a figure clad in an expensive coat, with meticulously combed hair, stands with his back to them, gazing through the porthole at the entire dock. Alexander Pierce. It appears the guests have arrived. Without turning around, Pierce's voice resounds clearly throughout the dock via the broadcasting system, tinged with a hint of mockery. A tad slower than I anticipated, Captain. Steve raised his shield, his voice ringing out, Pierce. Halt all operations. You have nowhere left to flee. Flee. Pierce slowly turned, a near-manic calm etched across his face. Why would I flee? The Insight Project is merely an appetizer. This Leviathan is the arc of Hydra's new era. He spread his arms wide as if embracing the colossal vessel. The earliest work of Dr. Zola, frozen in time, awaiting rebirth. The algorithms it carries, though not as refined as later iterations, are purer, more powerful, sufficient to reweave the order of the world in the depths of the ocean. Madman, Tony muttered, activating his armor's weapon systems. Seize him, Steve commanded. In an instant, chaos erupted. Natasha and Clint sprang forth like cheetahs, their weapons spitting fire, accurately targeting the snipers perched high above the dock. Tony soared into the air, unleashing energy blasts upon the energy interfaces surrounding the submarine in an attempt to thwart its activation. Meanwhile, Steve charged forward with his shield, akin to a tank, heading towards the corridor beneath the command tower. Hydra guards retaliated wildly, a dense web of energy weapons and live ammunition intertwining in a hail of fire. Loki did not engage in the frontal assault. His objective was clear: to locate the submarine's control room or the core server, to prevent that pure Zola algorithm from being activated. Utilizing his skills in stealth and assassination amidst the chaotic battlefield, he glided along the shadows by the edge of the dock, skillfully avoiding the crossfire. Enhanced senses allowed him to perceive danger in advance. Hyperdimensional computation and predictive abilities, fragment, copying progress, 41, based on battlefield information processing and path planning. Fleeting fragments of vague predictions flashed through his mind. The internal structure of the submarine, the guards' patrol routes, even the password for a particular hatch. It was as if he had activated X-ray vision, consistently identifying the safest and swiftest routes. Soon, he discovered a maintenance entrance leading into the submarine. Employing the previously deciphered password, gleaned from the predictive fragments, Along with a touch of physical lock-picking skill, he silently slipped inside. The interior of the submarine was vast, yet the corridors were narrow, imbued with a chilling metallic aura and the scent of oil. The lighting was dim, and red alarm lights began to rotate, evidently indicating that the external conflict had triggered internal alarms. Following the guidance of the predictive fragments, he swiftly descended to the lower levels. The further he ventured down, the more pronounced the sickly sweet stench became. At last, he arrived before a massive chamber door. The markings upon the door made his pupils constrict. Biological Sample Repository, Algorithm Core. This is it. The door required high-level clearance. Forcing it open would trigger self-destruction. Loki pressed his hand against the cold metallic surface once more, concentrating his thoughts, harnessing that 41 predictive ability along with all fragments of electronic warfare knowledge. Striving to discern and deduce the password. Digital life form transformation knowledge, fragment, copying progress, 15, based on perception of biological electronic interfaces. Warning. High-intensity biological energy reactions and residual consciousness detected within the chamber. Residual consciousness? A chill ran down Loki's spine. Just then, the communicator beside the door crackled to life, and Pierce's voice emerged, laced with a hint of mockery. Do you like the gift I've bestowed upon you, Mr. Loki? Or should I call you the key? Loki hesitated. The Zola algorithm had predicted many possibilities. Pierce's voice continued, as if in casual conversation, but your presence is the greatest variable. You possess that coveted trait of harmonizing disparate powers. You are the living key to unlocking Leviathan's ultimate access. So, all those pursuits, those tests, even your having me procure fragments of evidence were merely to corner me here, in front of this door? Loki responded coldly, a sense of dread surging within him. He had always thought himself the hunter, but had he unwittingly fallen into their trap from the very beginning? Astute, Pierce chuckled lightly. Now, make your choice. Use your abilities to open this door, or I will initiate the final protocol, allowing this vessel to sink into the depths of the 10,000-meter ice sea, taking all its secrets and your troublesome friends with it. There was scarcely a choice. Loki's gaze turned icy. He pressed his hand against the door once more. But this time, he was not attempting to crack it. Rather, he sought to communicate, or rather, to forcibly invade. He pushed the 15 digital life form transformation knowledge and the 41 hyperdimensional computation ability to their limits while simultaneously unleashing the unstable power of the 58 Soviet serum coursing through his veins. His consciousness seemed to detach from his body, racing along his arm, forcefully penetrating the door's access recognition system. It was no longer a clash of data but a far more bizarre collision of consciousness and machinery. Warning. Consciousness is being digitized. Assimilation risk increasing. Excruciating pain. An unimaginable agony surged from the depths of his brain. It felt as though his very soul was being torn apart. Yet, simultaneously, the heavy door requiring the highest clearance emitted an abnormal hum before slowly sliding open. The sight beyond the door made even Loki gasp in astonishment. This was no ordinary server room. At the center of the chamber stood not a cold machine, but a colossal glass cylindrical container filled with a viscous, eerie green liquid. Inside the container floated an unfathomable, gigantic biological brain. Countless thick tubes, resembling a hybrid of neural cords and fiber optics, extended from the brain's cortex, connecting to the densely packed server cabinets surrounding it. The indicator lights on those cabinets flickered in synchronization with the brain's subtle pulsations. The sweet, sickly aroma in the air emanated from this very source. The Zola algorithm. Its core was not an electronic program, but this transformed, living brain intertwined with machinery. It was likely the brain of Zola himself, preserved after his death. This was the purer algorithm. Detected ultra-high-intensity bioelectronic hybrid consciousness. Extreme danger. Copyable target. Zola, bioelectronic form. Copyable ability options. 1. Bioelectronic consciousness fusion, fragment, copying progress. 0. Extreme risk. Consciousness may be consumed or distorted. 2. Ancient biological technology, fragment, copying progress. 0. Based on residual memories of the brain. The system's notification sound rang out frantically, almost the instant the door opened. The immense brain throbbed violently. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful wave of consciousness surged toward Loki like a tsunami. Ah! Loki cried out, clutching his head, feeling as if his consciousness were about to be shredded and devoured. It was not merely a stream of data. It encompassed Zola's frenzied, cold, inhuman will. He gritted his teeth, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, relying on the tenacious vitality and willpower bestowed by the two serums to endure. Simultaneously, he desperately urged the system. Copy. Copy its bioelectronic consciousness fusion. He had no other choice but to fight fire with fire. Bioelectronic consciousness integration, incomplete, copy progress 12, based on consciousness confrontation and forceful plunder. The ordeal was 100-fold more agonizing than any previous replication. His consciousness felt as though it were thrust into a meat grinder, colliding violently with the vast remnants of Zola's consciousness, tearing, biting, and devouring one another. Outside, the entire submarine trembled violently. The lights flickered erratically. The battle within the dock had reached a fever pitch. Steve had already stormed the command tower bridge, engaged in fierce combat with several elite guards of Pierce. Tony was attempting to sabotage the submarine's external propulsion system. Natasha and Clint were clearing the deck of guards. Pierce, watching the agonizing struggle of Loki on the monitoring screen within the core chamber, wore a maniacal grin. Yes, just like that. Merge. Become part of the new god. Just then, a mutation reborn. A colossal explosion erupted from the submarine's bottom. It was not caused by Tony. The heavy layers of ice and steel were forcibly torn apart by an overwhelming force. A figure clad in an old Soviet uniform, with a silver mechanical arm caked in ice fragments, surged through the breach like a demon returned from hell. The Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes. His target was unmistakably clear. Disregarding everyone else, his hollow, cold eyes locked directly onto Pierce on the command tower bridge. The mechanical arm lifted. Heavy weaponry began to charge. Bucky, no. Steve shouted in horror. The smile on Pierce's face froze, replaced by fury. Stop him. But the Winter Soldier moved with astonishing speed. The weapon mounted on his mechanical arm erupted with blinding light. Boom! A massive energy beam pierced through the command tower bridge's bulletproof glass. Pierce was violently hurled away by the explosive shockwave, crashing into the control panel behind him, blood gushing forth. The Winter Soldier did not pause for a moment. Pouncing upon the injured Pierce like a beast, his mechanical arm tightening around his throat. Protect the commander. The remaining Hydra guards desperately opened fire on the Winter Soldier. Bullets ricocheted off the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm and body, sparking, yet failing to halt him. Chaos ensued within the dock. In the core chamber, Loki endured immense anguish on a consciousness level, yet through the continuously plundered fragments of bioelectronic consciousness integration, he faintly sensed the tumult outside and the Winter Soldier's cold, unadulterated will to kill. An opportunity. At the moment Zola's consciousness wavered due to the Winter Soldier's intrusion and Pierce's injury. Loki roared, channeling all his willpower and the plundered powers of integration, piercing like a dagger towards the core of that massive brain. Disconnect from me. Crack. It was as if something had snapped on the consciousness level. The enormous brain convulsed violently, the eerie green liquid bubbling as if boiling. The indicator lights on the surrounding servers extinguished in droves. The vast consciousness surge abruptly weakened. Seizing the moment, Loki forcefully terminated the replication process. Bioelectronic consciousness integration, incomplete, copy progress. 8. Force termination, acquiring incomplete abilities. Ancient biological technology, fragment, copy progress. 05. Based on consciousness fragment plunder. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, blood streaming from his nose, his vision blurred, his mind feeling hollowed out. But he had succeeded. He had temporarily paralyzed Zola's algorithmic core. Almost simultaneously, a heart-wrenching and resolute roar from Steve echoed outside, followed by a heavy thud. Through the shattered hatch, Loki witnessed the Winter Soldier being forcefully repelled by Captain America's shield, falling to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Meanwhile, Pierce was shackled by Natasha with specialized restraints, barely clinging to life. The submarine's tremors gradually ceased, the lights stabilizing, yet the majority of the servers connected to the brain had already gone dark. Tony and Clint rushed in, their expressions frozen in shock at the scene within the chamber. What in the world is this grotesque thing? Clint gazed at the brain submerged in the green liquid, a look of disgust on his face. Tony quickly approached Loki, checking his condition. Hey, kid, still with us? Loki managed a nod, pointing towards the brain. The core is temporarily incapacitated, but not completely destroyed. Steve also descended, dragging the unconscious Winter Soldier with him. His expression heavy as he surveyed the scene within the chamber. He glanced at Loki, his eyes filled with a complex mix. You did it once again. Loki, gasping for breath, managed a weary smile, his voice faint. I told you I would bite Hydra's flesh. His gaze swept over the unconscious Winter Soldier, then back to the enormous biological server. An era of Hydra had come to an end, yet new troubles were just beginning. The turmoil within him grew more chaotic. A fragment of a mad scientist's consciousness lodged in his mind, alongside a brainwashed super soldier assassin at his side, and the entire world was hunting them. Upon the icy plains, the storm showed no signs of abating. Chapter 16, Desperation. The frigid winds from the ice plains rushed into the submarine through the breach, swirling ice fragments that struck their faces, bringing a stinging pain. Inside the chamber, the massive brain submerged in the eerie green liquid no longer pulsed, resembling a dead gray coral, with only sporadic electric arcs crackling between the severed neural connections, emitting a charred, sweet odor. Silence. Only the sound of the wind and the heavy breathing of the group remained. Natasha skillfully administered a powerful sedative to the unconscious Pierce, binding him tightly with high-strength restraints. Clint vigilantly guarded the similarly unconscious Winter Soldier, his arrow ever poised on the string. Tony knelt beside Loki, the scanner on his armor emitting a faint hum. Vital signs are extremely unstable. Brain activity resembles a New Year's firecracker display. The two serums are still clashing, and the energy readings are as chaotic as an abstract painting. Kid, it's a miracle you haven't fallen apart. Loki attempted to muster a smile, but only his lips twitched slightly. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass, his head pounding unbearably. The bioelectronic consciousness integration. Fragments felt like a red-hot branding iron forcibly embedded in his consciousness, intermittently flashing spine-chilling, cold memories belonging to Zola, equations, DNA helixes, icy star maps, and even older, more twisted entities. Ancient biological technology, fragment, copy progress, 05. The mere existence of this thing sent an inexplicable shiver coursing through his very genes. Steve approached, his face a mixture of exhaustion, the relief of victory, and profound concern. He glanced at the Winter Soldier, his expression pained, before finally fixing his gaze upon Loki. We must leave here. S-H-I-E-L-D, or what remains of Hydra, along with various military forces, will soon swarm here like sharks scenting blood. His voice was hoarse. Stark, can you call for extraction? Tony shook his head. No way. Our communications may have already been flagged. A hasty call would be equivalent to walking into a trap. He gestured towards the outside, and operating this icebreaker conspicuously? Isn't that drawing enough attention? What do we do then? Clint inquired. A brief silence ensued. Loki, with great difficulty, raised his hand, pointing towards the silent biological server, then to his own head. His voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. It's not completely dead. The residual commands are still sending out distress signals, or, shall I say, summons. Hyperdimensional computation and predictive ability, fragment, copy progress, 43, based on the analysis of residual data streams. Vague, fragmented signals flickered in his mind, encrypted coordinates, and broken identification codes. He was calling the nearest Hydra emergency unit, Luo Xing gasping for breath, as a cleanup squad swiftly arrived. The expressions on everyone's faces changed instantaneously. Damn it, Tony cursed. So not only are we trapped in the Arctic Circle, but we're also sitting on a beacon that's broadcasting our location. Can it be jammed? Steve asked urgently. Luo Xing shook his head, his complexion growing even paler. The core physical connection has paralyzed the main consciousness, but the underlying commands cannot be remotely eliminated unless. He glanced at the enormous glass container, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It must be utterly destroyed. How do we destroy it? Natasha inquired. Looking at the server cluster filled with pipelines and small emergency power sources, a conventional explosion might trigger a chain reaction, burying us all in this icy sea. No need for an explosion. Luo Xing struggled to rise, and Tony supported him. He approached the servers, his fingers gliding over the thick, neural conduits connecting to the brain. It was a bioelectronic hybrid requiring specific energy frequencies to sustain it. Find its heartbeat and sever it. He pressed his hand against the cold exterior of the server, closing his eyes, concentrating all his remaining mental strength, guiding the remnants of the fusion ability from 8 and the predictive power from 43, like a heart surgeon, to sense the core energy rhythm within that intricate system. Mechanical prosthetic control proficiency, 25, based on perception and intervention of precise energy systems. Bioelectronic consciousness fusion, fragmented, 81, based on deep application. Sweat mixed with blood continuously dripped down. His body trembled slightly. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed to an inconspicuous silver metal box with complex heat dissipation holes beneath the server base. There. The main capacitor buffer. Physically destroying it will trigger an energy surge, incinerating all biological tissue. I'll do it. Clint stepped forward. A high explosive arrow accurately shot into the gap of the heat dissipation hole Luo Xing indicated. Whoosh. A muffled sound, and the sharp crack of the capacitor explosion resonated from within. Immediately, the entire server cluster belched thick black smoke, and the enormous brain rapidly shrank and carbonized before their eyes. The nauseating stench of charred flesh permeated the air. The source of the broadcast signal vanished. The signal is gone, Tony confirmed. Well done, Hawkeye, and you too, Mystery Kid. Yet, the crisis was not averted. The cleanup squad was already en route. Natasha observed the tactical panel, estimating they had at most 20 minutes based on the last intercepted signal's direction and approximate speed. 20 minutes. Steve surveyed the wreckage of the dock. That should be enough time for us to evacuate. Stark, can you find other means of transportation? Tony had already begun scanning. There are a few old snowmobiles on the side of the dock and what appears to be a tracked transport vehicle. Whether it can be operational is another matter. Better than staying here, Steve decisively ordered. Barton, Romanoff, you're in charge of Pierce and Bucky. Stark, check that transport vehicle. Luo Xing, follow me. We need to gather all the data drives we can find regarding this submarine and Hydra's contingency plans. Everyone immediately split up. Luo Xing, forcing himself, followed Steve as they rummaged through the chaotic control console and the wreckage of the servers. His hands brushed against the scorched wires and shattered screens. And the fragmented knowledge of mechanical prosthetic control proficiency and bioelectronic consciousness fusion allowed him to instinctively discern which storage devices might still retain data. Soon, they found several military-grade hard drives, partially damaged but seemingly intact at their core. That's enough. Steve stuffed the drives into a waterproof bag. Outside, the roar of engines and Tony's voice could be heard. Hey, lucky us. This old beast still runs. The group regrouped. The tracked transport vehicle appeared to be a relic from the last century, rusted, yet the engine roared to life under Tony's emergency repairs. They loaded Pierce and the still unconscious Winter Soldier into the cabin. Natasha took the wheel. Clint kept watch atop the vehicle. Steve and Tony guarded the sides. Luo Xing sat in the cabin, leaning against the cold metal wall, desperately trying to regain his strength. The transport vehicle roared, bursting from the shattered dock and into the vast expanse of ice and blizzards. Visibility was extremely low. The howling wind whipped the snow against the vehicle, sounding like crackling fire. Less than 10 minutes had passed when a warning blared. Warning. High-intensity energy response approaching. Multiple high-velocity moving units. System alert. They are here. Clint on the roof and Tony in his armor shouted nearly in unison. Through the snowstorm, several dark figures swiftly approached like phantoms. 3 uniquely shaped, flat, silent black aircraft glided towards them. They bore no insignia, with weapon mounts protruding from beneath their fuselages. It's the Night Owl attack craft, Hydra's special operations equipment, Tony recognized. As his repulsor charged, preparing for a welcoming ceremony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several miniature missiles streaked from the attack craft, hurtling directly towards the transport vehicle. Evade, Steve bellowed. Natasha slammed the steering wheel. The cumbersome transport vehicle executed a perilous drift across the ice. Boom, boom. The missiles struck the ice beside the vehicle, sending up clouds of ice debris and snow. The shockwave violently shook the transport vehicle. Tony shot into the sky, his energy cannon precisely detonating 2 pursuing missiles. Clint's explosive arrows also targeted an attack craft attempting a low pass, forcing it to climb to avoid disaster. But the attacking craft outnumbered them, their firepower ferocious. They darted around like agile wasps, continuously attacking from different angles. One missile struck the transport vehicle's rear. Boom. The cabin shook violently. One track was blown off. The vehicle lost control, spinning towards an ice hill, forced to a stop. Get out. Find cover, Steve shouted, deflecting shrapnel with his shield. The group clumsily jumped from the vehicle, taking cover behind the ice hill and the remains of the abandoned transport. Luo Xing was also knocked to the ground by the blast shockwave. He coughed up blood, struggling to rise, leaning against a twisted wheel. He was in such poor condition that he could hardly fight effectively. One Night Owl attack craft spotted his vulnerability, diving down, its cannon blazing towards his hiding spot. Ice shards and sparks flew. Luo Xing was pinned down, unable to lift his head, just as the cannon's bullets were about to shred his cover. Whoosh. A golden-red figure suddenly dove down. Tony absorbed several rounds of cannon fire with his armor, grabbing Luo Xing's arm. Hold on tight. He yanked Luo Xing upward, narrowly evading the subsequent attacks. Thanks, Luo Xing gasped. Don't celebrate too soon. Tony replied tensely, maneuvering in the air while being pursued by 2 attack craft, missiles whistling past. This won't work. Luo Xing observed Steve and the others entangled in fierce combat below, then glanced at the relentless pursuing attack craft, his mind racing with calculations. Transdimensional calculation and predictive ability, fragmented 45, based on trajectory prediction and high-speed aerial combat. Fragments of possible flight paths and attack patterns for some of the attack craft flashed through his mind. Stark, 10 o'clock, dive, led them into that ice canyon. Luo Xing suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, Tony complied. The two attack craft indeed followed suit, diving down, just as they were about to enter the narrow ice canyon. Now, hard right. Release the flares. Tony abruptly yanked the lever, and the armor executed a near right-angle turn at breakneck speed, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of infrared flares. Fiery orbs instantaneously filled the narrow gorge. The two pursuing attack vessels, caught entirely off guard, crashed violently into the swarm of flares. Their sensors were blinded in an instant. One vessel lost control and collided with the adjacent ice wall. Boom! The tremendous explosion illuminated the gorge. The other vessel frantically attempted to ascend, but Luo Xing had already anticipated its maneuver. Above, the ice eaves. Tony comprehended in an instant, directing the palm cannon skyward. Boom! The ice eaves above the gorge collapsed. Gigantic ice blocks plummeting like a waterfall, utterly engulfing and crushing the second attack vessel. With both pursuers eliminated, Tony promptly returned to the main battlefield with Luo Xing. Meanwhile, Steve, Natasha, and Clint had already coordinated their efforts, utilizing shield rebounds and precise shots to dispatch the last attack vessel. A temporary calm settled amidst the howling winds and snow, yet everyone bore wounds, and the transport vehicle lay in ruins. The cleanup crew had succeeded, but the commotion had been too loud. Natasha gazed toward the distant horizon, where faint lights began to emerge. More guests were on their way, likely regular troops. We must leave at once. Look over there. Clint suddenly pointed in a direction through the snowstorm. In the distance, several kilometers away, a small outpost glimmered with lights, resembling a polar research station or meteorological station. Hopefully, it housed usable communication devices or transport. Steve wiped the snow from his face. Let us go. The group assisted one another, trudging through knee-deep snow toward the light. Tony carried the unconscious winter soldier, while Steve bore Pierce. Luo Xing gritted his teeth, summoning the remnants of his strength, laboriously trailing behind. Each step felt akin to treading on the edge of a blade. At last, they reached the outpost. A modest establishment with only a few buildings, several snowmobiles parked in the yard, and antennas swaying in the wind. Steve approached and knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal an astonished elderly man, clad in thick winter gear and glasses, resembling a scientist, staring at the disheveled group of mismatched attire and two captives. Who are you? Steve inhaled deeply, revealing his iconic face. Though smeared with blood, it still radiated an aura of righteousness. Sir, we are stranded explorers in need of assistance. May we come in? The old man scrutinized Steve, then glanced at Tony Stark, whose helmet had been removed, his eyes widening in recognition, flashing with shock, fear, and a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, he stepped aside, allowing them entry. Come in quickly. It's cold outside. The group squeezed into the warm yet cramped living room of the outpost. The old man poured them hot coffee, his hands trembling. My name is Emil Brown. This is the International Arctic Climate Monitoring Outpost. You are the ones from the news. Indeed, Steve accepted the coffee, not denying it. We've encountered trouble and need to contact our friends, as well as a place to hide temporarily. Dr. Brown anxiously rubbed his hands together. I only have basic research communication equipment here, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the outpost's monitoring computer. On the screen, radar displayed multiple high-speed targets rapidly approaching. The identification signal indicated a formation of U.S. military F-35 fighter jets. They've found us. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. How could they be here so quickly? Clint exclaimed. Luo Xing abruptly turned to the visibly anxious Dr. Brown, his enhanced senses detecting the strange calm that flickered deep within his eyes, along with his instinctive motion toward his pocket. A trap. This outpost itself was a snare. This Dr. Brown almost simultaneously. Dr. Brown wildly produced a remote control from his pocket, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Heil Hydra. He pressed the button. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from beneath the outpost. The entire structure shook violently, walls cracking. He didn't intend to kill them. He aimed to collapse the place, burying them alive, or to attract missiles for precise strikes. Bastard. Natasha reacted swiftly, shooting Dr. Brown's wrist, shattering it. But the explosion had already been triggered. The ceiling began to cave in. Back! Steve shouted, bracing his shield against the falling debris. The group desperately rushed toward the back door. In the chaos, Luo Xing was knocked down by the blast wave, a burning piece of wood crashing onto his back. At that moment, the previously unconscious Winter Soldier, Bucky, unexpectedly opened his eyes. Perhaps it was the tremor from the explosion or something else. His cold gaze instantly locked onto the burning wood headed for Luo Xing. And almost instinctively, his mechanical arm swung fiercely. Bam! The burning wood was precisely swatted away by the mechanical limb. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Bucky's expression remained vacant, yet it seemed to harbor a faint, almost imperceptible ripple. There was no time to ponder. The group surged out just before the building collapsed entirely, leaping onto the snowmobiles in the yard. Behind them, the outpost was reduced to ruins amid the roaring flames and explosions. Meanwhile, the tail flames of the missiles were now clearly visible in the sky. Scatter! Quickly! Steve shouted hoarsely. The snowmobiles roared to life, racing in different directions in a desperate bid for survival. Boom! 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 The missiles fell like rain, turning the area into a sea of fire. Luo Xing crouched on one of the snowmobiles, driven by Natasha, weaving frantically to evade the shockwaves and blasts. He glanced back to witness enormous fireballs continuously rising, consuming everything. Snow, flames, explosions, and pursuers. They had once again escaped from the brink of despair, yet they found themselves driven deeper into a more profound abyss. Allies. Where was the next person they could trust? Luo Xing gripped the snowmobile's handlebars, knuckles whitening from the strain. The wind and snow grew ever more ferocious, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. Chapter 17. The Arrival of the Thunder God. The engine of the snowmobile roared across the silent ice field, akin to the lament of a dying beast. Natasha twisted the throttle to the limit, the vehicle skidding wildly over the snow and ice, attempting to shake off the relentless pursuit behind them. Yet the shadow of the F-35 fighter jets loomed like the scythe of death, firmly locking onto their trail. Can't shake them off. They're using thermal tracking. Natasha's voice sounded muffled against the howling wind. Luo Xing hunkered down, gripping the handlebars tightly. His enhanced senses could distinctly hear the missiles detaching from their racks, their piercing shrieks tearing through the air. Not just one. Dimensional computation and prediction ability, fragment, copy progress, 47, based on ballistic predictions under high-speed movement and survival probability calculations. His mind raced like an overloaded computer, frantically processing, instantaneously generating several evasion strategies, yet each bore a dishearteningly low probability of success. Speed, vehicle performance, and environmental disadvantages were all absolute. Just as the missiles were about to strike the snowmobile, a golden-red figure plummeted from the side like a falling star. Tony Stark. He had somehow shaken off the pursuers and returned. Duck. Tony's voice boomed through the armor's speaker. He almost used his armor as a shield, precisely deflecting a missile. As the shoulder-mounted micro-missile turrets fully activated, they intercepted another missile. Boom, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted mere feet away. The searing shockwave and shrapnel violently hurled the snowmobile into the air. Luo Xing felt the world spin wildly as he was thrust upward by an overwhelming force, only to crash heavily into a soft mound of snow, the frigid snow instantly flooding his mouth, nose, and ears. For a brief moment, the world fell silent. A sharp ringing filled his ears. Every bone in his body felt as though it had shattered. He struggled to crawl out of the snowdrift, violently coughing up bloody snowflakes. Natasha lay a dozen meters away, seemingly unconscious. Tony's armor emitted black smoke, embedded in the ice nearby, motionless for the time being. The two F-35s elegantly turned in the air, re-entering their attack trajectory. For them, this was merely a casual roll call. Is it over? Luo Xing gazed at the approaching specter of death, the instability of the serum coursing through his veins igniting a cold, violent rage that supplanted his despair. No. He suddenly glanced at the smoke-emitting Stark armor, then at the peculiar chip he had been clutching tightly, originating from Zola's server. A wildly reckless thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Stark, he shouted with all his might, scrambling towards the armor. Open your core interface. Quickly. Tony seemed dazed from the impact. The armor's faceplate popped open, and he shook his head. What? Kid you. There's no time to explain. Trust me just this once if you want to live. Luo Xing had already lunged in front of the armor, his eyes ablaze with desperate madness. Grant me the highest access. Perhaps it was the burning determination in Luo Xing's gaze, or the absence of alternatives in this dire situation, but Tony gritted his teeth. And the protective panels surrounding the reactor on the armor's chest clicked open, revealing the complex interfaces within. Jarvis. Grant him access. Highest level. Without hesitation, Luo Xing forcefully inserted the still-heated chip into the most critical interface of the Stark armor. Simultaneously, he pressed both hands firmly against the armor, closing his eyes. pouring in all his will, all his abilities, the 8 of biological electronic consciousness fusion, 47 of hyperdimensional calculation, 25 of mechanical prosthetic manipulation, and even the dangerously unstable serum power. Without reservation, he was engaged in a high-stakes gamble, betting that the chip derived from Zola's core algorithm could resonate with the Stark armor's system, betting that his flawed fusion capability could forcibly merge the advantages of both elements, if only for a fleeting moment, betting that he could create a temporary monstrosity that transcended existing technology. Warning: unauthorized external hardware connection. Warning: unknown data stream impact. System overload. Warning: high-dimensional algorithm invasion detected. Attempting to assimilate. The Stark armor began to tremble violently, its surface lights flashing erratically, emitting agonizing metallic groans under the immense strain. Even bizarre, bioluminescent green energy patterns began to surface, reminiscent of biological veins. Ugh! Tony let out a pained grunt as the armor connected with his nerves, now enduring an unimaginable torrent of data and energy impact. Biological electronic consciousness fusion, incomplete, copy progress, 910, based on extreme application and system symbiosis, hyperdimensional calculation and prediction ability, fragmented, copy progress, 556, based on armor computational power support and data stream processing. It succeeded, although extremely unstable, and on the brink of collapse or backlash. But at this moment, the crimson armor emitted an energy fluctuation that far surpassed the ordinary. Stark. Aim. Luo Xing bellowed, his consciousness momentarily connecting with the armor, allowing him to see the two fast-approaching lights on the radar, calculating their precise positions and all possible evasive maneuvers for the next second. Tony gritted his teeth against the nerve-wracking pain, raising his arm as the weapon modules on the armor's arm transformed, combined, and concentrated into a heart-stopping energy glow at unprecedented speed. The glow was no longer merely blue and white, but intertwined with ominous strands of green. "Come on, you bastard." Tony gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. A tremendously thick energy pulse, entwined with green data stream patterns, tore through the sky like thunder, crossing several kilometers in an instant with incomprehensible speed and precision. The pilot of the first F-35 didn't even hear the alarm before the aircraft silently disintegrated in midair, exploding into a fireball. The second aircraft frantically released flares, executing extreme, evasive maneuvers. But that energy pulse seemed to possess a life of its own, tracing an uncanny arc in the sky, evading all countermeasures, as if the finger of death precisely targeted the engine core of the second aircraft. Boom! The second fireball erupted in the sky over the ice field. Silence fell once more. Only the sound of the wind and snow remained. Thud! Luo Xing collapsed weakly to his knees in the snow, gasping for breath, his vision darkening. Blood streaming more profusely from his nose. That brief fusion had nearly drained him of all his mental and physical strength. Tony's armor reverted to its original state, the green patterns fading, but he too slumped in the icy pit, panting heavily, staring at his still smoking arm in disbelief. "Holy shit," he murmured, "kid. What did you just do to my precious?" Natasha, meanwhile, managed to stand, swaying slightly, gazing at the dissipating fireball in the sky, then at the two fallen figures. Her cold, beautiful face etched with shock. Before they could catch their breath, the sound of a snowmobile engine echoed from the distance. Steve and Clint, with the still unconscious Winter Soldier and Pierce, arrived in another commandeered snowmobile. Clearly, they had also shaken off their pursuers. "Are you all right?" Steve jumped out of the vehicle. But mid-sentence, he caught sight of the debris in the sky and the bizarre scene before him, freezing in place. Tony pointed at Luo Xing, his tone complex. "Captain, your little friend just crafted a causality weapon by hand, erasing two F-35s from the sky." Everyone's gaze focused on Luo Xing once more. He laboriously lifted his head, wiping the blood from his face, his voice hoarse. "We are temporarily safe, but we cannot linger here." Before he could finish his sentence, warning: detecting massive spatial energy fluctuations. High-dimensional signal source locked. The system's alert sounded more urgent than ever. It did not emanate from the sky, nor from the depths of the ice field. Rather, it came from directly above them. The void of the sky, like a calm lake disturbed by a boulder, suddenly rippled violently. The clouds were stirred by an invisible force, swirling to form a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, the fabric of space shattered like glass, revealing the profound darkness behind it, twinkling with countless stars. Then, a colossal object slowly emerged from that rift in space. It was neither an aircraft, nor a submarine, nor any known flying machine on Earth. Its entire form was dark silver, with smooth lines exuding a non-human geometric beauty, its size immense, even surpassing that of a spaceborne mothership. Its surface was covered with energy circuits, silently hovering in the air, casting a shadow that instantly enveloped the entire area, as if a floating mountain of steel had descended. An indescribable sense of oppression, emanating from a civilization of a higher order, descended upon them like a tangible weight. What the hell is that? Clint gasped, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his arrow. The metallic screech of Tony's armor scanner pierced the air, emitting a dire alarm. Energy readings off the charts. Unidentifiable. The structure does not belong to any known technological framework. Natasha and Steve instantly adopted a defensive stance, sensing the grave threat. Even the unconscious Winter Soldier seemed to twitch slightly under the weight of that colossal presence. Loki's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He recognized this abomination, not from reality, but from the fragmented and horrific visions brought forth by the ancient biological technology of 2005, rooted deep within Zola's memories. Was this a Chitauri scout ship? No. It was of a far superior grade, more akin to. The rift in space remained unsealed. A beam of light descended from the belly of the immense vessel, illuminating the snow below, as three figures gradually descended. The one in the center was tall and imposing, clad in dark golden armor that exuded a fusion of religious fervor and advanced technology, his skin an eerie pale blue, his gaze cold and imbued with divinity. He wielded a colossal war hammer, embedded with a power stone, not the Infinity Gauntlet, but of the same origin. To his left stood a hunched figure cloaked in black robes, holding a massive tome that radiated an ominous aura. To his right was a striking green-skinned woman, clad in silver-black tactical attire, her physique breathtakingly alluring, her gaze sharp as a blade, idly twirling two energy daggers. Loki's heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand. He understood. From those shattered memories and knowledge, he comprehended. The harbinger of Thanos, the accuser, Ronan, alongside his subordinates, the traitorous scholar of nowhere, and the assassin Gamora. Why had they come here? At this moment? For the space stone? Or? Ronan's cold gaze swept over the diminutive figures below, ultimately settling upon the fallen Loki. His brow furrowed slightly, an expression of surprise and curiosity flickering across his features. An intriguing individual. Ronan's voice resonated deeply, echoing in the minds of all present with a power that transcended language barriers. You are entwined with a chaotic mark that does not belong to this primitive civilization. Yet it harbors a certain potential. He raised a finger, pointing at Loki. Take him, along with that metal box, referring to the compartment containing Pierce and the Winter Soldier. Away. Eliminate the others. At his command, Gamora and the black-robed scholar sprang into action. Gamora, like a green lightning bolt, lunged at Steve and Natasha. Her speed was beyond comprehension, the energy daggers tracing lethal arcs. The black-robed scholar lifted his enormous tome, its pages turning without wind, reciting obscure syllables as an intangible, mind-bending force enveloped Tony and Clint. Meanwhile, Ronan himself strode toward Loki and the transport vehicle. Not a chance, Steve bellowed, hurling his shield at Ronan. Ronan did not even turn, merely waving his war hammer casually. Clang! A deafening crash erupted. Captain America's shield was brutally sent flying, embedding deep into the distant ice. Steve was hurled backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Overwhelming, absolute power crushed him. Tony's energy cannon struck Ronan's armor, producing mere sparks, failing to inflict any damage. Clint's explosive arrows were deflected by the invisible force surrounding the black-robed scholar. Natasha was sent flying after only a couple of exchanges with Gamora, blood spilling from her lips. This was a battle of completely unequal levels. Ronan had approached Loki, towering over him, his indifferent eyes seemingly scrutinizing. Resistance is futile. Your fate has already been sealed. He extended his hand, reaching for Loki. Despair flickered in Loki's eyes, but more so, a fierce defiance and rage. He summoned every last vestige of power within him, striving for a final struggle. Tension thickened, just as Ronan's hand was about to make contact with Loki. An unprecedented phenomenon transpired. The sky darkened abruptly, storm clouds swirling like boiling water. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar, striking precisely between Ronan and Loki. Boom! The ice field erupted, electric serpents writhing. The terrifying shockwave forced Ronan to take a step back. Amidst the lightning, a towering figure descended with a thunderous crash. He wore a crimson cloak, ancient silver armor, and his golden hair danced in the static air. Tightly gripping a hammer adorned with intricate patterns, its head square, radiating boundless lightning. Thor Odinson, his eyes wide with fury, his gaze crackling with thunder. He pointed his hammer at Ronan, Ronan, who gave you the audacity to bring war to Midgard, Earth? Under Asgard's protection, you shall not act with impunity. Ronan's movements finally halted. He looked upon Thor and the legendary Mjolnir, a flicker of tangible seriousness and trepidation crossing his otherwise indifferent face. The energy of the universal weapon he wielded pulsed in response, subtly clashing with Mjolnir's lightning. Odinson's voice was low and menacing, echoing with the weight of cosmic depths. Piercing through the snow and wind, resonating in every ear, you would defy the great Thanos for the sake of these mortals? I care not for your Thanos. Thor's roar thundered like a tempest. This man is trapped here. He cast a glance at Loki, who, temporarily saved by his arrival, appeared bewildered. This realm belongs to the Nine Realms. It is under Asgard's jurisdiction. Return to your Kree Empire. The envoy of this small ice field had inadvertently ignited a confrontation due to unforeseen circumstances. Loki lay on the ground, witnessing this dramatic spectacle, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Asgard, Thanos, cosmic powers? Because of me? I merely sought to survive and grow stronger. A profound sense of absurdity and an even greater feeling of being unable to control fate engulfed him like the icy ocean. He gazed at Thor's formidable silhouette, then at the coldly powerful Ronan. He understood that this minuscule pond of earth could no longer contain the impending storm, and he, the unwitting stone cast into the pond, had stirred ripples that attracted the gaze of a colossal entity. His path was inexorably leading him toward the stars and the sea. Ahead lay unfathomable darkness and infinite possibilities. Chapter 18. The Retreat of a Formidable Foe. The remnants of thunder crackled across the ice field, the searing air clashing with the polar winds, forming a twisted haze. Thor Odinson stood resolute at the center of the deep pit, the lightning upon Mjolnir yet to extinguish, casting him as a warrior descended from the heavens. His crimson cloak fluttered in the energetic winds, his single eye fixated intently on the accuser Ronan, masking neither warning nor ire. Ronan's steps came to a halt. His cold blue visage narrowed as he scrutinized Thor and the hammer he wielded. The energy patterns on his universal weapon, the long-handled war hammer embedded with a power stone, began to glow ominously, exuding a sinister purple aura that subtly clashed with the golden lightning. Son of Odin, Ronan's voice was deep, reverberating with echoes from the cosmic void. Penetrating the blizzard, striking against everyone's eardrums, your vision remains so limited, confined to this corner of the Nine Realms. The will of the great Thanos is the ultimate fate of the universe. He pointed once more at Loki, struggling to maintain his composure. The threads of fate intertwining upon him piqued the Master's interest. Deliver him, along with those trophies, referring to Pierce and the Winter Soldier, and you may leave with your mortal companions. Absurd, Thor roared, as thunder once again rolled among the dark clouds. Asgard guards the Nine Realms. You shall not plunder here. This man, this land, will not allow your rampage. He took a step forward, his hammer aimed at Ronan. Return to your dark domain, or taste the might of Mjolnir. The atmosphere instantly tensed, the standoff between cosmic titans causing the very space of the icy plains to tremble. In this fleeting moment of confrontation, Loki gasped for breath, desperately attempting to wring out the last vestiges of strength from within. His eyes darted across the battlefield. Steve struggled to rise. Natasha and Clint supported each other. Tony's armor sparked as it attempted to reboot, and the black-robed scholar along with Gamora had temporarily ceased their assault, warily observing Thor. An opportunity, perhaps the only chance. His mind raced, hyperdimensional computation and predictive ability, laboriously analyzing the dire chessboard before him under immense pressure. Thor was formidable, yet Ronan wielded the Power Stone, or its fragment. His true strength unfathomable. Once the battle commenced, Thor might not maintain the upper hand, and these earthlings could easily be crushed by the mere aftermath of their conflict. The balance must be shattered. A variable must be introduced. His gaze suddenly locked onto the black-robed scholar, who held a massive tome. From fragments of Zola's memories and knowledge gleaned from ancient biological technology, Duro 5, he faintly recalled information about this race. They were cosmic gatherers of knowledge and masters of the arcane. Adept in mental assaults and spatial sorcery, yet physically fragile, relying heavily on that very tome. It was a gamble worth taking. Just as the thunder and violet energy between Thor and Ronan were about to collide, Loki expended his remaining strength and hoarsely shouted to Tony, Stark, the one with the book, disrupt his tome. Simultaneously, he channeled all his remaining mental energy, mingled with the unstable force of bioelectronic consciousness fusion, not into the armor, but as an invisible, sharp shockwave, thrusting it towards the black-robed scholar. This was not an attack, but rather a provocation. He forcefully hurled his chaotic consciousness fragments at the scholar, seeking to disrupt his spellcasting focus. Though Tony was bewildered, trust had been established in the face of despair. Almost instinctively, he raised his movable arm, unleashing every operational micromissile, pulse cannon, and signal disruptor from his armor, all directed at the massive tome held by the black-robed scholar. The scholar, engrossed in maintaining his defensive barrier against Thor's might, was wholly unprepared for these ants to suddenly target him, and specifically, his grimoire. Loki's chaotic mental assault struck first. Though feeble, it pierced his consciousness like a needle, causing his incantation to falter. Immediately thereafter, Tony's eclectic barrage followed. While most of it was deflected by an invisible force field, the violent explosions and intense electromagnetic interference still caused the grimoire to tremble violently, its pages flipping wildly, the energy fluctuations becoming erratic. Fools, Ronan bellowed, seemingly taken aback by such an oversight from his underlings. In that brief moment of disruption and delay, Thor seized the opportunity. For Asgard, he roared, his body surging with crackling lightning. Mjolnir, imbued with cataclysmic power, was no longer a mere probe, but a full-force strike aimed at Ronan. Ronan was compelled to retaliate with all his might, his universal weapon erupting with astonishing violet energy. Boom! The golden thunder clashed violently with the purple energy. An indescribable roar and shockwave surged outward like a nuclear explosion. The entire icy expanse howled, cracking beneath the pressure. Steve and the others were hurled away by the shockwave. Tony's armor tumbled across the ground. Even the hovering dark silver dreadnought swayed slightly from the impact. At the center of the collision, the very fabric of space appeared to twist, as Thor and Ronan's figures were engulfed by blinding light. As the brilliance faded, Thor knelt on one knee, propping himself with his hammer, a trickle of golden blood escaping from his lips, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Ronan staggered back several steps, the ice beneath him fracturing inch by inch, his armor showing minute cracks, his hand gripping the universal weapon trembling slightly. His gaze towards Thor was filled with icy malice, but more so a sense of calculation. Both sides had suffered minor losses from that last clash. Continuing the fight would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, potentially attracting greater powers, such as Asgard's army or other cosmic observers. Moreover, his primary target, the peculiar Earth individual alongside the spoils, did not seem worth the risk of a full confrontation with Asgard at this moment. Ronan's cold gaze swept over Loki, who lay incapacitated and nearly unconscious, seemingly committing the moment to memory. Then, he turned his attention to the black-robed scholar, who had just stabilized the grimoire but appeared somewhat disheveled, and to the vigilant Gamora. "We are leaving." Ronan's voice was devoid of emotion, yet carried an undeniable command. He did not cast another glance at Thor, turning away. A beam of light descended from the dreadnought, enveloping him, the black-robed scholar, and Gamora. "Your transgressions will not go unnoticed by my father, Ronan." Thor mustered the strength to stand, his voice firm. Ronan's figure slowly ascended within the beam, leaving behind a chilling remark. "Tell Odin that Lord Thanos' patience is finite." The space around the dark silver dreadnought warped once more, as it had upon its arrival, gradually retreating into the shattered void, vanishing from sight. The swirling clouds above settled, as though nothing had transpired. All that remained was a desolate, icy landscape, and a group of survivors, Earthlings and Asgardians alike, still reeling from the ordeal. Silence. Only the sound of the wind and the heavy breaths of the group remained. Thor, leaning on his hammer, approached Loki, peering down at him with an eye filled with scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. "Mortal, you have stirred quite the trouble. Yet you have shown remarkable courage." He then glanced at Steve and the others, who were struggling to gather themselves. "Friends, it seems much has transpired in Midgard during my absence." Steve wiped the blood from his mouth, offering a wry smile. "Thor, it's good to see you. But you are right. Things have become exceedingly complicated." Tony finally staggered over, his helmet retracted, his face pale. "Who was that blue pixie? And the one with the book? Along with the green-skinned beauty? A cosmic demolition crew?" He then turned to Loki. "Kid, what did you just do? How did you know to target that book?" Loki lay sprawled in the snow, unable to move even a finger, merely gasping for breath and unable to respond. His consciousness was adrift, the internal conflict of power and the consequences of cerebral overload beginning to take their toll. Thor observed Loki's condition, his brow furrowed. His state is dire. The power is chaotic, and his soul appears unstable. He requires assistance. He raised his head, gazing skyward as if communicating with some entity. "Heimdall." No response came. Thor tried once more, his expression shifting slightly. "Heimdall?" Silence persisted. Thor attempted to call out to Heimdall again, but the sky remained silent, the Bifrost bridge unresponsive. His expression grew grave, a flicker of uncertainty and unease flashing in his eye. Heimdall? Father? This is amiss. The Bifrost has never. At that moment, Natasha's tactical tablet and Clint's backup communicator received a powerful, unencrypted signal from the public frequency, not emanating from New York, but rather an urgent broadcast that spanned the globe. The origin of the signal was chaotic, seemingly arising from multiple military and civilian channels that were forced to respond. A voice, filled with terror and incoherence, intermittently pierced through the howling blizzard. Repeat. Global state of emergency. All channels. We have lost Tahiti. The Hammer Bureau is taking over. They are. The signal was abruptly drowned out by intense static. Roaring. Monsters are roaring. They are emerging from the sea. From underground. Insight protocols. They have activated the Insight protocols. But not our ships. It's those black. A sharp noise followed by another, colder, more electronically synthesized voice forcefully interrupted. Announcement to global units. This is the highest directive from the Hammer Bureau. Under the purification clause of the Insight Protocol, authorization is now granted for indiscriminate elimination of all targets identified as anomalous and unstable. The directive takes immediate effect. Resistance is futile. The communication abruptly ceased. A deathly silence enveloped the icy expanse. The Hammer Bureau? The Insight Protocol? The Purification Clause? Steve's complexion turned ashen. Did Pierce have a contingency plan? How many operatives had he embedded? Meanwhile, Tony examined the fragmented data recently decrypted from his armor, his voice dry, indicating a method far more brutal and cold-blooded than Pierce's style. It was as if someone had seized the weapon Pierce had dropped amidst the chaos and pulled the trigger. Natasha swiftly manipulated the tablet, her pallor deepening. Reports of widespread riots and gunfire are emerging from multiple global locations. Several bases previously belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra have suddenly opened fire on civilian areas. Additionally, unregistered military units have manifested across the world, engaging in indiscriminate assaults. They bear the insignia of a black hammer. Listening intently, Thor furrowed his brow. The internal strife of Midgard has escalated to such a degree. Are they turning against one another? No wonder Heimdall paused suddenly. As if struck by a thought, his expression shifting. Could the silence of Asgard be tied to this? Has some force that disrupts the connection between the 9 realms been activated? A sense of dread settled over them all. Pierce's downfall, Hydra's exposure. Yet the chaos was far from over. It had instead birthed a more extreme and uncontrollable Hammer Bureau along with the so-called Purification Clause. This could potentially ignite a powder keg that plunges the entire world into civil war. And they, trapped in the polar wasteland, battered and bruised, had lost reliable contact with the outside world. We must return immediately. Steve's voice remained resolute, albeit burdened by weighty pressure. We must stop this Hammer Bureau, whoever they may be. But how to return? The Bifrost was non-functional, and their means of transport had been obliterated. At that moment, a faint, intermittent electronic sound emanated from the unconscious Alexander Pierce, who was wedged within the wreckage of the transport vehicle. Natasha, keenly perceptive, approached to investigate. Retrieving from his coat pocket an exquisitely crafted communicator, pulsating with a red light. It was not standard S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment. Emergency Protocol Nocturne. Pierce murmured incoherently in his stupor, as if some preordained directive had been triggered, activating the safety layer for extraction. Almost instantaneously, from the direction of the distant icy sea, a deep, distinct engine roar, unlike the wind, resounded, rapidly approaching. Everyone immediately became alert. Clint knocked an arrow, Tony strained to lift his arm, and Thor gripped his hammer tightly. They beheld a sleek, entirely black, aggressively designed high-speed icebreaker slicing through the pack ice, racing towards their shoreline. The vessel bore no markings, yet its design faintly echoed Hydra's, albeit more advanced and merciless. Was it Pierce's escape ship? Natasha speculated. Or was it the pursuers of the Hammer Bureau? Clint maintained his aim. The icebreaker halted near the shore, its starboard side opening to lower a boarding ladder. Yet no one appeared, as if it were a ghost ship. Loki struggled to lift his head, his enhanced senses and chaotic predictive abilities capturing fragments again. Protocol Nocturne, highest priority, safeguard assets, automatic navigation to nearest safe house. This vessel seemed to be Pierce's contingency plan, an automatic extraction device activated in the direst circumstances. It had recognized Pierce's life signal and specific commands, autonomously coming to their aid. It's an evacuation ship, Loki rasped. The automatic target may be Pierce, but we can utilize it. The risks were immense. It could very well be a trap, or they might board only to be locked in and sent to some Hydra stronghold. Yet, there were no alternatives. Steve and Thor exchanged glances, swiftly reaching a decision. Board. Steve commanded, remain on high alert. Stark, find a way to take control of this vessel. They moved quickly, hoisting the unconscious Pierce and Winter Soldier aboard, while Tony immediately began attempting to hack into the ship's control system. Natasha and Clint assisted Loki, who was the last to ascend the boarding ladder. The moment he stepped onto the deck, the chip from Zola's server in his grasp, along with the fragment of ancient biological technology in his mind, suddenly resonated with a faint yet distinct pulse, as if something deep within the ship had awakened in response. He glanced towards the depths of the cabin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. This vessel was likely more than a mere escape mechanism. Pierce's contingency, the turmoil within the Hammer Bureau, Thor's inability to contact Asgard. All clues seemed to point towards a deeper, more ancient conspiracy. Their return journey was not one of conclusion, but rather an embarkation towards a new tempest that could engulf the globe and potentially implicate the Nine Realms. The battlefield of New York had become a relic of the past, yet new flames had ignited across the world. Chapter 19. Next stop, Ancient Ruins. The pitch-black icebreaker sliced through the floating ice like a blade, silently navigating into the increasingly tumultuous dark seas. The engine rumbled ominously, yet it could not quell the suffocating tension within the cabin. Steve and Thor secured the still unconscious Pierce and Winter Soldier firmly against a metal support in one corner, while Natasha and Clint stood guard, their eyes never straying. Tony knelt before the control panel, sweat beading on his forehead, as data lines from his armor interfaced with the control interface. JARVIS was engaged in a perilous duel with the ship's evidently superior AI system. Damn it. The encryption protocols combine Zola's algorithms with some ancient code I've never encountered. Tony gritted his teeth. It's resisting and trying to backtrack my signal. Loki leaned against the frigid wall, struggling to breathe. The clash of the two serums within him and the overload in his mind felt like an unending storm, each heartbeat bringing fresh agony. Yet he forced himself to concentrate, his enhanced senses spread out like a fragile web, capturing every subtle movement of the ship, the engine's every shift, the flow of liquid within the pipes, and even from deep beneath the deck. An extremely faint, yet rhythmic energy pulse. That pulse resonated with the chip in his grasp and the fragment of ancient biological technology in his mind, inducing a chilling sense of summons. This ship is not merely a means of transport. Loki's voice was hoarse, nearly drowned out by the engine's roar. There's something below. Steve immediately turned to him. What is it? I don't know. The energy response is peculiar. Unlike Pierce and Zola, Loki struggled to describe the vague sensation. It's more ancient. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his singular eye scanning the frigid metallic walls around him, creations of Midgard, perpetually fraught with concealed shadows and treacherous traps. Suddenly, Tony yanked the data cable free, as if scalded. No. The core permissions are locked down, employing a dual verification of biometrics and some form of mental wave. Unless we awaken Pierce to grant voluntary authorization, or he looks to you. Loki, are you prepared to employ that brute force method once more? All eyes turned once again to Loki. He gazed at the intricate control panel, slowly shaking his head. His condition was dire. The after effects of forcibly merging Stark's armor with the Zola chip were still wreaking havoc, and attempting such a high-level intrusion again could incinerate his brain. At that moment, a shrill alarm blared unexpectedly throughout the vessel. Red lights spun wildly. The main screen abruptly flashed a massive countdown timer in crimson. Warning. Multiple supersonic anti-ship missiles detected. Source unknown. Estimated impact time, 120 seconds. Warning. Automated defense systems are offline. Evasion protocols are ineffective. Final protocol initiated. Self-destruct sequence ready. All asset purification procedures initiated. Countdown, 119 seconds. They found us. It's that S-H-I-E-L-D. Clint shouted. Can we intercept them? Or change course? Steve urgently inquired. Tony operated frantically, his complexion ashen. No. The control system is locked by a higher authority. We are now targets. And this mad ship is going to self-destruct. Thor. Steve turned to the god of thunder. Thor, his expression grave, shook his head. At sea, my powers are considerably diminished. The risk of intercepting such a multitude of fast-moving attacks is exceedingly high. Moreover, I sense that those missiles are imbued with a repugnant suppressive energy field. A palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped them. 118 seconds. Loki suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the depths of the cabin from whence the energy pulse emanated. Down below, That area which is shielded. It may be our only chance for survival. How do you know? Natasha's sharp eyes scrutinized him. Intuition, and what it tells me. Loki pointed to his head, then touched the chip cradled in his arms. The resonant sensation had intensified since the alarm's onset. There is no time to hesitate. Lead the way, Steve decisively commanded. Tony attempted to blast the sealed door leading to the lower levels with his palm repulsor, but the door remained immovable, its material too unique. Stand back. Thor stepped forward. Mjolnir crashing down with a thunderous impact. Boom. The heavy sealed door twisted and contorted, yet did not fully give way. Time is of the essence. Clint observed the rapidly dwindling countdown on the screen. Loki struggled to rise, lunging toward the door, placing both hands upon the searing metal once more. No longer attempting to breach the system, he poured all his remaining mental energy, mingled with the biological electronic consciousness fusion, power, piercing towards an exceedingly minute node within the lock that appeared to be a biometric sensor. He gambled that this node was connected to whatever lay beneath, betting that his unique energy signature might be recognized as friendly or akin. Biological electronic consciousness fusion, incomplete, copying progress, 85, based on extreme application and biological signal simulation. Click. A faint sound. The distorted sealed door slid open a narrow gap. Go. Steve yanked the door wide. The group rushed through without hesitation, descending the steep staircase. Tony hoisted the unconscious Winter Soldier, while Thor carried Pierce. Loki was the last to enter, nearly collapsing, just as they all made it inside. The sealed door slammed shut once more. Locked. Almost simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. A colossal explosion reverberated from above. The entire ship trembled violently, tilting. The metallic groans of distortion were deafening. The shockwave was palpable even through layers of deck. Flames surged through the gaps into the stairwell. The missiles had struck. The ship was rapidly disintegrating and sinking. Yet, for the moment, they were safe. This area appeared remarkably sturdy. At the staircase's end stood a far more massive door, adorned with bizarre biological patterns. At its center, a palm-shaped indentation lay alongside a complex device reminiscent of a brainwave reader. At this juncture, there was no need for Loki to act further. The chip he held suddenly became scalding, emanating an eerie green glow. The biological patterns on the door seemed to come alive, illuminating rapidly in resonance with the chip. Hum. The heavy metallic door silently slid open to either side. The scene beyond astounded even the well-versed Avengers. This was not merely a cabin, but rather a fusion of a biological incubation chamber and an ancient temple. The space was vast, the walls no longer cold metal, but rather a dark crimson, pulsing with a semblance of life. Countless thick, translucent tubes, flowing with an eerie green luminescent liquid, spread across the walls and ceiling like veins, converging into a massive, crystal-like oval incubation chamber at the center of the room. Inside the chamber floated not a brain, but an indescribable core, oscillating between biological and mechanical. It resembled a colossal, beating heart, yet also a multifaceted crystal. Its surface continuously manifesting complex, non-human geometric symbols and energy flows. The eerie green liquid was being pumped from this core, circulating throughout the entire vascular network. The air was saturated with a sweet, metallic tang, but even more potent, intermingled with ozone and a hint of ancient dust. Warning. Detection of ultra-high concentration of biological ancient energy mixed source. Extremely high homology with host copied abilities. Zola fragment ancient technology. Danger level. Extremely lethal. Copy options updated. Unknown ancient deity creation. Incomplete. Copying progress. 0. Exceeding system comprehension limits. Copying may result in unpredictable distortions. Immediate evacuation strongly advised. The system's alarm was unprecedentedly shrill. Yet, Loki's attention was drawn to a control panel beside the incubation chamber. The console appeared archaic, yet harmoniously integrated with the surrounding biological environment, its screen pulsating with non-human text and constantly shifting star maps. One focal point of the star map corresponded precisely with a coordinate from the scattered reports Tony had received regarding global attacks, and it was becoming increasingly clear. It's calculating attack patterns. Loki suddenly realized. The S-H-I-E-L-D is being directed by it from behind the scenes, or providing support. This ship, this core, is one of Pierce's and Hydra's true trump cards, an ancient biological computational core discovered and sought to be exploited by Zola or even earlier Hydra. It may be older and more powerful than Zola's algorithms. We must destroy it, Steve declared without hesitation, raising his shield. Wait. Tony halted him, pointing at the screen. Look. It's not just calculating attacks. It's also receiving information. Feedback from Hydra's global S.H.I.E.L.D. nodes. This is an intelligence goldmine. Indeed, the screen was inundated with a torrent of data, including troop movements, battle reports, and even encrypted communications. Can we intercept it? Natasha inquired immediately. I'll try. Tony attempted to connect once more, but the console's interface and language system were entirely different. J-A-R-V-I-S couldn't decipher it. It required his gaze shifted to Loki. Loki, staring at the pulsating core, then at the chip in his arms, gritted his teeth and stepped forward once more. He was acutely aware of the extreme peril he faced, yet this was the sole opportunity to gather intelligence, perhaps even to counteract or incapacitate the Hammer Bureau's offensive. He forcefully pressed the chip into the palm-shaped recess. Simultaneously, his hands returned to the console. This time, it was no longer an act of brute force to infiltrate, but rather an attempt to connect and synchronize. Harnessing the shared energy, he positioned himself as an intermediary, momentarily bridging the ancient core with Tony's armor system. Bioelectronic consciousness fusion, incomplete, replication progress, 910, based on shared energy guidance and system bridging. Warning, unknown consciousness fragments attempting to reverse connect with the host. A complex, cold, and inhuman stream of consciousness surged against Luo Xing's mind. Yet this time, due to the shared origin, the pain was somewhat alleviated, replaced by an immense, spine-chilling pressure of information. Stark was now. Luo Xing squeezed out the words through gritted teeth as Tony immediately connected the data line to an external interface of Luo Xing's armor, previously reserved for fusion. Jarvis, receive with all your might. Record as much as possible. A torrent of data flooded through Luo Xing's body, akin to a breached dam, pouring into Stark's armor system. Jarvis's computational core surged to its limits in an instant. Global Hammer Bureau deployments, troop strengths, fragments of plans, and even coordinates of hidden bases streamed in frantically. Simultaneously, Luo Xing glimpsed more about the core's operation, its secret connections to certain extraterrestrial signals, and the coordinates of a colossal, ancient mother facility buried beneath layers of ice. There, it seemed, lay the true source of it all. Unknown ancient god's creation, incomplete, replication progress, 0-1, based on deep connection and information leakage, ancient biological technology, fragment, replication progress, 1, based on information parsing. Moments later, Luo Xing abruptly severed the connection, staggering backward, his face pale as a sheet. Yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He had obtained partial data and the coordinates to the true source. Tony, too, disconnected the data line. The armor system nearly overloaded and smoking, but his expression mirrored shock. Good heavens, what madness are these lunatics plotting? His words remained unspoken. Suddenly, the entire core cultivation chamber shook violently, more fiercely than when the missile struck. The organic walls above began to crack, a ghastly green liquid seeping from the fissures. Self-destruct sequence at final stage. Energy core overload. Ship intercom. This vessel, this core, was set to annihilate itself without leaving a trace. We must leave, Thor bellowed, smashing his hammer against the nearby wall. The force of thunder erupted. Boom. The dark red organic wall was shattered, revealing not ocean water, but frigid seawater and frothing foam. The hull had already submerged significantly. Catch me, Thor shouted, leading the charge outward. Steve grabbed hold of Pierce, with Natasha and Clint following closely. Tony hoisted the Winter Soldier. Casting one last glance at the violently pulsating core cultivation chamber, on the verge of explosion, before rushing out. Luo Xing was the last to leap. Just as he was about to escape through the breach, he suddenly turned back, gazing at the throbbing heart of the core. A fleeting glimmer of frenzied greed flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his hand, not to seize it, but to once more activate the bioelectronic consciousness fusion at level 10, in conjunction with the ancient biological technology fragment, forcibly tearing away a small, seemingly living shard of crystal radiating green light from the core. It was the size of a thumb, yet contained an energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Warning. Forced detachment of high-concentration energy entity. Extremely dangerous. Obtained. Unknown biological core fragment. Extremely unstable. He clenched the searing shard tightly in his palm and turned to plunge through the breach. The icy seawater instantly engulfed him. Just as he entered the water, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. The entire ship collapsed inward, transforming into a massive whirlpool, engulfed in endless fire and eerie green light. Descending into the pitch-black depths of the ocean, the shockwave from the explosion propelled everyone into the deep sea. Thor, surrounded by crackling lightning, formed a temporary bubble to shield them all and swam vigorously toward the surface. Minutes later, the group emerged from the tumultuous waters, gasping and coughing violently. Behind them lay only fragments and oily debris, remnants of the ship's existence. The sky remained overcast, the wind and snow unrelenting. They had lost their means of transportation, adrift in the frigid Arctic Ocean. Yet, they had survived, and they had acquired crucial intelligence, along with coordinates pointing to the ultimate source. Luo Xing spread his hand, gazing at the shard that still pulsed faintly in his palm, emanating an ominous green light, feeling the ancient power within that transcended understanding. And a weak but chilling smile crept across his lips. He had finally grasped the tale of Hydra. And this war had officially shifted from the shadows of Earth into the unknown, deep, ancient abyss of terror. Their next destination would be the ancient ruins beneath the ice, a place even Hydra deemed forbidden. Chapter 20, A Cosmic Existence. The bone-chilling seawater sliced through their skin like countless dull blades. The group floated between shattered ice floes and remnants of the ship, each breath igniting a searing pain in their lungs amidst the icy shards. The darkness and cold of the Arctic Ocean greedily consumed their remaining body heat. Tony's armor, having suffered prior overload and seawater immersion, had rendered most of its functions inoperative, leaving only the basic life support system and a faint communication capability struggling to function. Steve used his shield to push away a fragment of ice that was hurtling toward Natasha, his own lips now tinged with purple. Clint fought to paddle, trying to keep the unconscious Winter Soldier and Pierce's heads above water. Thor, surrounded by weak arcs of lightning, attempted to dispel the frigid air from a small area. But the immense energy he had expended in his confrontation with Ronan and the destruction of the ship left his thunder dimmed. Despair spread like the icy waters around them. Did Stark have any way out? Steve's voice trembled, not only from the cold, but also from exhaustion. Frost had formed inside Tony's helmet, and he struggled to operate the nearly paralyzed system. A shortwave distress signal had been sent, but who in this forsaken place would receive it? And who knew if it would be a rescue team or the executioners from the Hammer Bureau? Luo Xing floated nearby, his consciousness wavering between the pains of cold and the chaotic energies within him. He clutched the green crystal fragment he had torn from the ancient core, which still radiated an eerie warmth and pulsed through the fabric of his combat suit, akin to a miniature heart. Unknown biological core fragment, extremely unstable, energy radiation in progress. Ancient biological technology, fragment, replication progress, 12, based on close-range energy radiation and contact. Warning. The fragment's energy is attempting to merge with the host's residual homologous energy, Zola serum. The outcome is unpredictable. I cannot succumb here, absolutely not. He bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting his consciousness awake. He recalled the fleeting glimpse of the star map coordinates, the colossal mother facility beneath the ice. The coordinates, he rasped, his voice barely audible above the wind. We must go there. How? Clint gasped. Should we swim? Just then, a deep, resonant horn echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of the sea, or perhaps resonating directly within the very depths of each person's soul. Not far beneath the surface of the sea, a mesmerizing azure light, soft yet colossal, began to illuminate the waters. The radiance rapidly expanded, and an enormous shadow gradually emerged from the depths of the ocean. It was neither a submarine nor any known marine creature. Was it an iceberg? No. It was a monumental entity, constructed from a blend of some organic matter and crystalline ice, resembling a moving island. Its surface shimmered with flowing azure patterns, its form seemingly in a state of constant, slow transformation, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. The horn of Heimdall sounded, but this was not the power of Asgard. Thor gazed at the colossal object rising from the depths, his single eye filled with astonishment and confusion. Was this a creation of Jotunheim, the realm of frost giants? Perhaps not entirely. As the behemoth approached, one side of its wall silently parted like a curtain of water, revealing a passageway that radiated a warm white light. A figure appeared at the threshold of this passage. She was tall, her skin a delicate shade of ice blue, adorned in garments crafted from some luminescent ice crystals and peculiar leather. Her beauty was striking, yet her gaze held an ancient wisdom intertwined with curiosity. Her eyes swept over the floating figures, ultimately resting upon Thor and Loki, the god of thunder of Asgard. Her voice resonated ethereally, directly penetrating the minds of those present, along with the essence of ancient anomalies. By the command of the Ice Burial, I am to guide you to the Niflheim Ice Tomb. Niflheim Ice Tomb? Ice Burial? These names were steeped in the rich tapestry of Norse mythology, yet they felt utterly unfamiliar. Who are you? Thor inquired warily, his hammer slightly raised. among the 9 realms. He had never encountered such entities or places. I am the guide, elf, serving the ice burial, the keeper of the sealed lands, she spoke in a calm tone. Your discord has disturbed the long slumber, and the object in your possession, she cast her gaze upon Loki's tightly clenched hand, is entwined with a force that should not be touched. The ice burial wishes to see you. Are they foe or friend? A trap or an opportunity? There was no choice. Remaining in the sea would only lead to a frozen demise. Steve glanced at Thor, who gave a slight nod. He sensed no overt malice from the ice blue woman or the colossal entity. Rather, there was a neutrality, even a somewhat detached transcendence. We will follow you, Steve resolved. The group struggled to ascend the radiant passage. Inside, the warmth was reminiscent of spring, the air fresh, starkly contrasting with the frigid exterior. The walls of the passage appeared to be living ice crystals, with light flowing within, pulsing gently. Elf's gaze once again swept over the unconscious Winter Soldier and Pierce. Pausing for a fleeting moment on the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, a barely perceptible fluctuation glimmering in her eyes before she resumed her calm demeanor. Follow me, she instructed, turning to lead the way as the passage silently closed behind her. The colossal entity descended slowly, submerging once again into the icy depths of the Arctic Ocean, heading toward an unknown destination. At the end of the passage lay a vast hall, breathtaking in its grandeur. It resembled not a ship's cabin, but a sacred sanctuary sculpted from ice crystals. The towering dome was composed of countless self-luminous ice shards, casting soft, shifting light. In the center of the hall, a tranquil spring exuded an aura of chill. The surrounding walls were adorned with unfamiliar star maps and ancient murals depicting battles between giants and some mysterious beings. A towering figure stood with his back to them, beside the spring. He turned to face them, his skin mirroring the ice blue hue, his visage aged yet commanding, with white hair and beard cascading like strands of ice. Clad in a simple gray robe, he held a staff wrought from ice, yet imbued with unfathomable power. His gaze was profound, as if it contained eons of frost and countless stars. His eyes swept over the group, pausing momentarily on Thor, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, his gaze fixed intently upon Loki, more specifically, upon the hand he grasped tightly. I am the keeper here. You may refer to me as the ice burial. The elder's voice was deep and measured, resonating with echoes of time. Young man, the fragment in your possession, along with the chaotic echoes within your being. Whence do they originate? Pressure. An invisible weight enveloped Loki, not born of malice, but a scrutiny stemming from absolute power and the passage of ages. Loki inhaled deeply, suppressing his discomfort, and succinctly explained that the fragment came from the ancient core of Hydra and described the peculiarities of his abilities, omitting the system. Merely stating it was an accidental mutation. The ice burial listened intently, his expression inscrutable. Hydra, a band of insignificant vermin, dares to meddle with the fragments of the ancient tooth? He shook his head gently, a hint of derision in his tone, before his demeanor grew serious. But you, the anomaly, your very existence is a greater variable. You forcibly merge powers from different sources, even pilfering a trace of the ancient tooth's essence. Your threads of fate have become utterly entangled, pointing toward countless possibilities and destruction. He paused, his staff striking the ground. The turmoil you have engendered in the outside world, the madness of Mjolnir, I have perceived. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true dilemma lies in the fact that you have disturbed its long slumber, and the shard you possess has illuminated the beacon for its return. What is it? Steve stepped forward to inquire. An ancient mistake. A voracious entity once sealed by the United Realms, the ice burial's gaze grew distant, merging with some primordial darkness and biological weaponry that originated at the dawn of the universe. We call it the Star Reader's filth. It lies dormant in the depths of what you refer to as the Ice Tomb. Hydra merely discovered a fragment of the power it exudes. A heavy silence descended upon them. They had believed Hydra and the Shield to be the ultimate adversaries, only to uncover a terrifying cosmic entity lurking behind the scenes. The assault by the Shield was but a manifestation of the awakening instincts of the Star Reader's filth. It seeks to eliminate threats through the corrupted wills, instinctively searching for more sustenance. The ice burial regarded Loki, and the shard in your possession is a perilous source of power for you. Yet for it, an irresistible lure and a beacon. We must stop it, Thor declared resolutely. Stop? The ice burial regarded him. With your current state? With Asgard facing its own dire circumstances? Thor's expression shifted. With this young man, whose internal conflict is on the brink of collapse. He approached Loki. You have arrived at a crossroads of fate, anomaly. The power you have plundered is dragging you toward annihilation, and it will hasten the complete awakening of the Star Eater's filth. However, your unique attributes may also be the only key to genuinely digesting and controlling that shard, even to extinguish the beacon. What must I do? Loki met the Ice Burial's gaze, showing no sign of retreat. Choice. The Ice Burial spoke slowly. First, I can sever the dangerous fragment and all unstable powers from within you right now. You will survive, but return to an ordinary existence. The awakening of the Star Eater's filth may be delayed, but not prevented. Second, his staff pointed toward the icy spring at the center of the hall. Enter the stagnation spring. I will guide its power to momentarily freeze the conflicting forces within you and halt the process of collapse. But you must rely on your own will to find the balance, even to merge those powers. The process will be excruciating, fraught with peril. If successful, you may gain the right to control that shard and confront the Star Eater's filth. If you fail, the Ice Burial left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was clear. All eyes focused on Loki. Return to mediocrity, merely surviving? Or embrace danger, grasping at a slim chance to face a cosmic horror? Loki hesitated not for an instant. He struggled to stand upright, wiping away the frozen blood at the corner of his mouth, gazing towards the spring that emanated a chilling aura, his eyes ablaze with defiance, fury, and a near-manic obsession. I did not ascend to this point merely to start over. Step by step, he advanced towards the stagnant spring. Loki wished to utter something, yet was halted by Thor. The god of thunder regarded Loki's silhouette with a flicker of respect in his singular eye. Natasha and Clint observed in silence. Tony exhaled heavily, commencing the arduous task of repairing his armor. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to prepare for battle. Approaching the spring's edge, the bone-chilling cold nearly suffocated Loki. He could sense the terrifying power within the spring, potent enough to freeze time itself. He cast a final glance at his companions, his gaze ultimately resting on the Ice Burial. If I cannot emerge, I shall destroy that shard. With that declaration, he stepped resolutely into the frigid waters. The extreme cold enveloped him instantly. It felt as if every cell, every thought was frozen in an instant. The anguish surpassed any he had previously endured. Yet he did not sink. The spring cradled him, slowly lifting him, forming a crystalline coffin of ice. Through the icy layer, one could discern the immense agony etched upon his face, as well as the strange glow of chaotic energy within him, forcibly frozen in time. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modified, Copy Progress, 55, Stagnant. Super Soldier Physique, Captain America Version, Copy Progress, 28, Stagnant. Bioelectronic Consciousness Fusion, Defective, Copy Progress, 10, Stagnant. Transdimensional Calculation and Prediction Capability, Fragment, Copy Progress, 47, Stagnant. Unknown Biological Core Fragment. Extremely Unstable, Energy Radiation, Stagnant. Everything had come to a halt. Awaiting him was a prolonged struggle amidst absolute silence and cold, a perilous negotiation and conquest with all the powers he had claimed. The Ice Burial observed Loki encased in the ice coffin, murmuring softly. The ancient hunger stirs restlessly. The loom of fate spins once more. Anomalous one, can you weave a different future? Or will you ultimately become the appetizer before the feast? The hall remained enveloped in silence, save for the silent diffusion of the spring's chill. Outside, the iron hooves of the Thunder Agency trampled the world. Yet beneath the ice, an even older terror slowly opened its eyes. The storm had never ceased. It merely shifted to a far more dreadful battleground. Chapter 21, Fishing. Time lost all significance within the Niflheim ice tomb. Only the eternal chill of the stagnant spring lingered, alongside the figure frozen on the precipice of life and death within the ice coffin. The Ice Burial stood like an ancient statue, vigilantly watching over the spring. Elves occasionally appeared silently, bringing fragmented, blurred information from the outside world, perceived through some ancient resonance of ice crystals. The black flag of the Thunder Agency was planted amidst the ruins of 3 continents. Her voice was ethereal, devoid of emotion, yet painted a hellish tableau. They were searching, seeking every trace connected to the bygone era, searching for you. Steve struck the ice wall with his fist, leaving a shallow imprint, his eyes filled with impotent rage. His shield leaned against the side, the stars and stripes shrouded in frost. Tony's armor had barely restored its basic functions. He frantically analyzed the data fragments intercepted from the Hydra Dreadnought, attempting to unearth the vulnerabilities of the Thunder Agency, albeit with slow progress. The opposing technology intertwined Earth's advancements, Zola's algorithms, and some more bizarre, incomprehensible elements. Their energy core readings were peculiar, resembling a form of biological fusion. Tony muttered, his brow furrowed. Natasha and Clint were tasked with guarding Pierce and the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier remained unconscious, yet his vital signs were stable. Pierce would occasionally awaken, muttering incoherent phrases, mostly exclaiming "Hail Hydra" or "Purification," only to be lulled back to slumber by the elves with some form of icy mist. Thor had made countless attempts to call upon Heimdall, even trying to forcibly sense Asgard with his divine power, yet all to no avail. A heavy sense of unease shrouded him. The connection between the realms seemed deliberately obscured or even severed by some unseen force. The hopes of all, or rather, that tenuous, dangerous variable, hinged upon the individual within the spring. Within the stagnant spring, Loki's consciousness had not been entirely frozen. Instead, he was drawn into an infinitely long, silent realm of absolute existence. Here, there was no light, no sound, and no perception of time as passage. Only he remained, along with the violently conflicting powers within him. Forcibly paused. The cold brutality of the Soviet serum, the steady perfection of Captain America's serum, the bioelectronic corrosion of Zola's algorithm, the fragmented deluge of transdimensional calculations, and the ancient, hungry temptation emanating from the shard of the eternal tooth. They resembled a pack of ferocious beasts caged together, glaring at one another in silence, growling, poised to tear each other, and him, their host, apart. He must tame them, not to annihilate, but to discover a means for their coexistence, even collaboration. This process was more perilous than any battle. Each attempt at guidance provoked a more violent backlash. The agony did not merely affect his body. It struck directly at the essence of his consciousness, as though his soul were repeatedly torn apart and forcefully stitched back together. He recalled every sensation during the moments of replication, the energy shock from Iron Man's impact, the genetic resonance when he touched Captain America's blood, the death threats faced in the presence of the Winter Soldier, and the chilling tug when he seized Zola's consciousness. He began to attempt understanding the essence of these powers rather than resisting them. The Soviet serum embodied a raw, unmasked thirst for murder and survival, akin to a famished wolf on the tundra. The Captain America serum represented order, protection, and potential guidance, a sturdy shield. Zola's algorithm was cold calculation, ruthless prediction, and a twisted fusion of biological aspects, a greedy intellect. The fragments of transdimensional calculation offered an expanded perspective and torrent of information, akin to blinding lightning. The shard of the ancient core was a deeper, primal hunger and creative force, a dormant volcano. He ceased trying to suppress one side over the other, and instead, like a clumsy mediator, he laboriously built bridges of communication in the absolute silence. He transformed the wolf's claws into the power that strikes with the shield. He allowed the intellect of the brain to guide the lightning's strike. He let the order of the shield restrain the wolf's madness. He harnessed the energy of the volcano to nourish the parched riverbed. The process was agonizingly slow, teetering on the brink of despair. Failure. Collapse. His consciousness nearly scattered. Yet the instinct for survival and that relentless madness yanked him back. It was unclear how much time had passed. Outside the ice coffin, the ever-silent ice barrier suddenly stirred, his frosty white brows twitching. His profound gaze turned towards the stagnant spring. In the water, the previously chaotic and frozen energy began to exhibit extremely subtle changes. No longer were they clashing and canceling each other out. Instead, they began to pulse in a remarkably slow, yet harmonious rhythm. Golden, Captain America; dark red, Soviet; deep green, Zola; blazing white, transdimensional calculation; and a faint, profound dark green, ancient fragment. These lights remained distinct yet ceased their strife. Akin to a band that had found a rough rhythm, beginning to attempt a performance. Incredible, the ice barrier whispered softly, for the first time. A genuine expression of emotion flickered across his eternally cold visage. He was harmonizing them. The others in the hall were also stirred, gathering around, anxiously observing the changes within the spring. Inside the ice coffin, the expression of frozen pain on Loki's face seemed to ease slightly. In the realm of consciousness, Luo Xing stood upon a desolate expanse, forged solely by his own formidable power, no longer a chaotic wasteland. A hungry wolf crouched at his feet, still baring its teeth, yet retracting its claws. A shield stood beside him, gleaming with a gentle luster. His brain hovered above, executing calculations with a calm demeanor. Lightning traversed the clouds, obediently following its directive. In the distance, a volcano lay dormant, yet its heat simmered beneath the surface. He raised his hand, observing the tips of his fingers, interwoven with myriad glimmers of light. An unprecedented, nascent sense of control surged within him. Although still fragile, and far from true integration, the most perilous internal conflict had finally achieved a temporary equilibrium. He gazed towards a certain direction within this realm of consciousness, where the interface to reality awaited. It was time to return. The stasis spring began to emit a subtle hum, the surface ice crystals fracturing. Step back. The ice barrier commanded in a deep voice. Crack, crack. The fissures rapidly spread, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the entire ice coffin. Boom. The ice coffin shattered completely. Countless shards of ice burst forth, yet were restrained by an invisible force, gently descending. Luo Xing's figure emerged from within, gradually settling onto the ground. He opened his eyes. They remained the same, yet no longer merely cold or mad. Instead, they now held an unfathomable tranquility, reminiscent of a tempestuous sea after the storm. Beneath his skin, different energy auras subtly flowed, only to swiftly recede. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the vast yet orderly torrent of power within him, obedient to his command. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modified, Copy Progress, 60, Initial Harmonization, Controllability Enhanced. Super Soldier Physique, Captain America Version, Copy Progress, 33, Initial Harmonization. Basic Enhancement, Biological Electronic Consciousness Fusion, Incomplete, Copy Progress, 15, Deep Understanding, Applicability Enhanced. Transdimensional Calculation and Prediction Ability, Fragmentary, Copy Progress, 6, Computational Power Enhanced. Backlash Reduced, Unknown Biological Core Fragment, Extremely Unstable, Energy Radiation, Initial Suppression, Limited Guidance Possible. He lifted his gaze towards the ice barrier and nodded slightly. Thank you. The ice barrier looked deeply at him, nodding in return. You have accomplished the first step. But remember, the balance remains tenuous. The insatiable whispers have never ceased. You have merely learned to dance with the wolf, not to tame the pack. Luo Xing turned to his companions. In Steve's eyes, he saw comfort and inquiry. Tony whistled. Wow, you look pretty good, buddy. Natasha and Clint nodded in acknowledgement. Thor clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. How long have we missed? Luo Xing inquired. Approximately 3 days in the outside world, Elv answered. The Thunder Hammer has gained preliminary control of the situation. They are purging all resistance and potential threats. What about Pierce? Still unconscious, Natasha gestured towards a corner. Luo Xing approached, gazing at the comatose Pierce, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, pressing it against Pierce's forehead. The power of the biological electronic consciousness fusion slowly extended, no longer a crude plunder, but a more refined, targeted exploration. Pierce's body trembled violently, as if trapped in a nightmare. Minutes later, Luo Xing released his hand, his expression darkening. He, too, was unaware of who the highest leader of the Thunderhammer Bureau was. He was merely an executor thrust into the spotlight. The true commands originated from a highly encrypted single-line channel, codenamed the World Forge. The taint of the Star Eater was referred to by them as the Final Forge. The trail seemed to have gone cold once more. Yet, Luo Xing turned to the ice barrier. You mentioned that fragment is a beacon. Indeed. Then, when the beacon lights up, the insatiable instincts will be drawn to it, attempting to reclaim or approach this fragment, correct? A flicker of understanding crossed the ice barrier's eyes. You intend to use yourself and this fragment as bait. Not merely bait, Luo Xing spread his hand, revealing a dark green shard that pulsed gently in his palm. I aim to use it as both hook and line, to reverse track the position of the Star Eater's taint, perhaps even that so-called World Forge. The risk is immense. This is tantamount to deliberately exposing your coordinates to that cosmic horror. Tony opposed. You might draw it directly to you. Steve frowned as well. We have no time left. Luo Xing's voice was calm yet resolute. The Thunderhammer Bureau is tightening its noose with each passing moment. Every second wasted leads to more lives lost. Asgard has gone dark, and there are no reinforcements from the outside. This is our only course of action. He looked towards the ice barrier. I require a sufficiently safe and sturdy location for this endeavor. Furthermore, I need your assistance to restrain or eliminate me should I spiral out of control or attract uncontrollable consequences. The ice barrier remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. At the deepest part of the Niflheim ice tomb, there lies a realm of annihilation. It is the most fortified area of the sealing system, capable of isolating most energy leakage and consciousness probing. I can open it for you. However, once initiated, no one can assist you. All consequences must be borne by you alone. That will suffice. Luo Xing nodded. He addressed the Avengers. If I succeed, we shall locate the enemy's lair. If I fail, he paused. You know what to do. There were no grandiose proclamations, only a cold and brutal resolve. Under Elv's guidance, they ventured deeper into the ice tomb. Traversing a long passageway composed of ice crystals and ancient metal, they finally arrived at a colossal stone door, adorned with countless sealing runes. The ice barrier raised his staff, reciting ancient incantations. One by one, the runes on the stone door illuminated. Then, with a heavy and silent motion, it opened inward. Beyond the door lay a vast spherical chamber, entirely constructed of a dark, muted metal. The interior was barren, its walls etched with even more intricate and ancient seals than those outside. The atmosphere here was more profoundly silent than the stasis spring, as if the very concept of time had been utterly erased. This is the place, the ice barrier stated. Once the door closes, unless it is reopened from within, it is exceedingly difficult for outside forces to intervene. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Luo Xing took a deep breath and stepped inside. He surveyed the frigid metallic sphere before settling into a cross-legged position, placing the dark green shard in his palm. He closed his eyes, beginning to actively guide the initially harmonized power within him, cautiously infusing it into the shard, as if gently rapping on a door leading to the abyss. Unknown biological core fragment, extremely unstable, energy radiation activating, biological electronic consciousness fusion, incomplete, copy progress, 15, high-intensity application, transdimensional calculation and prediction ability, fragmentary, copy progress, 6, reverse tracking calculation in progress. Outside the sphere, the others anxiously watched as the stone door slowly closed, leaving Luo Xing alone amidst absolute silence and danger. The fishing had begun. On the other end of the line lay slumbering ancient horrors and the hidden puppeteers lurking in the darkest corners. And now, the bait had been cast. Chapter 22. Found. The metal door of annihilation sealed behind him, emitting a final, muffled sound as if it had separated two worlds. The last vestige of light's disappearance ushered in an all-encompassing darkness and silence that transcended extremes. Here, there was no sound, no shadows of light. Even the sound of his own blood coursing and the heartbeat of his heart were forcibly erased by some unseen law, leaving only consciousness to scream madly in the absolute void. Luo Xing sat cross-legged on the frigid metallic floor, palms upturned, as the dark green fragment of the eternal tooth pulsed as if alive, emanating an ominous glow that became the sole beacon of light in the encompassing darkness, his only anchor. He inhaled deeply, despite the absence of air, and closed his eyes, plunging his entire will inward. The initially harmonized power began to flow toward the fragment nestled in his palm, slowly and cautiously following his guidance. No longer was it a crude act of plundering or connection. It had transformed into a more refined and tentative resonance and stimulation. The force of biological electronic consciousness integration took the lead, carefully enveloping the shard, striving to decipher its surface energy frequencies and the ancient, unyielding call of hunger. The higher dimensional computation fragment operated at full capacity, processing the immense torrent of inhuman data, attempting to extract directional signals from the stream. The two super soldier serums provided a robust physical support and stable energy output, sustaining this perilous endeavor. The fragment itself, once actively stimulated, awakened like a ferocious beast from slumber, beginning to radiate even stronger, more alluring, to the star devourer's filth, energy fluctuations. A low-frequency hum resonated, not transmitted through the air but directly affecting the very fabric of space, rippling outward from the fragment's core. Luo Xing's consciousness felt as if it had been abruptly yanked into a turbulent river of emerald green, composed of endless data and primal hunger. Countless fragmented images, sounds, and perceptions bombarded his awareness like hail. A frigid metallic corridor, culminating in a churning, dark crimson sea of biomass, perhaps a corner of the world forge. A figure, backlit and indistinct, was issuing commands toward a crystalline form that shifted shape continuously, the voice processed to be cold and unfeeling. The leader of the Hammer Bureau? Enormous energy conduits, resembling planetary veins, were pumping unimaginable volumes of energy deep into the Earth's core, and the most profound tremors emanated from the frozen heart. This was an indescribably vast, ancient, and frigid consciousness, akin to a dormant stellar core, now gently stirred by the fragment's vibrations, casting a flicker of instinctual, destructive attention in its direction. Found it. Yet simultaneously, the pressure brought by that attention reverberated back through the fragment as if it were a tangible force. Crack. Luo Xing seemed to hear his bones groan under the unbearable strain. The shard in his palm became searing hot, its emerald glow swelling, nearly consuming him. A cold, greedy will, yearning to assimilate and absorb everything, surged back like a fierce backlash along the thread. Warning. Encountering high-intensity consciousness reverse invasion. Unknown biological core fragment. extremely unstable, energy out of control. Biological electronic consciousness integration, defective, replication progress 15, overloaded. Pain. His consciousness was on the brink of being torn apart and devoured by that ancient hunger. Luo Xing clung fiercely to the last shred of clarity in his mind, frantically operating the higher dimensional computation ability, no longer attempting to analyze, but rather constructing defenses with all his might. He directed the tide of backlash toward the other forces within him. The Soviet serum's ferocity ignited, transforming into a dagger against the consuming force. The stability from Captain America's serum became the final bastion. The cold calculations of the Zola algorithm desperately sought patterns and weaknesses within the backlash. He had become a battlefield. The fragile balance he had just established teetered once more on the brink of collapse. Outside the void of annihilation, the ice burial man suddenly opened his eyes. His staff halting. It has begun. The thirsty will was stirred. Such swift reaction. The entire Niflheim ice tomb seemed to tremble slightly. Ancient runes on the walls glowed spontaneously, resisting that formless yet terrifying consciousness infiltration. What is he doing? Steve asked anxiously, engaging in a struggle with it. The ice burial man's expression was gravely serious. Standing on the edge of consciousness. He is bold and mad. Tony attempted to scan the void of annihilation with his armor, but all signals were completely shielded. Jarvis could detect nothing. It was now a black hole within. What can we do? Natasha inquired. We cannot do anything. The ice burial man shook his head, left with no choice but to trust him or prepare to fulfill his final duty. His gaze swept over the door, and the meaning was clear. Within the void of annihilation, Luo Xing's 7 orifices began to seep blood, yet as the blood flowed out, it was instantly evaporated into a dark red mist by the energy field emanating from the fragment, swirling around him. His body trembled violently, the energy pathways beneath his skin flickering unpredictably, as if they might burst at any moment. No, I can't hold on. The opponent's scale and level were far too high. Even a mere flicker of instinctual attention felt like an entire ocean pressing down upon a single drop of water. I must sever the connection. Or, a more frenzied thought flashed through his nearly shattered consciousness. He no longer resisted the consuming will with all his strength. Instead, he slightly retracted a portion of his defenses. He guided that cold, greedy tide of will, not toward his core, but toward the fragment itself, which served as bait. Simultaneously, he summoned all 15 of the biological electronic consciousness integration powers, no longer merging, but rather imitating and amplifying, mimicking the energy characteristics of the fragment, amplifying its signal as a beacon. He aimed to make this portion of the Star Devourer's instinctual will believe that this fragment was being activated to a critical point, on the verge of undergoing some transformation. For an entity that had hungered for eons, a fragment on the brink of maturation held far greater allure than ordinary sustenance. Indeed, the tide of backlash exhibited a fleeting hint of hesitation and curiosity. It slowed its consumption and began to observe and perceive the fragment with greater scrutiny, as if seeking confirmation of something. Now, Luo Xing seized this ephemeral opportunity. The higher dimensional computation ability operated with unprecedented velocity, navigating upstream along the path of the observing will, conducting precise positioning and recording. More informational fragments surged forth. Coordinates. Ever clearer coordinates. Not only pointing toward the core of the Star Devourer deep within the Earth, but also toward a specific facility hidden among the mountains, shrouded in a powerful energy field, the precise location of the World Forge. Even scattered information regarding its internal structure and energy nodes surfaced. Success. Yet simultaneously, the threat of the Star Devourer's will seem to sense the anomaly. That observation was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming rage, as if mocked. A more ferocious force of consumption surged forth. Ugh! Luo Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness nearly overwhelmed in an instant. Sever. He expended the last of his strength, abruptly severing all energy connections with the fragment. He instantly reversed the imitative force of the biological electronic consciousness integration, transforming it into the most potent repulsive force field. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted violently from his center, crashing against the metallic walls of the void of annihilation. Countless ancient runes on the walls illuminated to their utmost, emitting a strained hum as fine cracks appeared. Luo Xing was violently slammed against the wall by the backlash, then slid down to the ground, utterly losing consciousness. In his palm, the shard's glow dimmed, becoming gray and as if it had exhausted all energy, yet it remained intact. Within the void of annihilation, silence returned once more. Outside, the oppressive force of that terrifying consciousness abruptly dissipated. The ice burial man rushed forward, his staff sweeping as ancient incantations were chanted, forcibly stabilizing the trembling seal. The runes on the door slowly faded. "Open the door," Steve urged anxiously. The ice burial warden's expression grew grave once more as he chanted, the heavy metallic door creaking open inwardly. Within, Luo Xing lay crumpled in a corner, drenched in blood. His breath faint, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, beside his tightly clenched hand lay a diminutive device, projecting intricate three-dimensional star maps and data streams. It was a spare data storage unit Tony had previously given him, activated unbeknownst to him. The focal point of the star map was distinctly locked onto two coordinates. One delved deep underground, emanating a disquieting dark crimson glow, the corruption of the Star Eater. The other was nestled amid surface mountains, shrouded by a complex network of energy, the World Forge. Tony immediately approached to scan Luo Xing's vital signs. They were alarmingly weak. Internal energy conflicts erupted once more, far worse than before. Immediate medical attention was imperative. The ice burial warden glanced at the coordinates, then at the dying Luo Xing, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, and at the tip of his staff, a sphere of gentle yet profoundly chilling energy coalesced, gradually infusing it into Luo Xing's body. The power of the still spring could only temporarily halt his collapse, but could not remedy it. He must find a way to restore ultimate balance before he was entirely encased in ice, or the ice burial warden chose not to elaborate. A thin layer of frost once again enveloped Luo Xing's body, the violent energy fluctuations forcibly suppressed, his breathing becoming exceedingly slow and faint, as if he had slipped into a state of hibernation. "Elf," the ice burial warden spoke. The guide appeared silently, leading them to the ice vein teleportation chamber. The ice burial warden pointed at the mountain coordinates. "Your time is running short. The corruption of the Star Eater has been thoroughly stirred. Its awakening will accelerate. The World Forge has likely sensed it as well." He turned to Steve and the others. "This is the path forged by your choices. The outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty, destruction or hope. No one knows." Steve hoisted the encased Luo Xing onto his back. Tony seized the device containing the coordinates, while Natasha and Clint secured Pierce and the Winter Soldier. Under Elf's guidance, they swiftly moved in another direction of the ice tomb. The ice burial warden remained rooted in place, watching them vanish into the depths of the passage, murmuring softly, "The seed has been sown. Thirst has awakened. Mortals, confront the flames you have ignited with your own hands." And perhaps the true twilight was just beginning. Their next destination would be the heart of the World Forge. As for the slumbering Luo Xing, whether he would awaken before the final battle, and if he would emerge as the key to salvation or a greater catastrophe, none could tell. The real adventure had only just commenced. Chapter 23, Final Agreement Confirmed. The ice vein teleportation chamber lay at the opposite end of the Niflheim ice tomb. Rather than a mere room, it resembled a vast, naturally formed crystalline corridor of ice. The corridor was empty at its center, its floor inscribed with intricate and ancient star map patterns, more complex than those of the void between. These patterns were not lifeless. They pulsated with visible, ice-blue energy currents, emanating a subtle glow reminiscent of spatial distortion. Elf stood at the edge of the corridor, her hands hovering in the air, reciting ethereal and enigmatic syllables. As she chanted, the radiance of the star map intensified, and the central space began to ripple like water, gradually revealing another scene, a steep, jagged black mountain range cloaked in a snowstorm, with a massive, grotesque metallic complex perched atop its summit, starkly contrasting the ancient mystery of the Niflheim ice tomb, exuding a cold industrial aesthetic and aggression. Coordinates locked. Outer regions of the World Forge. Elf's voice bore a barely perceptible fatigue. The teleportation can only be sustained briefly and cannot accurately pinpoint the interior. Once passed, I cannot provide any further support. That will suffice. Steve tightened his grip on the encased Luo Xing, who resembled a sleeping ice sculpture, with only a faint trace of life to confirm his existence. Thank you for your assistance. The ice burial warden did not come to bid farewell. His duty was to guard the ice tomb, not to intervene in the wars beyond. Tony conducted a final check of the dwindling energy in his armor and the fragmented information decoded from the ice tomb data. The external energy barrier of the forge was formidable. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. According to intercepted fragmentary information, there existed a secondary conduit for the disposal of biological waste. Its defense is relatively weak. Perhaps that would serve as our entrance. That will be our ingress, Natasha interjected, having adjusted her status to optimal, her gaze sharp as ever. Clint knocked the last specialized arrow to his bowstring. Let us hope their sewers aren't too narrow. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. lightning flickering ominously across the hammer's head. Let us smash this serpentine nest. Without further hesitation, the group exchanged resolute glances and stepped into the rippling waves of space. A powerful sensation of weightlessness and vertigo engulfed them, as though they had been hurled into a frigid vortex. Moments later, the sensation of solid ground returned. An biting wind, sharp as a blade, coupled with dense snowflakes, assailed them. They emerged in a narrow, snow-laden mountain hollow. Not far ahead loomed a colossal metallic base, sprawling like a black beast across the mountainside. Towering walls stood sentinel, searchlights sweeping through the snowstorm, while countless automated turrets and sensors jutted out like venomous barbs. From deep within the base emanated a dull, rhythmic mechanical roar, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal creature. The air was thick with a faintly sweet, metallic aroma reminiscent of the previous dreadnought. This was the heart of the world forge, the bastion that nourished the corruption of the Star Eater. Look there. Clint pointed to a relatively concealed mountain face below, where a massive pipe continuously expelled a viscous, dark red waste. The searing effluent hissed as it met the ice and snow, rising in plumes of steam. The waste outlet. Let us hope the scent within isn't too overwhelming. Tony scanned the area. The energy barrier was indeed at its weakest, but internal biological sensors and laser grids lay in wait. Stealth was paramount. I'll handle the sensors. Natasha retrieved a compact electronic jamming device from her gear. Leave the laser grid to me. Clint drew an arrow equipped with a special adhesive device. Steve turned to Thor and Tony. We will handle the assault and cover. Thor, we may require your strength to break through as necessary. Gladly, Thor nodded. The operation commenced. Natasha, like a silent feline, glided down the steep slope, using the steam as cover to approach the pipe, affixing the jammer to its inner wall. Clint's arrow found its mark deep within the pipe, emitting high-frequency pulses that instantly disrupted the laser grid's operation. All clear, Natasha whispered. The group swiftly descended, holding their breath as they slipped into the foul-smelling, blistering waste pipe. Inside the conduit, conditions worsened, the viscous, corrosive effluent rising nearly to their knees, each step proving exceedingly arduous. Tony utilized the remaining energy in his armor to generate a small force field, barely pushing aside the waste ahead. Steve carried Luo Xing, while Thor brought up the rear. The pipe twisted downward, delving deep into the mountain's belly. The metallic walls gradually transformed into a pulsating, dark red organic substance, reminiscent of life, akin to the sensations within the Niflheim ice tomb, but more vibrant and distorted. Occasionally, the walls revealed bizarre devices embedded within, resembling neural nodes. Warning: high-intensity biological contamination radiation detected. The alarm on Tony's armor blared. We are inside that creature, Tony murmured. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, leading to a massive, valve-like exit. The effluent poured into a deeper, boiling, red-lit biological processing pool. Beside the exit lay a maintenance passage leading into the depths of the base. A few individuals cautiously emerged from the sewage pipe and entered the corridor. The interior of the passage was relatively clean, yet the sweet, metallic scent grew more pronounced. Tony attempted to connect to the internal network of the base. It was futile. The network operated on an independent biological signal system incompatible with his device. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A heavy thudding of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Conceal yourselves. The group swiftly slipped into the shadows. A squad of patrolling soldiers approached, clad in black combat uniforms adorned with the insignia of the hammer. However, their movements seemed somewhat rigid, their gazes vacant, with dark red veins faintly visible beneath their skin. Bio-enhanced soldiers, Natasha whispered. The patrol passed without noticing them, moving mechanically. They are under control, Steve remarked grimly, recalling Pierce's words about purification. They had to locate the control center or the energy core without delay. According to the fragmented blueprints deciphered by Tony, they stealthily made their way toward the core area of the base. The deeper they ventured, the more formidable the guards became, and the number of genetically modified soldiers increased. They even encountered some horrific entities, half human and half machine, bound within incubation tanks. At the heart of the base lay a vast atrium, unfathomably deep, pulsating with a dark red energy flow, resembling an entrance to hell. Countless pipes and walkways crisscrossed, connecting various platforms and laboratories surrounding it. Suspended in the center of the atrium was a colossal, intricate structure composed of biological tissue and machinery. It resembled a gigantic heart or a brain, rhythmically pumping immense energy and linking through numerous thick veins to the base and even deeper to the devouring filth of the cosmos. That is the Forge's core, Tony exclaimed in shock. However, their objective was not it. Adjacent to the core, on a platform, was a more concealed control center, appearing to serve as the command node for the entire facility. How could they reach it? The platform was heavily guarded, and the only passage was a narrow suspension bridge. A direct assault. Steve commanded. Tony, Thor, create chaos. Natasha, Clint, provide cover. I will charge forward. Wait. Suddenly, a hoarse, faint voice whispered in Steve's ear. It was Loki. He had awakened at this critical moment. The frost encasing him was rapidly melting, and as he opened his eyes, they shimmered with the golden glow of Captain America's serum, the dark red malevolence of the Soviet serum, the icy cold of Zola's algorithm, the blinding brilliance of hyperdimensional computation, and a trace of deep green ancient fragment energy, precariously maintaining a dangerous balance. How did you? Steve gasped in surprise and joy. For now, suppress Loki's voice. It is extremely weak, he continued, though it carried an unprecedented calm. That control center has a formidable biological consciousness barrier. Forcing our way in will trigger the highest alarms, possibly leading to detonation. Loki struggled to raise his hand, pointing toward the seething energy well below. Utilize it. How? Throw me down, Loki declared astonishingly. What? Are you mad? Tony snarled. Below lies the energy circulation hub and the biological network node, Loki gasped in explanation. My power traits can temporarily infiltrate it like a virus, disrupting or even briefly seizing partial control. The risks were immense. The raging energy flow below could shred him to pieces in an instant. Or he could be assimilated by that biological network, losing his very self. Time is running out, Loki urged, his gaze steady upon Steve. Trust me. Steve looked down into the abyss of destructive energy and then at the resolute expression of his comrade in his arms. In that moment, he was transported back to the rainy night when he decided to inject the serum. He nodded resolutely. All right. Without hesitation, Steve exerted all his strength, hurling Loki toward the center of the atrium, into the most tumultuous region of energy. Loki, Natasha, and Clint gasped in disbelief. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Loki's body plummeted, instantly engulfed by the dark red energy glow. 1 second, 2 seconds. No response. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the entire base jolted violently. All lights flickered frantically. The surging energy flow below erupted like a pond struck by a boulder, sending towering waves crashing forth. The dark red light grew increasingly unstable, flickering between blinding white and ghostly green. On the platform, the lights in the control center dimmed drastically. Those bio-enhanced soldiers, like puppets with severed strings, froze in place. Had they succeeded? Now, Steve shouted, the first to dash toward the suspension bridge. Tony and Thor unleashed their full firepower. Energy blasts and thunder striking the responding guards. Natasha and Clint picked off targets with precision, clearing the path. Shield raised, Steve surged across the suspension bridge like a whirlwind, kicking open the door to the control center. Inside, several technicians were thrown into disarray, attempting to resist, but swiftly subdued by Steve. He turned toward the main control console. On the screen, the complex biological signal network diagram fluctuated violently, a progress bar rapidly filling. Network permission acquisition, 1215. It was Loki. He was forcibly seizing control from below, but at the same time, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the base. Warning, core energy anomaly. Unknown intruder seizing network permissions. Initiating final defense protocol. Eliminate all unauthorized life forms. More biosoldiers surged in from all directions. Even more terrifying were the heavy units, resembling flesh and blood mechs, that had been activated. Below the platform, in the energy well, Loki was enduring unimaginable torment. His body acted like a filter, frantically absorbing the raging primal energy, while simultaneously trying to decipher and commandeer the complex biological network permissions. The precariously established balance was once again in jeopardy. Biological electronic consciousness fusion copy progress 1820. Overloaded operation. Unknown biological core fragments energy absorption. Extremely dangerous. The progress of permission acquisition climbed laboriously, but the pace was slowing. The enemy's counterattack grew increasingly fierce. He could not hold out much longer. We must do something, Tony shouted amidst the battle. Steve's gaze darted to the control console and suddenly spotted an option. Energy overload protocol. A mutually assured destruction option. Overloading the core energy would be sufficient to obliterate the entire base, possibly even affecting the devouring filth below. But Loki was still down there. Just as the situation teetered on a knife's edge, Bucky, who had been unconscious, unexpectedly managed to break free from some of his restraints. He suddenly opened his eyes, no longer vacant, but filled with intense struggle and a flicker of awareness. He saw the situation at the control console. glimpsed the familiar yet alien figure, Loki, desperately fighting in the energy well, and noticed the energy overload option. Without a moment's hesitation, a primal instinct for battle and vague memories propelled him forward. He lunged at the control console, smashing open the safety cover with his mechanical arm, and with all his might, yanked down the red overload lever. No, Bucky! Steve gasped in horror. A more piercing alarm blared, heralding ultimate doom. Final protocol confirmed. Core energy overload initiated. Countdown, 60 seconds. The entire base was instantly engulfed in a frenzied crimson glow. All systems spiraled into chaos. The energy well was poised to erupt like a volcano. Go! Steve yelled frantically, seizing Bucky and shouting into the communicator. Everyone fled desperately back the way they came. Behind them lay the impending destruction of everything, alongside the remnants of Luo Xing, caught in the torrent of energy. The fiery explosion and the tempest of energy engulfed the passage. Could they possibly escape? Would Luo Xing survive? The annihilation of the world forge. Could it truly devastate the ancient scourge of the Devourer of Stars? The answer remained shrouded in the flames of the explosion, an enigma. Chapter 24, I made it just in time for the second half. The crimson light of destruction consumed the passage behind them, with searing shockwaves and the deafening roar of explosions in relentless pursuit. Steve dragged a struggling Bucky, who had regained a sliver of clarity, while Tony, with his last reserves of energy, erected a shield to cover their retreat. Thor unleashed his thunder, striking down to hinder the pursuing foes and the falling debris, while Natasha and Clint accurately targeted the occasional interceptors that emerged ahead. They fled for their lives. Every passing second could be their last. At last, they beheld the outlet of the sewage pipe they had entered, but the exit was sealed by a descending gate. Thor! Steve bellowed. The god of thunder roared, summoning his final divine might, and Mjolnir soared with colossal force toward the gate. Boom! The gate twisted and warped under the impact, revealing a gap. Quickly, the group surged forth, dashing into the blizzard outside, racing down the mountainside without a care for anything else. Almost the moment they burst forth, boom! A terrifying sound beyond description erupted behind them. The entire mountain trembled violently, collapsing. The very mountain that housed the world forge heaved upward, then erupted in a cataclysmic explosion like a volcano. Dark crimson energy mingled with metal, rock, and indescribable biological matter, forming a devastating torrent that shot skyward, staining the heavens a foreboding dark red. The shockwave expanded like a tsunami, sweeping Steve and the others away as if they were mere leaves caught in a gale. Thud! Thud! They crashed heavily into the deep snow, disoriented and bleeding from their ears and noses. Struggling to rise and looking back, all that remained where the world forge had been was a vast, terrifying pit belching smoke and dark red arcs of energy, like a scar upon the earth. Destructive energy continued to wreak havoc at the bottom of the chasm. Silence. Only the howling wind and the distant sound of the mountains continuing to collapse filled the air. They had succeeded in destroying a heart of the Hammer Bureau. Yet, Luo Xing. Tony gazed at the obliterated pit, his voice dry. There could be no survivors in the core of such an explosion. Steve's face turned ashen, his eyes closing in painful resignation. Bucky stood beside him, staring at his mechanical arm, his expression complex, seemingly lost in recollection. Natasha and Clint bowed their heads in silence. Even Thor, his face grave, tightened his grip on his hammer. Yet, amid this despairing stillness, buzz, an exceedingly faint yet eerily familiar energy fluctuation, akin to a stone cast upon a placid lake, suddenly emanated from the depths of that obliterated pit. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the swirling smoke and remnants of dark red energy. It was Luo Xing. He floated in the air, eyes tightly shut, his body enveloped in a delicate, shifting aura of energy, golden, dark red, ethereal green, blazing white, and deep green. These once conflicting forces now appeared to have reached some uncanny, dynamic equilibrium, swirling around him like planetary rings. Embedded deeply in his chest was a fragment of the ancient tooth, seemingly becoming a part of him, emanating a soft and steady dark green glow. No longer the ominous pulsation it once was, but rather resembling an energy regulator. The catastrophic energy torrent unleashed during the explosion of the world forge had not torn him apart. Instead, at the last moment, the power he had initially harmonized within himself, and the fragment instinctively absorbed and transformed a portion of it in a fervent frenzy. From destruction to rebirth. Under the immense pressure of annihilation, the fragile balance within him was not shattered. Rather, it was forged into resilience. The fragment was no longer a foreign object, but had truly begun to merge with him, becoming the core anchor point for balancing myriad forces. Super Soldier Physique, Soviet Modification, Integration Progress, 70, Stabilizing, Greatly Enhanced Controllability. Super Soldier Physique, Captain America Version, Integration Progress, 40, Stabilizing. Further Potential Development, Bioelectronic Consciousness Fusion, Incomplete, Integration Progress, 25, Deep Integration, Expanded Application Scope. Hyperdimensional Calculation and Prediction Ability, Fragment, Integration Progress, 10, Increased Computational Power. Reduced Load, Unknown Biological Core Fragment Fusion Degree, 15, Preliminary Fusion, Becoming a Stabilizer. He slowly opened his eyes, the myriad lights within gradually settling into a profound, restrained tranquility. Akin to the ocean after a tempest, he lightly descended to the ground, his steps steady. The previous weakness and pain vanished, replaced by an innate, overwhelming sense of power. He glanced at his hands, feeling the unprecedented smooth flow of energy coursing within him, a sensation of mastery surging forth. He raised his head to gaze at his astonished companions in the distance. A faint smile, tinged with fatigue yet genuinely relaxed, gracing his lips. It seems I made it just in time for the second half. After a brief moment of shock, immense relief and elation washed over them. You really are tough. Tony was the first to rush over, giving his shoulder, in armor, a playful punch. His tone filled with disbelief. Steve strode forward, patting his other shoulder firmly, his eyes brimming with relief and dread. Welcome back, soldier. Natasha and Clint also wore smiles. Thor approached, laughing heartily. Huh? I knew it. A being capable of drawing Ronan's attention is not so easily vanquished. Only Bucky regarded Luo Xing with a still complex and wary gaze, especially fixated on the glowing fragment in his chest. Luo Xing met Bucky's gaze and nodded. Thank you for pulling that lever. If it weren't for your quick thinking, we might all have been trapped inside. And I may not have benefited from this calamity. Bucky fell silent for a moment, responding stiffly, instinct. Now was not the time for celebration. With the world forge destroyed, the Hammer Bureau would undoubtedly be shaken. Natasha quickly regained her composure. We must seize this moment of chaos, utilizing the intelligence we acquired earlier, to locate and stop the Devourer of Stars. Luo Xing closed his eyes, focusing intently. After the preliminary fusion with the fragment, his perception of the Devourer of Stars sharpened. He pointed toward a direction not beneath the earth, but further northward, across the icy plains. Its location is shifting? No, its area of influence is expanding. Luo Xing's expression changed slightly. It was accelerating its awakening, and it was either calling or creating something. Through the fragment's resonance and the assistance of hyperdimensional calculation, he saw more visions. Beneath the vast ice, colossal shadows writhed. Forgotten ancient facilities buried deep in the glacier were being reactivated. And even some beings that should have perished were twisting, reconstituting, and rising amidst the dark red energy. We must set off immediately, Steve declared decisively. Destination: the northern ice plains, the core of the Devourer of Stars. Without transportation, and Thor's divine powers severely depleted, he could not carry them over a long distance. Follow me, Luo Xing suddenly said. He walked to a relatively flat expanse of snow, extending his hand with his palm, facing downward. The powers of bioelectronic consciousness fusion and hyperdimensional calculation, combined with the energy guiding capability of the fragment, began to take effect. The ice and frozen ground beneath began to tremble faintly, and then, as if infused with life, they began to shift and take shape. Mixed with fragments of metallic minerals from below, they swiftly coalesced into a rugged yet robust, streamlined snow vessel. The surface of the vessel flickered with the faint glow of the mixed energies intrinsic to the celestial body. A little trick I've recently mastered, Luo Xing explained. His complexion slightly paler, clearly indicating that this creation had not come without substantial cost. It was capable of harnessing wind and geomagnetic energy, suggesting impressive speed. The crowd was once again astounded by this near-creation ability. With no time for astonishment, they hurriedly boarded the peculiar snow vessel. Luo Xing stood at the bow, and with a slight movement of thought, the vessel glided forth silently like an arrow released from a bow, racing northward at a remarkable speed. The wind and snow howled past their ears, while the energy pathways on the vessel flowed, largely shielding them from the biting cold and fierce winds. Seizing the moment, Tony connected to a device that had previously stored coordinate data, according to the directions sensed by Luo Xing and the prior data. Their target lay deep within the northern ice cap of Greenland. My God, the thickness of the ice there and the radiation readings, that is our destination, Steve declared with unwavering resolve. The journey was long and fraught with tension. Occasionally, they glimpsed unidentified flying objects streaking across the sky, and once, from a distance, they spotted a convoy from traversing the ice field, seemingly engaged in some mission. However, thanks to the vessel's stealth and speed, they successfully evaded detection. Luo Xing spent most of the time with his eyes closed, further familiarizing himself with the utilization of his newfound powers, while simultaneously monitoring the increasingly distinct and unsettling pulsations of the star-eating filth. He could sense that the ancient entity was growing hungry and impatient. The destruction of the world forge seemed to have enraged it or interrupted some form of its feeding process. Days later, they arrived at their target area. The ice field here exhibited a bizarre dark blue hue, the air cold enough to freeze the very soul, with whispers, faint and sigh-like, swirling in the wind. Not genuine sounds, but rather a pollution directly affecting consciousness. The snow vessel halted at the edge of a massive fissure in the ice, which seemed to lead to the very core of the earth. The chasm below was unfathomably deep, shrouded in thick, dark red mist, and the heart-pounding pulsations emanated from the abyss's deepest depths. "It's right below us," Luo Xing stated gravely. "How do we descend?" The chasm was steep, smooth, and bottomless. Once again, Luo Xing took action. He manipulated the ice and snow to form a climbable ice ladder and footholds along the chasm's icy walls, extending downward. The group climbed down this miraculous ice ladder, and the deeper they descended, the more palpable the malevolent coldness that seemed to devour all became. The ice walls gradually transformed into a dark red hue, and they could even feel slight vibrations akin to a heartbeat resonating from the depths. Finally, they reached the bottom. Before them lay an expansive vista that sent chills down their spines. The valley's floor was vast, seemingly unnatural, resembling a colossal interstellar dock frozen for countless millennia, or perhaps the lair of a biological weapon. Countless gigantic, grotesque, non-human skeletal structures and metallic frameworks jutted out from the ice, extending to the limits of their vision. At the very center was a terrifying mass of pulsing, dark red biological material interwoven with unknown metals, resembling a colossal heart. This was one of the embodiments of the star-eating filth. It was even more immense and malevolent than they had imagined. Countless thick, pulsating veins extended from it, piercing into the surrounding ice and ancient structures, seemingly drawing sustenance and altering everything around it. Surrounding it stood a multitude of figures, biological soldiers, along with many more recently awakened from the ice, clad in ancient combat gear, reconstructed, and some distorted elemental beings formed from ice and dark red energy. They stood like loyal sentinels, guarding their deity. Above this monstrous mass hovered a figure clad in a sleek, black armored suit, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, he wielded a staff topped with a massive, soul-chilling yellow gemstone, the Mind Stone. Powerful, reality-warping energy waves surged from the gem, resonating with the star-eating filth below, seemingly accelerating its awakening process. He was undoubtedly the true leader of the one known as the World Forge's manipulator. He gazed down at Luo Xing and his companions, his voice, processed and icy, booming through the desolate ice valley. "Have you finally arrived, the anomaly of fate? Alas, you are too late. The hammer has already been raised, and the curtain for the new world is about to be drawn. The old era must come to an end." Setting of this book: the star-eating filth is not a deity, yet it shares a parasitic and antagonistic relationship with Tiamat, the god of the Earth's core. 1. The nature of the star-eating filth. It may have initially been a prototype of a biological weapon created by some ancient civilization attempting to mimic or harness the powers of the deities. Or perhaps it is a peculiar dimensional parasite that feeds on planetary energy, having seeped through a cosmic rift. It was drawn to Earth due to its sensing the immense life and energy fluctuations emanating from Tiamat's slumber. 2. Relationship with the deity. While it cannot directly consume a mature deity, it seeks to parasitize Tiamat, much like vines entwining a colossal tree, drawing its power and distorting its awakening process, aiming to transform Tiamat into a more terrifying star-eating deity under its control. This is a long process, facilitated through surface agents, Hydra, to establish facilities like the World Forge, simultaneously absorbing surface energy and biomass to grow stronger while continuously drilling downward to touch the deity's essence. 3. The purpose of the true aim of the leader of the wielder of the Mind Stone staff, may not solely be the destruction of the world, but rather a delusional endeavor to control the star-eating filth to indirectly control the soon-to-awaken Tiamat. thus becoming the true god above gods, remolding Earth and even the universe according to his will. This is an exceedingly mad and perilous notion. 4. Luo Xing's role. The fragment of the eternal tooth within Luo Xing not only allows him to perceive the star-eating filth, but may also enable him to faintly sense the repressed, pure cosmic energy of Tiamat. He could become the pivotal variable in breaking the star-eating filth's parasitism, aiding Tiamat's proper awakening, or making other choices, rather than merely destroying the star-eating filth itself. Chapter 25. Hope has emerged. Faced with the figure hovering above the star-eating filth, wielding the Mind Stone staff, Luo Xing's recently acquired nascent sense of balance felt unprecedented pressure. The power of the Mind Stone warped reality, while the hunger-laden whispers of the star-eating filth below intertwined with the pulsations of another massive, slumbering consciousness deep within the earth, Tiamat, which was being painfully eroded. These waves surged through the fragment in his chest into his perception. Luo Xing's complexion paled further, not merely due to the enemy's might, but because he heard more. No, he whispered to his companions, his voice tinged with shock. There's not just one down there. There's a larger one in agony, being drained by it. Steve and the others were momentarily stunned. Thor seemed to sense something as well, his expression growing grave. This sensation is that of a deity, but it is filled with suffering and pollution. The leader of the Hammer Bureau let out a chilling laugh. It seems you have sensed it? Indeed. This is the ultimate evolution of Hydra. We shall merge with the divine and become the cornerstone of a new universe. The old humanity and the old gods will serve as mere sustenance. He waved his staff, the Mind Stone radiating an intense brilliance. Simultaneously, the mass of the Star Eater below throbbed violently, emitting a stronger wave of dark red energy. Stop him, Steve bellowed, charging forward with his shield. In an instant, the battle erupted. Tony's energy cannon, Thor's thunder, Clint's explosive arrows, and Natasha's precise shots all targeted the leader of the Hammer Bureau. Yet, the power of the Mind Stone formed a formidable shield, effortlessly deflecting most of the attacks. At the same time, countless biological soldiers, frozen resurrectors, and elemental beings surged forth like a tide. Luo Xing did not charge directly at the leader. Instead, he slammed both palms onto the icy surface. The power of biological electronic consciousness fusion and transdimensional computation amplified through the fragments, merging with the myriad powers within him, acting like a colossal perceptual probe, forcefully penetrating the energy field of the Star Eater, reaching towards the Earth's deepest, slumbering, tormented consciousness. He was attempting to establish a connection with Tiamat, even if it were but a sliver. He aimed to make the celestial being aware that someone was attempting to assist him, or at the very least, to make him cognizant of the parasite's existence, inciting an instinctual resistance. This process was more arduous than any previous attempt. The power of the Star Eater fiercely obstructed him, while the energy of the Mind Stone disrupted his psyche. Nevertheless, Luo Xing gritted his teeth, the fragments on his chest flickering with light, striving to maintain the channel. Gradually, a faint yet immensely vast and ancient fragment of consciousness, akin to the murmurs of a slumbering giant, brushed against his thoughts. Pain, bondage, awakening distorted. Concurrently, he sensed Tiamat's unconscious struggle, an instinctive force attempting to break free from the parasite. Now is the moment. Luo Xing's eyes gleamed brightly, and he shouted to the battling crowd, attack its tendrils. Strike at the energy veins connecting the ice layer to the underground. Assist the one below. Thor was the first to respond, diverting his thunder from the leader to strike fiercely at the thick, dark red veins embedded deep within the ice. Tony immediately adjusted his target, firing his energy cannon at the vein nodes. Steve's shield rebounded enemy attacks, smashing into those pulsating conduits. Indeed, the mass of the Star Eater emitted a painful spasm. Its energy support for the leader wavered momentarily. The leader's shield flickered. What an opportunity! Natasha and Clint seized that fleeting opening, attacking directly at the leader himself. However, the leader merely snorted dismissively, the Mind Stone's glow surging once more. Futile. A more potent mental shockwave surged forth. But at that moment, urged by Luo Xing's guidance and the crowd's attacks, deep within the earth, Tiamat's unconscious struggle instinctively strengthened. The entire ice valley trembled, as if some colossal being was stirring. A pure, golden cosmic energy belonging to the celestial being forcibly broke through the Star Eater's barriers, erupting from a fissure in the ground, piercing the dark red sky like a sword. Though this energy was feeble, it elicited a sharp, searing wail from the Star Eater, causing the Hammer Bureau leader's movements to falter slightly. An opportunity. Luo Xing leaped up, gathering all his strength into his palm, the fragments glowed dazzling beyond measure. He ceased his attempts to communicate, instead momentarily channeling, absorbing, and blending Tiamat's pure energy that broke free, transforming it into a golden-green intertwined energy spear, which he hurled forcefully at the Mind Stone shield of the Hammer Bureau leader. With his spear, he attacked his shield. Boom! An explosion of unprecedented magnitude occurred. Light engulfed everything. As the radiance dissipated, the leader of the Hammer Bureau was flung backward, a corner of his mask shattered, revealing half of his cold, furious face beneath. And the glow of the Mind Stone on his staff dimmed somewhat. Meanwhile, the mass of the Star Eater below sustained a massive wound, dark red energy liquid gushing forth, significantly weakening its connection to the underground. Luo Xing knelt partially on the ground, panting, having nearly exhausted his newly regained strength with that strike. Yet, hope had emerged. Chapter 26, The New Tony. The aftermath of the golden-green energy explosion rampaged through the Ice Valley, tearing apart and reorganizing the dark red mist. The leader of the Hammer Bureau, his mask shattered, revealed a stern and furious lower face, was repelled by dozens of meters, and the glow of the Mind Stone on his staff was noticeably dim. Nevertheless, he remained suspended in the air, stabilizing his form, his eyes ablaze with wrath and deeper madness. Below, the massive mass of the Star Eater writhed in pain, contracting, with the wound gushing thick dark red energy liquid. Its root network siphoning energy from the Earth's core visibly weakened in its pulsation. However, this injury did not lead to its demise. Rather, it incited a more primal ferocity. The surface of the mass convulsed violently, and more grotesque, aberrant flesh constructs erupted like a vomit, shrieking as they lunged towards the crowd. Moreover, the golden cosmic energy belonging to Tiamat, which had erupted from the fissure, did not persist long after the explosion, quickly being suppressed by the denser dark red energy. As if the giant had once again succumbed to a nightmare after a momentary spasm of unconsciousness. You dare to steal the power of the gods. Defile this grand evolution. The leader of the Hammer Bureau's voice twisted with rage as he raised his staff, the Mind Stone glowing anew, this time not merely for defense, but transforming into countless twisted, purplish-red mental tendrils, indiscriminately lashing at the consciousness of all present. Beware of mental attacks, Steve shouted, raising his shield. But physical defenses proved limited against mental onslaughts. Tony's armor emitted a shrill alarm, mental shielding overload. Natasha and Clint let out muffled groans, their movements freezing in an instant. Expressions contorted in pain. Even Thor furrowed his brows, the power of thunder having limited resistance to pure mental interference. Bucky's clarity and confusion once again intertwined violently, emitting a low growl. Only Luo Xing. The fragments on his chest flickered violently, the biological electronic consciousness fusion, alongside the nascent pure energy of Tiamat, formed a temporary barrier, withstanding this wave of mental storm. Yet, he turned pale, the strength he had just regained rapidly depleting once more. He realized that someone must restrain or even seize control of the Mind Stone. Otherwise, they would be consumed in endless mental torment. Stark, Captain, Luo Xing urgently called out. Create an opportunity for me. I need to approach that staff. How? Tony shouted, firing his pulse cannon at the approaching monsters. Make the loudest noise. Attack the mass of the Star Eater itself. Draw its full defensive focus. Luo Xing spoke rapidly, his strength deeply connected to that entity below. Protecting it was his first instinct. All right, Steve replied without hesitation. Thor. The strongest strike. Thor let out a mighty roar, soaring into the air, gathering the lightning around him into an unprecedented fiery storm. For Asgard. For Midgard. Mjolnir summoned the nine heavens thunder, transforming into a colossal lightning column several meters in diameter, not striking the leader, but crashing down upon the wounded spot of the Star Eater below. Tony concentrated all the remaining energy of his armor into his chest reactor. Jarvis, overload output. Just this once. A robust energy beam shot towards the same target simultaneously. The leader of the Hammer Bureau's expression indeed changed dramatically. The staff was immediately pivoted, the luminescence of the Mind Stone intertwining with the dark crimson energy of the Star Eater's taint, coalescing instantaneously above the mass of flesh into an exceedingly thick, swirling energy shield. Boom! The bolt of lightning and the energy cannon crashed violently against the shield. The explosion's brilliance illuminated the entire Ice Valley, as if it were midday. The shockwave pulverized countless approaching monsters into dust. Now is the moment. Luo Xing surged into action. He pushed his speed to the limit, his body transforming into a blur of light, not charging directly towards the leader, but deftly maneuvering along the complex terrain of the ice valley at high velocity. The instincts of stealth and assassination reached their zenith, using the cover of the explosions and chaotic energy currents to silently close in. The leader's attention was entirely captivated by the combined onslaught of Thor and Tony, exerting all his strength to maintain the shield, and for a moment, he failed to notice Luo Xing's approach. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Luo Xing suddenly leaped off the ground, akin to a stalking cheetah, his right hand morphing into claws aimed directly at the hand gripping the staff. In his palm, the shard's brilliance concentrated to its zenith. The power of biological electronic consciousness fusion unleashed in full force, not as an attack, but as a means to forcibly resonate and interfere. He sought to briefly disrupt the leader's control over the staff, even attempting to establish a perilous connection with the Mind Stone. Ants, how dare you? The leader finally sensed it, a mix of shock and fury. The other hand formed into a blade, wielding the power to slice through space, striking towards Luo Xing. Simultaneously, the light of the Mind Stone surged once more, attempting to obliterate Luo Xing's consciousness directly. Yet, Luo Xing did not flinch or evade. A resolute determination flashed in his eyes. Thud! The leader's hand struck fiercely against Luo Xing's shoulder, nearly cleaving it asunder. Blood spurted forth. Yet, with his right hand, Luo Xing managed to grasp the shaft of the staff. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. A dazzling eruption of sparks and energy turbulence erupted where Luo Xing's hand met the staff. The power of the Mind Stone retaliated wildly, attempting to assimilate his will. Meanwhile, the shard's power and the trace of Tiamat's energy fought desperately to resist, analyze, and mimic. Biological electronic consciousness fusion copy progress 2830. Ultra extreme operation. Warning. Mind Stone energy invasion. Risk of consciousness detachment. Unknown biological core fragment fusion degree 1820. Passive activation, frenzied absorption and transformation of energy. An indescribable agony engulfed every cell in his body. Luo Xing felt as if his very soul was being torn apart, crushed. Yet he clung on with grim determination, utilizing the force of the leader's strike. He drew himself closer to the staff. Release. The leader bellowed, attempting to shake him off. In that moment of stalemate, below, due to the leader's distraction, the combined assault of Thor and Tony finally shattered the energy shield. The residual lightning and energy slammed down mercilessly upon the wound of the Star Eater's taint. Ag! A soul-shattering, inhuman roar of pain emanated from the depths of the mass of flesh. The entire ice valley trembled violently. More fissures opened up, and golden divine energy once again began to uncontrollably escape. This sudden and severe blow, transmitted through the energy connection, directly affected the leader of the Hammer Bureau. His body jolted violently, and the hand gripping the staff exhibited a slight, almost imperceptible slackening. In a moment of utmost urgency, Luo Xing roared, pouring all his will and strength into his right hand. The shard even embedded slightly into the staff. Mind Stone energy sensing copy progress 00001, based on direct contact and energy plundering. Even if it was merely a trillionth of the Mind Stone's power characteristics. He had forcibly seized it, but that was sufficient. The leader felt the staff suddenly become searingly hot and foreign, as if it had developed its own will to break free from his control. Instinctively, he summoned greater power to suppress it. And this was precisely the opportunity Luo Xing sought. He did not intend to seize the staff. That was utterly unrealistic. What he wanted was, at this moment of closest connection to the staff, to reverse inject his hyperdimensional calculation abilities back through this link, like a virus, targeting the leader's consciousness intertwined deeply with the Star Eater's taint. A remarkably brief command, encapsulating all of Luo Xing's computational prowess and the key directives deciphered from Zola and the forged data, was forcibly implanted into the leader's mind. The command, forced emergency evacuation. Preserve core. This was one of the highest-level self-protection directives of the Hammer Bureau system. The leader's body abruptly stiffened. The eyes beneath the mask lost focus in an instant. His consciousness was interrupted by this sudden command, which bore the highest authority, though it lasted but a moment. That moment was enough. His energy transmission and control over the Star Eater's taint experienced a fatal, albeit brief, interruption. Below, the Star Eater's taint lost its most critical external control and energy support, and the colossal mass convulsed wildly, akin to a heart gone awry, swelling. Its connection to Tiamat also became exceedingly unstable. Now is the time. Thor. Luo Xing expended his final ounce of strength to scream. simultaneously releasing the staff and falling backward. Thor comprehended instantly. He abandoned the assault on the mass and directed all his divine thunder power unreservedly, with pinpoint accuracy towards the massive roots and energy veins connecting the Star Eater's taint to the Earth's ice layers and rock strata. Boom! This time, without the leader's interference, the thunderous might slice through the primary energy conduits like a hot knife through butter. The Star Eater let out a more harrowing, despairing wail. It was as if a newborn, severed from its umbilical cord, its enormous form began to visibly shrink, spiraling out of control. The dark crimson energy dissipated frantically, and with the loss of the Star Eater's stabilizing energy, the staff in the Hammer Bureau leader's hand flickered violently, growing exceedingly unstable. He himself seemed to be gravely injured, spitting forth a mouthful of blue blood, his breath instantly faltering. An opportunity. Steve, Natasha, Clint, Bucky, all those who had recovered from the mental suppression seized this fleeting chance, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon the beleaguered leader. Tony struggled to soar upwards, launching his final energy cannon at the adversary. Bang, bang, boom. Under the relentless barrage, the leader staggered backward, nearly losing his grip on the staff. However, just as victory seemed assured, the leader abruptly raised his head, a glint of extreme madness and resolve flashing in his shattered mask. You have destroyed everything, then embraced the ultimate end together. With his last vestige of strength, he hurled the unstable Mind Stone staff down towards the collapsing, shrinking mass of the Star Eater. He intended to detonate the power of the Mind Stone, obliterating everything here and injecting the uncontrolled energy into Tiamat, making a final reckless gamble. No, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Should the Mind Stone explode at such close quarters, especially upon contact with divine energy, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could directly detonate Tiamat or create even more terrifying space-time rifts. Luo Xing gazed at the plummeting staff, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. His injuries were too severe, his strength depleted, leaving him unable to intervene. Just as despair enveloped him, whoosh, a golden-red streak of light, surpassing the limits of physical speed, descended from the heavens as if tearing through space. Arriving first, it precisely grasped the staff an instant before it could touch the mass. Time appeared to freeze amidst the icy valley, as a magnificent figure emerged, a suit of armor adorned in a resplendent gold and crimson hue, its lines effortlessly fluid, exuding a technological prowess that far surpassed the metallic silhouette of Tony's current armor. No, this was not merely Mark. This was the newly upgraded model of the nanosuit. At the center of its chest, a brand new, more luminous reactor glimmered. As the faceplate lifted, it unveiled Tony Stark's visage, marked by a trace of fatigue, yet brimming with a refreshing confidence. But this was not the Tony below, drained of energy. This was another Tony, one who hailed from the future, or perhaps an alternate timeline. Wow, the new Tony mused, weighing the staff in his hand, a familiar teasing lilt in his voice. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Things aren't going too well for this version of me. A stunned silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared, aghast, at the sudden appearance of this steel-clad savior, akin to a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. The energy-depleted Tony gaped at his counterpart, his mouth forming an astonished "Oh, what the foo?" The new Tony surveyed the battlefield, his gaze shifting to the gravely injured Loki, the listless Thor, and the shocked captain, his expression growing solemn. To make a long story short, the parallel timeline intervention protocol is activated. I'm here to deliver instructions on how to safely handle this thing. He gestured towards the staff. And that colossal entity down there, he pointed to the Earth's core. His eyes locked onto Loki, particularly intense. Especially you, special sir. Your key attribute is far more critical than we anticipated. The final battle had not yet reached its conclusion, but the sudden arrival of this ally and the ensuing variables dramatically shifted the once desperate situation into an unpredictable direction. Loki's path seemed poised to traverse an expanse beyond the strongest, an interdimensional stage. Chapter 27. I am merely a janitor. Time in the icy valley felt as if it had solidified. The wind and snow appeared to suspend in the wake of the other Tony's arrival. All gazes, filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, were riveted upon the golden red armor that gripped the Mind Staff with such poise. Parallel timelines? Steve struggled to repeat the term, lowering his shield marginally, but maintaining his vigilance. The staff is mine. The energy-depleted Tony, henceforth referred to as Tony A, struggled to rise, his voice frail and laden with disbelief. That's dangerous. Relax, buddy. I'm a professional. The new Tony, Tony B, effortlessly enveloped the staff using nanotechnology, sealing it within a temporally generated isolation chamber. The glow of the Mind Stone was instantly cut off, courtesy of a little technological support from a future you haven't yet encountered. I must say, you folks have really made a mess of things. He surveyed the ravaged, icy valley and the wounded comrades, his tone playful, yet his gaze keenly assessing the situation. His eyes finally rested on the gravely injured Loki, and his nano-faceplate reactivated, conducting a rapid scan. The biological energy spectrum is exceedingly complex, with a stability coefficient bizarrely rising, intermingled with residual waves from the Mind Stone and celestial factors. Wow, buddy, you truly are a walking, talking causality paradox. Loki coughed up blood, struggling to support his body. You mentioned instructions? Ah, yes, the matter at hand. Tony B snapped his fingers. The armor's fingers emitted a crisp metallic sound, projecting a hologram from his armor's arm that displayed an array of dizzyingly complex energy structures and mathematical models. To cut to the chase, that sleeping beauty down there, he indicated Tiamat, has been rather stirred by this cosmic moss, gesturing towards the corruption of the Star Eater. Forcefully separating it will trigger an energy tsunami, obliterating half the Arctic Circle. And this little gem, he indicated the Mind Stone, must not be recklessly detonated. He magnified a structural diagram, pointing to several key energy nodes. A resonant separation technique is required. We need to reverse wash the moss with energy waves of precise frequency, coaxing it to release, akin to shattering glass with sound waves. This necessitates two components: a sufficiently powerful tuning fork that can simulate celestial energy frequencies, and a player capable of accurately calculating and outputting those frequencies. His gaze oscillated between Loki and Tony A. He pointed at Loki. That hodgepodge of energy stew inside you, combined with that universal key fragment in your chest, is the only thing that can simulate that frequency. Of course, that's assuming you can control it and don't blow yourself up. And you, he turned to Tony A, in Jarvis's core code. There exists a set of hyperdimensional algorithm seeds we later reverse-engineered from Loki's staff, the Mind Stone. Activate it, combine it with my armor's database, and you will create that player. The magnitude of information was staggering, but the urgency of the situation left no room for leisurely digestion. How do we do it? Tony A immediately inquired, the engineer's instinct overshadowing his astonishment at encountering another version of himself. The data has been transmitted to you. Tony B waved his hand, and a stream of data directly injected into Tony A's nearly incapacitated armor. Instantly, Tony A's armor began to flicker violently, Jarvis's voice sputtering, receiving unknown source advanced algorithms. Attempting integration. Simultaneously, Tony B turned his attention to Loki. As for you, Mr. Key, you need to tune yourself immediately. Bear with it, it might be a tad intense. The reactor in his armor glowed, emitting a gentle gold-red energy beam that enveloped Loki. This energy seemed to contain a unique stabilizing and restorative frequency, carrying a wealth of information regarding energy coordination. Detecting high-level energy stabilization and control technology information flow. Biological electronic consciousness fusion copy progress 35, based on information reception and forced application. Unknown biological core fragment fusion degree 25, accelerated fusion under external assistance. Super soldier physique, dual versions, stability significantly enhanced. Hyperdimensional computation and prediction capability computational power raised to 15, receiving partial future. Algorithm models. Agonizing pain. Yet amidst the torment was the forced organization, guidance, and integration of the chaotic energy stew within. Loki felt every cell in his body being torn apart and reassembled, evolving towards a more efficient, stable structure. The pulsation of the fragment in his chest gradually synchronized with his heartbeat, becoming the core of his power cycle. This process was swift, nearly exhausting all his potential. Seconds later, the beam dissipated. Loki remained weak, but the confusion and internal strife in his gaze vanished, replaced by a profound, restrained sense of control. He slowly straightened, the energy aura swirling around him becoming harmonious and orderly. All right, the tuning fork has been preliminarily calibrated. Tony bespoke lightly, as if merely tuning an instrument. The rest is up to you. I can't linger. The bill for cross-temporal interference is quite steep. He gestured to the sky, as if perceiving invisible rules exerting pressure. Wait. Natasha, the leader of the Dayhammer Bureau, urgently interjected. Tony B cast a glance at the leader, who was surrounded by others, gravely injured, and attempting to retreat unnoticed. Oh, him? One of the temporal disturbance points. P.S. all yours. Remember to leave him alive. He might have intel regarding other bases of the World Forge. His gaze shifted to Thor. Big guy, I need a favor. The energy fluctuations may be substantial. Keep the others safe. Thor nodded gravely, summoning the power of thunder to form a protective barrier. Well then, good luck, everyone. Especially you, another me. Don't let your armor get so wrecked, it's quite embarrassing. Tony B quipped, and before Tony A could retort, the gold-red armor transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. The arrival was swift, and the departure even swifter. Yet it brought the key to overturning the tide of battle. There was no time for reflection. Jarvis, has the algorithm integration been completed? Tony A inquired urgently. Integration complete. Sir, the new algorithm has been successfully loaded, and the energy output system has undergone recalibration. However, the energy reserves are critically low, permitting only a single precise launch. Just one is sufficient. Tony A glanced at Luo Xing. Are you ready? Luo Xing inhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented flow of power coursing through him, and nodded affirmatively. He extended his hands, palms facing each other, as the fragments on his chest emanated a steady, radiant glow. Various energies converged and compressed between his palms, forming a pulsating sphere of energy that simulated the divine resonance frequency. As the frequency stabilized, Luo Xing's voice remained calm. Tony A's armored arm morphed, extending a sophisticated launcher aimed at the collapsing core of the devourer of stars below. Jarvis, lock onto the structural vulnerabilities of the target. Calculate the optimal resonance entry angle. The lock was complete. The countdown to launch began. 3. The leader of the Hammer Bureau let out a frustrated roar, attempting to resist, but was forcefully knocked to the ground by Steve's shield, subdued by Natasha's electric gun and Clint's rope arrow. 2. Thor bellowed in fury, expanding his thunderous barrier to shield everyone behind him. 1. A minuscule yet intricately complex particle beam shot forth from Tony A's launcher, precisely entering the energy sphere held in Luo Xing's palms. The sphere's radiance intensified dramatically. The frequency was perfectly augmented and amplified. Luo Xing forcefully thrust his palms downward. The modulated energy wave, interwoven with gold, green, and white, sliced through the core of the devourer of stars like an invisible blade, silent, yet lethal. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, only a high-frequency hum, teetering on the edge of auditory perception, resonated. In the next moment, the colossal, dark red mass appeared to liquefy, undulating violently. Its tendrils and veins connecting to the earth contracted sharply, snapping like scalded appendages. Resonance stripping in progress, Jarvis reported. The devourer of stars emitted a final, anguished shriek, its massive form disintegrating rapidly, dissipating like snow under the sun, transforming into the purest energy particles, guided by the resonance wave. Most of it dispersed into the void, while a small portion was slowly absorbed and assimilated by the unconscious pull emanating from Tiamat below, no longer parasitic, but a return to wholeness. The dark red corruption visibly receded from the ice valley. From deep within the earth, a long, soothing sigh echoed, as if a weight had been lifted on a spiritual level. The suppressed golden celestial energy became gentle and stable, no longer frenzied. Tiamat's awakening process seemed to have escaped danger, returning to a natural rhythm. It was a success. Tony A's armor powered down entirely, collapsing to the ground with a clang. Steve and the others exhaled in relief, fatigue washing over them like a tide. Luo Xing slowly lowered his hands, his body swaying slightly, but firmly steadied. He gazed upon the now tranquil ice valley and the land beneath him, although scarred, no longer exuding evil energy, and released a long breath. The crisis was temporarily averted. Yet, all knew that it was far from over. The Hammer Bureau leader had been captured, but the organization remained intact. Tiamat's future still warranted attention. Furthermore, the appearance of that Tony from a parallel universe had opened Pandora's box, heralding more unpredictable storms ahead. Steve approached the tightly bound leader of the Hammer Bureau, removing his shattered mask. Beneath it was a face marked by indifference, age, yet tinged with a deranged fanaticism. "Who are you?" Steve asked in a low voice. The man's lips curled into a sinister grin, madness flickering in his eyes. "I am merely a janitor, responsible for clearing the stage for the true architect. You have no idea what you have thwarted or what you have unleashed. The feast has only just begun." His voice trailed off, his gaze becoming vacant, as he ingested poison and took his own life. The thread of clues seemed to snap once more. Yet, Luo Xing stepped forward, crouching down, his fingers pressing against the man's temple. The power of biological electronic consciousness fusion gently penetrated the dissipating remnants of his awareness. Fragmented images emerged. A massive shadowy space station hidden beyond low Earth orbit, a figure seated upon a throne constructed of data streams, and an even grander, ancient sigil that seemed to share origins with the fragments on Luo Xing's chest. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the atmosphere, revealing the threat lurking within the depths of the starry cosmos. He was not mistaken. Luo Xing's voice was calm, yet laced with a chill. The Hammer Bureau is merely a glove. The architect remains above. The true battle extends from the earth to the cosmic seas. And with newfound power, bearing the burden of the Key's mission, Luo Xing's journey had only just begun. Chapter 28, Respite. The icy winds of the Ice Valley seemed to falter. Weary from the cataclysmic upheaval, swirling snowflakes impotently across the ravaged battlefield. The dark red taint of corruption had largely dissipated, leaving behind a pockmarked ice surface and twisted metallic debris as remnants of the devourer of stars' former presence. The unsettling pulsing from deep within the earth had subsided to a tranquil rhythm, akin to the slow breath of a planet. Tiamat had stabilized for the time being. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the heavy breaths of the group and the sound of wind and snow. Steve crouched down to examine the now lifeless leader of the Hammer Bureau, eventually shaking his head, his expression grave as he stood up. The trail of clues had gone cold once more. He turned his attention towards Luo Xing, who was being supported by Thor and Tony A, the Tony of this timeline. "Are you all right?" Luo Xing's complexion remained pale, the wound on his chest having clotted in the low temperatures, covered by a thin layer of ice. Yet his eyes were clear, the nascent, harmonized power within him flowing slowly and steadily, mending his injuries. "I won't die," he replied hoarsely, yet with a hint of relief. "I just need a moment to fully adapt." Tony A's armor had nearly become scrap metal, and he himself was utterly exhausted, leaning against an ice wall. "Adapt? Buddy, you almost turned yourself into a human rainbow bridge explosion. Next time you decide to play with that, could you at least give a heads up?" Despite his complaints, his gaze towards Luo Xing was filled with awe and trepidation. Natasha and Clint were cautiously searching the leader's body and the surrounding area for any potential information storage devices. Bucky stood a distance away, gazing into the depths of the ice valley, his expression complex, his mechanical arm unconsciously flexing, clearly still haunted by the forcibly awakened fragments of memory. Thor leaned on his hammer, staring at the sky with a furrowed brow. Heimdall still hasn't responded. The connection to the Nine Realms has been severely disrupted. The emergence and disappearance of the parallel Tony, along with the influence of the devourer of stars and the celestial beings, seems to have complicated matters further. "We must leave this place swiftly," Natasha declared, standing up with a peculiar metallic bracelet she had removed from the leader's wrist. "The Hammer Bureau's reinforcements are likely on their way. This may require Stark, Tony A, to examine closely upon his return." Tony A accepted the bracelet, nodding. "Jarvis, with the last bit of energy, scan the surrounding environment for a relatively safe evacuation route. Energy reserves insufficient for deep scanning, sir. Based on the last recorded terrain data, I suggest moving southeast. Approximately 15 kilometers away lies a geological survey station ruin, where we might find spare communication devices or transportation. Then we head that way," Steve decided. He looked at Luo Xing. "Can you still walk?" Luo Xing attempted to move and nodded in affirmation. Though the newly acquired powers have yet to be fully restored, they are sufficient to sustain their movements. The group, leaning on one another, dragged their weary bodies away from the ice valley that had borne witness to countless horrors and pivotal moments, trudging laboriously southeastward. The journey to the ruins of the exploration station consumed the better part of their day. Along the way, they encountered a sudden and ferocious polar blizzard, compelling them to seek refuge in an ice cave. Within this icy sanctuary, they shared their meager provisions and attended to their wounds. During this respite, more dialogues and exchanges unfolded. Tony A, while attempting to repair the basic functions of his armor, expressed an overwhelming, almost verbose, curiosity about Luo Xing's abilities, incessantly probing into the nuances of energy fusion and striving to articulate his inquiries in scientific terms, only to be exasperated by Luo Xing's instinctive responses that often boiled down to simple affirmations. Steve, on the other hand, was more concerned about Luo Xing's mental and emotional state, engaging him in discussions about power and responsibility, as well as the control of inner impulses. Luo Xing's answers remained succinct, but it was evident that he was contemplating deeply. Natasha and Clint shared fragmented intelligence regarding the global operations of the Hammer Bureau in the aftermath of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s collapse, piecing together a more comprehensive picture. Bucky remained largely silent, though he occasionally cast wary and perplexed glances at Luo Xing, his eyes reflecting a newfound understanding of their shared plight as unwilling pawns subjected to forced transformation. Thor contributed tales of Asgard and the Nine Realms, recounting legends of ancient frost giants and mysterious energies that seemed to resonate with their experiences in the Niflheim ice tomb. Luo Xing primarily listened, channeling his internal powers for recovery and adaptation. He realized that this initial harmony was not a permanent solution. The disparate characteristics of his powers still required constant guidance and balance, akin to taming a pack of untamed beasts. Any misstep could lead to backlash. Yet, compared to the previous state of perpetual collapse, this was a significant improvement. The integration of biological electronic consciousness fusion and that fragment had become crucial stabilizers and regulators. Eventually, they discovered the abandoned geological exploration station. It was evident that the Hammer Bureau had also scoured this site. Much of the equipment lay in ruins. Nevertheless, Tony A managed to unearth an old, geothermal-powered backup shortwave transmitter from the rubble, alongside a large snow transport vehicle that was half-buried but appeared to have intact critical components. Tony A spent some time tinkering with the transmitter and the vehicle, even enlisting Thor to charge the battery pack with electricity, a rather perilous endeavor. At last, the shortwave transmitter successfully sent out an encrypted distress signal. All that remained was to wait. During this waiting period, they took turns resting and keeping watch. Luo Xing found himself with more time to delve into the exploration of his powers. He endeavored to manipulate each ability with greater precision, accelerating wound healing with super soldier physiology, analyzing the damaged components of the snow vehicle with hyperdimensional computation, and offering repair suggestions, which astonished Tony A. Even attempting to sense the surrounding environment using the power of biological electronic consciousness fusion, capturing subtle energy flows and signs of life amidst the blizzard. This exploration was not always successful. At times it led to minor incidents of loss of control, such as inadvertently igniting a supply box with arcs of electricity from his palms or experiencing brief bouts of dizziness from oversensory perception. Yet, this process allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of the boundaries of his abilities. After a day, they awaited rescue, not from SHIELD, which had ceased to exist, nor from the military, whose situation remained uncertain, but from a small resistance group secretly led by Maria Hill, composed of loyal former SHIELD agents. The reunion was devoid of joy, overshadowed by gravity. Hill confirmed the dire global situation the Hammer Bureau had. Through its insight program's mothership and variations of the Zola algorithm, combined with formidable media control and military suppression, effectively seized control of major powers and strategic locations. Resistance efforts were sporadic and fraught with challenges. "We need a new base, a place they cannot discover," Hill remarked, gazing at the weary yet resolute faces around her. A plan was essential. She turned her gaze to Luo Xing, her expression complex. The last encrypted message left by Director Fury before his disappearance mentioned variables and keys. "It seems he spoke of you." Luo Xing paused momentarily before asking, "Is there a location that can shield against energy detection while possessing sufficient technological infrastructure for our use?" Hill pondered for a moment. "There are a few options. However, the most likely candidates might be the ruins of the sandbox or a former safe house of the seer. But that location, I know of a place." Tony A interjected suddenly, his brief encounter with Tony B seemingly granting him fragmented insights into the future, revealing a more unique location. "It requires a blend of magic and technology to access." All eyes turned toward him. Tony A looked at Thor and Luo Xing. "We may need your assistance. This place is called the Infinite Formula Laboratory, a secret project from Stark Industries in collaboration with a mysterious partner long ago, purportedly involving spatial expansion technology and energy shielding, which was subsequently sealed away. The entrance lies on the opposite side of Greenland. A new objective emerged, not a direct counterattack, but rather the quest for a foothold to gather strength while gaining a deeper understanding of their adversaries. The journey to the Infinite Formula Laboratory would not be easy. They needed to evade the Hammer Bureau's patrols and reconnaissance satellites. Along the way, they encountered small squads of Hammer Bureau biosoldiers. Though the skirmishes were not extensive, they provided Luo Xing with opportunities to further experiment and refine his control over his newly acquired powers in real combat, attempting to combine different abilities, such as using hyperdimensional computation to anticipate enemy movements, then employing precise biological electronic pulses, fusion techniques, to disrupt their control systems. The encounters were thrilling yet relatively safe, bolstering his confidence. Ultimately, they found the laboratory entrance, concealed beneath snow and camouflaged as an ordinary mountain. After some effort, involving Thor's lightning energy activation and Luo Xing's frequency deciphering, the entrance gradually opened, revealing a vast space filled with a sense of dust and technological sophistication. This would become their temporary home and the starting point for their counteroffensive. The pace slowed, but there was no stagnation. They had time to repair equipment, tend to injuries, analyze intelligence. Hill brought a wealth of information collected by the resistance. Train their abilities, especially Luo Xing, and attempt to decrypt the wristband obtained from the Hammer Bureau's leader. Tony A. and Luo Xing immersed themselves in the laboratory's advanced workspace. Tony was engrossed in repairing his armor and deciphering the wristband, while Luo Xing utilized the available equipment and tranquil environment to systematically organize and practice control over his powers. He even began to explore the ancient knowledge embedded within the fragment of the Eternal Tooth, which transcended earthly technology, despite the slow progress and inherent risks. Steve and Hill commenced strategizing on how to contact and consolidate the scattered resistance forces worldwide. Natasha and Clint leveraged the laboratory's network to infiltrate the lower-level information systems of the Hammer Bureau, seeking further intelligence. Bucky relentlessly trained in the laboratory's training area, striving to regain his combat rhythm and achieve a new reconciliation with his mechanical arm. Thor often stood on the laboratory's observation deck, gazing at the starry sky in hopes of capturing any echoes from Asgard. Beneath the calm, turbulent currents swirled. They all understood that the Hammer Bureau and its hidden architect would not allow their presence to go unchallenged. This brief respite was merely a prelude to the more arduous battles ahead, which could reverberate globally and even interstellarly. During this brief respite, Luo Xing finally seized the opportunity to engage not passively with crises, but proactively explore, master, and contemplate the intricacies of his multifaceted powers, pondering how to wield them effectively, and what role he ought to play in this ever-expanding narrative. His journey has transitioned from a frantic escape to breathtaking adventures, and now he steps into a seemingly tranquil, yet profoundly crucial phase of reflection and growth. The true tempests still brews in the distance. Chapter 29. A new initiative. The internal atmosphere of the Infinite Formula Laboratory seems frozen in a high-tech golden era, mingled with an extraordinary sense of timelessness. Once the air circulation system activates, the frigid air laden with dust is revitalized, leaving behind only the deep hum of the instruments and the distant, steady vibrations of the energy core. The vast space is delineated into several zones: the living quarters, medical bays, command center, and the expansive workshop that particularly captivates Tony A. Housing prototypes he had only glimpsed in his father Howard Stark's top-secret blueprints. "Wow," Tony A. exclaims, caressing the smooth metallic surface of the workbench, his eyes sparkling with the wonder of a child discovering a new toy. The old chap certainly has stashed away quite a trove. JARVIS. Attempt to connect to the laboratory's main control system. Let us try Howard's lucky number combined with Peggy's birthday for the access code. Access verification successful. Welcome back, Mr. Stark. A voice, deeper and tinged with a classical electronic timbre, resonates in the workshop. I am Daedalus, the laboratory management AI. Multiple life signs detected. One registered as the highest authority, Tony Stark, while the other exhibits complex energy signatures and remains unregistered. Identification requested. All eyes turn towards Luo Xing. He senses an invisible wave of scanning pass over him, and the harmonized powers within him instinctively swirl slightly, forming a delicate barrier. He glances at Tony A. Tony A rubs his chin thoughtfully. Daedalus, register him as a special consultant, with the same level of access as mine. Access granted. Welcome, consultant. Daedalus's voice betrays no emotion. In the days that followed, the laboratory became their temporary sanctuary and refueling station. Tony A immersed himself in the workshop, thriving amidst the technological repository and prototypes provided by Daedalus. He not only rapidly repaired and upgraded the Mark armors, but also dedicated himself to cracking the bracelet acquired from the leader of the Hammer Bureau. The decryption process was exceptionally arduous, as the bracelet's encryption combined biometric recognition, quantum cryptography, and some unknown energy signatures. Progress was slow, yet each minuscule breakthrough could yield critical insights. Simultaneously, he began to delve into Daedalus's database regarding spatial expansion and energy shielding technologies, contemplating how to fortify the base and potentially repurpose it in the future. Steve and Maria Hill became the core of the makeshift command center. The intelligence Hill brought from the resistance organizations resembled disordered puzzle pieces, vast yet chaotic. They tirelessly analyzed, compiled, and cross-referenced to identify nodes within the Hammer Bureau's global control network. The flow of resources, troop deployment patterns, and contact details of the active resistance forces worldwide. This work was tedious and monotonous, yet of utmost importance. Steve's steady leadership served as an anchor during this laborious endeavor. Natasha and Clint utilized the laboratory's advanced equipment to attempt a deeper infiltration into the Hammer Bureau's communication networks. They no longer settled for low-level information. Instead, they risked extending their reach into higher command links. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Each attempt could trigger countermeasures, yet they successfully intercepted several highly encrypted command fragments, leading to coordinates of suspected subbases or important research facilities of the World Forge. Bucky spent most of his time in the training facility. The laboratory's training amenities far exceeded those of SHIELD, even capable of simulating various extreme environments and adversaries. He relentlessly honed his skills, not merely to restore his combat instincts, but also to grapple with the cold mechanical arm and the tumultuous memories within his mind. At times, Steve would join him for sparring, their combat synergy gradually rekindling amidst sweat and impact. Yet the shadows in Bucky's eyes had not entirely dissipated. Thor remained the quietest presence in the laboratory. Frequently, he sequestered himself at the observation deck, gazing at the simulated vastness of the starry cosmos, Mjolnir in hand, brows furrowed. He attempted various Asgardian methods to summon Heimdall, even striving to send divine signals into the starry expanse, but to no avail. This utter disconnection from his homeland instilled within him an unprecedented sense of unease and solitude. Occasionally, he would seek out Luo Xing. Between two individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, there seemed to exist an inexplicable, wordless understanding. As for Luo Xing, he entered a systematic state of seclusion. He possessed a private meditation chamber, capable of adjusting the energy field and environment as needed. His training was distinct. Most of the time, he sat in tranquil meditation, introspecting. His consciousness descended into an inner landscape composed of diverse powers. This inner realm was no longer the initial chaotic wasteland, nor the fragile balance newly established. Rather, it began to manifest a semblance of order. The golden essence of Captain America's serum stood as steadfast as the earth, providing a solid foundation and boundless endurance. The dark red essence of the Soviet serum flowed like a surging river of magma, fierce yet guided by him, serving as the source of explosive power. The deep green fragments of the Zola algorithm resembled a suspended, constantly computing crystalline brain, calmly processing information and optimizing energy flow. The blindingly white fragments of hyperdimensional computation surged like a network of lightning, offering instantaneous insights and predictions. And the dark green fragment of the everlasting tooth pulsed at the center of this inner landscape like a sun, or rather, a heart, stabilizing and illuminating all powers, facilitating their communication and transformation as a bridge and stabilizer. He needed to learn to simultaneously harness these forces, not merely to summon one, but to attempt combinations. For instance, at the moment of predicting an opponent's move with a hyperdimensional computation, the Zola algorithm would instantly calculate the optimal response, while simultaneously channeling the explosive force of the Soviet serum and the precise control of the Captain America serum to execute it, with the fragment providing stable energy support and fine-tuning throughout the process. Initially, failures were frequent. Conflicts between powers, timing errors, and energy overload often left him dizzy and slightly injured. However, he possessed ample patience and resilience. The Deadless AI would also offer suggestions for energy flow models based on his physiological data, though most models merely served as references for the complexities of Luo Xing's situation. Gradually, he began to unravel certain techniques. He discovered that there seemed to be a certain affinity between different powers. The combination of hyperdimensional computation and Zola algorithm significantly enhanced computational efficiency and scope. A brief union of Soviet serum and fragment energy could unleash a purer, more controllable destructive force. Meanwhile, the Captain America serum harmoniously coexisted with all powers, acting as a buffer and enhancing resilience. In addition to internal harmonization, he also began testing external manifestations. Within the training grounds, he attempted to project energy outward. Initially, he could only manage simple energy shocks, but gradually he learned to condense it into more complex forms, a transient energy shield, merging the protective attributes of Captain America's serum with the stability of the fragments. A mental pulse with interference properties from the Zola algorithm fragment, and even a temporary influence over nearby electronic devices through refined bioelectronic fusion. He also found that through a deep connection with the fragments, his sensitivity to various energy signals became extraordinarily acute. He could hear the steady pulsation of the laboratory's energy core, perceive the minute flaws in the energy flow of Tony's suit, and even faintly sense the distant, perhaps several kilometers away, energy field emitted by the engines of patrol vehicle. This represented a novel dimension of perception that transcended conventional senses. Days passed, and the world outside the laboratory remained shrouded in the shadow of SHIELD, with each individual accumulating strength in their own unique manner. Until one fateful day a week later, when a sudden exclamation of excitement, mingled with fatigue, erupted from Tony A's workshop. "We've cracked it. Finally pried open this damned hard shell." The group immediately converged. The holographic projection displayed a torrent of fragmented data extracted from the wristband, while most of it comprised encrypted communication logs and experimental data. Several pieces of information cast a pall over everyone's spirits. One directive indicated that SHIELD was conducting a global search for specific rare minerals and energy sources, labeled as essential for the Apex project. Another message mentioned the architect's satisfaction with the weakening of Earth's barriers and instructed to accelerate the sowing process. Lastly, a brief yet deeply unsettling command emerged. Priority change. Infinite Formula Laboratory Area. Execute Deep Scan Protocol. Command source. Architect. Have they discovered us? Clint's brow furrowed. Not necessarily referring to a specific location, Natasha assessed. It may merely indicate that this region has been flagged as highly suspect. A deep scan entails more time-consuming and meticulous exploration. We still have time, but not much. Tony A pulled up external monitoring and energy shielding readings of the laboratory. Our shielding system is excellent. But if they employ large-scale orbital scans or bioenergy sensing based on the Star Eater technology, the probability of detection will soar. Steve looked at everyone. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. His gaze fell upon the list of resources for the Apex project and several coordinates of outposts. Hill analyzed the potential transport routes and distribution points for these resources. Natasha, Clint, confirmed the defensive strength and specific functions of these outposts. Tony, I need you to quickly identify the scanning technologies they might employ and devise countermeasures. Finally, he turned to Luo Xing and Thor. Luo Xing, your newfound abilities may help us locate their weaknesses or disrupt their detection. Thor, be prepared. If conflict erupts, we will need your strength. Luo Xing nodded, feeling the steady flow of power within him. The time of stagnation had ended. A new operation was about to commence. This time, they would no longer be fleeing in haste or engaging in passive defense. The hunt had begun, and the roles of predator and prey were quietly shifting. Chapter 30, Infiltration of the Institute. The air within the laboratory felt as though it was suddenly taut, laden with lead. The chilling command on the holographic display. Priority change. Infinite Formula Laboratory Area. Execute Deep Scan Protocol. Command source. Architect. Hung like the sword of Damocles overhead. Deep scan. Tony A's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, retrieving the energy shielding simulation of the laboratory's exterior. Deadless. Calculate the scanning technologies they may employ and the probability of penetrating our existing shields. As Deadless analyzed, a calm female voice emerged, stating that based on the decrypted data, SHIELD might utilize technologies including an upgraded synthetic aperture radar focus scanning from the Soviet satellite cluster, wide-area psychic resonance detection based on the Star Eater bioenergy sensing technology, and a low-probability measurement of local spatial curvature disturbances. The simulation displayed energy ripples representing different scanning methods beginning to impact the laboratory's energy shielding, causing various colored ripples to emerge on the shield. The Soviet satellite scan can be effectively blocked by our current shielding, but it will continuously drain energy and may expose our energy response patterns. The psychic resonance detection poses a significant problem. This type of detection targets biological energy signatures and consciousness fluctuations, rendering conventional physical shielding ineffective. According to calculations, once activated, our probability of detection will soar above 89 within 72 hours. The spatial curvature measurement has low probability, but once employed, it is nearly indefensible. The conclusion was clear. To remain idle would lead to exposure within 3 days at most. We must take the initiative. Steve's resolute voice shattered the suffocating silence. Before they commence their scans, we need to disrupt their rhythm and gather more information, especially concerning the Apex project and the architect. His gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the coordinates of several outposts marked by Natasha and Clint. Natasha, Clint, you will scout outpost number 7. Intelligence indicates it is a logistical transfer station that may hold crucial resource information. Infiltrate and gather intelligence without unnecessary combat. Tony, you will remain in the laboratory, dedicating yourself to researching countermeasures against psychic scans and attempting to further decrypt the wristband. We need all information regarding the architect. Hill, coordinate the overall intelligence and maintain a fragile connection with external resistance forces. Thor, Bucky, you will accompany me, preparing for support. Lastly, he turned to Luo Xing. Luo Xing, you and I are a team. We need to validate the effectiveness of your new abilities in a real battlefield, particularly regarding energy perception and disruption. Our target is Research Institute number 4, where intelligence suggests energy-related research is ongoing, with relatively weak defenses, making it suitable for combat testing. With clearly defined roles, the operation commenced immediately. Natasha and Clint, like shadowy cheetahs, silently boarded a small aircraft modified by Tony to possess short-term optical camouflage, disappearing over the icy expanses of Greenland. Their mission was to act as silent eyes and ears. Tony immersed himself in the workshop, energy bar clenched between his teeth, as multiple screens illuminated before him, displaying a myriad of codes, energy equations, and peculiar technical blueprints. Daedalus provided all historical data regarding mental shielding and energy camouflage from the laboratory. Yet countering a psychic scan of this magnitude required groundbreaking innovation. Hill presided over the command center, her screens flickering with sporadic reports and encrypted communication streams from around the globe, akin to a weary yet tenacious spider striving to maintain the delicate web of resistance. Thor polished Mjolnir, the thunder flickering in his eyes. Bucky inspected firearms and daggers, his mechanical arm emitting a faint hum, accumulating power in silence, ready to respond to any cries for aid. Meanwhile, Luo Xing followed Steve aboard another camouflaged small transport aircraft, piloted by an experienced former SHIELD agent under Hill's command. Their target, Research Institute number 4, situated inside a cliff in a fjord along Greenland's eastern coast, disguised as an abandoned weather monitoring station. During the flight, Steve observed Luo Xing, who sat with eyes closed in deep concentration. Nervous? Luo Xing opened his eyes and shook his head. The steady flow of power within him brought calm rather than exhilaration. It felt more like a test. He needed to ascertain whether the powers he had mastered in the laboratory remained reliable in the face of genuine peril. The transport aircraft hovered 20 kilometers from the target, shutting off its engines and gliding silently closer. For the final stretch, they needed to traverse a rugged terrain blanketed in ice and snow. The cold wind howled fiercely. Steve and Luo Xing, clad in white optical camouflage suits, moved swiftly and silently through the snow. Steve's experience and cunning shone through, consistently finding the optimal cover and path, while Luo Xing fully engaged his newfound perception abilities. Enhanced sensory perception intertwined with energy awareness revealed an entirely different vista of the world before him. He could discern the trajectories of heat loss in the frigid winds, hear the delicate vibrations of icebergs fracturing in the distant fjords, and even faintly sense the subtle cacophony of diverse energy sources emanating from within the looming cliff ahead. Among them, generators, electronic devices, and a peculiar energy source that sent a shiver through his chest. Stop! Luo Xing abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence. 800 meters ahead. To the side of the cliff, there are 2 thermal signatures. Their movement pattern indicates they are patrol sentries. They are equipped with energy weapons. Their energy response is faint yet persistent. Steve cast a surprised glance at him, raising his binoculars to scrutinize the surroundings for an extended period, eventually managing to spot the 2 nearly camouflaged white figures amidst the swirling snow. Impressive, he remarked, genuinely admiring the ability to discern them in such an environment. Is there a way to circumvent them? Luo Xing closed his eyes, extending his perception like invisible tendrils into the air. Their patrol route is systematic. There is a window of 3 minutes and 17 seconds, and to the side, there is a fissure in the ice that we can use to bypass them. But it requires precise navigation. Lead the way. Under Luo Xing's meticulous guidance, the 2 moved like phantoms, evading the patrol with silent grace until they reached the base of the cliff. The entrance to the research facility was concealed behind a mound of massive glacial debris, revealing a heavy metallic door that blended seamlessly with the rocky hues of the cliff. The security system employs biometric recognition coupled with a dynamic password. Steve observed in a hushed tone. A direct assault would trigger the alarm. Luo Xing pressed his palm against the cold metal door, channeling the power of biological electronic consciousness fusion to permeate the structure, sensing the flow of energy through its internal circuitry. Meanwhile, transdimensional computation rapidly analyzed the encryption pattern. It requires a moment, he murmured, his consciousness immersing itself in the intricate web of energy signals. This was far more challenging than simulating the system in a laboratory. The real system was laden with redundancies, traps, and aberrant signals. Minutes later, a bead of sweat glistened on his forehead, yet a spark of understanding ignited in his eyes. He had uncovered a backdoor protocol reminiscent of the early Hydra designs. They had not entirely eradicated it. His fingers gently tapped a series of complex sequences on an inconspicuous protrusion of the rock wall. Click. The heavy metallic door emitted a soft sound, gradually sliding open to reveal a narrow passageway. The two slipped inside, and the door silently sealed behind them. Beyond the door lay an upward-sloping, brightly lit metallic corridor, imbued with the scent of disinfectants and ozone. Suddenly, Luo Xing received a premonitory alert in his consciousness. Warning. Internal dynamic biological scan detected. The scanning wave will reach this location in 10 seconds. The fragment reacted to a specific energy frequency. Conceal. Scan. He barked, abruptly pushing Steve into a recess of an equipment room, while he pressed himself against the opposite wall, exerting all his effort to operate biological electronic consciousness fusion and the fragment's power, striving to mimic the energy characteristics of the surrounding environment, blending into the backdrop like a chameleon. An invisible ripple swept through the corridor. Luo Xing felt his energy barrier fluctuate violently, but held firm. The scanning wave failed to detect any anomalies and gradually moved away. That was close. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. You sensed even that. My sensitivity heightened just before we approached the energy source, Luo Xing explained, his complexion slightly pale from the prior exertion. The two proceeded with heightened caution, following Luo Xing's perceptual guidance to evade patrolling guards and surveillance cameras, delving deeper towards the energy source that had triggered a response in the fragment. The interior of the research facility was more expansive than anticipated, with a labyrinthine structure. They passed several laboratories, witnessing through observation windows various tests of energy weapons and bizarre experiments merging biological tissues with machinery, sending chills down their spines. At last, they arrived outside a large laboratory situated in the heart of the facility. Behind thick, blast-resistant glass walls, a colossal energy containment device was visible, ensnaring a roiling mass of unstable high-energy matter shimmering with perilous violet light. Several researchers clad in protective suits were bustling about, recording data. The source of energy that stirred the fragment within Luo Xing's chest was located beside the high-energy mass on a workbench. It held several fist-sized, peculiar crystals radiating an eerie azure glow. The energy frequency of those crystals bore a faint homology with the fragment in his chest. Is that material from the Apex project? Steve whispered. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the laboratory's calm. Red lights whirled and flashed. What is happening? The researchers exclaimed in panic. External intrusion alarm. All sectors are to be locked down. A cold directive echoed through the intercom. They had not been discovered. An alarm had been triggered elsewhere. Could it be Natasha and her team? Steve immediately conjectured. Opportunity. Amidst the chaos within the laboratory, as the personnel anxiously glanced toward the entrance, a spark ignited in Luo Xing's eyes. Now is the moment. He pressed his hands firmly against the blast-resistant glass. With biological electronic consciousness fusion and transdimensional computation fully unleashed, he was no longer simulating, but forcefully breaching the laboratory's control system, targeting the energy containment device and the security system. Warning. Encountered high-intensity firewall. Attempting to crack Zola's algorithm. Fragment intervention engaged. Frequency simulation fragment energy guidance. With a sudden surge, the energy containment device within the laboratory overloaded, sparks erupting. The unstable high-energy mass spiraled out of control, emitting a terrifying hum. No. Stabilize it. The containment field is collapsing. The researchers recoiled in terror. Chaos ensued. Simultaneously, the laboratory doors flung open with a whoosh. Go. Luo Xing shouted, and he and Steve dashed into the laboratory like lightning. Their target was clear, the azure crystals on the workbench. Steve used his shield to deflect a researcher attempting to obstruct them, while Luo Xing swiftly swept the crystals into a specialized isolation bag. We got them. Withdraw. Without hesitation, they turned and bolted for the exit. Behind them, the uncontrolled energy mass erupted in a blinding flash, threatening to detonate violently. Deadless. Detonate the miniaturized electromagnetic pulse devices we brought. Now, Steve shouted into the communicator, to safeguard against contingencies. They had placed miniaturized electromagnetic pulses at several critical nodes prior to their infiltration. A hum resonated as an invisible electromagnetic pulse swept through the entire research facility. All lights, devices, and alarms instantly extinguished and fell into paralysis. Even the energy containment device behind them rendered utterly inoperative. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated from deep within the laboratory. The shockwave, intertwined with flames of energy, surged forth. Luo Xing and Steve hurled themselves forward, propelled by the blast wave toward the corridor, crashing through the sealed doors rendered ineffective by the electromagnetic pulse, racing back the way they had come. Behind them echoed a cacophony of explosions and chaotic cries. The entire research facility descended into a conflagration of fire and darkness. They had succeeded, but at the cost of their concealment. Above the Greenland ice sheet, several black aircraft from S, H, I, E, L, D pierced the air with piercing shrieks, racing toward the inferno of the exploded research facility from all directions. The true escape was just beginning. This time, they carried precious spoils, igniting an even greater conflagration. Chapter 31, The Living Lattice. The transport aircraft's engines roared laboriously against the biting air of the Greenland ice sheet, straining to ascend and evade the looming shadow of death pursuing from behind. 3 Night Owl attack vessels from the Hammer Division pursued their target like vultures scenting blood, relentlessly clinging to its trail while their cannons spat forth tongues of fire, weaving a deadly barrage. Hard to port. Evade that wave of attacks, Steve shouted into the communicator, gripping the cabin's handrail with fervor. The transport aircraft suddenly executed a sideways slip, the searing rounds grazing its fuselage and carving deep furrows into the ice below. The pilot, a seasoned veteran, pushed the aircraft's capabilities to the limit, maneuvering through the perilous fjords and icy ridges with daring precision. Yet, the transport craft was no fighter jet. Its speed and agility paled in comparison to its adversaries, and it was merely a matter of time before it would be hit. We must eliminate them. Clint had already scrambled to the rear cabin's firing port, releasing explosive arrows that were deftly deflected by the Night Owl's agile shields. Natasha attempted to disrupt the enemy aircraft's targeting with onboard jammers, but the opponent's fire control system appeared to be specially fortified, rendering her efforts largely ineffective. Luo Xing stood in the shaking cabin's center, eyes closed. The power within him surged with unprecedented speed as transdimensional computation merged with energy perception. His mind functioning like an overclocked processor, feverishly calculating the flight trajectories, attack patterns, and shield fluctuation frequencies of the 3 enemy crafts. Enemy shield energy fluctuation frequency, 1,873 cycles per second, with a phase weakness lasting 0.5 seconds. Attack interval, 27 seconds, predicting the next wave of attack from the lower right angle. Pilot, Luo Xing's voice broke through, unusually calm, in 3 seconds. Swing right 15 degrees and dive. Clint, the lead one, its shield will momentarily fluctuate in 0.3 seconds. Target its left engine. Natasha, maximum power jamming. Cover the other 2 for 15 seconds. Without hesitation, fueled by the trust established in prior battles, the trio executed their commands. The transport plunged sharply to the right. Clint's arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, seized that fleeting window of shield fluctuation with pinpoint accuracy. Natasha ramped up the jammer's power to the max. Boom. The lead Night Owl's left engine erupted into a fireball, losing its balance and spiraling downward. The attacks from the other 2 enemy crafts momentarily faltered and diverted due to the interference. Splendid. Steve couldn't help but exclaim. Yet the crisis was far from over. The remaining 2 Night Owls, clearly enraged, intensified their assault. A missile howled towards them, trailing white smoke. Missile lock, the pilot warned, his voice laced with despair. There was no time to evade. A glint of determination flashed in Luo Xing's eyes as he lunged towards the cabin door, pressing his palm against the cold metal. The power of biological electronic consciousness fusion merged with the fragment's energy, erupting with an unparalleled intensity. He was not aiming to defend, but to mimic and redirect. He frantically analyzed the missile's guidance signal frequency and, using himself as an amplifier, instantly simulated a stronger, deceptive friend or foe, IFF, signal, directly overwhelming the missile. The missile's guidance head plunged into chaos, bizarrely twisting in midair before veering off towards another Night Owl behind it. The pilot of that Night Owl, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, had no time to react. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted in the sky. The second Night Owl was obliterated by its own missile. The final enemy craft, evidently shaken by this bizarre spectacle, hesitated, daring not to approach further. The transport gained a precious moment to breathe, accelerating with all its might, and finally leaving the last enemy craft in its wake, vanishing into the swirling blizzard clouds. The cabin fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the roar of the engines and the heavy breaths of its occupants. What just happened? Clint lowered his bow. Incredulous as he gazed at Luo Xing slowly retracted his hand, his complexion pale from the immense toll of that extreme maneuver. A mere signal deception. He explained succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Steve regarded him solemnly, patting his shoulder. Well done, soldier. This successful application in combat greatly bolstered the team's confidence in Luo Xing's newfound abilities. Several hours later, the transport aircraft returned safely to the Infinite Formula Laboratory. Tony A had long awaited their arrival, exhaling in relief upon seeing them return unscathed. I heard you poked the hammer's nest, and even brought back a few sapphire chicks? Tony A's eyes gleamed as he looked at the several azure crystals. Quick, show me. The group gathered in the analysis room. Tony A and Luo Xing collaborated, embarking on an investigation into the crystals. Tony handled hardware analysis and energy spectrum measurement, while Luo Xing attempted to utilize biological electronic consciousness fusion to gain deep perception and resonance with the fragments. Progress exceeded expectations. These crystals indeed shared a common origin with the fragment in Luo Xing's chest, but their energy was more stable and pure, akin to unrefined jade. The incredible energy density structure was unlike anything Tony had ever encountered. They resemble some kind of energy battery or amplifier. Tony mused as he scrutinized the scrolling data on the screen. Luo Xing closed his eyes to sense, speaking softly, they are breathing, at a very slow rhythm, absorbing some faint energy from the surrounding space. Their internal structure resembles a living lattice. Just then, Hill arrived with news from Natasha and Clint. They had successfully infiltrated Outpost 7 and discovered a large-scale transfer of these azure crystals, destined for a location codenamed the Apex. More importantly, they intercepted a fragment of communication mentioning that the core of the arching plan was to construct a planet-scale energy barrier, with the Apex designated as one of the preset barrier generator nodes. A planet-scale energy barrier? Steve furrowed his brow. What are they trying to shield? Or perhaps, what do they wish to keep outside? Or are they attempting to seal off Earth? Or, Tony A interjected gravely, to block something from coming in. And that something could be related to the architect. Clues began to coalesce, yet a greater enigma loomed. Suddenly, alarms blared in the laboratory. Warning, anomalous spatial fluctuations detected. Coordinates, central region of the Greenland ice sheet. Energy signatures unidentifiable. Intensity rapidly escalating. Daedalus's voice bore a rare urgency. On the main screen, a massive energy signal was activated deep within the ice sheet, its intensity even briefly interfering with the laboratory's remote sensors. It's the Apex. They've activated it ahead of schedule. Hill exclaimed. No, Luo Xing suddenly clutched his chest, the fragment within him radiating intense heat, conveying a complex emotion mingling desire and vigilance. It wasn't just the barrier. Something else was being activated beneath it. Something ancient and ravenous. His perception pierced through the distance, barely capturing fragmented images. Colossal, bizarre structures, encased in ice for countless ages, were awakening. The azure crystals were embedded within a massive circular apparatus, energy surging like a flood, and at the core of that apparatus, it seemed to imprison an even larger, darker shadow. We must stop them. Steve rose, his gaze sharp. Whatever they are doing, we cannot allow them to succeed. How do we stop them? Tony A looked at the screen displaying astonishing energy readings. The energy levels were beyond what they could confront head-on. Perhaps we don't need to confront them directly. Luo Xing raised his head, a glimmer of adventure in his eyes. Those crystals can absorb energy, but they can also transmit it. If I can reverse utilize them, I might be able to interfere with or even overload that apparatus. That is too dangerous. Tony A opposed. You have no idea about the specific structure of that apparatus. Conducting energy intervention remotely? A single misstep, and you yourself shall be shattered into fragments. We have an insider. Natasha suddenly interjected, pulling up a recently decrypted message. Intelligence from Outpost 7 indicated that a team responsible for transporting crystals, discontented with the extreme measures of the Hammer Bureau, was clandestinely seeking contact with the Resistance. Perhaps we can leverage this connection. The plan quickly took shape. Hill immediately attempted to reach out to the transport team. Steve began formulating a scheme for infiltrating the vicinity of the Apex. Tony A commenced feverishly calculating the theoretical feasibility of remote energy intervention, designing a temporary energy focusing and amplification device for Luo Xing. Meanwhile, Luo Xing stepped aside, once more closing his eyes, delving his consciousness inward. This time, he was no longer merely harmonizing power. He began to intricately weave together disparate forces, extracting them like fine threads, attempting to construct a more complex and precise energy structure in preparation for the unprecedented manipulation of energy that lay ahead. Bioelectronic consciousness fusion served as the needle, higher dimensional calculation as the blueprint, the power of dual serum as the resilient thread, and fragmented energy as the flowing dye. while that ethereal blue crystal would become the distant loom. Would he succeed? No one knew, but the storm had already descended. They had no choice but to once again confront the unknown, an icy expanse that could consume everything. This time, Luo Xing would no longer be a mere participant. He would become the linchpin of the plan, endeavoring to pluck the strings of energy that could influence the fate of the world. Chapter 32. What is it? In the command center of the Infinite Formula Laboratory, the atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. On the main screen, the energy signal from the apex pulsed like a frantic heartbeat, its intensity climbing, distorting the readings of the surrounding space. Deep within the remote Greenland ice sheet, a colossal disaster or opportunity was brewing. We've made contact. Maria Hill's voice shattered the silence, revealing a brief, heavily encrypted message on her communication screen. The transport team, Icefox, is willing to collaborate. The coordinates for the next supply cycle are attached. Window of opportunity for standard hours. For hours. Steve gazed at the countdown on the screen, the urgency palpable. Tony, how's the equipment? On Tony A's workbench, a device resembling a rugged variant of an arc reactor, connected by several thick energy conduits and heat sinks, emanated a soft blue glow. The energy resonance focusing device was theoretically operational. Treat the consultant as a humanoid antenna, amplifying the energy resonance between him and those sapphire chicks, directing it towards the apex. But first, he must establish a good rapport with those stones and be able to withstand the energy backlash. This apparatus had not undergone human trials. His tone was laced with his usual sarcasm, yet his gaze remained serious. I have no issues, Luo Xing replied calmly. He sat nearby, his hands cupped. A piece of ethereal blue crystal levitating gently between his palms, radiating a soft halo. He was attempting to establish a deeper connection with it, understanding its energy rhythm, practicing more refined energy manipulation, not merely activating or absorbing it violently, but akin to a tuner, seeking the most precise frequency. Bioelectronic consciousness fusion progress, 38, based on deep energy sensing and synchronization. Unknown biological core fragment fusion rate, 30, accelerating fusion and resonance with the homogeneous crystal. He could sense that with each fraction of understanding he gained about the crystal's mysteries, his mastery over the shard in his chest deepened, and the mixed power within him became more harmonious. Thor, Bucky, Steve turned to the other two. For this operation, you shall be the visible main force. The Icefox transport team will create chaos to attract the attention of the Apex's perimeter guards. Your mission is to infiltrate as close to the area as possible, establish a relay signal tower, and ensure Luo Xing's safety during remote intervention. If the situation becomes untenable, forcibly extract him. Thor hefted his hammer with a resolute thud. Leave it to me. Bucky silently nodded, checking the newly equipped weapons with energy interference capabilities. Natasha, Clint, you are responsible for peripheral support and intelligence, monitoring the movements of the Hammer Bureau, especially any aerial forces that may emerge. Hill, oversee the entire operation. Tony, you will remain behind to ensure this grand antenna does not explode and be prepared for technical support at any moment. With the plan established, the operation commenced. 3 hours later, at the edge of the central area of the Greenland ice sheet, the blizzard raged more fiercely than ever, as if nature itself resisted the awakening of the apex. 2 large snow transport vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of the Hammer Bureau struggled onward. This was the Icefox team. Inside one of the vehicles, the captain reported in a hushed tone over an encrypted channel. We have arrived at the designated area and are commencing the failure protocol. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, the engine emitting an ear-piercing noise, belching black smoke as it tilted precariously on the ice. The following vehicle was forced to halt as well. What is going on? The impatient voice of the apex guard crackled through the communicator. Engine failure. The filter might be clogged with ice. We need to conduct repairs. The captain responded. Hurry. The base urgently requires this shipment. The guard's attention was drawn over. Several team members jumped from the vehicle, feigning repairs while secretly placing mini disruptors beneath the chassis. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away from the malfunctioning site, behind a ridge of ice, Thor and Bucky moved like phantoms through the snow, swiftly advancing towards the apex. Thor's godly power disrupted the surrounding energy field to some extent, providing cover. Bucky, leveraging his extensive stealth experience, deftly evaded patrols and sensors. Luo Xing, Steve, and Tony A, via remote holographic projection, remained in a makeshift, camouflaged ice cave further back. Luo Xing sat in the center. The temporary energy resonance focusing device connected to his back, several conduits glowing softly, linking to the ethereal blue crystal in his palm as a guiding force. Steve stood guard beside him. Tony A's projection anxiously monitored the data. Energy resonance being established, stability at 75 and still improving. Tony A observed the data stream. How are you feeling, consultant? Luo Xing kept his eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could sense the vast energy flow far away, like a waterfall. His consciousness seemed to extend along an invisible path of ethereal blue energy towards the colossal device at the apex, various complex energy signatures crashing against his perception. He had to fully engage higher dimensional calculation and Zola algorithm to filter and process this information, searching for the energy nodes and weak points of the device. Warning: perception overload. External energy interference intensifying. Attempting to stabilize fragment energy output. The Icefox team reported that the guards had been diverted, but internal security at the base appeared to have intensified. A senior commander has emerged. An urgent voice came through the encrypted channel. Thor, Bucky, where are you? Steve inquired. We have breached the first perimeter line and are approaching the optimal relay point, encountering a small patrol. Resolving them now. Bucky's restrained report came through the channel, accompanied by brief sounds of struggle and the muffled thuds of Thor's hammer shattering obstacles. Hurry, we have little time, Steve urged. Inside the ice cave, Luo Xing's body began to tremble slightly. I found several secondary nodes, but the core is well protected. A rotating energy code is difficult to lock onto. Attempt to amplify your computational power through the focusing device. Force a breach, Tony A instructed. Luo Xing endeavored to magnify the power of higher dimensional calculation through the focusing device, striking at the rotating energy code. Buzz. A powerful backlash of energy surged back along the invisible connection. Ugh. Luo Xing emitted a muffled groan. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his lips. The indicators on the focusing device instantly turned crimson. Energy feedback overload. Decrease output. Tony has shouted urgently. No. It must be faster. Luo Xing gritted his teeth, and rather than reducing the output, he directed the energy from the shards in his chest, mingled with the power of the dual serums, forcibly stabilizing the connection to launch another assault. It resembled a silent, long-distance cyber warfare, the peril far surpassing any digital intrusion. The relay point has been established. Signal amplified. At last, Thor's voice resonated through the channel. Almost simultaneously, Luo Xing abruptly opened his eyes. Found it. A backdoor to the core control circuit. An ancient technology reminiscent of the Niflheim ice tomb. He thrust his hands forward with great force. The crystal in his palms erupted with a dazzling blue light. The focusing device transmitted this precisely modulated energy pulse through the newly established relay signal channel, spanning dozens of kilometers to accurately strike the core of the polar device. At the center of the distant ice cap, the enormous, rumbling ring-like apparatus suddenly faltered. The energy conduits on its surface became chaotic, flickering. A cacophony of metal distortion and the thunderous roar of energy overload emanated from within. Success! Steve exclaimed in delight. But in the next moment, an anomalous transformation occurred. The device did not succumb to paralysis or overload as anticipated. Instead, from its core erupted a distinctly different, deeper, darker, and hungrier wave of energy. It was as if an ancient entity, unexpectedly awakened, had opened its colossal maw. Luo Xing bore the brunt. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. That dark, ravenous energy struck his consciousness like a tangible hammer. Warning. Encountered unknown high-dimensional consciousness backlash. Biological electronic consciousness fusion progress 40. Overload collapse risk. Unknown biological core fragment fusion degree 35. Intense resonance ongoing. The scene before him transformed into a bizarre spectacle. No longer an ice cavern, but an endless void of darkness, within which lay a vast vortex composed of cold stars and an insatiable desire to devour all. Luo Xing. Steve steadied his wavering form. No, it's not just the barrier generator. Luo Xing's voice was intermittent, filled with agony and shock. It's a prison. They intended to seal not what is outside, but what is inside. They activated something within. Almost as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted, seemingly from the depths of the earth, shaking the entire Greenland ice cap. On the main screen, the energy signal from the polar device did not diminish. Rather, it surged forth in a more frenzied and uncontrollable manner. A beam of light, infused with both azure and obsidian energies, shot skyward from the device's center, tearing through the blizzard and piercing the heavens. The sky appeared as though pierced by a gaping hole. Within that beam, a colossal, indescribable shadow began to unfurl. The mission had failed. Moreover, it might have unleashed something more terrifying than the Star Eater's filth. The faces of all present turned ashen. Luo Xing gazed at the soaring beam. Feeling that familiar yet alien hunger, Born from the same root, yet laden with destruction, a chilling thought coursed through his nearly shattered consciousness. Architect, what have you concealed beneath this icy expanse? Chapter 33. Pause. The ice cavern trembled violently from the residual energy waves, ice shards cascading from above. Luo Xing knelt, Steve's arm the only support preventing him from collapsing. He coughed violently, each breath accompanied by a searing pain as if his organs were shifting. His consciousness torn into fragments by the dark, ravenous energy, and forcibly reassembled under the chaotic operation of biological electronic consciousness fusion into shards. On the main screen, that beam of mixed azure and obsidian light continued to traverse the heavens, akin to a venomous spike driven into the spine of the world. Within the beam, the shadow became increasingly distinct, not a specific form but an immense presence, stirring an energy storm, exuding an ancient, frigid majesty and an insatiable thirst for consumption. They awakened something within the prison. Luo Xing's voice was hoarse and fragmented, the shards of his memories regarding the Marvel Universe colliding with the terrifying aura he sensed at this moment, confirming the ancient, unfathomable energy level sealed deep underground, and that which sought to judge or consume all. A name, an iconic image, pierced through the chaotic thoughts, bringing with it a chilling dread, Tiamat. He nearly groaned the name, abruptly lifting his gaze to the screen displaying the distorted energy signal and the immense shadow. His eyes filled with incredulous horror. No. It feels different, darker, hungrier, as if. He struggled to articulate the subtle yet essential difference, as if it were tainted or incomplete. Steve's expression turned grave. A deity? You mean below lies a deity? Like the legends? Even with his vast experience, this concept was utterly extraordinary. Communications have been severed. Hill's anxious voice echoed from the command center. Strong energy interference is emanating from the polar direction. All signals are lost. The last message from Thor and Bucky indicated that the ground was cracking, and a colossal entity was emerging. Almost simultaneously, Tony A's warning blared. Energy readings have skyrocketed. They are still rising. This exceeds any known weapons parameters. Moreover, the reading patterns are changing, beginning to mimic, no, assimilate the surrounding environmental energy. It is learning or adapting to this planet. Outside the ice cavern, through the disguised crevices, the distant horizon was visible. The blizzard surrounding the beam was being forcibly dispelled by an invisible force, forming a gigantic vortex, with thunder and lightning at its center, revealing immense contours, akin to mountains. Stirring the winds and clouds. We must evacuate immediately. Steve decisively commanded, Tony, prepare the emergency teleportation protocol for the lab. Hill, alert everyone. Highest alert status. No. Luo Xing struggled to stand upright, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute. We cannot leave just yet. It has just awakened and is still confused, its power unstable. This is the only opportunity. If it fully adapts and awakens, it will be too late. He looked to Steve, and then at the projection of Tony A. That device, the polar device, it is not merely a prison. It might also serve as a control interface. Although most of it has failed, there must still be residual components we can exploit. Are you insane? Tony A nearly shouted. Look at the chaos outside. That thing is a deity. Even if it is a flawed, tainted one, what do we have to control it? Just you, with that nearly exploding focusing device and your few blue stones? It's not about control. Luo Xing's gaze was fixed on the screen displaying the raging energy source, his eyes glinting with a gambler's madness. It's about communication or lulling it back to sleep. Communication? With that kind of entity? Steve's brow furrowed deeply. My fragments share a common origin with its energy. Luo Xing felt the intense pulsation from the shards in his chest. A fearsome yet strangely alluring force. I can sense its consciousness is chaotic, filled with pain and rage, but beneath that, there exists a faint, inherent order emanating from the deity itself, like starlight obscured by mud. This is an extremely risky, nearly suicidal plan. Yet, as Luo Xing stated, it may also be our only chance. We need someone to approach it closely, utilizing the power of the fragments to attempt resonance, interference, or to soothe it. Luo Xing turned to Steve. Captain, I need cover to get me closer. Steve gazed into the fiery eyes of Luo Xing, then turned his attention to the apocalyptic scene displayed on the screen, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. Finally, he nodded resolutely. All right, Tony, activate maximum power shielding. Hill, restore communications as much as possible and guide Thor and Bucky to converge on us. We need all the strength we can muster. You are undoubtedly the most reckless team I have ever led. Tony A cursed under his breath, yet his hands moved with remarkable speed. Deadless, calculate the optimal advance route. Redirect all energy to external shielding and interference. Prepare to deploy all decoy missiles. I intend to orchestrate the most extravagant fireworks display for them. The camouflage cover of the ice chamber slowly opened, and a blizzard rushed in. Steve hoisted Luo Xing, and together they braved the howling winds toward a high-speed snow assault vehicle parked outside. Tony A. commandeered the laboratory's defensive and interference systems, providing remote support. Energy shields flickered briefly before shattering in their wake, while a barrage of decoy missiles shot into the sky, striving to disrupt the awareness of the awakening entity. The vehicle's engine roared like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward the tempestuous realm of energy and death. The closer they approached, the more terrifying the pressure became. The air thickened like mercury, saturated with the scent of ozone and the friction of ancient stones. A colossal shadow loomed, as if the very sky were on the brink of collapse. The ground trembled violently, massive fissures spreading like a spider's web. Luo Xing clung desperately to the vehicle frame, striving to maintain the connection with the fragments, laboriously filtering the information flow amidst the tempest of chaotic energy to seek out a faint glimmer of orderly starlight. Perceiving the agony of a millennia-long confinement, sensing the craving for replenishment as hunger for energy wanes, feeling the hatred of the imprisoned toward the captor, experiencing a fragment of confusion. Who am I? Found it. To the left. That half-collapsed metal platform. It is one of the original control bases of the device. Luo Xing pointed toward a crumbling structure teetering in the energy storm. Steve sharply turned the steering wheel, the assault vehicle drifting perilously to evade a bolt of black lightning that struck from the sky, skidding beneath the platform. They jumped out of the vehicle, struggling against the energy gale that threatened to hurl them away, and clambered up onto the platform. The surface was strewn with molten metal and severed pipes. At the center stood a partially damaged control console, still flickering with sporadic sparks. This is it. Luo Xing pressed his palm against the console. The power of biological electronic consciousness fusion, surging forth, desperately seeking any residual interface that could connect with the subterranean presence. Detecting a faint signal from the residual connection line. Attempting to access. Warning. High-dimensional consciousness backlash intensifying. Gasp. Luo Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he held on with unwavering determination. Captain, cover me. I need time. Without hesitation, Steve raised his shield, standing before Luo Xing like an immovable rock, shielding him from the oncoming energy storm and flying debris. At that moment, Captain America's will transformed into the most formidable bulwark. Luo Xing closed his eyes, surrendering his entire being to the tumultuous current of consciousness. He ceased his attempts to resist and instead guided the power of the fragments, emulating that faint glimmer of orderly starlight. Akin to blowing a weak yet precisely tuned whistle amidst the storm, striving to draw the colossal entity's attention. Listen, remain calm. We are not enemies. Return to slumber. The information, infused with the resonance of energy, trickled like a gentle stream, laboriously penetrating the tempestuous sea of consciousness. Initially, it proved futile, even provoking a more ferocious backlash. Yet gradually, a minuscule hesitation emerged within the violent onslaught, as if an enraged giant had suddenly heard a familiar yet distant, soothing melody from a forgotten past. For a fleeting moment, the energy storm in the sky appeared to lessen. The enormous shadow slowed its movements ever so slightly. It worked. A flicker of hope ignited in Luo Xing's heart. Suddenly, precise beams of energy shot from the flanks, crashing violently onto the platform. They did not originate from the heavens, but from the ground. A squad of soldiers clad in distinctive white heavy armor, emblazoned with the unmistakable insignia of Thor's hammer, had inexplicably breached Tony's interference and now surrounded the platform. Their weaponry was evidently engineered for exceptional disruption and destruction against energy entities. Eliminate the source of interference. Protect the awakening of the deity. The commanding officer ordered coldly. Steve was immediately thrust into a fierce battle. His shield absorbed much of the energy beams. Yet the enemy's firepower was relentless and coordinated, clearly the elite of the Asgardian Guard. Luo Xing's communication was abruptly interrupted. The backlash surged once more. His body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing. Luo Xing, Steve shouted anxiously, but was suppressed by the overwhelming onslaught. Just when the situation seemed dire. Boom, boom. Two figures descended like celestial warriors, crashing into the formation of the Asgardian Guard. Thunder roared. Thor swung his hammer, sending soldiers flying. The whir of Bucky's gunblade echoed as his mechanical arm unleashed tremendous force, deftly dismantling the enemy's armored joints. It was Thor and Bucky. They had finally arrived. It seems we have come just in time, Thor bellowed. clearing a space amidst the chaos. With the arrival of reinforcements, the pressure on Steve lessened dramatically. However, the entity above appeared agitated and enraged once more due to the disruption of communication and the ongoing battle below. Darker, more terrifying energy began to coalesce. There was no time left. Luo Xing roared, determination flashing in his eyes. He had no choice but to gamble. He ceased his gentle communication attempts and, without reservation, unleashed the power of the fragments, all of his energy, and the energy from several azure crystals, brutally striking through the residual interface toward the colossal core of consciousness beneath. No longer was it a soothing gesture. Instead, it became a commanding directive for forced slumber, a robust shutdown command, cobbled together from Nibelheim's technology, Zola's algorithm, fragment energy, and crystal properties, akin to slamming a hypnotic needle into the awakening titan. A howl erupted, echoing from the depths of primordial existence, shaking the very foundations of the planet with its anguished roar. The massive shadow writhed violently, struggling. The energy storm in the sky spiraled into chaos. Black lightning fell like torrential rain. The earth fractured. Thud. Luo Xing collapsed, utterly spent, losing consciousness. The roar persisted for several seconds, ultimately fading away, steeped in endless reluctance and fury. The beams of light in the sky began to flicker erratically, then suddenly contracted, vanishing entirely. The colossal shadow dissipated alongside it. The blizzard surged anew, as if to obscure all traces of what had transpired. All that remained were the remnants of destruction, a comatose Luo Xing, and 3 exhausted, shaken warriors. Had they succeeded, or merely postponed the inevitable apocalypse? No one could say. Only deep within the Greenland ice cap, a newly formed, unfathomably deep chasm, emanating unsettling aftershocks, silently bore witness to the recent harrowing events. At last, Tony A's communication flickered back to life momentarily. Energy readings are declining. They've dropped below critical levels. My God, what have you done? Steve gazed at the unconscious Luo Xing in his arms, then at the terrifying chasm. His voice hoarse. We may have just pressed the pause button. Fall back immediately. Return to the laboratory. Chapter 34, Analysis. Within the confines of the Infinite Formula Laboratory's medical chamber, the rhythmic and monotonous beeping of the life monitor punctuated the air. Luo Xing lay upon the bed, his pallor still evident, yet his breathing had grown considerably steadier. The external injuries on his body had swiftly healed, thanks to the laboratory's advanced medical technology and his own robust constitution. The real toll lay in the dual exhaustion of his spirit and energy. The shard embedded in his chest rose and fell gently, its radiance dimmed, as if it too had succumbed to slumber. Steve, Thor, and Bucky stood outside the observation window, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, Tony A was seated at the workstation, surrounded by a multitude of screens displaying a cacophony of data derived from the energy readings of the apex. The analyses of the azure crystal and the real-time physiological and energy metrics monitored from Luo Xing. While his vital signs remained stable, the brain activity was alarmingly active, akin to deep calculations or dreaming. Tony A pressed his fingers against his brow. The energy levels were critically low, yet the recovery rate was astonishing. Those various serums and the shard appeared to be operating in a manner he had never witnessed before. This individual was indeed a living paradox. When will he awaken? Steve inquired, fatigue lacing his voice. Uncertain, Tony A replied with a sigh. It could be in the next moment, or he may remain in slumber for several days. His body and consciousness require time to assimilate the impact. He continued, however, the good news is that, according to remote monitoring, the energy reactions at the apex have indeed subsided, stabilizing at a very low, dormant level. We have effectively pressed the pause button, yet the rift remains, and the spatial structure there has become exceedingly unstable. With anomalous energy radiation, Hill's voice resonated through the communication device. She remained at the command center, overseeing the situation. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. had also suffered significant losses, temporarily withdrawing all forces from that area, as if assessing the situation. This is a window of opportunity. At that moment, the medical chamber's door slid open, and Natasha and Clint entered. Both bore the signs of a fierce battle, tinged with the scent of gunpowder, yet their gazes were sharp. We have cleared the traces left by the Ice Fox team. They are temporarily safe, Natasha reported. Additionally, from the data fragments intercepted from Outpost 7 in this operation, combined with the energy characteristics of the apex, Tony and I have made some discoveries. She gestured toward Tony A, who nodded and projected a complex energy structure diagram onto the main screen. This azure crystal, which we shall temporarily refer to as the stellar core fragment, is indeed of the same origin as the one embedded in Luo Xing's chest, albeit younger and more easily manipulable in terms of energy. The Apex device, rather than being merely a barrier generator, functions more as a colossal energy dialysis and infusion system. Tony magnified the core section of the structure. It extracts energy from the sleeping beauty beneath the ground, whatever it may be, filtering it through these stellar core fragments, presumably to allow that tier of energy to be utilized by lower-level systems, subsequently distributing it to shield bases globally. This is the source of much of their advanced technology. And the planetary barrier that the Dome project aims to construct, Natasha interjected, pulling up several blurry design schematics, will directly utilize the sleeping beauty itself, employing a global network composed of numerous stellar core fragments for its activation and control. They intend to transform this planet into a colossal energy fortress, or rather, a prison. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as the enormity of such a plan was both maddening and grand, far exceeding imagination. Then why has that entity beneath the apex become so dark and ravenous? Bucky suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Tony and Natasha exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions darkening. This is the most terrifying aspect. Tony switched the display to reveal a series of energy decay curves and biological tissue scans, data gathered from previous research. Our analysis indicates that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dialysis process is exceedingly brutal, akin to drawing blood, while simultaneously injecting inferior stimulants and toxins. They are exhausting the essence of the sleeping beauty. And in the process, a horrifying contamination has arisen. This contamination is feedback, distorting her. They are not utilizing a deity. They are poisoning and corroding one, Natasha concluded. Her tone icy. Silence. A heavy stillness enveloped the medical chamber. Just then, Luo Xing on the bed emitted a faint groan, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze was somewhat bewildered but quickly sharpened, regaining his usual calm, albeit with an indelible hint of exhaustion and understanding lurking beneath the surface. He had evidently overheard the preceding discussion. How do you feel? Steve stepped forward immediately. As if I've been ground beneath a glacier, Luo Xing rasped, attempting to move, his muscles protesting with soreness, yet he was alive. He sensed the condition of his body. Strength was gradually and steadily returning, and that harmonious sensation persisted, perhaps even more seamlessly than before. It felt as if, following that extreme pressure test, the system's compatibility had improved. Super Soldier Physique, dual versions, copy progress, Captain America 45, Soviet 75, stability enhanced. Coordination improved. Bioelectronic consciousness integration copy progress, 42. Deepened understanding based on extreme applications. Hyperdimensional calculation and prediction ability copy progress, 18. Receiving partial future algorithms and enhancements under high-intensity computational pressure. Unknown biological core fragment fusion level, 40. Resonance with stellar core fragments and enhancement after confronting hyperdimensional consciousness. Stellar core fragment energy. Affinity mastery level, 15. Based on contact and utilization. It seems you have benefited from adversity, Mr. Consultant. Tony raised an eyebrow, displaying the monitoring data for his review. Perhaps next time, you could upgrade in a gentler manner? Luo Xing did not respond, instead gazing at the energy structure diagram on the main screen and those terrifying conclusions. So the architect's objective is not merely to dominate the Earth, he murmured, a flicker of fear unique to a traveler, grounded in a grand worldview, flashing in his eyes. He is stealing and distorting the power of a deity. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? No one could provide an answer. Hill's voice once again shattered the silence. Regardless of his intentions, we must thwart him. Now that the apex is temporarily subdued and S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised, this is our opportunity to act. We need to utilize the stellar core fragments, locate other subbases, particularly those engaged in energy infusion and research, sever their energy sources, expose their crimes, and unite all available forces. A long and arduous task list lay before them. In the ensuing weeks, the laboratory transformed into a rapidly functioning war machine. Tony devoted himself wholeheartedly to the research of the stellar core fragments. He refined the energy resonance focusing device, creating smaller, more efficient energy shielding devices and weapons capable of interfering with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biosoldiers and energy weapons. With Luo Xing's assistance, his affinity for energy was pivotal. He endeavored to craft a compact, safe energy source from the fragments, aiming to provide a more stable and reliable energy supply for the laboratory and, by extension, future resistance efforts. Upon his recovery, Luo Xing delved into a deeper phase of training and adaptation. He no longer merely sought to master his power, but began to study systematically. He learned about energy physics from Tony, though much was incomprehensible. It aided in understanding the principles of his own abilities, acquired stealth, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance techniques from Natasha and Clint. The combination of his energy perception yielded remarkable results. And studied tactical command and the essence of combat from Steve, addressing his shortcomings in close combat. He even sought insights from Thor regarding divine powers, energy, and the cosmos. Though their discussions often resembled a dialogue between a chicken and a duck, they broadened his horizons. More importantly, he began to actively harness the power of the fragments, attempting to sense the global energy flows from a distance and at a low intensity, particularly focusing on energy signals that resonated with the core fragments and the technology of the Hammer Bureau. His aim was to map a concealed energy landscape, seeking out nodes associated with other bases and the Apex project. Stephen Hill, utilizing the intelligence gathered from various sources, enhanced significantly by the sensory capabilities of Luo Xing and Tony's technological support, commenced the formulation of a series of precise strike and infiltration plans. The objective had shifted from direct confrontation to disabling critical nodes, seizing resources, revealing truths, and forging alliances. Natasha and Clint became the sharpest blades of these plans, frequently undertaking missions, infiltrating the facilities of the Hammer Bureau, and returning with vital data and supplies. They even succeeded in persuading several low-ranking technicians to their cause. After unsuccessful attempts to reach Asgard, Thor joined the endeavor. His strength guaranteed resistance against the Hammer Bureau's heavy units, and his occasional revelations regarding the Nine Realms and other galaxies provided the team with a broader perspective. Bucky gradually rediscovered himself through repeated battles. Although his memories remained fragmented, his combat skills and resolve grew ever more steadfast. His synergy with Steve also began to rekindle. The pace seemed to slow, transitioning from a relentless flight from annihilation to a more organized phase of war preparation. However, the atmosphere remained tense, increasingly oppressive due to their growing understanding of the architect's vast plans. They all understood that the current tranquility was merely the fleeting calm of the eye of the storm. The architect would never passively allow his plans to be thwarted. The next confrontation would undoubtedly be more intense. During this relatively serene period, Luo Xing, no longer overwhelmed by crises, truly began to grow, learn, and reflect, gradually integrating his intricate powers and evolving into a genuine force to be reckoned with. Standing upon the observation platform in the laboratory, he gazed at the simulated starry sky outside, idly toying with a deep blue core fragment in his hand, feeling the energy fluctuations within it, both familiar yet distinctly different from his own. Architect's divine star core, he murmured. This universe is far more intricate and perilous than I had ever known. Yet in his eyes, fear and struggle had been supplanted by curiosity and a gradually fortifying resolve. Since he had arrived, he felt compelled to act. At the very least, he could not allow certain individuals to act with impunity. His gaze seemed to pierce through the laboratory's shielding, looking deep into the stars, towards the direction concealing the ultimate answers. Chapter 35, Wakanda. Time in the Infinite Formula Laboratory appeared to have been pressed into slow motion, yet it was accumulating change at a solid pace. The storm outside the world had not abated, but beneath the thick layers of shielding, there was a sense of respite, of refinement, a whetstone for the next strike. Luo Xing's life became structured and fulfilling. Each morning, he engaged in several hours of physical training and strength control on the training grounds, no longer simply throwing punches and kicks, but striving to maximize every ounce of power afforded by his super soldier physique, complemented by the anticipatory prowess of hyperdimensional computation, thereby forming a terrifyingly efficient combat instinct. In the afternoons, he immersed himself in the workshop. Sometimes, he served as a human measuring instrument for Tony's new equipment, testing energy compatibility as his perception was the most precise instrument available. Other times, he delved into the study of core fragments, attempting to guide their energy with greater finesse, even mimicking their internal structure to fine-tune the flow of his own power. In the evenings, he devoted time to studying the introductory quantum physics text that Tony had thrown his way, which left him dizzy, Natasha's notes on espionage psychology, which he surprisingly understood, and even the sporadic knowledge about the fundamental operations of Asgardian energy that Thor had recounted, esoteric yet fascinating. This systematic approach to learning and consolidation proved remarkably effective. His command over his own abilities transformed from an indistinct sensation into a clearer understanding. He could roughly estimate the energy expenditure and recovery time of a full-powered energy surge, anticipate the burdens that different combinations of power might impose, and even attempt to construct simple, sustainable energy cycling patterns to minimize consumption. Biological electronic consciousness integration copy progress, 45, based on deep learning and application expansion. Hyperdimensional computation and predictive abilities copy progress. 22. Based on knowledge input and complex modeling. Core fragment energy affinity mastery. 25. Based on structural analysis and energy simulation. More importantly, the sense of tearing and instability brought about by conflicting powers had nearly vanished. The various forces no longer stood as distinct entities but instead resembled a collaboratively functioning organ system, each with its unique function yet uniformly controlled by his will, with the core fragment in his chest providing a stable energy supply and coordination. Tony's progress was equally remarkable. He successfully utilized the core fragments to create a small, clean energy core named the Arc, whose output far surpassed any similar product from Stark Industries and was nearly pollution-free. This provided the laboratory with a more abundant and discrete energy source, even beginning to supply small amounts to some trusted external resistance organizations. He also developed a series of disruptors and EMP bombs aimed at the Hammer Bureau's biosoldiers and energy weapons, significantly enhancing the success rate and safety of the team's missions. Natasha and Clint became the first testers of these new gadgets. They frequently embarked on missions with clear objectives: to incapacitate secondary energy nodes of the Hammer Bureau, intercept transport convoys, and rescue key technical personnel. Although the scale of their operations was modest, they functioned like precise surgical instruments, continually undermining the Hammer Bureau's control while returning with an increasing amount of fragmentary information regarding the Apex project and the architect. Steve and Hill, building upon this intelligence, began to attempt to contact and integrate those still resisting. The process was arduous, trust requiring gradual establishment, but the spark of hope was beginning to coalesce. Thor continued to gaze at the night sky, his worries mounting. His exchanges with Luo Xing increased, often delving into abstract discussions about divine powers, cosmic energies, and dimensions. Luo Xing's unique perspective, derived from the fragments and numerous near-death experiences, sometimes provided Thor with unexpected insights. A peculiar friendship blossomed between them, rooted in their exploration of the essence of power. Bucky's transformation was the most understated yet profound. He remained silent. Yet the fog of confusion and hostility surrounding him had lessened considerably. He began to actively participate in the laboratory's defense arrangements. His extensive combat experience and coldly efficient tactical style becoming invaluable assets to the team. Occasionally, he would spar with Luo Xing on the training field. The clash of his mechanical arm against Luo Xing's energy-enhanced fists exchanging unspoken understandings of transformation and control that only they could grasp. Beneath the calm, the undercurrents never ceased to surge. Luo Xing's ongoing global energy sensing resembled fishing in deep waters, occasionally capturing disconcerting big fish. Sometimes, it was a sudden eruption of dark energy fluctuations reminiscent of the Devourer of Stars or the Apex, only to quickly subside, as if a test or loss of control had occurred. Other times, he detected extremely faint yet distinctly directed extraterrestrial signals, their encoding unlike any known technology on Earth, seemingly engaged in brief communication with some deeply concealed ground facilities. More frequently, there was a pervasive, gradually intensifying background noise. The global energy levels were slowly and abnormally rising, especially in terms of geomagnetism and background radiation, which was highly unusual. The architect's vast machinery had not ceased. It had merely shifted into deeper, less known trajectories. On that day, as Luo Xing conducted his routine observations at the observation platform, a sudden furrow of his brow indicated an unexpected disturbance. He had detected an extraordinarily brief, yet remarkably clear burst of energy signals. The source of this signal was not stationary. It was in motion, hovering above the North Atlantic. It moved with incredible speed, its energy characteristics highly contained, yet emanating a disquieting sharpness that felt as if it could slice through space itself. What caught his attention further was the peculiar pattern of this signal's eruption. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the spatial fluctuations he recalled from the departure of the Tony B armor in a parallel dimension. Yet it was imbued with an even more ancient and perilous essence. Tony, Luo Xing activated the workshop's communications. A high-speed, anomalous energy signal has just emerged above the North Atlantic, and the coordinates have been dispatched. Can we track it? Tony A immediately expressed his interest. Oh, another unexpected guest has arrived? Daedalus, mobilize all idle satellite resources and focus on that region. Analyze the energy characteristics. Minutes later, the results came in. Unable to locate. Tony A's voice was tinged with astonishment. The signal had vanished, completely concealed. The energy characteristic analysis yielded a high match with the legendary energy absorption properties of vibranium from Wakanda. Yet it was also intermingled with a more peculiar form of spatial phase-shifting technology. This entity could elude nearly all detection systems on Earth. Wakanda? Vibranium? Spatial technology? Luo Xing's heart skipped a beat. In this world line, Wakanda should still be under strict isolation. What did this suddenly emerging mysterious aircraft signify? Can we approximate its direction? He pressed on. Trajectory calculations indicate that its last movement was seemingly directed towards the African continent. Tony paused, his tone taking on a playful quality. Wow, this is getting interesting. A mysterious aircraft architect possessing what appears to be Wakanda's top-tier technology, combined with unknown spatial technology? Or is there another player entering the scene? A new variable had emerged. Luo Xing approached the edge of the observation platform, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, landing upon the mysterious and bountiful African continent. He was acutely aware that Wakanda possessed technological prowess and vibranium resources far beyond the external world's imagination. Had this secluded nation also sensed the global energy anomalies? Was this aircraft friend or foe? We need to ascertain who it is. Steve's voice came from behind, having evidently overheard the communication. Wakanda has always been an enigma. If the architect's hand has reached there, or if something is indeed transpiring in that region, we must clarify. Agreed. Hill's voice echoed from the command center. But Wakanda's borders are heavily fortified, and they are exceedingly distrustful of outsiders. Conventional infiltration is nearly impossible. All eyes instinctively turned to Luo Xing. His energy perception, his unique ability to resonate with various exotic energies, might be the only means to bypass Wakanda's traditional defenses and glean a hint of the truth. Luo Xing felt the steady flow of power within him and recalled that fleeting, sharp, ancient energy signal. I'll give it a try, he spoke slowly. But I require absolute silence, and Tony, I need the full support of the arc reactor to extend my perception range to its limits. The risks are considerable. Tony cautioned, your brain could be overwhelmed by the influx of information. Thus, absolute silence and protection are imperative. Luo Xing's gaze was resolute. This was our sole opportunity to comprehend the new variable. Plans were swiftly formulated. The laboratory entered a state of utmost silence. All non-essential energy supplies were severed. And energy was concentrated to power the arc reactor and amplify Luo Xing's sensory devices. Once again, Luo Xing seated himself at the center of the quiet chamber, connected to the energy conduits enhanced by Tony's modifications, with the arc reactor emanating a soft yet potent glow. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. This time, his target was not the vague flow of energy, but rather the precise capture of that elusive, distinctive energy signature, extending his perception like the thinnest yet most resilient thread towards the distant African continent, cautiously reaching out. This was a transcontinental perceptual tracking, a probing into the unknown. The thread traversed tumultuous oceans, brushed past vibrant yet oppressive cities, and crossed vast deserts, ultimately touching upon the mysterious realm enveloped by an energy barrier. In an instant, a deluge of information surged forth. Vital life energy, rich resonances of subterranean vibranium, highly developed yet restrained technological constructs, energy fields, and an ancient, powerful cultural force that harmoniously coexisted with nature, pervading the air. The torrent of information was immense, yet Luo Xing maintained his composure, diligently searching for that specific, sharp energy signature. Found it. It had not completely vanished. Rather, it lurked at an exceptionally low frequency, nearly melding with the environment. Hidden within a mountain range at Wakanda's border, Luo Xing's perceptive thread approached with utmost caution. Just as it was about to make contact with the aircraft, a hum resonated. A cold, sharp, warning consciousness surged back along Luo Xing's perceptive thread, akin to a tempered blade. It was not an attack, but rather a stern gaze of scrutiny and expulsion. Luo Xing grunted, abruptly severing the connection, his body swaying slightly, his complexion paling. What happened? Steve immediately steadied him. Discovered. Luo Xing gasped, yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It is not of S-H-I-E-L-D. It possesses its own consciousness, very powerful. And it recognizes this energy. He pointed to the shard embedded in his chest. It is curious about me. The veil over Wakanda seemed to lift slightly. A new, potentially formidable force appeared to be quietly emerging amidst this global crisis. The tranquility of the laboratory was on the verge of being shattered once again. On their list now stood another entity to engage with and comprehend, the enigmatic and powerful Wakanda. And this time, it may not merely be an adversary. Chapter 36, Surue. Very well, let us continue this tale. The air within the quiet chamber felt as though it had solidified. Luo Xing's rapid breaths were the only sound, as everyone held their breath, awaiting his further elaboration. Discovered? Tony A.'s voice resonated through the speakers, incredulous. Across half the globe, through energy perception? This reverse tracking capability is utterly outrageous. It is not merely a technological countermeasure. Luo Xing shook his head, striving to calm the lingering sensation of that cold, sharp touch in his mind. It resembled an intuitive reaction based on the essence of energy. That aircraft, or rather the entity within it, is exceedingly sensitive to energy perception, particularly at the level of the stellar core shard. Steve furrowed his brow. It recognizes the energy of the shard, and it is curious about you? Does this imply it may know the shard's origins? There's a strong possibility, Luo Xing nodded. The gaze did not convey overt hostility, yet was filled with warnings and scrutiny, akin to a lion guarding its territory, displaying its claws to the intruder, yet refraining from immediate slaughter. Hill accessed a map of Africa from the command center, her gaze sharp, regardless of whether it is friend or foe. An entity possessing such technology and maintaining a concealed presence near Wakanda necessitates an assessment of its threat level. The consequences would be dire if Wakanda's vibranium resources were to fall into the hands of architects or forces akin to the devourers of stars. But how do we make contact? Clint crossed his arms, echoing Romanoff's concerns. According to Natasha, not even a strange fly can penetrate Wakanda's borders, let alone our group of obviously non-local faces. Natasha pondered thoughtfully. Conventional methods are unfeasible. Perhaps we can respond to its curiosity. All eyes once again focused on her. It discovered the entity known as Luo Xing, and its energy piqued interest. Natasha deduced that this was both a test and an opportunity. Could we, while ensuring safety, proactively emit a limited, friendly signal? Like casting a stone to test the waters? Tony A immediately objected. No, it's far too perilous. We have no idea whether we are facing a lion or a T-Rex. What if it follows the signal back to us? Our shielding may not be sufficient to withstand such spatial phase technology. We could establish a relay station and set a trap, Bucky interjected suddenly, his voice low yet distinct. We can position an energy emission device away from the laboratory. If the response is hostile, we can promptly detonate the relay station, severing communication and misleading them. His instinct for combat always leaned toward the worst-case scenarios and the most pragmatic solutions. Thor swung his hammer. A miniature version, I believe this approach is viable. In the face of the unknown, sometimes we must exhibit courage rather than retreat into obscurity. If they harbor goodwill, they could become formidable allies against the darkness. If they are malevolent, then let us draw them out for battle. His Asgardian mindset was always more direct. The debate continued for a moment. Ultimately, Steve made a decision. Cautious engagement was necessary, but engagement nonetheless. Tony, collaborate with Luo Xing to devise a secure relay energy signal emission plan, to be situated in the uninhabited expanse of the Greenland ice cap. The signal content should simulate the harmonious wave frequency of the star core fragments previously detected by Luo Xing, blended with a universal mathematical sequence representing a desire for dialogue. This is our utmost expression of goodwill. All right, the captain has spoken. Tony A shrugged. Jarvis, no, Deadless. Commence calculations for optimal launch parameters and relay station design. Luo Xing, you shall provide the energy template. Dr. Banner, I hope you can assist in ensuring stable energy output. We must avoid any Hulk-like transformations. The plan was swiftly set in motion. On the Greenland ice field, a makeshift relay station camouflaged as geological exploration equipment was airdropped. Its core housed a miniature arc energy generator and the meticulously constructed energy signal encoder designed by Luo Xing. Hours later, everything was ready. The signal emission duration was set for 30 seconds. Tony A confirmed once more that after 30 seconds, regardless of whether a response was received, the relay station's self-destruction protocol would activate, erasing all traces. Are we prepared? The core members of the laboratory convened in the command room, the atmosphere tense. Luo Xing stood before the control panel, inhaling deeply, and nodded. Launch. The invisible energy wave, imbued with cautious goodwill and inquiry, traversed thousands of kilometers, accurately directed toward the mountainous region bordering Wakanda. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The command room was so silent one could hear their heartbeats. 20 seconds passed without any response. Tony A's finger hovered over the self-destruction button. Just at the 25th second, the feedback signal from the relay station suddenly fluctuated violently. A remarkably concise data stream, rich with information, surged back into the relay station at an unimaginable speed, almost simultaneously transmitted back to the laboratory. Its encoding was exceedingly complex, far surpassing Earth's current capabilities, yet cleverly nested within the universal mathematical sequence emitted by Luo Xing. Decode it, Tony shouted. Deadless operated at full capacity, and Luo Xing's higher dimensional computation instinctively joined in. The information was swiftly unraveled. The content was not language, but a series of coordinates, an exact time down to the nanosecond, and a complex energy structure diagram. The coordinates were within Wakanda. The exact location was indeterminate, shrouded by a formidable energy field, Hill quickly reported. The time point was set for 24 hours later. Luo Xing gazed intently at the diagram composed of luminous points, resembling a neural network or energy circuit, his pupils narrowing slightly. It depicted an extraordinarily precise energy constraint and resonance protocol. It seemed to convey how to construct a temporary, localized energy window for safe communication at a specific time and place. This resembled an invitation, a test. The other party provided the time, location, and content of the examination. Luo Xing had to comprehend and master this intricate energy protocol within 24 hours and accurately construct that window at the designated time. If successful, dialogue might be possible. If failed, or if this were a trap in itself, this technology is far too advanced. Tony A. gazed at the energy structure diagram, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of awe and caution. The concept of this energy protocol transcended Earth's technological framework, even differing from Asgardian runic systems, resembling a perfect amalgamation of biological technology and quantum mechanics. Can it be accomplished? Luo Xing? Steve's gaze was serious as he looked at him. Luo Xing closed his eyes once more. Higher dimensional computation, operating at full capacity, his mind simulating the construction of the energy protocol. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, his tone resolute yet tinged with fatigue. It's complex, exceedingly intricate, involving multidimensional energy synchronization and phase fine-tuning. But it can be attempted. I require the ARC core and all your computational support, Tony. What about the risks? Natasha inquired. The greatest risk lies in the potential failure of the construction or significant deviation, which could provoke energy backlash or lead the other party to deem us unqualified for dialogue, severing communication entirely, Luo Xing replied. However, based on the protocol structure, it appears designed with considerable safety, and the backlash energy should remain within my tolerable limits. Then let us do it. Steve declared, everyone, prepare yourselves. In 24 hours, this may lead to a breakthrough or the onset of conflict. Tony, provide full assistance to Luo Xing. Natasha, Clint, devise emergency evacuation and rendezvous plans. Bucky, inspect the laboratory's defenses. Thor, you shall guard outside. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, lightning flickering in his eyes, ready to unleash thunder upon any nefarious intruders who dared to strike. In the ensuing 24 hours, the laboratory operated with unprecedented efficiency. Luo Xing worked tirelessly, immersed in the analysis and simulation of the energy structure diagram. Tony A. and Daedalus provided immense computational support, while Dr. Banner meticulously monitored Luo Xing's physiological metrics and energy flow, preventing overload. Biological electronic consciousness integration progress, 47. Higher dimensional computation and prediction ability progress, 25. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery, 28. Under the extreme pressure and learning curve. His abilities continued to advance steadily. Time ticked away. The designated moment approached. Luo Xing sat once more in the center of the silent chamber, connected to the energy conduits. This time, he was not merely sensing. He was to execute an exquisitely refined manipulation of energy. 1 minute to launch. Tony A's voice echoed. Everyone took their positions. 30 seconds. Luo Xing inhaled deeply, his hands poised in the air, fingertips beginning to weave delicate strands of energy, following specific patterns, crafting the intricate structure in the air. 10 seconds. The energy structure grew increasingly defined, emanating a soft glow, resonating with the fragment nestled within his chest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Luo Xing forcefully infused the final surge of energy. Buzz. The space before him subtly distorted, and an energy window, approximately 1 meter in diameter, akin to rippling water, suddenly opened. On the other side of the window, instead of the anticipated Wakandan jungle or technologically advanced room, lay a profound expanse, seemingly composed of pure data streams and gentle radiance. A virtual space. A figure slowly coalesced within the light. She donned a white garment that harmoniously fused African traditional elements with futuristic aesthetics, her posture regal, her gaze wise and composed, exuding an innate nobility and authority. Her gaze penetrated the energy window, landing directly upon Luo Xing, who offered a slight nod in response. A clear voice resonated through the energy conduit, echoing in the minds of Luo Xing and all those connected to the communication channel. Articulated in an accentuated yet remarkably fluent English. I am Shuri, the Princess and Chief Technology Officer of Wakanda. Mysterious wielder of energy, You have signaled a desire for dialogue. You now possess a fleeting opportunity. State your intentions, and her eyes sharpened. Why do you possess fragments of the star core? Chapter 37. Ancient Ruins of the Desert. The energy window suspended steadily in the center of the quiet chamber, the figure of Princess Shuri appearing clear and tangible, as if within reach. Her wise and scrutinizing gaze swept over Luo Xing and the faint silhouettes of Tony, Steve, and others behind him, visible through Luo Xing's limited perspective, ultimately locking onto the softly glowing star core fragment at Luo Xing's chest. Her inquiry cut to the heart of the matter, imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of concealed curiosity. In the laboratory command center, every heart raced with anticipation. Steve slightly nodded to Luo Xing, signaling him to take the lead in responding. After all, the fragment was intrinsically linked to him, and the energy resonance was of his creation. Stealing his resolve, Luo Xing met Shuri's gaze and conveyed his thoughts through the energy resonance. His voice calm yet distinct. Princess Shuri, thank you for your response. We are the Bright Resistance Front, dedicated to combating an organization known as the Hammer Bureau, the Fallen of the Sword of Heaven, and the architect of the threats lurking behind it, as well as the more perilous cosmic entity known as the Devourer of Stars. He succinctly summarized the global context, the oppressive control exerted by the Hammer Bureau, the existence of bio-soldiers, the abnormal siphoning of Earth's energy, and the existential crisis that the Devourer of Stars could potentially bring. As for the fragment, Luo Xing glanced at his chest, explaining that it originated from an unforeseen spatial collision and had fused with him. We refer to it as the star core fragment. It harbors immense energy and is one of our crucial keys to countering these threats. However, our knowledge of its origins and essence remains scant. You refer to it as the star core. Do you possess any insight into its provenance? Shuri listened intently, her expression largely unchanged. Yet the flickering light in her eyes revealed her rapid analysis of the information. After a brief pause, she began to speak, her words carrying the weight of history. Not merely describing a source of energy, the star core, in our oldest records, is a fragment of the legendary heart of the world, a highly concentrated embodiment of the planet's vitality, encompassing both creative and destructive potential. It ought to be buried deep within the Earth's core, maintaining the energy balance of the planet. Her gaze sharpened once more. Its fragments should not be scattered, nor should they merge with individual lives. This is both a miracle and potentially the inception of a catastrophe. The architects and the Devourer of Stars you speak of likely aim to extract or even distort the power of the star core entirely. This revelation left everyone in the laboratory breathless. The value and danger of the star core fragment surpassed their wildest imaginations. You Wakandans, Tony interjected, unable to contain himself, his virtual image flickering beside Luo Xing. Have you known about this all along? Just watching? Shuri cast a glance at the virtual Tony. Her tone calm, yet tinged with pride. Wakanda's duty is to safeguard, not to intervene. Our policy of isolation is largely to prevent the secrets of the star core and our vibranium resources from attracting interstellar calamity. The developments beyond our borders follow their own trajectory. Until recently, the abnormal disturbances in global energy had escalated to a level that threatened the planet's fundamental structure, even impacting our energy network built upon vibranium and heart-shaped herbs. She turned her attention back to Luo Xing. Your emergence, along with this active fragment, stands out like a beacon in the darkness. We detected your perceptual probing and analyzed the signals you emitted. Although your energy control techniques are rudimentary, the core frequency is remarkably pure, prompting us to grant you this opportunity for dialogue. Then, is Wakanda willing to join forces? Steve stepped forward, his image appearing on the other side of Luo Xing, faced with a common threat. Isolation might no longer be the best form of protection. Shuri did not respond immediately. She seemed to be evaluating and weighing her options. Join forces? On what basis? She countered. On your feeble strength? On an individual who cannot fully control the star core fragment? Or perhaps on your incomplete intelligence regarding the external situation? Wakanda will not recklessly place itself at risk. Though her words were direct, they were irrefutable. The current resistance organization was indeed not sufficiently powerful. But we are growing stronger, Luo Xing replied resolutely. We are learning and fighting. The power of the fragment is gradually being mastered. We are also actively gathering intelligence, such as the architect's apex plan. More importantly, we are taking action rather than waiting for disaster to strike. He paused, presenting a key piece of information. Moreover, we suspect that the architect or the Devourer of Stars may have extended its reach into Wakanda. The mysterious signal from the flying craft we intercepted earlier vanished near the Wakandan border. Does this concern you? Shuri's brow flickered ever so slightly, the first visible sign of her emotional shift. That is not our craft, she quickly denied, yet a brief pause betrayed her contemplation. Our technological signatures do not align with that. Its spatial phase technology is unfamiliar, yet it did attempt to approach our barrier. We are investigating. Another unknown force? The hearts of those in the laboratory sank. The situation was more complex than they had imagined. After a brief silence, Shuri broke the stillness. Prove your worth and sincerity. You mentioned the Apex plan. We recently intercepted some encrypted data streams, originating from the depths of an ancient civilization's ruins long abandoned in the North African desert. With energy signatures showing slight correlations with global background noise and star core fluctuations. This may be related to your objectives. A set of coordinates and a complex energy frequency key were transmitted through the energy window. Wakanda cannot directly intervene in the investigation, as that would prematurely reveal our interest. However, should you successfully infiltrate and retrieve core data, returning safely may allow us to discuss limited cooperation and information sharing. This was a test, a perilously dangerous test. We will see it through, Steve declared without hesitation on behalf of the team, accepting the challenge. Excellent, Shuri nodded. Remember, time is of the essence. The energy signals from that ruin are exceedingly unstable and likely under tight surveillance. Good luck. Her figure began to blur, and the energy window pulsed. And, mysterious wielder of energy, she turned her gaze to Luo Xing one last time. Continue practicing the energy protocol I have provided. It will assist you in better restraining and comprehending the powers of the star core, preventing backlash or attracting worse entities. With that, the energy window vanished entirely, and the chamber returned to its previous state. Silence enveloped the laboratory, broken only by the faint hum of the instruments at work. Well then, Tonia finally broke the silence, rubbing his virtual hands together. A princess more astute than I, perhaps, a fragment pertaining to the heart of the planet. An ancient ruin hidden in the desert, and at least two more mysterious forces. Our to-do list is becoming increasingly exhilarating. Despite the immense pressure, a new flame ignited in everyone's eyes. The doors of Wakanda had not swung fully open, but a crack had been left ajar. And this chasm requires them to pry it open with action and strength. A new mission has commenced. New objective: investigate ancient relics in the North African desert and acquire data related to the Arch Plan. Wakanda relationship status: cautiously observing. Initial contact completed. Star core fragment background information updated. Suspected fragment of the heart of the world, a concentration of planetary vitality. Acquired. Su Rue's energy constraint protocol in practice. Luo Xing sensed the intricate model of the protocol in his mind and glanced at his teammates' resolute gazes. The respite was over. The fruits of their refinement were poised for the crucible of real combat. The sharpened blade was ready to be unsheathed. Chapter 38. Data acquired. Mission accomplished. Very well, let us proceed with this adventure. In the North African desert, the sun blazed mercilessly. Endless golden sands warped and twisted in the heat waves, resembling a gilded purgatory. A phantom Quinjet, meticulously disguised by Tony A to absorb all visible light and most energy signatures, glided silently like a mirage, ultimately hovering above a vast canyon partially shrouded by wind-blown sand. Coordinates confirmed. It was the fissure below. Tony A's voice resonated through the aircraft's communication channel. Energy scans revealing a substantial hollow structure concealed by clever optical camouflage and energy deflection fields. TSK, such an antiquated technique, yet effective. Daedalus commenced silently dismantling its firewall. Attempting non-invasive penetration, multiple biological signal identification traps and vibration sensing networks detected. Physical infiltration is nearly impossible without triggering alarms. The artificial intelligence, Daedalus responded. Then let us use the key. Natasha's calm voice cut through. Luo Xing. The energy frequency Su Rue provided. Luo Xing stood at the door, peering down at the seemingly unremarkable rocks below. He inhaled deeply, focusing his mind, recalling the intricate key that Su Rue had transmitted. He raised his hand. A glimmering light swirling at his fingertips, and a minuscule, frequency-specific energy pulse shot towards the concealed entrance below. Buzz. The light and shadow on the rock surface rippled like water, and a narrow, downward extending dark portal silently manifested, accompanied by faint mechanical clicks reminiscent of security devices being disengaged. The entrance opened. The key was effective. Well done, little star. Tony A cheered, though alarms were undoubtedly sounding. They knew we had arrived. We must act swiftly. Team A, descend. Team B, maintain aerial vigilance and support. Steve commanded. Luo Xing, Natasha, Bucky, and Clint, clad in the latest generation stealth suits, which absorbed elements of vibranium technology and energy shielding, swiftly rappelled down. Steve and Thor remained at the aircraft's command, while Tony A and Dr. Banner provided remote technical support and energy monitoring. The interior of the cave was not the pitch-black void one might envision. Ancient stone walls were embedded with a type of moss or crystal emitting a ghostly blue luminescence, offering faint illumination. The air was dry and frigid, carrying a metallic and dusty scent. The passage descended at a steep angle, with blurred ancient murals depicting stars, some form of worship, and colossal, non-human shadows adorning the stone walls. These murals did not belong to any known North African ancient civilization. Natasha advanced swiftly, documenting with a miniature camera. Could it be a form of global primitive worship? Energy readings are intensifying, Luo Xing murmured, his perception scanning ahead like radar, detecting numerous biological soldiers. Energy weapons were already activated. A peculiar, slow, and heavy energy pulsation emanated from the depths. It seems the architects were fond of utilizing these relics as their garages. Clint checked his arrows, bracing for the welcoming party. No sooner had he spoken than heavy footsteps echoed around the corner of the passage. Several exceptionally tall, black-armored agents from the Hammer Bureau appeared, wielding energy rifles that emitted ominous red light. Their movements were somewhat stiff, yet exuded a palpable strength. Contact. Bucky's mechanical arm instantly raised, the energy-integrated submachine gun roaring to life, bullets striking the lead soldier's helmet with sparks flying, though failing to penetrate immediately. Their armor was reinforced. Natasha ghosted to the side, evading a searing energy beam. Her electrified baton struck one soldier's joint with force, the high-voltage current rendering him temporarily rigid. Clint's explosive arrows arrived just in time, blasting the soldier away. Luo Xing refrained from unleashing a broad energy shockwave. Instead, he concentrated power at his fingertips, forming a delicate, high-frequency energy beam, an application of his newfound energy control. The energy beam sliced through the junction of a soldier's weapon and armor, instantly incapacitating him. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Mastery, 29, based on practical micro-operation application. The battle was fierce yet brief. This patrol squad was swiftly eliminated. But more footsteps surged from the depths of the passage. They were buying time. Natasha assessed. The core area must be undergoing an urgent data transfer or destruction. Follow me. Luo Xing sensed the direction of the strongest energy source. This way. There's a shortcut. His energy perception revealed a weakly flowing energy zone behind the wall, possibly an ancient ventilation duct or an inadequately reinforced fissure. The quartet burst through a seemingly solid stone wall that had long since weathered internally, charging into a narrow corridor. Behind them, the dense gunfire and roars of biological soldiers erupted. After winding through several turns, they found themselves in a vast subterranean cavern. In the center of the cavern stood not the anticipated array of computers, but a colossal, intricate apparatus composed of some dark metal and glowing crystals. At the center of the device floated a peculiar mineral, continuously twisting and emanating a dim purple light. That slow, heavy energy pulsation originated from here. Countless cables and data lines extended from the apparatus, connecting to modern server cabinets and consoles lining the walls. Dozens of technicians scrambled to unplug storage devices, attempting to erase data. More elite biological soldiers stood guard nearby. What is that? Clint exclaimed in horror. The energy emitted by that mineral was profoundly unsettling, reeking of decay and greed. Unlike materials found on Earth, Luo Xing felt a faint repulsion emanating from the fragments in his chest. Forget about that stone. Seize the data. Bucky barked, his mechanical arm deploying a blade as he surged toward the nearest console. Combat erupted instantly. This time, the enemy's resistance was extraordinarily fierce. The biological soldiers seemed influenced by the central peculiar mineral, their eyes glowing with the same purple hue, attacking with reckless abandon. Their energy weapons appeared to be enhanced by the mineral's power, their might significantly increased. Natasha and Clint found themselves in a bitter struggle, utilizing the terrain to engage in precise shots. Bucky, like a war machine, tore through the ranks of soldiers, forcing his way towards the console, yet was held back by the dense firepower. Luo Xing continuously unleashed precise energy beams, eliminating the most significant threats, all while contending with the mental strain induced by the strange mineral. He attempted to scan the console with his perception, discovering that the data deletion process was already well underway. Tony, the data is being erased. Is there any way to forcibly terminate it? Luo Xing shouted over the comms. The interference is too strong. Physical access is needed. Locate the physical interface of the main server array. Tony A responded. Just then, The central peculiar mineral's purple light suddenly surged. Buzz. A powerful energy pulse swept through the entire cavern. All of their electronic devices sparked to life. The sight of Clint's compound bow sight rendered utterly inoperative was alarming, as Natasha's communication earpiece emitted wisps of smoke. Even Bucky's mechanical arm momentarily faltered, clearly affected by the interference. Only Luo Xing, shielded by the energy from the star core fragment, remained relatively unscathed. Yet, he observed that in the aftermath of the pulse, a hidden compartment beneath the ore had mysteriously opened, revealing a peculiar artifact, less than half a meter tall, crafted from the same material, adorned with incomprehensible symbols and interfaces, pulsating with rhythmic flashes. It was evidently an independent, meticulously secured data storage core. Perhaps the final directive for the deletion process originated from this very source. Data core, Luo Xing exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, another entrance to the cavern burst open, and a commander clad in silver-black armor, distinct from that of ordinary soldiers, and wielding a massive energy battle axe, stormed in, charging directly towards the data core. His armor bore the insignia of the Hammer Bureau and the Architect. Stop him, Luo Xing commanded without hesitation, unleashing his full power. Fueled by the strength of his super-soldier physique, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his hands outstretched. As the energy from this star core fragment erupted in an unprecedentedly concentrated manner, forming a searing torrent of golden energy, not aimed directly at the commander, but crashing into the ground before him. Boom! The earth was blasted into a gaping crater, rocks and residual energy temporarily halting the commander's advance. Seizing this precious moment, Bucky hurled not a weapon, but a specially designed data collector by Tony, equipped with an ultra-strong adhesive interface. Snap! The data collector adhered flawlessly to the peculiar data core. Deadless. Force the read. Tony roared over the channel, encountering unknown encryption during reading, attempting to breach. Energy interference at critical levels. The commander swung his battle axe viciously, cleaving through the lingering energy, charging forward once more. Luo Xing positioned himself before the data core, energy coalescing in his hands, his gaze resolute. Natasha and Clint desperately emptied their magazines, suppressing the ordinary soldiers rushing from all directions. 6080 read complete. Deadless' voice rang like celestial music. Just as the commander's battle axe was poised to descend upon Luo Xing, he leaped backward, shouting, "Bucky!" Without hesitation, Bucky pressed the detonator on the data collector affixed to the core, activating a small but powerful explosive device. Boom! Not for destruction, but to create chaos and separation. The explosion propelled the data core from its pedestal, simultaneously triggering the surrounding fragile energy conduits. The entire cavern trembled violently as more rocks began to collapse. The central, peculiar ore grew increasingly unstable, flickering with frenzied purple light. Data secured. Withdraw. Quickly, Tony shouted. Go. Steve's command echoed from the aircraft. The quartet did not hesitate, retreating frantically along their path. Behind them, the cave continued to collapse, the furious roars of bio-soldiers and the eerie energy shriek emanating from the strange ore filled the air. As they scrambled out, climbing the rappel ladder, the entire canyon quaked, the entrance sealed off by fallen boulders. The Quinjet soared swiftly, distancing itself from the danger. Inside the cabin, they gasped for breath, battered and bruised, their equipment damaged, yet their faces bore a glimmer of triumph. Is the data intact? Steve inquired urgently. Ha ha ha. Tony's virtual projection appeared, brimming with pride. Though the encryption resembles an alien's diary, it is merely a matter of time before we decipher it in the presence of Tony Stark, and Deadless. Give us a few hours, and guess what? The energy signature of that peculiar data core and ore bears a striking resemblance to the mysterious signals we previously intercepted pointing to extraterrestrial origins. A new lead has emerged. This ruin appears to be not only linked to the Archway Project, but may also have connections to extraterrestrial entities. Leaning against the cabin wall, Luo Xing felt the energy within him gradually recovering, gazing out at the receding desert. They had completed Su Rui's trial, yet it brought forth more enigmas. Mission complete. Acquire data from unknown ruins. Pending analysis. Suspected extraterrestrial-related objects discovered. Peculiar purple ore. Unique data core. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery. 2930. Crisis moment energy precision breakthrough. Team collaboration experience enhanced. The aircraft headed towards base. The decryption of the dataset to unveil yet another layer of the architect's scheme. Chapter 39. Unknown energy source. The Quinjet flew steadily above the clouds, leaving the scorching chaos of the North African desert far behind. However, the atmosphere inside the cabin remained taut. Dr. Banner was tending to Clint's energy weapon burn on his arm, while Natasha meticulously examined the damage to their equipment. And Bucky silently wiped the sand and energy fluid from his mechanical arm. Luo Xing closed his eyes, focusing on the gradual restoration of his energy. The chilling sensation from the strange purple were still flickering in his mind. Preliminary data decryption complete. Tony A.'s voice resonated through the aircraft's communication system, laced with an incredulous gravity. Guys, what you've unearthed here is quite terrifying. A holographic projection illuminated the center of the cabin, revealing key fragments of information decoded by Daedalus. The Archway Project, Tony A.'s voice assumed the tone of a commentator, devoid of its usual levity, is not merely about energy extraction or weapon manufacturing. Rather, it constitutes a vast energy conversion and beacon system. The image shifted to display a dizzyingly complex global energy network model, with countless nodes flickering, ultimately converging upon several massive facilities hidden deep underground or beneath the ocean. It was extracting various global energy sources, geothermal, electromagnetic fields, even biological energy, not for storage, but for some form of refinement and transformation into a highly specialized dark spectrum energy. In the projection, normal energy flow transformed into a viscous, murky purple energy stream after passing through several enigmatic converters, remarkably similar to the energy from they had encountered in the ruins. The majority of this transformed energy was funneled through enhanced quantum channels to a coordinate that Tony A paused to note, indicating an unknown area beyond the Kuiper belt. We are utterly unable to trace its endpoint. Extraterrestrial transmission. The hearts of everyone in the laboratory sank. As for the remaining fraction of the converted energy, Tony A continued, it is utilized to activate and maintain the devices within that ruin. The purple, or we encountered, designated as the Whisper Stone. Its function is to amplify and broadcast a specific signal. A processed audio segment was played back. It was an exceedingly low-frequency hum, seemingly emanating from the abyss, imbued with a sense of allure and distortion, inducing a peculiar agitation and hallucination upon prolonged exposure. This signal is not directed towards humanity, or rather, not entirely. Dr. Banner's face paled as he interjected, it resembles more of a call or bait for certain energy-based life forms, coupled with the extraterrestrial signals we previously intercepted. Hill added from the command center, the architect seems to be using Earth as an energy converter and transmission tower, simultaneously supplying energy to some unknown master while luring certain entities in the cosmos with this signal. Luring what? Steve's voice was grave and serious. The logs mention a term, hound, Tony A replied. No specifics were given, but it was noted that the signal from the Whisper Stone is capable of guiding and pacifying them, steering them along paths set by the architect. It is speculated that there exists a biological or energetic entity contaminated or controlled by the taint of the devouring stars. The clues gradually intertwine, sketching a chilling tableau. The architect has betrayed Earth, serving an unknown cosmic entity, likely linked to the taint of the devouring stars. He has constructed a dome system to siphon Earth's energy as tribute, while simultaneously laying bait to attract perilous cosmic hounds, directing them towards. Where is he leading these hounds? Natasha keenly grasped the crux of the matter. The logs did not explicitly record the coordinates of the ultimate destination, but repeatedly mentioned the necessity to avoid major population centers and ensure the path traverses high-energy reaction zones. Tony A operated the system, projecting several simulated energy pathways traversing the remote areas of Earth, as if herding a flock towards a specific locale for sustenance. Luo Xing suddenly opened her eyes wide, a chill racing up her spine. Star core fragments, or similar high-energy sources. Those hounds are drawn to high energy. The architect is using signals to guide them, urging them to devour certain targets. This inference plunged the cabin into a profound silence. If this holds true, the architect is not merely betraying. He is actively inviting doom into the fold, exploiting a dreadful cosmic presence to eliminate obstacles or achieve an even more terrifying objective. At that moment, the aircraft's communications received a priority encrypted signal from the base. It was Surue. The energy window opened once more, this time set against the backdrop of her laboratory, imbued with a fluid and vibrant technological essence. Her expression was graver than before. The data you provided has undergone cross-verification and analysis, she stated forthrightly. Wakanda's energy monitoring network has also detected similar anomalous signal fluctuations, particularly near the vibranium deposits. Your deductions are likely correct. She slightly turned, and the main screen behind her displayed a three-dimensional model of Earth, marked with several serpentine energy pathways emanating an ominous violet hue. astonishingly similar to the paths simulated by Tony A, yet more precise. Based on the frequency decay model of the Whispering Stone signals and cosmic background radiation interference calculations, we have predicted 3 pathways along which the hounds are most likely to be guided. Su Rui's fingers swiftly glided across the screen, highlighting the 3 paths. Their final convergence point magnified here. A coordinate was enlarged, located deep in the South Pacific, a region devoid of any islands. Yet the trench's depth reached a staggering degree. Beneath this expanse lies an exceedingly ancient and exceptionally powerful energy source, its fluctuation characteristics bearing resemblance to the star core fragments, yet more primal and vast. It has remained dormant, but its activity has significantly surged recently. An ancient energy source, perhaps even more potent than the star core fragments? This revelation once again astounded everyone. Is the architect's targeted? Steve inquired. Does he intend for the hounds to consume that energy source? Or awaken it, control it, or even detonate it? Su Rui's tone grew somber. Regardless of which possibility is true, once that energy source is violently disturbed, the ensuing chain reaction could tear apart the crust, triggering a global ecological disaster and mass extinction. She paused, her gaze sweeping across each member of the resistance organization. Wakanda can no longer remain aloof. This is not merely an external affair. It is a crisis concerning the survival of the planet. Our King T'Challa has authorized this. She slightly raised her chin, embodying the resolve of both a princess and a warrior. Wakanda will provide support. We will establish a border outpost as a temporary operational base, along with technical assistance and a contingent of elite royal guard to assist you. However, the leadership of the operation remains with you. We must intercept and destroy the source of the Whispering Stone signals guiding those hounds before they reach their target, or directly eliminate the hounds themselves. The alliance was forged in an unexpected manner and with astonishing speed. Yet the task ahead was daunting beyond imagination. How much time do we have? Steve asked. According to the calculated paths, the advanced forces of the hounds are expected to enter near-Earth orbit within 72 hours. Their speed is beyond comprehension. 72 hours. We need to formulate a plan immediately, Steve asserted decisively. The outpost coordinates have been sent, Su Rui replied. We will prepare the equipment and supplies you require. We look forward to your arrival and proving that your worth extends beyond merely delivering bad news. The communication concluded. Silence enveloped the aircraft momentarily, soon replaced by a surge of battle spirit. All right, Tony A inhaled deeply. It seems our beach vacation is cancelled. Deadless, chart the quickest course to the Wakandan outpost. Banner. We need a complete analysis of the energy characteristics of those hounds. Everyone, check your gear, prepare for battle. Luo Xing clenched her fists, the fragment in her chest radiating a slight warmth, no longer a rejection, but a resonance in the face of challenge. Ancient energy, cosmic hounds. The alliance of Wakanda. Every clue pointed towards the abyss of the South Pacific. A race against time, a battle to prevent the apocalypse, was about to commence. New objective. Intercept the cosmic hounds. Prevent their arrival at the unknown energy source in the South Pacific. Wakanda relationship status. Limited alliance. Temporary operational base open. Support acquired. Wakandan technical support. Royal Guard team. Time remaining, 72 hours. Chapter 40. Severely injured and unconscious. The Wakandan border outpost was not the traditional camp one might envision hidden deep within the jungle, but rather an advanced, integrated facility seamlessly melded into the folds of the mountains. The streamlined architectural surface was adorned with color-variable optical camouflage, and the energy barriers blended harmoniously with the surrounding environment. Inside, it brimmed with Wakanda's unique equipment and interfaces, perfectly combining biotechnology with vibranium technology. Upon their arrival, they encountered a Royal Guard team, fully prepared under the leadership of General Okoye, clad in modified combat suits of the Black Panther armor and wielding vibranium spears. Their gazes were sharp, and their discipline unwavering. Captain Rogers, Okoye stepped forward, giving a courteous nod, her gaze sweeping across the resistance members, lingering briefly on Luo Xing. The princess has informed me of the situation. Wakanda's strength will fight alongside you. But time is of the essence. Let's dispense with pleasantries. Please follow me. The briefing will commence immediately. Without any further niceties, they were directly ushered into the tactical room. A colossal holographic sand table illuminated, displaying detailed nautical charts of the target area in the South Pacific, including depths, ocean currents, and the massive energy source signal located deep within the 10,000-meter trench, pulsating like a slumbering heart, exuding an unsettling azure glow. The target energy source is at a depth of 11,034 meters, Su Rui's voice emanated through the holographic projection. She seemed to still be remotely supporting from the main laboratory. Extreme water pressure and energy interference render any conventional vessels or diving equipment incapable of reaching it. We have urgently retrofitted a Leviathan deep submersible, its hull composed of vibranium composite, able to withstand high pressure and energy erosion, equipped with the latest cloaking systems. A submarine, streamlined and resembling a deep-sea behemoth, appeared in the hologram. However, Su Rui's tone shifted. The greatest threat is not the environment, but those hounds. Based on energy characteristic analysis, they are not purely biological entities, but rather high-density energy aggregates, possessing a remarkable resistance to thermal energy, kinetic energy, and energy attacks, even capable of a certain degree of absorption and transformation. Physical attacks would yield limited effectiveness. So how do we deal with them? Clint frowned. The submersible is equipped with a sonic pulse cannon developed from heart-shaped herb extracts and vibranium resonance principles, Su Rui explained. This specific frequency pulse can effectively disrupt their energy structural stability, rendering them temporarily incapacitated or dispersed. However, it cannot eliminate them entirely. Your mission is to utilize the submersible to breach the Hound's blockade and reach the vicinity of the energy source to install the energy stabilizer we have provided. An intricate image of a colossal, metal sea urchin-like device materializes. The stabilizer is designed to enhance the inherent stability of the energy source, creating a protective field that prevents the Hound from siphoning or damaging it, while also disrupting the signal guidance of the Whisper Stones. Once installation is complete, immediate evacuation is imperative. The submersible cannot endure the pressure and energy environment at such depths for extended periods, particularly after sustaining combat damage. What is the number of Hounds and their estimated arrival time? Steve inquired. The advance unit is expected to reach the target area within 12 hours and commence descent. The total number is undetermined, but energy readings indicate a substantial presence, replied Su Rui, his tone tinged with gravity, suggesting that the architect had gambled everything. How many can the submersible accommodate at most? Natasha asked. The standard configuration allows for 4 individuals, a pilot, a weapons operator, an engineer responsible for installing the stabilizer, and Su Rui glanced at Luo Xing, an energy coordinator. Luo Xing, the energy from your star core fragments can resonate with the stabilizer, significantly enhancing its activation speed and efficacy. You must maintain a continuous energy connection with the stabilizer and perform the final calibration at the moment of installation. Only you can accomplish this. The mission was clear, yet the danger was extraordinarily high. Should the submersible be compromised by the Hounds or trapped at the ocean floor, the consequences would be dire. I will pilot. Tony A volunteered, his remote consciousness uploaded to the submersible's control system. No one understands how to push this magnificent machine to its limits better than I do. Leave the weaponry to me, Bucky stated calmly, adept with various heavy arms. I will handle the installation, Steve declared without hesitation. As for energy coordination, I will take responsibility, Luo Xing said, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, Natasha, Clint, Thor, Okoye, and her guard were tasked with fortifying the perimeter, ready to intercept any Hounds that might breach the submersible's defenses and to provide assistance at a moment's notice. There was no time for hesitation. Preparations and final adjustments were completed in a tense few hours. The modified Leviathan submersible silently glided through hidden underwater passages into the cold, dark depths of the ocean. The descent felt as though plunging into another realm. Outside, the boundless darkness soon enveloped them, occasionally disrupted by bizarre deep-sea creatures startled by the submersible's lights. Darting away in haste, pressure readings steadily climbed, and the hull emitted faint creaks, yet the vibranium structure remained steadfast as a mountain. Luo Xing sat at the energy coordination station, his hands resting on 2 energy-sensing orbs radiating a soft blue light. Establishing an initial connection with the energy stabilizer in the cargo hold, he could sense the intricate vibranium circuitry within the stabilizer, along with the life energy technology derived from the heart-shaped herb of Wakanda. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the increasingly distinct, ancient energy source below, which felt akin to the fragment embedded in his chest, yet far grander and more dormant. Warning, approaching critical depth. Energy interference is intensifying. Tony A's voice resonated within the submersible. Sonar has detected multiple high-speed objects approaching from above. Bucky, the weapons operator, fixated on the screen, exclaimed, "It's them, the Hounds." On the holographic radar, dozens, if not hundreds, of glaring red dots descended from shallower depths like a rain of arrows, charging toward the submersible. They've spotted us. Brace for impact. Activate the pulse cannon. Outside the submersible, several turrets rotated into position. Bucky slammed the launch button. A hum resonated as an invisible, powerful sound wave pulse erupted from the submersible, radiating violently outward. The leading hound energy forms twisted grotesquely, as if their reflections disturbed upon a water surface. Their speeds drastically reduced, and some even disintegrated. Their sound was not mere noise, but a piercing, direct assault on the psyche, a sharp, anguished wail. Yet, more hounds circumvented the pulse's epicenter, surging forth like agile shadows. They collided against the vibranium hull, erupting with dazzling energy sparks. The submersible quaked violently. Damn it! There are too many. The pulse cannon requires time to recharge, Bucky shouted, continuously adjusting the turret to target the most threatening adversaries. Continue the descent. Do not linger in battle, Steve urged, gripping the handrail tightly. Our objective lies at the bottom. The submersible powered forward, plunging deeper into the dark abyss. Surrounding them were countless twisted, flickering, and wildly pursuing hound energy forms. Each pulse cannon discharge cleared a small area, but it was swiftly refilled by more hounds. They even began attempting to merge, forming larger, more terrifying energy conglomerates, causing the submersible's hull to trigger overload alarms. External armor integrity reduced to 85. We cannot continue like this, Tonya shouted. Luo Xing could sense the hound's insatiable hunger for energy. Their targets were not solely the submersible, but also the fragment in his chest and the colossal energy source below. Tony, grant me the frequency modulation permissions for the pulse cannon, Luo Xing suddenly called out. I can temporarily enhance it with the fragment's energy, mimicking a frequency closer to the core's essence, which should create greater disruption against them. The risk is too great. What if it overloads? There is no time. Hurry. Gritting his teeth, Tony shared the permissions. Luo Xing immediately immersed his consciousness into the fragment, channeling pure energy through the sensing orbs into the submersible's weapon systems. As the next pulse cannon discharged, a faint golden light intertwined within the sound waves. The effect was instantaneous. The hounds struck by the pulse were no longer merely distorted and slowed. They emitted a more mournful wail, their energy structures seemingly ignited, disintegrating in an instant. Effective, however. This exertion took a significant toll on Luo Xing. His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity, Mastery Level 32, based on Deep Energy Weapon Synergy. The submersible seized this opportunity to descend several thousand meters further. The immense energy source was now within arm's reach. Through the viewport, they could even see the ethereal blue glow emanating from the depths of the trench below, enveloping the entire area like a slumbering underwater nebula. I see the platform. Steve pointed ahead at an evidently artificial, ancient stone platform situated directly above the energy source, inscribed with incomprehensible runes. Prepare to hover. Engineering team, get ready. Tony struggled to stabilize the submersible above the platform. The cargo bay opened, and the massive energy stabilizer was gradually lowered toward the platform by mechanical arms. At that moment, an unexpected change erupted. The blue glow surrounding the platform intensified dramatically. Several shadows, larger than any hound encountered thus far, and emanating even more terrifying energy responses, began to rise slowly from the energy source. They were not lured by the signal. They had been guarding this place all along. Simultaneously, from above, the pursuing hounds broke through the pulse cannon's defensive net, cascading down like a waterfall. The submersible found itself trapped in a perilous pincer movement. This is bad. It's a trap. The architect was aware of the danger here all along. He utilized the Whisperstone signals not only as a guide, but also to awaken these guardians. Tony exclaimed in shock. Steve, install the stabilizer. Luo Xing shouted, abruptly standing from his seat, pressing his hands against the cabin wall. I'll go out to draw their attention. Tony, open the hatch. Are you insane? The open ocean is 10,000 meters deep. Only my energy can attract them. Hurry. Steve cast a glance at Luo Xing, then nodded gravely. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grasped the stabilizer and, alongside Bucky, surged through the airlock toward the platform below. Tony virtually stamped his foot, flinging open the emergency exit hatch at the top. High-pressure seawater surged into the isolation chamber in an instant, yet was momentarily halted by an energy barrier. Luo Xing inhaled deeply and leaped into the frigid depths of the ocean. The luminescence of the star core fragments formed a protective force field around him, desperately resisting the harrowing water pressure and energy erosion. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full energy of the fragments outward. Buzz! It was as if a golden lighthouse had ignited in the dark abyss of the sea. In that fleeting moment, whether it was the hounds descending from above or the guardians rising from below, All attention was irresistibly drawn to this immensely alluring, pure star core energy. They emitted covetous howls, frantically changing course like a school of sharks sensing blood, surging towards Luo Xing. The pressure in the submersible dropped suddenly. Luo Xing, Tony exclaimed. Don't worry about me. Cover Steve and the others. Luo Xing shouted through the comms, his voice distorted by the immense pressure. He nimbly darted through the depths, guiding the massive hounds and guardians away from the platform area. The golden glow flickering perilously like a candle in the wind, threatened to extinguish at any moment. Below on the platform, Steve and Bucky braved the attacks of a few straggling foes, desperately securing the energy stabilizer in place, connecting it to the ancient interface. Luo Xing felt his strength rapidly depleting, the force field of the fragments flickering under relentless assault. Yet he gritted his teeth, recalling the energy protocol from Su Rue, striving to restrain the energy and enhance its efficiency. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Mastery 33. Precision Energy Control under Extreme Pressure. Just as he was about to falter, the stabilizer is installed. Activate. Steve's voice rang out. Buzz. A colossal, gentle yet immensely resilient blue energy shield suddenly expanded from the center of the platform, instantly enveloping the entire energy source area. The shield shimmered with Wakandan runes and the flowing light of vibranium. The hounds and guardians crashing against the shield were like waves striking an invisible wall, the energy structure quaking violently, emitting roars of anguish and fury. They could no longer approach the energy source by even a fraction. Luo Xing, come back. Tony A piloted the submersible towards Luo Xing. The task of drawing fire was complete. Luo Xing immediately retracted his energy and turned to dash towards the submersible. The energy monsters behind him continued their frenzied pursuit. Hurry! 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 Tony shouted anxiously. Just as Luo Xing was about to touch the mechanical arm of the submersible, an exceptionally thick beam of dark energy from a colossal guardian struck him squarely in the back. Poof! The force field of the star core fragments flickered violently, nearly collapsing. Luo Xing coughed up blood, feeling as though his insides had shifted, his consciousness fading swiftly. Luo Xing. The mechanical arm barely managed to grasp his limp body, swiftly retracting him into the cabin. The hatch sealed tightly, and the drainage system activated. Retreat! 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 The submersible surged upwards towards the surface with maximum power. Pursued relentlessly by countless energy monsters thwarted by the stabilizer shield, roaring in vain. The task had been completed at a harrowing cost. However, Luo Xing lay severely injured and unconscious, his fate uncertain. The crisis in the South Pacific was temporarily averted, yet the threat of the architect loomed ominously. And he seemed to conceal even more secrets regarding the Star Core and these ancient guardians. Mission accomplished. Energy stabilizer installed successfully, prevented hounds from consuming unknown energy source. Consequences: Luo Xing severely injured and unconscious, revealed existence of ancient guardians at energy source. Architect's deeper intentions exposed. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Mastery 33, 34. Breakthrough of potential in desperate circumstances, but inflicted heavy burden on the body. Chapter 41. Surviving the Danger. The Leviathan submersible broke through the ocean's surface, bearing scars and cold, salty vapor, violently shaking as it landed on the reception platform of the Wakandan outpost. Before the hatch had fully opened, Steve and Bucky supported the unconscious Luo Xing, whose complexion was as pale as paper, as they rushed out. The glow of the star core fragment on his chest had dimmed, flickering weakly like a candle in the wind, each feeble flicker tugging at everyone's hearts. Medical team, quickly! Steve's voice bore an uncommon urgency. The Wakandan medical team, already on standby, promptly moved forward, carefully transferring Luo Xing onto a hovering stretcher. Their scanning devices emitted a soft glow, swiftly gliding over Luo Xing's body, and the display screen instantly erupted with a series of alarming red alerts. Life signs highly unstable. Multiple internal organs ruptured and bleeding. Nervous system subjected to intense energy shock. Most critically, the lead medical officer, upon examining the scan results, furrowed his brow. His energy circulation was collapsing. That core energy was eroding his very life force. Tony's virtual image flickered anxiously. I knew it. That depth of pressure combined with energy backlash. We must do something. Send him to the life cradle. Su Rue's voice resonated through the base's intercom, calm and decisive. Directly to my laboratory. Only there can we address this level of energy trauma. The hovering stretcher immediately turned, racing through the corridor towards the core area of the outpost. A laboratory brimming with cutting-edge biotechnological equipment. In the center of the room, a crystal-like chamber, filled with a flowing green life light, stood ready, Wakanda's pinnacle of medical technology. The life cradle. The medical personnel carefully placed Luo Xing within. The chamber's lid closed, and countless delicate probes and energy conduits gently connected to critical points on his body, particularly around the chest fragment. Su Rui's holographic image appeared before the control panel, her fingers dancing rapidly, retrieving data. The damage was more severe than anticipated. The energy of the Guardians contained immense destructive power and ancient curse properties, resulting in violent conflict with the energy of the star core fragments. Conventional treatments proved ineffective. What do we do now? Steve clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. It requires guidance. Su Rui's gaze sharpened. The life cradle can temporarily sustain his physiological functions. But to restore the energy circulation, we must rely on a guiding and soothing force of the same origin. I will connect the energy frequency of the heart-shaped herb to the life cradle, attempting to simulate an energy environment akin to the essence of the star core. She explained while operating, her words spilling forth rapidly. But this requires internal resonance. Luo Xing's own consciousness must be awakened, even if just a flicker of instinct, to actively cooperate in the guidance and retame the rampaging energy within him. Otherwise, external forces intervening will only hasten the collapse. Outside the laboratory, everyone held their breath. Watching intently, Tony's virtual image stood silently with crossed arms, while Dr. Banner anxiously adjusted his glasses. Natasha and Clint wore grave expressions, and Bucky's gaze remained fixed on the colorless face within the life cradle. Okoye and her royal guard maintained a vigilant watch outside, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Time ticked by. The green energy light within the life cradle continuously flowed into Luo Xing's body, repairing physical injuries. Yet the chaotic energy within him remained turbulent. The golden light of the fragments clashed with the purple-black corrosive energy left by the Guardians, causing his body to convulse in agony. His consciousness had sunk too deep. A sheen of sweat broke out on Su Rui's brow. She needed a stronger stimulus, a sufficiently potent anchor point capable of penetrating through the chaotic energy field. At that moment, Thor, who had remained silent, stepped forward, placing his hand against the reinforced glass of the laboratory. His eyes sparkled with lightning, his deep voice resonating with a sacred timbre. Brother, can you hear me? Hold fast to your will. You are the bearer of the star core, not its slave. Recall your strength, remember why you fight. As if in response to his call, the dim fragment within Luo Xing's chest suddenly pulsated with life. Almost simultaneously, Tony shouted, "Kid, don't give in just yet. We still need that precious gem of yours to settle the score with the architect. Wake up quickly." Steve pressed his hand against the glass, his voice resolute and filled with strength. "Luo Xing, hold on. We still need you. The battle is not yet over." Each call resonated like pebbles cast into the depths of the ocean. Though faint, they persistently pierced through the turbulent currents of energy. Deep within Luo Xing's consciousness, he floated amidst an endless storm of energy. Fractured memories, anguished cries, the icy pressure of the abyss, and a darkness that sought to consume all relentlessly tore at him. He felt immeasurably weary, longing to succumb to the depths. Yet gradually, certain voices penetrated the haze. "Why fight? Settle the score. We need you. Hold on." These whispers were faint, yet akin to resilient threads, gently grasping his plummeting awareness. A gentle and tenacious green energy enveloped him like a warm tide, mending the fractures and providing a peculiar, motherly earth-like frequency of solace. "Do not give up. There is still work to be done. Your companions are outside. Strength is mine." A flicker of survival instinct ignited from the depths of his consciousness. He instinctively began to seize those green threads of energy, following the soothing frequency to reconnect with the familiar yet foreign core of the fragment in his chest. Biological electronic consciousness fusion. Replication progress 48. Deep interaction of consciousness and energy under extreme life conditions. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery 34. 35. Essential insights gained from near-death experience. Outside the cradle of life, the data display screen showed that the sharp peaks representing the energy turbulence began to ease, while the green curve representing vitality steadily ascended. The golden light from the fragment in Luo Xing's chest, though still dim, ceased its erratic flickering and began to pulse in a rhythmic, breathing manner. Effective. Su Rui's eyes shimmered with delight. His consciousness was returning, actively guiding the energy. Accelerate the infusion of life energy. Focus on the restoration of the energy circulation network. After what felt like an eternity, the glow of the life cradle gradually dimmed, and the lid slowly opened. Luo Xing remained unconscious. Yet his complexion was no longer the pale of death, but had regained some color, his breathing becoming steady and robust. The fragment in his chest emitted a gentle golden light, distinctly contrasting with the residual purple-black traces of erosion on his skin, which seemed to be retreating slowly. The most perilous phase had passed. Su Rue exhaled in relief, wiping his forehead. Vital signs stabilized, and the energy circulation was preliminarily restored. However, he required time for deep recovery, as both his mind and body had been severely drained. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally able to relax. Steve solemnly thanked Su Rue and the Wakandan medical team. "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, we might have lost him. He is now one of the key elements in combating our common threat." Su Rue waved his hand dismissively, his tone returning to its usual calmness. "Protecting him is also protecting ourselves." However, she brought up the last recorded images from the submersible, the immense, ancient guardians that had risen from the energy source. Their existence, along with their ferocious reaction to the star core energy, indicated that the energy source was far more significant and perilous than we had imagined. The architect was willing to summon hounds to target it, which must have grand implications. Moreover, Tony interjected, his expression serious, "While we have temporarily secured that energy source, the architect's Apex main system continues to convert energy globally and transmit it outward. As long as that system persists, the crisis is far from over." Just then, Hill's voice came from the command center, carrying a new discovery. "Captain, Princess Su Rue, we have just completed a deep decryption of the North African relic data. We have found some clues regarding the core control nodes of the Apex system. They seem to point to several historically significant regions with exceptionally stable geological structures." The holographic map illuminated several points, somewhere in the Tibetan Plateau, deep within the Amazon rainforest, and the East African Rift Valley. These nodes were responsible for coordinating the global energy conversion and transmission, and the Whispering Stone signals might also be amplified and broadcast through these nodes. If we could simultaneously destroy or incapacitate these critical nodes, we could temporarily disrupt the Apex system, buying us precious time. A new objective emerged. However, the task was still daunting, as these nodes were undoubtedly heavily guarded. Steve glanced at the still unconscious Luo Xing, then at his weary, yet resolute companions. "Once his condition stabilizes further, we will devise our next course of action." Steve's voice was steady and powerful. "While we rest, let Daedalus and Princess Su Rue continue to analyze the node data, identifying the weakest link. The architect's global network has already revealed itself, and the threads of counterattack are gradually becoming clear. This brief respite is merely preparation for a more robust strike." The laboratory and outpost bustled once more, but this time, the air was imbued with a sense of relief from survival, coupled with a weightier responsibility. Luo Xing's battle had reached a temporary pause, yet the fight that concerned the fate of the entire team and the Earth had just entered a more intense chapter. Chapter 42, The Counterattack begins. The gentle glow of the life cradle gradually faded, and the green life energy liquid circulating within the instruments receded, revealing Luo Xing's tranquil visage. His breaths were long and steady, the golden light of the star core fragment rising and falling rhythmically, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. While the grotesque purple-black traces of erosion had faded into nearly imperceptible fine lines. The door to the laboratory slid open silently, and Steve, Tony, via remote projection, Natasha, and Dr. Banner quietly entered. The holographic image of Princess Su Rue also appeared beside the control panel. "How is he?" Steve inquired in a hushed tone. "The physical injuries have largely healed, the energy circulation has stabilized, and even Su Rue has pulled up a dense stream of data, pointing to several key parameters, which are more refined and resilient than before. The fusion between the star core fragment and him has passively improved during this crisis. However, his mental exhaustion is substantial, and his consciousness remains in deep self-repair, requiring time." As if to affirm her words, Luo Xing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint, hoarse groan escaped his throat. His eyelids struggled to lift, revealing a pair of somewhat dazed and fatigued eyes, adjusting to the soft light of the laboratory. "Hey, welcome back, Sleeping Beauty." Tony's projection leaned in closer, his tone attempting to be lighthearted, yet failing to mask the concern within. "You almost turned yourself into a permanent decoration at the bottom of the sea." Luo Xing's gaze gradually focused, recognizing his companions one by one, finally resting on Steve. "Did we succeed?" he asked, his voice dry. "Yes," Steve affirmed with a nod, gently placing his broad palm on Luo Xing's shoulder. "The energy stabilizer worked. You did well. Now the most important thing is to rest." Natasha offered him a cup of warm water, assisting him to drink a little. "You were unconscious for nearly 20 hours. How do you feel?" "Like I was struck head-on by Thor's hammer and then thrown into a meat grinder," Luo Xing managed a weak smile, feeling the steady yet still depleted strength within him, along with a dull ache in his mind. However, he could distinctly perceive that the synergy among the disparate forces was indeed more fluid, as the fragmented energy flowed through his body like gentle blood, instinctively repelling and purifying the remnants of that purplish-black, corrosive energy. Affinity Mastery of Star Core Fragment Energy, 35-36. The degree of fusion naturally increases after deep repair. It appears your sense of humor remains intact. Dr. Banner observed the monitoring instruments beside him, marveling at how rapidly the bodily indicators were returning to normal, a veritable miracle. A marvel of Wakandan technology. Luo Xing turned to the holographic image of Princess Suri, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Princess Suri. No need for thanks. It is the duty of an ally," she replied with a slight nod. "More importantly, your body has provided us with invaluable data. The interaction between the star core fragments and life energy, along with its purification process regarding that dark corrosive energy, holds significant research value." She shifted her tone, her expression turning grave. "Meanwhile, we have not been idle. Daedalus and the Wisdom Council of Wakanda have collaborated to analyze and pinpoint the most vulnerable key node of the Arch system." The holographic map illuminated, focusing on the southern region of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, deep within an extremely remote, snow-clad mountain range. A faint yet remarkably stable energy signal was marked there. Node Kunlun. Princess Suri introduced. Based on geological scans and energy retrospections, it may be the oldest node, deeply buried beneath the mountain's main peak, constructed upon the Earth's crust, with a relatively independent structure and slightly lower energy coupling to other nodes. This implies that destroying it may not immediately trigger a global catastrophic backlash of energy. However, its physical defenses and energy barriers may be the most formidable, possibly retaining some ancient automated defense mechanisms. Ancient. Luo Xing seized upon that word. The technology of the Arch system is not solely the brainchild of the architect, Tony interjected, his expression grave, but rather resembles the repurposing and utilization of relics from some prehistoric advanced civilization. This Tibetan node likely preserves the most original features. Our objective is to destroy it, or at the very least, render it permanently inoperative, Steve stated. This would constitute a significant blow to the Arch system and sever the global amplification network of the Whispering Stone signals. But the action must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Natasha added, "Once we attack one of the nodes, the architect will likely reinforce the defenses of the other nodes instantaneously, or even activate certain emergency protocols unknown to us." The plan was clear, yet the challenges were immense. They required a capable team to execute a high-intensity rapid assault. All eyes once again turned to Luo Xing. He took a deep breath, sensing the power within him accelerating towards restoration, though he was still far from his peak. The nascent and more controllable energy instilled in him a sense of confidence. He attempted to rise, and Steve and Banner gently assisted him. "I need a few hours." Luo Xing looked at Steve, his gaze regaining its sharpness. "I can feel the power returning swiftly, and it seems somewhat different. Give me a little time to adapt, and I can participate in the operation." "Your body." Banner expressed concern. "I understand my body," Luo Xing replied firmly. "This is the most critical step. I cannot be absent." The star core fragment at his chest emitted a slight warmth, resonating with excitement, as if it too harbored curiosity and an inexplicable fighting spirit toward that ancient node. Steve gazed at him for a moment and nodded resolutely. "Very well. We will grant you 4 hours to prepare and adapt. Tony, Natasha, Clint, Bucky, let us devise a detailed assault plan. Princess Suri, please provide all necessary remote support and analysis of the node's structural weaknesses. Wakanda will supply a transport aircraft equipped for extreme environmental stealth, along with specialized demolition devices for the energy barriers," Suri promised. The team quickly sprang into action once more. For the next 4 hours, Luo Xing did not rest. He engaged in restorative training within the outpost's training facility. His movements were initially somewhat stiff, but soon became fluid. He meticulously attuned himself to the subtle changes brought about by the enhancement of his powers. The energy emission became more concentrated, with diminished consumption. Hyperdimensional computation allowed for faster and more precise perception and analysis of the environment, aided by energy. Even the progress of bioelectronic consciousness fusion subtly advanced, reaching a new level of self-awareness. He particularly focused on practicing how to integrate the energy of the star core fragments with the vibranium technology provided by Wakanda, an ensemble of armor specifically prepared for him by Suri, adorned with vibranium conduits, designed to better channel and amplify his energy while offering additional protection. Affinity Mastery of Star Core Fragment Energy, 36-37. based on adaptive training with vibranium technology. As the time elapsed, the squad gathered. The transport aircraft rose silently into the sky, racing toward the world's rooftop. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense. Each member checked their gear. Tony's latest assault suit, which incorporated aspects of vibranium technology and deep-sea operational data, Natasha and Clint's specialized weaponry, Bucky's heavy artillery, and Steve's vibranium shield. Luo Xing, however, closed his eyes, centering his breath, the golden light from his chest faintly glowing through his armor. Approaching target area. Strong energy interference detected. Prepare for blind descent. The pilot's voice resounded. The transport aircraft broke through the clouds, revealing the undulating snow-capped mountains and steep ice cliffs below. The tumultuous energy turbulence caused the plane to jolt violently. There, Tony pointed at a massive black metallic structure, partially concealed by ice and snow, embedded in the mountainside. Its surface cloaked with thick energy barriers and physical armor, several energy nozzles continuously emitting stable pulse waves. Assault team deploy, descending rapidly. The fierce wind whipped icy shards against their faces. Upon landing, they were immediately assaulted by biting cold and thin air, accompanied by the shrill sound of alarms. We've been exposed. Attack. Countless automated defense turrets hidden beneath the ice and rock emerged, unleashing torrents of searing energy beams and solid projectiles like a violent storm. Shield. Steve positioned himself at the forefront, his vibranium shield absorbing the brunt of the onslaught. Clint. High ground. Natasha, clear the left flank. Bucky, suppress the right. Tony. Provide aerial support and locate the barrier generator. The commands were brief and precise. Luo Xing did not immediately join the fray. He knelt on the ground, pressing his hands against the icy surface, closing his eyes. His perception seeped into the ground like mercury, quickly analyzing the structure and frequency of the external energy barrier. Progress of hyperdimensional computation and prediction capability, 25-26, based on complex energy structure analysis. The barrier's frequency fluctuated rapidly between 3 to 5,000 MHz. The core generator was located in the southeastern corner of the mountain, but there was a weak point directly beneath the foundational structural connection, with energy supply experiencing millisecond interruptions. Luo Xing quickly relayed the information. Received. Tony's suit opened a compartment on his shoulder, launching 2 specialized interference grenades that struck the barrier's weak point with precision. With a resounding hum, the massive energy barrier flickered violently, creating a fleeting gap just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Now, Steve commanded, charging through the breach without hesitation. Luo Xing and Bucky followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Natasha and Clint provided covering fire outside the gap, fending off the frenzied onslaught of automated defenses. Entering the node felt like stepping into another world. Ancient, colossal metallic structures intertwined with modern energy conduits, walls etched with incomprehensible ancient runes, and the air thick with the scent of ozone and oil, accompanied by a deep, resonant energy hum from further within. Scatter. Destroy the main energy conduits as planned. Steve ordered. The squad immediately dispersed to execute their mission. Tony soared directly towards the core area, in search of the control room. Steve and Bucky took charge of clearing the path of sentinels and severing energy sources. Meanwhile, Loki, utilizing his energy perception, made a beeline for the most critical energy convergence nodes. The battle raged fiercely within the narrow corridors, where the Guardians were no longer biological soldiers, but rather more tenacious automated combat machines and energy constructs. Their attacks were synchronized with the constantly shifting gravitational fields and energy traps within the nodes, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. Loki moved with the swiftness of a wraith, his fingertips coalescing golden energy beams that acted like surgical blades, precisely dismantling the energy cores of the mechanical sentinels or severing vital energy conduits. His new armor effectively channeled energy, making his strikes more concentrated and less wasteful. Suddenly, a massive gate descended before him, obstructing his path. At the same time, the walls on either side opened, revealing whirling energy weapons that emitted a menacing crimson glow. A trap. Loki's pupils dilated as he instinctively calculated all attack trajectories and blind spots with hyperdimensional computation. He lunged forward, his body gliding perilously close to the ground, narrowly evading multiple intersecting energy beams. Simultaneously, he propelled 2 energy blasts upwards, momentarily halting the gate's descent, just as he attempted to slip through the gap below. A tremendous gravitational force suddenly bore down upon him. It was a gravity trap. Crack. He heard the sound of his bones straining against the overwhelming pressure, his insides feeling the crushing weight once more. Ugh. Loki let out a muffled groan, his movements contorting in response. An energy beam grazed his back, melting a small section of his armor and inflicting a searing pain. In this critical moment, the star core fragment in his chest erupted with a brilliant light. A torrent of even greater power surged forth, not in brute defiance of gravity, but through a remarkable high-frequency vibration that adeptly neutralized some of the gravitational field's effects. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery, 37-38, based on advanced adaptive response to the energy environment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he darted through the gate like an arrow released from its bow. Behind him, the thunderous explosion of an overloaded weapon system resounded. Without a moment to breathe, he sensed he was approaching a vital energy convergence point. He dashed forward, placing his hands directly on the scorching conduit, as fragment energy surged wildly within. Boom! The explosion of the massive energy circuit illuminated the entire corridor as if it were daylight. The light within the node dimmed significantly in an instant. Well done, Loki. Tony's voice echoed. The core barrier is weakening. I've located the control room, but there's a behemoth guarding it. Upon reaching the core control room, Loki beheld a colossal construct, seemingly forged from a blend of rock and metal, wielding heavy energy gauntlets as it grappled with Tony and Steve. Bucky's heavy firepower left only shallow white marks upon its form. Its core, situated on its back, exhibited an intense energy reaction. Loki shouted, "The core is highly reactive. Draw its attention," Tony urged. Steve and Bucky immediately intensified their assault. Loki continuously unleashed energy beams, disrupting the construct's sensory systems. Seizing the opportunity, Tony flew behind the construct, his suit's arm transforming to reveal a massive energy drill. "Take this." The drill plunged deep into the construct's back. Buzz! The construct trembled violently, a catastrophic explosion erupting from its rear as it collapsed to the ground. "The barrier generator is offline. Quickly, install the explosives." The team swiftly set high explosive charges on the core controller and the main energy column. "Everyone evacuate. Detonation countdown, 1 minute." The squad retreated rapidly along their entry path, the corridor behind them collapsing under continuous explosions. As they burst through the node, reuniting with Natasha and Clint outside, they boarded the awaiting transport. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the mountain. The entire snow-capped peak quaked. Enormous fireballs and thick smoke billowed from numerous exits. The internal structure of the Kunlun node was utterly obliterated. The transport shook violently as it ascended amidst the shockwave. "We did it." The team, exhausted, leaned against the cabin walls, gazing down at the burning remnants of the node, finally allowing smiles of relief to grace their faces. Loki clutched his still painful back, feeling the tremendous yet invigorating flow of power within, and smiled as well. This was merely the first node. Yet, it marked a flawless beginning. The architect's global network had been torn open by their hands. The clarion call for retaliation had already sounded. Chapter 43, The Lighthouse. The transport struggled to ascend against the fierce winds of the plateau. Below, the Kunlun node had transformed into a blazing ruin. The massive explosion triggering an avalanche that cascaded like a white tsunami, engulfing vast stretches of mountainside. The swirling snow and smoke forming a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. The cabin was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder, oil, and sweat. The team slumped in their seats, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief at having survived and extreme fatigue. The medics swiftly tended to their wounds. As Loki winced from the stinging pain of the energy beams burn on his back, yet he gritted his teeth, feeling the power within him, exhausted yet vividly alive. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Mastery, 38-39. Feedback enhancement from high-intensity combat and disruption of critical energy nodes. Well done, brothers. Steve wiped the ice and grime from his face, his eyes shining brightly despite his fatigue. "We succeeded. We have torn a significant hole in the architect's global network." Data feedback confirms. Tony's projection flickered with excitement. The global energy background noise has decreased by 0.3%. The intensity of the Whisperstone signal has also shown a notable decline. Although other nodes remain operational, their coordination has been disrupted. "We have gained invaluable time." Natasha meticulously cleaned her weapon, coolly adding, "But this also means we have thoroughly exposed ourselves. The architect will not relent. The impending counterattack will be even more ferocious." "Come on," Bucky said, inspecting his somewhat overloaded mechanical arm with an icy tone. "It's time to settle the score." Clint rubbed his aching shoulders and smirked. "I just hope the next node isn't in such a frigid location. My bowstring is nearly frozen stiff." The brief moment of levity was swiftly shattered by a new discovery. Wait, Dr. Banner, who had been engrossed in analyzing data, suddenly looked up, his face a mask of confusion and shock. The data stream received just before the node's core explosion contained an extremely anomalous fragment of information that did not belong to any known coding of the dome system. What is it? Steve immediately inquired. Banner projected a cleaned audio waveform and energy spectrum onto the cabin wall. It was not sound, but a more primal energy fluctuation pattern directly affecting perception, converted into a format comprehensible to humans. It was intermittent, filled with noise, yet imbued with an ineffable sense of ancient desolation. Alert! Unauthorized external extraction core protocol conflict guardian sequence failure source point calling for return erroneous path, locked for expulsion. This fragment of information caused all present to furrow their brows. It sounds like Loki clutched his chest as the fragment resonated faintly within him. An odd reverberation that felt less like a system log from the architect and more akin to an active warning or a plea for help. Princess Suri's encrypted communication came through, her expression equally grave. In our ancient archives in Wakanda, there are records of similar energy fluctuation patterns. Legends speak of certain extremely ancient sanctuaries or energy convergence points where the very earth whispers, recording and conveying messages. This fragment may originate from the creation of the primordial civilization upon which the node relies. It references the source point and the failure of the Guardian sequence, which raises the question of whether this is connected to the Guardians in the South Pacific. More importantly, it mentions external extraction and unauthorized access. Tony seized upon this crucial insight, as it seemingly corroborated our suspicions that the dome system is forcibly extracting and converting stellar core energy. This ancient system appears to be experiencing a rejection and conflict in response. A new possibility dawned upon them. Perhaps the architect has not fully controlled this ancient global network. He is merely exploiting it, while the residual consciousness or protocols within the system are mounting a rebellion. If that is indeed the case, a sharp glint flickered in Natasha's eyes. We might discover a method to exploit this conflict, dismantling the dome system from within rather than confronting each node head-on. However, the prerequisite is that we must comprehend it. Dr. Banner pointed to the fragment. We require more such data from other nodes, particularly the more central ones. At that moment, Daedalus's notification chimed. A high-priority encrypted message has been received from Agent Leophis. Source, unknown. Leophis, is he alive? And has he successfully transmitted information? Steve immediately commanded, decrypt it. The message was brief, consisting of only a single line of coordinates and a simple word. Coordinates. Data deletion lighthouse. Lighthouse. Clint echoed in confusion. Tony swiftly input the coordinates into the system. They were located deep in the North Atlantic, near a known active submarine volcanic zone. But no abnormal energy signals had ever been recorded there before. Su Rue operated her interface. Wakanda's deep-sea sensor network indicates that the area at the coordinates experienced a violent, brief energy surge in the past hour, characterized by a high correlation with stellar core energy, but it subsequently vanished entirely, as if it had been forcibly shielded or absorbed by something. It fits, Loki asserted with certainty. He must have discovered something. The lighthouse could be a clue. Perhaps it is an ancient, stellar correlated facility not entirely under the architect's control. Banner speculated that Fitz might be trapped there or has found crucial information. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve commanded, change course. Target the North Atlantic coordinates. Tony, Princess Su Rue, we need the fastest route and a deep-sea operation plan. Understood. Wakanda's deep-sea reconnaissance fleet will proceed to provide support and cover. The transport aircraft traced an arc in the sky, rushing towards the new objective. The team, having just emerged from a fierce battle, had no time to recuperate and immediately immersed themselves in new intelligence analysis and operational planning. Loki closed his eyes, attempting to sense the energy in that region once more. Yet this time, apart from the vast, profound power of the ocean itself, he could scarcely detect any anomalies. The shielding technique was exceedingly sophisticated. However, the fragment in his chest emitted a faint, persistent pull, as if a magnetic needle pointed towards the north. Stellar core fragment energy affinity level 3940, based on interdimensional resonance and remote sensing of homogeneous energy. A realization blossomed within him. Whatever lies there is crucially linked to him and the fragments upon him. What does the lighthouse illuminate? Is it the path of hope or the entrance to a deeper darkness? The answer resides within the depths of that unknown ocean. Chapter 44, The Final Battle. The transport aircraft adjusted its course, engines roaring as they pierced through the clouds, racing towards the unknown coordinates in the depths of the North Atlantic. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and urgent. The exhaustion from just destroying the Kunlun node had yet to dissipate, and new enigmas and potential hopes weighed heavily on their minds. The energy shielding was remarkably effective. Tony's projection fingers flew swiftly across the virtual data stream, his brow furrowed, nearly merging with the energy of the surrounding ocean. If it weren't for Fitz's signal and the momentary surge, we would have never discovered that location. The Wakandan deep-sea fleet has already been dispatched for peripheral reconnaissance and containment. Su Rui's holographic image supplemented, but their technological level is very high, and a large-scale approach could easily alert them. We require a precise stealth incursion. Steve concluded, Loki, your perception is key to finding the correct entrance. Tony, provide technical support. Natasha, Clint, Bucky, prepare for peripheral cover and to intercept reinforcements. Dr. Banner, be ready for any contingencies. The plan was swiftly devised. A few hours later, a small, specially cloaked Wakandan submersible glided silently, like a specter, into the cold, dark depths of the North Atlantic. Loki, Steve, and Tony, connected to the submersible's control system, were within. Descend, deeper and deeper. Surrounding them was an oppressive darkness and immense water pressure. Only the submersible's lights cut through the endless ink, casting a feeble beam. Loki closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in energy perception. The stellar core fragment steadily emitted a soft glow, and the faint pull became increasingly distinct in the deep sea. Stellar core fragment energy affinity level 40, based on deep tracking of homogeneous energy. Turn left 17 degrees, tilt down 5 degrees. He guided as if he were the most precise sonar, detecting a minuscule fluctuation in the shielding field. Follow it. The submersible adjusted accordingly, weaving through the complex underwater terrain and trenches like a fish. Eventually, they halted before a seemingly unremarkable rock wall, covered in thick deep-sea sediment and seaweed. This is it. Loki opened his eyes, pointing at the wall. Behind it is empty. The entrance requires a specific energy frequency to activate. He extended his hand, channeling the energy of the stellar core fragment once more, this time not in aggression, but mimicking the frequency of the pull, gently enveloping the rock wall. Hum. The sediment and seaweed on the rock wall parted as if brushed aside by an invisible hand, revealing a smooth, mirror-like metallic surface that glimmered with a faint, ghostly blue light beneath. A complex symbol composed of energy patterns illuminated, and then an oval portal silently opened, leading to a corridor extending deeper, exuding a technological essence, but with an entirely different aesthetic. We're going in. Steve tightened his grip on his shield and stepped forward first. Loki and the submersible's robotic controls followed closely. The interior of the corridor was spacious and bright, the walls made of an unknown silvery alloy radiating a soft light. The air circulation system was functioning well, and the temperature was comfortable. This place resembled not a military base, but rather a forgotten advanced research facility or refuge. There were no guards, no traps, only an eerie silence. They ventured deeper along the corridor, soon arriving at a vast, circular main control hall. At the center of the hall stood a complex console, adorned with symbols and interfaces never before seen. Before the console stood a figure with their back to them, seemingly engrossed in some operation. Fitz, Steve tentatively called out. The figure jolted and slowly turned around. It was indeed Leo Fitz. He appeared exhausted, with deep-set eyes. Yet his gaze shone with an unusual brightness, a mix of excitement and anxiety. Captain Rogers. Loki, you really found your way here. Fitz's voice was hoarse with emotion. I knew you would be able to perceive the resonance of the stellar core. What is this place? What does the lighthouse mean? Steve approached quickly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This is one of the Watcher's outposts, Fitz explained rapidly. A very ancient legacy left by a civilization dedicated to observing and protecting the planet's energy balance. The lighthouse serves as its codename, its purpose being to monitor the state of the star core and to issue warnings or guidance in extreme circumstances. He gestured toward the main screen of the console, where a complex model of Earth's energy flow was displayed, with several marked as apex nodes, continuously siphoning energy and transforming it into murky violet hues. In contrast, the vast energy source in the South Pacific remained relatively stable, though it was entwined with numerous red and black signals representing conflicts between hounds and guardians. After escaping, I had been evading the pursuit of the Hammer Bureau, serendipitously discovering clues to this entrance. Fitz continued, revealing that upon breaching the premises, I uncovered the architect's true intentions, which were far more terrifying than we had imagined. He called up an encrypted file, the Apex Plan, designed to extract and convert energy, aimed not only to pay tribute to an unknown cosmic entity, but also to power a colossal space bridge. A design blueprint materialized on the screen, depicting an immense ring structure concealed in low Earth orbit. His goal was not to dominate Earth. Instead, he sought to completely drain the star core's energy, utilizing the space bridge to open a sufficiently vast and stable conduit to escape this planet, which was on the brink of being consumed by stellar decay. He might even intend to offer the entire Apex system as a gift to his master, in hopes of securing his own survival. This revelation struck Steve and Loki like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astounded. We must thwart him. Loki clenched his fists. Indeed. Yet the silver lining is that this lighthouse retains some authority of the Watchers. Fitz exclaimed excitedly as he manipulated the console. I can attempt to leverage this system to forcibly override certain control protocols of the Apex nodes. While I may not seize complete control, I can incite considerable chaos and even attempt to reverse the energy charging of the space bridge. Reverse? Steve inquired, transforming that space bridge into a bomb. Fitz's eyes sparkled with a desperate glimmer, intending to detonate the energy he had sought to channel through his own conduit. However, this would require precise calculations for the trajectory, an immense energy overload in an instant, and someone to breach the main control room of the space bridge to manually complete the final safety protocol decryption and detonation command confirmation. The risks were monumental. Yet this was the sole opportunity to utterly extinguish the architect's ambitions. Let us proceed, Steve declared without hesitation. We must immediately notify the others and devise our final plan. At that moment, the entire lighthouse suddenly convulsed violently. A piercing alarm blared throughout the chamber. Warning. Multiple high-energy signals detected rapidly approaching. Identity confirmed. Elite escort fleet of the Hammer Bureau. The architect has discovered us. Fitz's expression shifted dramatically as he stared at the screen. Naturally, he would uncover our presence. A cold, mechanically synthesized voice suddenly resonated through the lighthouse's broadcast system, dripping with mockery and absolute control. Fitz Doctor, did you think that hiding in this ancient turtle shell could thwart the grand evolution? And Captain Rogers, along with that insufferable energy anomaly. It was the voice of the architect. Regrettably, your journey ends here. Seize them, destroy this pesky observation station. Outside, several massive, grotesquely designed warships of the Hammer Bureau had breached the Wakandan fleet's interception, their main cannons charging and aimed squarely at the mountains concealing the lighthouse. The final showdown had arrived in the most direct and intense manner. Tony, Natasha, prepare for battle. Steve shouted into the communicator, raising his shield. The star core fragment embedded in Loki's chest erupted with intense radiance, the energy surging forth at an unprecedented pace. He felt not fear, but an unwavering resolve for battle. Star core fragment energy affinity level 41, based on potential eruption under ultimate crisis. Fitz, continue your work. We'll handle the outside. Loki called to Fitz, then charged toward the tunnel exit alongside Steve. They had to withstand the architect's frenzied assault to buy Fitz that precious time. The submersible burst forth from the tunnel, instantly exposed to a barrage of gunfire. Tony operated the weapon systems of the submersible with frenzied retaliation. Natasha and Clint's aircraft also emerged from the flanks, engaging in a deadly dance with the Hammer Bureau's fleet. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Energy beams crisscrossed, and explosions illuminated the pitch-black seabed. Loki hovered in the water, no longer holding back. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a massive torrent of golden energy surged forth like the wrath of a sea god, crashing violently into the engine section of a Hammer Bureau warship. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. Steve stood firm as a bastion, using his shield to shield Loki and the submersible from the relentless hail of gunfire. This was a clash of strength and will for the future of Earth. Meanwhile, within the lighthouse, Dr. Fitz's fingers flew across the keyboard, veins bulging on his forehead, as he battled the architect for control of the Apex system, waging a silent, yet perilous war. The architect's mad scheme. The crisis clues from Asgard, perhaps hidden within Fitz's subsequent decrypted data. And the looming shadow of the cosmic tyrant Thanos, should the technology of the space bridge fall into his hands, all hinged upon this brutal battle in the deep sea. The conclusion was imminent. Chapter 45. News from Asgard. The battle in the deep sea erupted instantaneously, akin to a multitude of dazzling fireworks exploding against a backdrop of ink. The elite fleet of the Hammer Bureau unleashed their full firepower, energy torpedoes and pulse cannons raining down like a torrential downpour, seeking to annihilate the lighthouse along with its internal threats. Although Wakanda's deep-sea fleet was elite, their numbers were at a disadvantage, relying solely on agile tactics and the advantages of vibranium technology to hold their ground and buy time for the assault team. Natasha and Clint's aircraft zipped through the gaps of the colossal warships like venomous wasps, accurately targeting the enemy's weapon arrays and engine nozzles. The submersible piloted by Tony showcased astonishing combat prowess, its transforming arms unleashing energy cannons that provided covering fire for Loki and Steve as they fought in the water. Loki became the focal point of the battlefield. He no longer held back. The power of the star core fragment was unleashed to its utmost potential. The golden energy transformed from a mere torrent into countless refined beams of light, shields, and shockwaves, at times smashing through the armor of warships like a colossal hammer. At others entwining and prematurely detonating torpedoes aimed at the lighthouse like a sinuous serpent, and forming an absolute defensive field around Steve to deflect the concentrated fire. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Level 41-42, based on large-scale high-intensity energy application and precise manipulation. Yet, the pressure he endured was immense. Each violent expenditure of energy brought a sense of mental tearing, and the Hammer Bureau fleet seemed to be interspersed with weapons specifically designed to inhibit energy entities. Pale white beams shooting forth intermittently, attempting to confine and weaken him, forcing him to constantly divert his focus to evade and counteract. Fitz, how much longer? Steve shouted as he used his shield to forcefully deflect a torpedo targeting Loki, his voice echoing through the communicator. He stood like an immovable rock, shielding Loki from the most lethal physical assaults. It will be ready soon. I'm forcibly overriding the control protocols of the North American node. This will trigger a chain reaction requiring synchronized calculations for the reverse surge coordinates of the space bridge. Just give me 3 more minutes. Fitz's voice was laced with the frantic clattering of the keyboard and the alarm sounds of the system. 3 minutes, in such an intense battlefield, felt as long as a century. Suddenly, an exceptionally large mothership of the Hammer Bureau, adorned with unique dark golden patterns, slowly approached, its belly opening to reveal a massive, hive-like launch port, a detection of an ultra-high energy reaction. Tony warned that it was some sort of spatial disturbance weapon. Buzz, a twisted, grayish-white beam did not strike the lighthouse or any personnel, but rather directly hit a section of ocean water in front of Loki. A bizarre scene unfolded. The space in that area seemed to shatter like a broken mirror, revealing countless cracks, which suddenly collapsed, forming a transient, highly unstable microspatial rift. A terrifying pull emanated from it, wildly tugging at all surrounding seawater, debris, and Loki. Loki! Steve attempted to rush forward, but was repelled by intense gunfire. Loki felt as if his body were about to be torn apart by that spatial force. The energy from the star core fragments was violently disturbed. Teetering on the brink of chaos, he exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize himself, yet his connection to external energies grew increasingly unstable. Just at that critical moment, boom. A robust bolt of searing lightning did not emanate from the surface of the sea above, but rather erupted suddenly from Thor himself. He had been providing support on the periphery of the battlefield, and now, like the god of thunder descending upon the earth, he charged fiercely to the front of Loki, using the power of lightning to temporarily repel the dreadful spatial pull. However, he appeared to be in dire straits. This eruption seemed to have drained immense energy, with blood seeping from the already damaged areas of his armor, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented fatigue and an incredulous fury and sorrow, as if he had just received catastrophic news. Heimdall! Thor let out a painful and furious roar towards the empty expanse of water, as if responding to a voice that had just echoed in his mind. No. Thor! Steve, while fending off the gunfire, exclaimed in shock, "What happened?" Asgard. Thor's voice cracked and rasped as he swung Mjolnir, clearing another area with lightning. Yet his movements bore a tragic madness. Heimdall had conveyed a message with his last strength that Asgard had fallen. Not Hela, but something far more dreadful, the Lord of the Void. The palace had collapsed, and Father had sacrificed himself. This news struck like another thunderclap, reverberating in the hearts of all who were aware. What? Tony gasped. The twilight of the gods is unavoidable. But the true catastrophe is the incursion of the Lord of the Void. Thor fought on, howling in pain. They have devoured the palace, and Heimdall's voice was silenced. Their target is the life energy of all 9 realms. Another cosmic-level threat, and it has already destroyed Asgard. We must shut down that spatial bridge. Thor looked towards the lighthouse, his eyes aflame with lightning mixed with blood. I can feel it. The energy channel foolishly opened by the architect has not only attracted the hounds, but has also allowed the essence of the void to seep through. It will serve as a beacon, guiding those world-devouring monsters to Midgard. The voice finally rang out again, filled with relief and determination. Success. The North American node is out of control. The energy backlash has begun. The coordinates of the spatial bridge are locked. Explosion countdown, 60 seconds. You must evacuate immediately, at least 50 kilometers away. Fitz, what about you? Steve inquired urgently. I have activated the final lighthouse protocol. It should stabilize part of the blast's impact to protect the underwater structure. Don't worry about me. Go now? Fitz's voice was intermittent, accompanied by increasingly intense explosions from within the lighthouse. There was no time to hesitate. Everyone, evacuate at maximum speed. Steve bellowed orders. The Wakandan fleet and aircraft immediately changed course. Tony controlled the robots to grasp Loki and Steve. Thor swung Mjolnir, unleashing his final divine power to form a massive lightning shield, deflecting the oncoming fire, buying a final moment for their retreat. They surged upwards at breakneck speed. Behind them, the enormous structure of the spatial bridge began to emit a foreboding, blinding light of overload, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. Terrifying energy clashed violently within, compressing. Boom. A sound beyond description erupted from the ocean depths. Even having distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, the immense shockwave caught up with them, tossing the submersible and aircraft like mere toys. A gigantic bubble, over several kilometers in diameter, surged from the sea's surface, followed by soaring columns of water and magma. The explosion triggered an underwater volcano. The entire North Atlantic trembled. After a long while, the surface of the sea gradually calmed. The surviving Wakandan fleet and aircraft hovered at a distance. The submersible floated on the surface, its hatch opening. Loki, Steve, Thor, and others emerged, gazing at the still roiling waters and residual energies, falling into a heavy silence. The lighthouse, Fitz, the massive helicarrier, the architect's ambitious spatial bridge, all had been reduced to ruins beneath the sea due to that cataclysmic explosion. Did we succeed? Clint murmured. The spatial bridge has been destroyed, and the architect's primary scheme lies in tatters. Natasha observed the scan results. Global energy extraction has ceased, but the cost was exorbitant. Thor nodded gravely. A temporary victory. The Lord of the Void has not departed. It has merely lost a convenient entrance, and its threat far surpasses that of the architect by 100-fold. He gazed skyward, as if he could perceive the greedy eyes lurking beyond, from the depths of the cosmos. Loki clutched his chest, the light of the fragments gradually settling. He sensed the burgeoning power within him, yet also felt an even heavier burden of responsibility. The crisis on Earth is not over. It has been drawn into a grander and more perilous cosmic storm. The fall of Asgard, the threat of the Lord of the Void, and perhaps even more unknown adversaries loom ahead. Star Core Fragment Energy Affinity Mastery 42. Stabilization after experiencing a cosmic-level energy impact. New threat unlocked. Lord of the Void, ally status. Asgard fallen. Thor joins the Earth's ranks. Future direction. Restore Earth's energy balance. Confront cosmic-level threats. After a brief silence, Steve straightened his chest, his gaze sweeping over his weary yet resolute companions. Regardless of whether the enemy hails from Earth or the cosmos, his voice was steady and powerful, like an unyielding shield. We shall fight until the very end. Until the last moment. The sea breeze wafted past, carrying the scent of gunpowder and ocean, as well as the challenges of an unknown tomorrow. Their battle is far from over. It has merely entered a more tumultuous chapter. Chapter 46, After the War. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion of the spatial bridge churned the ocean into chaos, even having fully retreated. The submersible in which they found themselves was still hurled violently like a leaf in a tempest, crashing heavily onto the surface several kilometers away, the hull emitting a painful groan. On the surface, enormous bubbles and water columns slowly descended, leaving behind a transient, boiling whirlpool, akin to a ghastly scar upon the ocean. Residual energy flickered across the sea like arcs of electricity, emitting crackling sounds. After a considerable time, the surface of the sea barely regained some semblance of calm. Yet dark currents continued to swirl beneath. The hatch of the submersible burst open, and Loki, Steve, Thor, and others stumbled out, stepping onto a rescue platform deployed by the Wakandan fleet. Each bore wounds, their expressions weary, yet there was a predominant sense of dazed survival and heaviness. They gazed towards the direction of the explosion's epicenter, where only turbulent waves and lingering energy glimmers remained. The lighthouse, Fitz, that colossal helicarrier. The spatial bridge the architect had meticulously managed for years. All had been obliterated in that earth-shattering explosion. Energy scans confirmed that the structure of the spatial bridge had been completely annihilated, with no signs of life detected. Tony's projection appeared somewhat dim, his voice low. Fitz. The group fell silent. Leo Fitz, The exceptionally talented scientist had sacrificed himself for this hard-won victory. Is the architect dead? Clint, cradling his injured arm, gasped as he inquired, is it confirmed? Natasha wiped the moisture from her face, her sharp gaze sweeping over the sea. Yet, even if he had survived that explosion, his plans were irrevocably shattered. The global energy extraction had ceased, the space bridge lay in ruins, and he had lost his most significant leverage. Thor nodded heavily, tightly gripping Mjolnir, his knuckles blanching from the strain, his eyes ablaze with sorrow and fury. The price of this temporary victory was exorbitantly steep. Heimdall's father from Asgard spoke with a voice heavy with inexorable grief. The Void Lords have devoured my home and shall not relent. The explosion of the space bridge may have momentarily disrupted their perception, but the essence of the void that seeped forth, akin to droplets of blood in darkness, would inevitably attract more predators. He gazed skyward, as though he could pierce through the clouds and confront the avaricious and frigid gaze lurking in the depths of the cosmos. Loki pressed his hand to his chest. The radiance from the star core fragments steadied, yet bore an unprecedented weight. He sensed not only Earth's burdens, but, through the fragments, felt the malevolence towards all life energy that Thor had spoken of, emanating from the cosmos' deepest recesses. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery 42, 43. Perceiving and resisting cosmic-level energy shocks, comprehending the essence of its threat. Steve straightened his weary form, his battle attire tattered, his face marred with abrasions, yet his gaze remained resolute as granite. He placed a comforting hand on Thor's shoulder, intoning solemnly, Thor, your sorrow is our sorrow. The vengeance for Asgard will be inscribed in our hearts. Now, Earth is your home, and together we shall confront any adversary. His gaze swept across each companion, his voice resonating throughout the rescue platform. We have lost much, yet we have gained a breath of respite. The architect's shadow may have dissipated, but a greater storm brews within the cosmos. Our battle is far from over. He paused, continuing with gravity. Our immediate priority is to address the aftermath of this conflict. We must eradicate the remnants of the Hammer Bureau, assist the wounded, restore Earth's disrupted energy balance, and forge stronger ties with Wakanda and any potential allies. We must grow stronger to meet the challenges that lie ahead. Captain Rogers spoke wisely. The holographic image of Princess Shuri reappeared, her expression equally grave, affirming that Wakanda would provide all necessary assistance. We need to consolidate resources, share technology, particularly in research regarding star core energy and the void threat, which must be prioritized immediately. Tony inhaled deeply, compelling himself to shake off his despondency. Well, it seems the holiday is once again a wash. I'll return to upgrade Stark Industries. The Resistance headquarters, and explore how to utilize vibranium to create a bigger and better reactor. Dr. Banner adjusted his shattered glasses. I will diligently analyze the final data transmitted by Fitz and endeavor to comprehend that void energy. Natasha and Clint began to tally personnel casualties and equipment losses. Bucky silently examined his weapon, his gaze occasionally meeting Loki's. Both understood that future battles would necessitate them wielding even greater power. Thor slammed Mjolnir onto the deck, sparks of lightning flickering. I shall remain in Midgard until the vengeance for Asgard is fulfilled, until the 9 realms find peace. His decision was heavy yet resolute. Loki felt the surge of power within him and the unwavering resolve of his comrades, gradually tightening his fist. The star core fragments warmed slightly. Transcending mere weapons or energy sources, they embodied a profound responsibility and a bond intertwined with the fate of this planet, and indeed, the entirety of the 9 realms. The chapter of the architect had turned, paid for with blood and sacrifice. Yet, an ending also signifies a new beginning. The cosmic stage is vaster, the threats more profound, and their alliance forged through the crucible of battle has become more resilient. The heroes of Earth, having endured internal fissures and reformation, are finally poised to gaze towards the starry expanse, ready to confront the true trials that the vast universe has in store. A new storm gathers, and they stand resolutely in the eye of the tempest. Summary. Primary threat: the architect and its affiliated forces, now dismantled. New threat level: cosmic-level void lords and their influence. Current status: post-war recovery, resource consolidation, technological upgrades. Intelligence analysis: future direction: restore Earth, strengthen alliances, deepen understanding of star cores and the void, prepare for cosmic-level threats. Chapter 47. Fear descends. The fierce winds of the North Atlantic whipped up the briny, icy mists, crashing against the deck of the rescue platform. The survivors, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed in silence at the waters that gradually calmed, yet still bore the remnants of energy embers. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The sacrifice of Fitz, the fall of Asgard, the shadow of the Void Lords, each weighed upon their hearts like a boulder. Return home, Steve's voice shattered the silence. Steady but unable to mask his fatigue, we need time to tend our wounds and process all of this. The Wakandan fleet escorted the survivors and the injured towards the nearest outpost. Along the way, no one spoke. Only the roar of engines and the crashing of waves filled the air. Several hours later, at the medical center of the outpost, Loki lay on a medical bed, allowing Wakanda's advanced medical technology to scan and mend the burns on his back and the internal trauma. The power of the star core fragments flowed steadily within him, hastening the healing process, yet the mental fatigue proved difficult to dispel. He closed his eyes, replaying the moment of the deep-sea explosion and the anguished visage of Thor in his mind. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery 43-44, based on the profound restoration of trauma and the understanding of energy self-healing. In the adjacent bed, Thor declined intensive treatment, opting for the medics to tend only to his superficial wounds. He sat at the edge of his bed, head bowed, Mjolnir resting beside him, his former vigor shrouded by immense sorrow. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze towards the stars outside, his expression hollow and filled with rage. Steve and Tony, via remote projection, were engaged in an urgent meeting with Shuri and Hill. Although the architects' network lay crippled, remnants of the Hammer Bureau were still resisting globally, necessitating swift eradication to prevent any resurgence. Hill pointed to a global situation map, stating that the surviving members of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun mobilizing, but a unified command and stronger support were essential. The eradication efforts will be entrusted to us and Wakanda's ground forces. Steve interjected, more importantly, we must consider the future. We need a more robust alliance, not merely for resistance, but for rebuilding and defense. Agreed, Shuri nodded. Wakanda will formally end its isolation and offer technological and resource assistance to the world, working together to restore the energy nodes and ecological environment damaged by the dome system. However, we lack understanding and defenses against cosmic-level threats. That's the hard nut for Banner and me to crack. Tony's projection flickered, the final data transmitted by Fitz. The fragments of the lighthouse and the analysis of that void energy represent an enormous workload. We need to establish an entirely new department focused on extraterrestrial technology and cosmic threats. Let us call it the Sky Sword. It needs a cool name. Sky Sword. Steve pondered for a moment. That works. But we must learn from the lessons of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hammer Bureau to ensure its transparency and oversight. Regarding Asgard and the Void Lords, Steve turned his gaze towards Thor, his tone heavy. Thor. We need everything you know. Thor slowly lifted his head, his voice hoarse. The Void Lord is an ancient malevolence that exists in the interstices of the universe, beyond dimensions. They are not living beings but rather embodiments of a certain principle, devouring, obliterating, and dissolving into nothingness. They have long coveted the Nine Realms, particularly the World Tree System, which is rich in boundless potential for life. Asgard stands as the foremost bastion safeguarding the Nine Realms. His fists clenched, lightning flickering upon his hammer. They have exploited the vulnerabilities and internal strife of the Celestial Palace. How do they operate? What weaknesses do they possess? Natasha posed the pivotal question. They typically do not intervene directly in the physical universe. Instead, they dispatch their corrupted creations, the void predators, or spread whispers to tempt those with inner flaws into servitude. Thor strained to recollect ancient records. Weaknesses: light, order, potent life energy? I am uncertain. Asgard's records are rather nebulous on this matter. What about Starcore energy? Loki approached, his chest fragment faintly glowing. That power seemed to counter the dark energies of the Hounds and Guardians. Thor glanced at the fragment on Loki's chest. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, the shard of the heart of the world. Its essence of creation and life may serve as the natural antithesis to the void. Yet, this is merely conjecture. No one has truly tested it. A new direction appeared to emerge, investigating the void and augmenting their own strength, particularly Loki's mastery over the Starcore fragment, became paramount. In the ensuing weeks, the world seemed to enter a gradual phase of healing and restructuring. The Resistance Coalition formally united with Wakanda, establishing the Earth United Defense Front. Under the command of Steve Rogers, with Princess Shuri and Tony Stark serving as chief technical advisors. Hill was tasked with intelligence integration and global operational coordination. The Sky Sword Division was rapidly formed, headquartered in the orbital space station jointly constructed by Wakanda and Stark, led by Dr. Banner. Gathering the planet's most elite scientists, including some rescued from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries, who tirelessly analyzed data and devised strategies. The global campaign to eradicate the remnants of the Thunderhammer organization progressed smoothly. Stripped of their architect and core command structure, these factions swiftly crumbled. Meanwhile, Loki immersed himself in rigorous training and study. He delved deeply into Wakandan energy technology and vibranium applications alongside Shuri, as well as exploring Asgardian knowledge of divine power and cosmic energy dynamics with Thor, seeking ways to enhance the potency of the star core fragment to combat the void. Biological electronic consciousness fusion copy progress 49, based on cross-civilizational knowledge systems learning and integration. Higher dimensional computation and prediction ability copy progress 27, based on analyses of high-dimensional energy models. Star core fragment energy affinity mastery 44, based on understanding and application of cosmic energy dynamics. He even began attempting to guide a faint essence of void energy from samples of the explosion's remnants to engage in contact experiments with the star core fragment's energy. The results were perilously enlightening. Star core energy could indeed annihilate void energy, but the process was exceedingly volatile and demanded a high degree of control. Just as everything seemed to fall into place, poised for active preparation at the Sky Sword Space Station, in the highest alert laboratory, Dr. Banner stared at the data flashing on the analyzer, his face turning pale, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. "No, this cannot be," he murmured, trembling hands magnifying an exceedingly faint energy signature that had been separated from the deep-sea explosion remnants. This signature bore a striking resemblance to the coordinates previously transmitted by Fitz regarding the ultimate destination of the dome's energy and the dimensional fluctuations described by Thor concerning the Void Lord's existence. Even more terrifying, further extrapolations indicated that the architect's foolish spatial bridge was highly likely to point towards the coordinates of the so-called master he sought to ally with, the Void Lord himself. The architect was not an independent, ambitious figure. He had long been unwittingly seduced and corrupted by the whispers of the void. His entire dome plan, from siphoning Earth's energy to attempting to open the spatial bridge, may have been serving the Void Lord from the very beginning. He might have believed he was pursuing evolution or escape, but in reality, he was merely a pawn in the Void Lord's scheme to consume Earth and the Nine Realms. Moreover, the explosion of the spatial bridge had not severed their connection. Rather, the immense energy released and the resultant spatial rifts had likely sounded the dinner bell. Dr. Banner dashed towards the command room, his voice distorted by sheer terror. "Red alert. Highest level. The Void Lord may have already taken notice of us. The explosion of the spatial bridge is not the end. It is merely the beginning." The new alarm echoed throughout the space station and was relayed back to Earth via emergency channels. The brief illusion of peace just gained was utterly shattered. True fear had only just begun to descend. Chapter 48, The Battle Begins. At the Sky Sword Space Station, the shrill red alarms pierced through the recently established fragile sense of order. Dr. Banner's voice, distorted by overwhelming dread, reverberated through every corridor of the station via emergency channels, simultaneously reaching the command center of the Earth United Defense Front. "Red alert. Highest level. The Void Lord may have already taken notice of us. The explosion of the spatial bridge is not the end. It is merely the beginning." Within the command center, Steve, Tony, in projection, Shuri, Hill, and others paled abruptly. Just moments ago, they had been discussing reconstruction plans, and now a lethal threat loomed once more, approaching in a manner far beyond their imaginations. "Banner, calm down. Explain clearly." Steve's voice remained steady, forcibly suppressing the tempest within his heart. A holographic screen displayed Dr. Banner's pale and frantic face. Behind him, the main screen blazed with dangerously fluctuating data. The energy signatures matched the ultimate delivery coordinates of the dome, the void dimensional fluctuations, and the extreme energy signatures left in the wake of the spatial bridge explosion, all aligned with alarming precision. The architect thought he was pursuing some form of evolution or escape. He has long since been corrupted. His entire system has been designed from the outset to channel energy to the Void Lord. The energy released by the explosion of the spatial bridge and the rift it tore open likely did not deter them. Rather, it was akin to lighting a great bonfire in a dark forest, signaling to them that a sumptuous feast awaited. This deduction plunged everyone in the command room into an icy dread. Immediately analyze the stability of the spatial rift. Assess potential invasion pathways and timelines. Tony's projection took on an extremely grave demeanor, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, leaving behind blurred traces. We are already on it. The rift is slowly self-repairing, but at a pace far below expectations. Unknown energy is obstructing the repair process. It's void energy. They are attempting to maintain this passage. Doctor. Banner's voice carried an air of despair. According to the energy decay model, we have at most 72 hours. The rift will stabilize enough to allow their predator vanguard to pass through. The scale is unknown, but it will undoubtedly exceed any enemies we have faced before. 72 hours. Global defense levels elevated to the maximum. All EUDF units enter wartime status. Activate the Arc Energy Core at maximum output, prioritizing the orbital defense systems and energy barriers. Steve issued a series of commands without hesitation, reaching out to every ally he could contact to relay the situation. We need every ounce of strength. Wakanda cities are to activate maximum energy barriers. The Royal Air Force and ground troops are on full alert. Shuri promptly issued directives to her nation. Stark Industries, very well. Now activate all operational armor and defense platforms in my private warehouse. Tony added. The remaining agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, and allied forces will be responsible for evacuating civilians from high-risk areas and maintaining order. Hill interfaced. The entire Earth, having just extricated itself from the shadow of the architect, immediately began to operate with heightened efficiency, bracing for an even more unknown and terrifying adversary. In the training grounds, both Loki and Thor received the alert simultaneously. The shards embedded in Loki's chest glimmered with a sudden intensity, while Thor grasped his hammer, his sorrow transforming into a boiling fervor for battle. It appeared there was no time for prolonged mourning. Thor's voice resonated like thunder. Only through combat could they honor the spirits of the fallen. Loki nodded gravely, feeling the torrent of power within him and the weighty responsibility. If they sought to devour this world, they must first contend with them. Energy affinity of star core shards, 45, 46, based on direct cognition of cosmic-level threats and resonance of battle intent. Without hesitation, the two rushed towards the command center. Time slipped away second by second. The global defense forces mobilized with unprecedented speed. The energy barrier generators of Wakanda were urgently retrofitted and deployed to key cities across the continents. All of Tony's armor factories operated at full throttle, producing new weapons targeting energy lifeforms. Banner and Shuri led the scientists of the Sword of the Heavens, racing against time to analyze the characteristics of void energy, striving to discover more effective means of defense and attack. Loki became the pivotal node. He continually attempted to merge the energy of the star core shards with Wakandan vibranium technology, even incorporating the Asgardian runic knowledge provided by Thor, seeking to develop methods capable of purifying or repelling void energy on a grand scale. The process was fraught with peril. Numerous instances of energy backlash left him bloodied and on the ground, yet with each struggle to rise, his control over the shard's power deepened. Biological electronic consciousness fusion progress, 50, achieved a breakthrough. Significant enhancement in the fusion of consciousness and energy, higher dimensional computation and prediction ability progress, 28, based on simulated computations of higher dimensional threats. The final moment had arrived. The 72-hour countdown concluded. All global monitoring systems emitted a mournful alarm simultaneously. Above the North Atlantic, the once gradually calming spatial rift abruptly collapsed inward, forming an enormous, swirling vortex exuding an aura of absolute void and silence. Following this, countless twisted, grotesque beings, seemingly composed of pure shadow and shattered laws, surged forth from the dark whirlpool like an explosive eruption of volcanic ash. They bore no fixed forms. Wherever they passed, light warped, energy was consumed, and even the very fabric of space seemed to wail. The void predators. They had arrived. Their numbers nearly obscured the sky. Open fire. At Steve's command, the Stark Wakanda joint defense platform stationed in low Earth orbit, along with countless fighters ascending from the ground, unleashed a barrage of energy beams and specially designed missiles, raining down upon the terrifying tide of invasion like a torrential downpour. However, the effect was negligible. Conventional energy weapons striking the predators were akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Most were absorbed, and only a fraction could momentarily halt their advance. Only weapons imbued with vibranium resonance frequencies or those simulating star core energy properties could effectively harm or even annihilate them, but such weapons were in limited supply. The predator horde advanced through the barrage of firepower, akin to a tide of death, surging toward the Earth's surface. Their primary targets were the nodes that had previously been drained of energy by the dome systems, now rendered relatively vulnerable. They aimed to further weaken Earth's defenses. Tony roared. piloting the latest anti-void armor, charging to the forefront, his palm cannon continuously firing scorching beams imbued with star core energy frequencies, evaporating predator after predator. Thor bellowed, wielding Mjolnir, summoning storms of thunder. The pure, solar might of Asgard had a clearly restraining effect on these void creations. Wherever the lightning struck, swathes of predators were reduced to ash. But soon, he found himself ensnared by several particularly massive predator leaders, their forms more substantial. The ground forces were likewise embroiled in fierce combat. Natasha and Clint led their special operations team, utilizing the terrain and specially designed weapons to mount a defensive stand. Bucky's heavy artillery roared from the positions, but ammunition was depleting rapidly. From the outset, the battle had plunged into its most brutal phase. Loki hovered in midair, at the very core of the battle. He no longer held back. The radiance of the star core shards blazed with unprecedented intensity. He waved his hands, no longer merely unleashing energy shocks, but instead conjuring complex and massive golden energy rune matrices. These matrices functioned as vast purification fields. Any predator ensnared within became sluggish in movement, their bodies beginning to melt away as if exposed to sunlight. Energy affinity of star core shards, 46, 47, based on the construction and application of large-scale purification fields. Yet he also became a primary target for the predator horde. Countless void energy rays and distorted spatial blades surged toward him. He relied on higher dimensional computation to anticipate their trajectories, skillfully dodging while continuously maintaining and expanding the purification field, alleviating pressure on his allies both on the ground and in the air. This was a war of attrition, a battle for survival. Earth's technology, Asgard's divine power, the energy of the star core, and the pure void from beyond dimensions engaged in a desperate struggle. Each flash of purifying light was accompanied by the shrieks and annihilation of the predators. Each roar of energy weapons represented humanity's indomitable will. Each thunderclap echoed the wrathful vengeance of the gods. Flames of war ignited simultaneously across multiple global nodes, the sky painted in bizarre hues from energy beams and explosions. Aircraft were continually shot down, defense platforms overloaded and exploded, and warriors fell. Yet the defense line persisted, laboriously holding firm. However, from within that colossal dark vortex, an even more powerful, more chilling presence was slowly coalescing. The true test had perhaps only just begun. The fate of Earth hung by a thread. Chapter 49, for the Earth. The global battlefield was engulfed in a fierce and desperate struggle. The void predators surged like an endless tide of shadows, battering against the defenses painstakingly erected by the Earth Coalition. The screech of energy weapons, the thunderous explosions, the warriors' roars, and the predators' silent, yet soul-piercing shrieks intertwined, composing a symphony reminiscent of the apocalypse. Loki floated at the center of the battlefield, the vast purification field resembling a golden sun, continuously evaporating the predators that ventured within its range. Yet the pressure he endured had reached its limit. Sustaining such a vast field was an appalling drain on both spirit and energy. His complexion was pale, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, a manifestation of energy backlash and internal injuries. The brilliance of the star core shards remained fervent, yet it subtly hinted at an overload. Energy affinity of star core shards, 47, 48, based on energy output and control under extreme pressure. But he could not retreat. His field was one of the few means capable of effectively purging the predators on a large scale. If it collapsed, the ground forces and low-flying aircraft would be instantly overwhelmed. Loki, hold on. Tony's new anti-void armor darted along the edge of the field, precisely eliminating those formidable individuals attempting to flank Loki. The armor sustaining numerous damages, its power output unstable. Thor was ensnared in a heavy siege. With each swing of Mjolnir, he summoned storms of lightning, incinerating several predator leaders. Yet more of these formidable creatures closed in. They seemed to possess a measure of intelligence, understanding cooperation and attrition. Upon Thor's form, numerous new wounds had appeared, a testament to the immense toll on his divine powers. On the ground, Steve commanded with unwavering authority, his vibranium shield shattering the relentless onslaught of predators time and again, though his breath had grown labored. Natasha and Clint were on the brink of exhausting their ammunition, while Bucky's heavy firepower weapon glowed crimson from overheating. Just as the defensive line was nearing its breaking point, a resounding hum pierced the air. A robust and ethereal azure energy beam, seemingly materialized, suddenly shot from the distant horizon, striking precisely at a wave of predators attempting to circumvent the Loki field and surge towards the city. Boom! The impacted horde of predators froze momentarily, only to be obliterated as if erased by an eraser. This unexpected and formidable support left everyone momentarily stunned. Following this, more beams of the same azure energy surged from various directions, akin to precise surgical instruments, efficiently clearing the predators at the fringes of the battlefield. The energy signatures of these beams were distinctly dissimilar to those of Earth and Asgard, resonating with a powerful yet restrained vibrational frequency. What is that? Steve deflected another attack and gazed towards the source of the beams. In the distant sky, dozens of sleek, elegantly powerful black aircraft pierced through the clouds. Their surfaces cloaked in a light-absorbing sheen reminiscent of vibranium, engines silent, weapon platforms glimmering with ominous azure light. Amidst these aircraft, a far grander shadow gradually emerged, an enormous spacecraft resembling a Black Panther, majestic and divine. At the bow stood a figure clad in Black Panther armor, tall and imposing. With piercing eyes, none other than T'Challa, the king of Wakanda. Wakanda, unyielding in the face of fear. T'Challa's voice resonated across the battlefield through the amplification system. Steady and filled with power. Not just Wakanda. In another direction, accompanied by a dazzling distortion of space, several smaller, agile vessels of distinct Asgardian design materialized. At the helm stood a beautiful warrior goddess, Sif, clad in golden armor and wielding a longsword. Behind her were dozens of equally battle-worn, yet fiercely determined Asgardian warriors. For Asgard, for Odin, Sif raised her sword high, its blade shimmering with sacred light, unleashing a purifying radiance that instantly cleared a swath of predators. It is Sif, and the warriors of Asgard. Thor felt invigorated, the lightning within him surging anew. Furthermore, across the globe, those who had previously hesitated or were subdued by the Mjolnir Bureau, small resistance factions, concealed superhumans, and even some previously neutral regional powers, witnessed the Earth Coalition's valiant struggle against the horror of the void creatures, finally laying down their last doubts and joining the fray. Though they may have been poorly equipped and their powers limited, their participation brought forth a tremendous, indomitable vitality. The long-awaited reinforcements had arrived at the most critical moment. Haha, just in time. Tony laughed heartily, as though his armor had been infused with renewed energy. Loki felt the pressure lighten, his spirit lifted, and the range of the purification field stabilized and even expanded slightly. The tide of battle began to turn. The coalition, encompassing Earth's most advanced technology, the residual divine powers of Asgard, star core energy, and the unwavering will of the globe, launched a counterattack. King T'Challa himself led the Wakandan Air Force into the battlefield, their vibranium technology inflicting effective damage upon the predators. Goddess Sif united with Thor and the Asgardian warriors, their sacred powers intertwining to form a net, purifying vast swathes of void creatures. With the pressure on Loki considerably reduced, he began to attempt more intricate maneuvers. He contracted the purification field, condensing it into several enormous golden spears, launching them towards the most densely concentrated areas of the predators like intercontinental missiles, each explosion clearing a substantial expanse. Higher dimensional calculations and predictive capabilities, replication progress 29, based on precise strikes across a large-scale battlefield. Seizing the moment, Steve raised his shield high. Everyone, counterattack. For Earth. For Earth. A thunderous roar erupted from the ground and sky. The warriors surged forward like they had been invigorated by a potent stimulant, charging at the disintegrating predators. The assault of the void predators was thoroughly stemmed, and they began to retreat in disarray. They seemed unprepared for such a resilient and diverse counteroffensive. However, the enormous dark vortex looming overhead accelerated its rotation. A chilling, deathly, and despairing aura began to emanate from within. It felt as though something even more terrifying was about to be provoked, something that would descend in person. Be cautious. The vortex is changing. Doctor. Banner's warning crackled through the communicator, filled with dread, energy readings skyrocketing. This exceeded all previous records. Something is about to emerge. A wave of anxiety washed over everyone. The flickering hope once again shrouded in shadow. Loki, Thor, T'Challa, Sif, Steve, and Tony, all the formidable beings instinctively lifted their gazes towards the unfathomable darkness of the vortex, their collective strength coalescing once more. They knew that repelling the predators was merely the beginning. The true challenge was now upon them. The Lord of the Void was perhaps about to reveal the true extent of its power, capable of obliterating stars. The curtain for the final showdown was slowly being drawn back. Chapter 50, The Supreme Sorcerer. The morale of the global coalition, just recently uplifted, was instantly suppressed by the icy aura emanating from the dark vortex. It was neither a sound nor an energy fluctuation, but rather a pure and conceptual existence that heralded coldness, silence, and greed, as though a festering sore of the universe itself was rupturing, exposing its most vile core. The vortex spun at an unprecedented speed, its center dark and thick as if it were a tangible entity. Soon after, a hand, or perhaps a tentacle, of unimaginable size slowly emerged. It was not composed of matter, but rather of countless twisted laws, shattered fragments of space and time, and the purest essence of nothingness. Wherever it passed, space collapsed. Light was consumed, and even the distant stars seemed to dim. Its mere emergence caused a violent upheaval in energy systems worldwide. Low-tier void predators becoming frenzied and reckless, as if summoned. Is that a fragment of the Void Lord? Tony's voice trembled with disbelief, his armor sensors going haywire due to the overload of energy interference. No, this is merely a projection of its power, an extension. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, lightning crackling around him, yet the chilling sensation from deep within remained unshaken, though it was terrifying enough. The massive hand of nothingness disregarded the dense barrage of firepower, slowly yet inexorably descending towards Earth. Its target was not any city or army, but directly aimed at Loki. More precisely, at the fragment of the star core embedded in his chest. The Void Lord sensed the most refined and abundant source of life energy on this planet. It sought to utterly erase this impediment to its devouring plans. An unprecedented sense of impending death seized Loki. He felt the very fabric of time and space around him solidifying, energy flows becoming obscured, even his thoughts seemed to falter. "Protect Loki," Steve roared hoarsely, the vibranium shield erupting with unprecedented brilliance, attempting to stand between that colossal hand. Chala commanded the Wakandan flagship, all main cannons firing simultaneously. Torrents of azure energy crashing against the giant hand, yet it was as inconsequential as a droplet in the ocean, merely stirring a trivial ripple before vanishing without a trace. Thor and Sif summoned the entirety of their divine power, unleashing immense thunder and golden sword light. Yet they could only manage to leave a few shallow scars upon the ethereal construct, which swiftly mended itself. The disparity was insurmountable. Luo Xing gritted his teeth, pushing the power of the star core fragments to its utmost limit. The golden radiance blazed fervently, striving to forge the strongest defense, but he felt his strength. In the face of this void projection, akin to a firefly against the resplendent moon, star core fragment energy affinity mastery, 48-49, based on extreme exertion under the direst of circumstances. In this moment of despair, a gentle yet profoundly resilient green beam of light suddenly descended from the celestial sword space station, enveloping Luo Xing with precision. It was Dr. Banner and Su Rui. They had harnessed the full energy of the arc core and the vibranium heart-shaped herb matrix, combining it with the latest research on void energy to construct a temporary barrier of life and order, attempting to isolate the encroachment of the void. Simultaneously, from another direction, a vibrant energy rainbow bridge abruptly descended from the heavens. Upon this bridge appeared a figure clad in ancient mage robes, the supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, the eye of Agamotto at his chest opening, the green glow of the time stone flickering. "In the name of the Vishanti, this path is forbidden," the sorcerer supreme bellowed, conjuring a colossal seraphim shield and countless magical chains from the ancient hogs, entwining them towards the void's hand, attempting to ensnare it within an infinite temporal trap. The hidden guardians of Earth finally made their appearance at this critical juncture. The multidimensional forces of technology, divinity, magic, and star core energy coalesced in an unprecedented manner, uniting to confront the terrifying entity from beyond the dimensions. The descent of the void's hand was noticeably impeded. Its surface rippled violently, as if battling against numerous disparate forces of law simultaneously. "Now is the moment," the Sorcerer Supreme shouted to Luo Xing. "Its composition is not invincible. All powers, lend your strength through the resonance of the star core fragments. Identify the vibrational nodes of its internal laws. That is the sole opportunity." In an instant, Luo Xing comprehended. He ceased his futile resistance and completely relinquished control over the star core fragments, transforming them into a colossal energy resonator. Steve, the vibrational frequency of the shield. Tony, the anti-void energy model. Thor, the runes of divine thunder. Chala, the resonant focal point of vibranium. Dr. Banner, Su Rui, the waveform of life energy. Sorcerer Supreme, the rhythm of the time stone. He instantaneously analyzed the unique characteristics of everyone's powers through hyperdimensional calculation. then fused them with his own will via biological electronic consciousness integration, ultimately amplifying and synthesizing them through star core fragment energy affinity. Biological electronic consciousness integration copy progress. 51. Achieved critical breakthrough, initial integration of consciousness and energy. Fusion of multidimensional powers, hyperdimensional calculation and predictive ability copy progress. 30. Based on instantaneous calculations of multiversal laws, star core fragment energy affinity mastery. 49. 50. Achieved a stage of completeness. Initial understanding of the essence of the star core, capable of temporarily guiding planetary life force fields. An enigmatic state enveloped him. Luo Xing felt as though he had momentarily transcended the confines of individuality. His consciousness connected with the earth below, sensing its vast life force and will. Linking with the remnants of Asgardian divinity, the magical network of Kamartaj, and the vibranium technological threads of Wakanda. He raised his hand, and the energy converging at his fingertips was no longer merely golden, but a chaotic yet potent beam of energy infused with the luster of vibranium, Asgardian runes, Kamartaj sigils, and pure life green. This beam did not strike the most powerful part of the colossal hand, but rather, like an oracle, targeted an exceedingly minute, perpetually shifting weakness within its structure. Buzz! The beam struck. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a sound akin to glass shattering, a crisp, resonant shriek that echoed through the soul. The enormous, imperious void hand began to crack, fissures rapidly spreading from the point of impact. The broken laws that constituted it began to collapse, the void energy spiraling into chaotic dissipation. It emitted a silent wail that inflicted excruciating agony upon all living beings. Abruptly retreating into the dark vortex. The vortex itself seemed to suffer a grievous blow, twisting violently, contracting, and ultimately dissipating into nothingness amidst a wave of reluctant fluctuation. Deprived of the support of the Void Lord's projection, the remnants of the Predator army floundered like puppets with severed strings, their actions descending into chaos and sluggishness, even turning upon one another in a frenzy of consumption. The Earth Coalition seized this opportunity to launch their final purge. The sky gradually began to clear. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The surviving warriors gazed at the restored sky, feeling as though they had traversed eons. A mixture of relief and overwhelming fatigue surged within them. Luo Xing emerged from that mystical state, feeling as though his body had been hollowed out. Darkness enveloped him, and he began to descend. Steve and Tony rushed forward just in time to catch him. Did we succeed? Clint murmured uncertainly, nearly dropping his bow. For now, we have repelled it. The Sorcerer Supreme landed beside them, his face pale, the eye of Agamotto now closed. But that was merely a trivial projection of his power. The Void Lord had already taken note of this coordinate. He would never relent. Thor gazed toward Asgard, his expression complex. The war has only just begun. Chala stepped forward, nodding to the others. Wakanda shall stand united with all allies until the end. Steve looked at his weary yet resolute comrades, observing the warriors below who were beginning to clear the battlefield and assist one another, inhaling deeply. We have lost much, but we have won today. His voice resonated through the communication channels, reaching the hearts of every survivor. We have proven that when the life forces of humanity and the realms unite, even in the face of cosmic darkness, we possess the strength to fight back. From this day forth, the Earth United Defense Line is officially established. This is not the end. This is a new beginning. We shall protect our home until the very last moment. The setting sun, blood red, cast its glow upon the scarred yet resilient Earth. The battle had temporarily subsided, but all understood that the road ahead remained long and arduous. Supported by his companions, Luo Xing gazed skyward, the star core fragment pulsating steadily and warmly against his chest. He felt not only power, but also a profound sense of responsibility, intricately linked to the planet and all his comrades. The depths of the cosmos still concealed countless secrets and threats, but at this moment, the light of hope illuminated the path ahead once more. Primary threat, Void Lord, temporarily repelled. Its projection has marked it. Earth status, post-war reconstruction, alliance consolidation. Entering the cosmic era, Luo Xing's ability enhancement. Multiple abilities have breached critical thresholds. Initial understanding of the star core essence, future direction, deep exploration of star core mysteries. Strengthening cosmic-level defenses, seeking other allies, preparing for the next incursion of the Void Lord. Chapter 51, A New Adventure. The projection of the Void Lord was repelled, its corrosive essence receding from the skies above Earth like a receding tide. The remaining predators, bereft of their leader, swiftly dissolved into ethereal dust under the coalition's final purge. Scattering through the air, Earth was, for now, safe. Yet the cost of victory was grievous. Cities lay in ruins, the land marred by scars. And countless brave warriors lay eternally at rest. A complex tapestry of sorrow, exhaustion, and the relief of survival enveloped the globe. The command center of the Earth United Defense Front, EUDF, has transitioned from an underground bunker to the orbital command center of the Sword in the Sky Space Station, a collaborative construction between Wakanda and Stark Industries. Here, the expansive vista allows one to gaze upon the blue planet, recently ravaged by catastrophe. Symbolizing humanity's gaze finally turned toward the cosmic ocean. Within the grand hall of the command center, Steve, Tony, in holographic form, T'Challa, Shuri, Hill, Dr. Banner, Thor, Sif, and the still pale-faced Master Strange have convened. Sitting nearby, Luo Xing, though weary, possesses a clear gaze. With the fragments of the star core on his chest emitting a steady, gentle glow, resonating subtly with the pulse of the entire planet. Energy affinity with star core fragments. 50. Stable state, preliminary connection with the planet's life field. The preliminary loss report has been compiled, and Hill's voice carries a heavy tone as she projects the data onto the central holographic screen, revealing substantial casualties. The destruction of infrastructure is severe, particularly affecting energy systems and communication networks. The global ecological environment has also suffered varying degrees of void energy pollution, necessitating prolonged purification efforts. Wakanda will spare no resources in its assistance for reconstruction. King T'Challa is the first to declare, his tone resolute. We shall share our technology, resources, and medical aid with the world. Stark Industries, well, primarily my private reserves and production lines, will also be fully committed. Tony rubs his temples, emphasizing that the immediate priority is to rebuild the global energy and communication framework, which can no longer remain as vulnerable as it once was. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj will oversee the monitoring and purification of void energy remnants worldwide to prevent any resurgence. Master Strange adds, however, we require more adept hands skilled in energy manipulation. His gaze shifts towards Luo Xing and Thor. The survivors of Asgard may be few, yet we are all well-versed in energy runes, Sif asserts. We will assist in the restoration efforts. Steve looks at the assembly, nodding. Unity is our greatest strength. Rebuilding our homeland is but the first step. We must learn from this calamity and emerge stronger. He turns to Banner and Shuri, inquiring about the progress of the sword in the sky. Banner adjusts his glasses and calls up another set of data, based on the last transmission from Fitz. The fragments of the lighthouse, and reverse engineering the void energy, we have made some breakthroughs. Firstly, we have enhanced the energy weapon systems, increasing the lethality of the next generation of weapons against void entities by 300. Secondly, we have preliminarily constructed a planetary barrier model based on vibranium resonance and star core energy frequencies, which, though currently covering only select cities, is a promising beginning. Shuri continues. Most importantly, our research on the star core fragments has yielded new insights. They are not merely an energy source. They function more like an interface, a conduit connecting and directing the very life force of the Earth. Luo Xing's last assault confirmed this. All eyes turn towards Luo Xing. He slowly rises, extending his hand, palm upwards. Without any deliberate invocation, the star core fragments naturally emanate a soft golden-green glow, within which the ethereal silhouettes of mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna seem to swirl. I can feel it, he softly articulates, his voice resonating clearly in every ear, not just the power of the fragments but the heartbeat of the planet beneath our feet. Its joy, its exhaustion, its pain, and its fury. He gazes towards the profound night sky. What the Void Lord seeks to consume is a living world. And this world will resist. This transcendent communion with the planet surpasses all expectations. Energy affinity with star core fragments. 50. Exceeding conventional quantifiable standards. Thor steps forward, firmly patting Luo Xing on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting both pride and gravity. You can perceive the will of the planet. This is an extraordinary gift, but also a heavy responsibility. Asgard was once the heart of the Nine Realms, he sighs, glancing at Master Strange. Master, you hail from Kamar-Taj, guarding the Time Stone. How much do you know of the Void Lord? What is their true objective? Master Strange's expression grows solemn. The ancient texts of Kamar-Taj contain vague accounts of the Void. They are not life in the conventional sense, but rather a malignancy birthed from the collapse of cosmic laws, an embodiment of entropy yearning to return all to silence and nothingness. They are drawn to vibrant life energy, yet harbor a profound hatred for it. To consume life energy may be their attempt to satiate their eternal void and insatiable hunger. They seek agents through whispers and temptations, the architect being one such example. Natasha adds, we must remain vigilant against the resurgence of traitors from within. Therefore, we require a more formidable force, a more steadfast alliance, and a broader perspective. Steve concludes, Earth cannot forever remain passive. We must proactively understand the cosmos, seek allies, and make it clear to potential adversaries that Earth is not to be trifled with. I concur. Chala nods. Wakandan technology can propel us into deep space. Though Asgard has fallen, Thor remarks, there remain ancient allies and observation posts in the 9 realms and beyond. I can attempt to reach out to them, though it will take time, and we will need a ship capable of interstellar travel. Leave that to me and Shuri. Tony exclaims, invigorated. It's the perfect opportunity to test a new generation of warp engines combining vibranium, Asgardian runes, and Earth technology. A grander plan, aimed at the stars and the sea, begins to take shape. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the assembly disperses into their respective tasks. Reconstruction efforts commence with urgency. The application of new technologies revitalizing the world from amidst the ruins. Luo Xing ascends to the observation platform of the command center, gazing down at the beautiful planet slowly rotating below. He senses the planet's gradual healing and the resilience and hope permeating among humanity. Thor approaches, standing beside him, also gazing at Earth. It is beautiful, is it not? Thor softly muses. Despite all it has endured, it remains vibrant. It is worth our utmost protection. Luo Xing nods, indeed. Yet, I can feel that the shadow of the void has not receded. It waits, whispering. Thus, we must grow stronger. Thor's gaze turns intense as he looks at Luo Xing, not merely in terms of technology and weaponry, but also you, Luo Xing. You are the bearer of the star core, an extension of the planet's will. Your potential extends far beyond this. He pauses before continuing. The power structure of Asgard shares commonalities with the star core energy. Before I depart to seek allies, I shall impart all I know about the source of divine power and the mysteries of cosmic energy flow to you. I hope it aids you in better understanding and mastering your abilities. Luo Xing solemnly nods. Thank you, Thor. No need for thanks. Thor gazes at the starry sky, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. This is the last act I can perform as King of Asgard for a new ally. In the days that followed, Luo Xing trained rigorously under Thor's guidance. No longer merely honing combat skills, he delved into the essence of energy and the communication of cosmic principles. The ancient wisdom of Asgard opened a new door for him, granting him a deeper understanding and application of the star core fragment's power. Significantly enhanced comprehension of Asgardian power structure, expanded applications of star core energy, preliminary simulations of thunder, protective runes, and other effects, deepened connection with Earth's life field. Simultaneously, Tony and Shuri virtually immersed themselves in the laboratory, gradually shaping an interstellar spacecraft that seamlessly integrates various technologies, sleek like a Black Panther, adorned with golden Asgardian patterns. Weeks later, reconstruction efforts begin to bear fruit, as Earth gradually restores order and vitality. A diminutive interstellar vessel named the 9 Realms Voyager gently departed from the docking bay of the Tianjin space station. Thor, Sif, and several valiant Asgardian warriors stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to the crowd gathered to see them off. Stay in touch, Hammer Guy, Tony waved. And try not to stir up any cosmic elders in some obscure corner of the universe. Bring back good news as soon as possible, Thor, Steve urged. Take care, Luo Xing added solemnly. Thor nodded with gravity, casting one last glance at Earth before stepping into the ship's cabin. The engines of the 9 Realms Voyager ignited with a brilliant azure glow, suddenly accelerating and transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the profound tapestry of the cosmos. The tale of Earth had reached a temporary pause, yet Luo Xing and the hero's journey was far from over. Their gaze was already fixed upon the stars, new adventures, fresh allies, and looming threats awaited them in the boundless depths of the universe. Luo Xing understood that, regardless of what lay ahead, he and the world he safeguarded were irrevocably intertwined. His cosmic odyssey was just beginning. Chapter 52, The Starseeker. The radiant trail left by the 9 Realms Voyager had yet to fully dissipate within the celestial fabric. While the EUDF Orbital Command Center buzzed with unceasing activity, the reconstruction efforts were manifold, and the peril from the cosmos loomed like the sword of Damocles, rendering any semblance of complacency inconceivable. Luo Xing stood before the observation window, his gaze not following Thor's departure, but rather penetrating deeper into the more obscure realms of the universe. Following a profound connection with the fragments of the star core, his perception had sharpened remarkably. He could not only sense the vibrant life force of Earth, but also faintly detect unsettling ripples emanating from distant star systems. It was a cold, ravenous sensation of being observed, akin to a predator lurking in the shadows of the night, retreating momentarily, yet never truly gone. Stop looking, you won't glean any more insights. Tony's voice interjected beside him. His holographic projection appeared far more substantial than before, evidently bolstered by increased computational power. That guy Thor is tough as nails. Who knows? He might stumble upon a few lost Asgardian princesses or unearth some ancient treasures along the way. Let us focus on the present. He snapped his fingers, virtually, summoning a dense array of schematics. Based on the Asgardian runes Thor left behind and the analysis of the residual void energy, I've conducted the nth upgrade on your suit. I've integrated a more robust vibranium energy conduction matrix, which theoretically will enable you to manipulate the fragment energy more effortlessly and reduce your own burden. Additionally, I've attempted to embed a few basic defensive rune symbols. The efficacy, well, remains for you to experience firsthand as the human testing apparatus. Luo Xing received the data stream transmitted by Tony, merely skimming through it, and the intricate structures and energy operational principles naturally unfolded in his mind. Progress of transdimensional calculation and prediction replication. 31, he noted, based on efficient analysis of interdimensional technology. Thank you, Tony. This is immensely helpful. Luo Xing nodded, his fingertips instinctively tracing a simple Asgardian protective rune in the air, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing momentarily. His aptitude for learning and applying this new technology was remarkable, so much so that even Tony found himself in silent admiration. Commander, the Tianjin Deep Space Monitoring Array has detected an anomalous hyperspace wave signal. A technician suddenly reported, anxiety evident in his tone. The source could not be precisely located, and the characteristics of the signal were exceedingly unfamiliar, not corresponding to any known civilization or natural phenomenon. All attention instantly turned to the main screen, where an exceedingly distorted and chaotic energy spectral graph materialized, its core frequency imbued with an unnatural, sharp aggressiveness. Amplify and analyze. Attempt to decipher. Hill promptly commanded. Doctor. Banner and Su Rue immediately set to work. A few minutes later, Banner raised his head, his expression grave. The signal was exceedingly brief, akin to the residual echo of a hyperspace trajectory. However, its technological level and energy tier are remarkably high, and it is saturated with aggression. Can we ascertain its intent? Steve inquired, his voice steady. The specific intent remains indeterminate. Yet there is a pronounced repetition of a strong scanning and marking signal targeting specific energy characteristics. Su Rue manipulated the interface, isolating a segment of the signal, which, when converted, manifested as a piercing, metallic scraping sound in a singular syllable. This syllable repeated 17 times within the signal. At that moment, the fragment of the star core embedded within Luo Xing's chest inexplicably throbbed violently. A faint yet acutely clear sensation of being scrutinized coursed through him, as if cold eyes were sweeping over his position from an unfathomable distance. Almost simultaneously, the shrill syllable displayed on the main screen matched the energy fluctuation pattern of the star core fragment's earlier aberrant throb with alarming precision. The target is the star core energy, Tony exclaimed in disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the command center. The threat from the Void Lord had not yet dissipated, and now a new, unknown high civilization, or force, capable of hyperspace travel, seemingly with a keen interest in star core energy, had revealed itself. Immediately elevate global and near-Earth orbital defense levels. All monitoring units of Tianjin focus on deep space, relentlessly track the source of the signal. Steve commanded without hesitation. Dr. Banner. Princess Su Rue, analyze every detail of that signal. I want to know where it came from and what it intends. What a tumultuous time. Earth had just repelled a horrific entity from beyond dimensions, and it appeared that yet another observer from the stars had drawn near. Luo Xing caressed the fragment in his chest, gradually calming its tumultuous energy, his eyes sharp as blades. What he felt was not fear, but an overwhelming sense of urgency. The enemy would not afford them a moment's respite. They must grow stronger, faster comprehend this world, and venture out with haste. Tony, Su Rue, he suddenly spoke. How long until the Nine Realms Voyager's sister ship, or a faster model, is ready? Tony and Su Rue exchanged glances. Do you have an idea? Steve looked at him. Thor is off seeking ancient allies, but the universe is vast, and time waits for no one. Luo Xing's gaze returned to the starry expanse. We cannot afford to wait passively. Since they have scanned us, why can't we skin back proactively? We need a vessel, one capable of true, deep space exploration. one that can confront unknown dangers. We need to uncover what lies in the depths of the cosmos, whether it be enemies or potential allies. To venture boldly into the cosmos. This thought was audacious and reckless, yet entirely reasonable. It will take at least 2 months. Tony quickly calculated. Many technologies need to be integrated and tested, particularly the compatibility of cross-civilization technology. It's not as simple as welding vibranium and Asgardian runes together. Then accelerate the process, Steve resolved. Luo Xing was correct. They could not remain forever on the defensive. They must proactively seize information. EUDF will prioritize resources to support this project. Codename, Project Farstar. The new initiative was set in motion, and the entire EUDF and allied forces began to operate with renewed efficiency. Days flew by amid the hustle and tension. The reconstruction of Earth progressed steadily, with new energy networks and defense systems gradually enveloping the globe. Apart from participating in the design of Project Farstar, Luo Xing dedicated most of his time to rigorous training. Not only did he delve deeply into the mysteries of Asgardian divine power, but he also began attempting to learn the most fundamental spells from Master Strange, striving to comprehend the essence of energy from various perspectives and to expand the boundaries of his own strength. Biological electronic consciousness fusion replication progress. 52, he noted, based on the assimilation and integration of cross-system energy knowledge. During this period, the enigmatic hyperspace signals manifested twice more, each instance increasingly distinct yet fleeting, as if the source was cautiously probing and locating. Each appearance of the signal stirred the fragments of the star core and invoked a profound response from Luo Xing, establishing an eerie and unwelcome connection between the two entities. 2 months later, in Earth's orbit, at the largest dock of the Tianjin space station, a sleek interstellar spacecraft, adorned in dark golden hues and embellished with the ethereal blue sheen of Wakandan vibranium and the resplendent golden runes of Asgard, lay quietly moored. It surpassed the Nine Realms Voyager in size, boasted a more pronounced weapon system, and featured a complex engine structure brimming with power and technological sophistication. This was the Star Chaser, the culmination of the Farstar project. All systems have been thoroughly checked. Energy core stable. Jump engine ready. Weapon systems online. Gentlemen, you are cleared for departure. Tony's voice resonated with pride and a hint of imperceptible anxiety on the bridge. On the bridge, Luo Xing stood resolutely at the control position, clad in the latest fusion battlesuit. His first officer was an experienced pilot from the elite SHIELD, and a top technician from Wakanda. Dr. Banner and several scientists from Tianjin were stationed in the rear laboratory, tasked with real-time data analysis. Steve, Tony, through projection, Chala, and Hill conveyed their farewells via comms. Remember, your mission is reconnaissance and information gathering. Contact and engagement are to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Safe return is the utmost priority, Steve admonished gravely. Understood, Captain. Luo Xing nodded. Star Chaser, let's set forth. The engines emitted a deep, resonant roar as the Star Chaser slowly emerged from the dock, recalibrating its course towards the approximate origin of the previous mysterious signals. Jump engine initiated. 3, 2, 1. The space ahead contorted abruptly, forming a blue energy vortex. The Star Chaser plunged into it like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing from sight. The first active jump felt akin to being thrown into a rapidly spinning washing machine or traversing a bizarre tunnel of light. Had it not been for the powerful inertial dampeners and the instinctively deployed energy shield by Luo Xing, an ordinary individual would have been utterly overwhelmed. Minutes later, the spacecraft abruptly disengaged from the jump state, materializing in an unfamiliar starfield. The vista outside was no longer the familiar solar system, but a stunningly alien nebula. A neutron star pulsating with eerie radiance in the distance, and the endless abyss of dark space. Jump successful. Arrived at designated starfield coordinates. Immediately activate all sensors. Max range scan. Seek out anomalous signal sources. Various detectors activated, and torrents of data surged into the mainframe. The wait was interminable. Seconds ticked by, and aside from the background radiation of the universe and the rhythmic pulses from the distant neutron star, there was nothing to be found. Has the signal source vanished? The Wakandan technician furrowed his brow. Luo Xing closed his eyes, connecting his perception with the ship's sensors while deeply awakening the sensing capabilities of the star core fragments. His consciousness seemed to expand with the scanning waves, brushing past the cold remnants of planetary debris and traversing the drifting stardust. Suddenly, on the shadowed side of a desolate asteroid, he detected an exceedingly faint yet familiar residual fluctuation, akin to the prior signals. Concurrently, there was another distinctly different energy remnant. A purplish-red energy trace imbued with wildness, fury, and a sense of annihilation. Turn left 378 degrees, angle down 52 degrees. That asteroid. Magnify the image. The main screen swiftly locked onto the target and magnified. There, on the shadowed side of the asteroid, lay a massive metallic structure. As if torn apart by some colossal claw. Its technological design starkly contrasted with Earth, Asgard, and Wakanda, exuding a cold, geometric beauty, now reduced to twisted fragments. Amidst the debris lay even more chilling discoveries. Several corpses clad in fragmented armor, their skin a pallid gray, resembling humans but with sharper features. Additionally, there were more grotesque remnants of bizarre creatures, seemingly crushed or torn apart by immense force. A battle had transpired here. An exceptionally brutal battle. Analyze the energy signatures of the debris. Luo Xing commanded, his heart sinking. Confirmed. The energy signature of the metallic debris closely matches the previously captured mysterious hyperspace signal. The other purplish-red energy signature has no matching records in the database. However, its energy level is exceedingly high. It exudes pure destructive intent. At that moment, the ship's hyperspace detector suddenly blared a sharp alarm. Detected hyperspace jump signal. Very close. Right behind us. 1. Enormous size. Everyone turned abruptly. The space behind the ship shattered like glass, and a colossal, grotesque vessel, seemingly constructed from countless biological remains and dark red muscle tissue, erupted forth. Its surface bristled with menacing spikes and massive, opening jaws. An aura of brutality, hunger, and annihilation assaulted them like a tangible force. That purplish-red destructive energy emanated from this horrifying battleship. It had evidently just undergone a jump, perhaps tracking the residuals of that mysterious signal, and had fortuitously encountered the Star Chaser. Without warning, the massive jaws of the biological battleship gaped wide, unleashing a purplish-red beam of annihilating energy capable of rending asteroids asunder, hurtling directly towards the Star Chaser like the scythe of death. Emergency evasion. The crisis descended in the most direct and terrifying manner. Luo Xing's inaugural deep space exploration confronted an unknown, malevolent cosmic beast. Encounter with unknown advanced civilization debris. Encounter with unknown destructive biological battleship. Deep space crisis, abruptly ignited. Chapter 53, Return. The bridge of the Star Chaser was engulfed in blinding red alarm lights, the main screen displaying the horrific biological battleship. A nightmare leaping from the abyss, as the purplish-red beam of annihilating energy was unleashed, the chill of death permeating every crew member. Maximize energy shields. Evasive maneuvers. Quick. The voices of the pilot and technicians trembled with tension, their fingers dancing across the console almost as if leaving after images. The engines of the Star Chaser roared under overload. The ship suddenly rolling to one side in a desperate attempt to dodge the lethal strike. But the beam was too swift, too fierce, just grazing its edge. The ship's formidable shield, an amalgamation of vibranium technology and Asgardian runes, flickered violently, energy readings plummeting instantly. Boom. The hull violently shuddered, explosive flames erupting from the side. The cacophony of twisted metal and alarm signals intermingled. Shield failure at 43. Left engine bay damaged. Several sensors offline. The technician's voice dripped with despair. It's coming back. The pilot stared in horror at the screen, displaying the biological battleship recharging for another assault, his face pale. That biological battleship seemed to regard the Star Chaser as a new prey or an obstacle in its pursuit of the previous signal source. Exhibiting aggressive intent with no semblance of communication, Luo Xing stood at the center of the violently shaking bridge, his demeanor remarkably calm. In the instant of the incoming attack, his hyperspatial calculation instinctively predicted the trajectory, while biological electronic consciousness fusion allowed him to connect with the ship's systems as one, facilitating a narrow escape. The star core fragments conveyed not only a sense of crisis, but also an innate aversion and fighting spirit towards that purplish-red destructive energy. We cannot afford to be passive. Luo Xing uttered a low command, pressing his hands firmly against the control console. Authorize the weapon systems to me. Establish an energy connection, maximize it. Luo Xing. This is perilous. The technician exclaimed, alarm evident in his voice. Directly linking to the weapon systems could follow his instructions. Doctor. Banner's voice thundered through the communication link from the rear laboratory. Only his energy can counter that monstrosity. In an instant, the permissions shifted. Luo Xing felt a tremendous surge of energy flooding through the interface, nearly draining him of his vitality. He let out a muffled groan. the fragments of the star core within his chest erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. Golden energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed, flooding the ship's weapon systems. The weapon turrets on either side of the Star Chaser suddenly ignited, unleashing not mere energy beams, but golden pillars of light imbued with the power of the star core. Shimmering with subtle vibrations and the ethereal runes of Asgard's guardianship. Boom, boom. Two golden beams struck precisely against the purplish-red energy beams launched from the biological warship. There was no explosion, only a violent clash and annihilation of energy. The golden and purplish-red forces intertwined, tearing at one another, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Effective. Yet Luo Xing felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. That last strike had taken a monumental toll. The biological warship appeared enraged, emitting a silent, yet piercing shriek that directly assaulted the mind. Its colossal form quivered, muscles writhing in frenzy as more spikes and mandibles extended outward, gathering purplish-red energy in preparation for a more potent assault. It was accumulating energy. We cannot withstand the next attack. The pilot's voice trembled as he observed the soaring energy readings. Activate the jump engines immediately. We must leave this place. Dr. Banner shouted from the rear. Impossible. The engines are damaged. A forced jump could lead to complete disintegration. Moreover, its energy field is disrupting spatial stability. The technician replied in despair, trapped in a dilemma, in a dire predicament. Just as the situation reached a critical point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several precise and piercing azure energy beams suddenly shot forth from the nearby asteroid belt, striking at the biological warship's energy accumulation point like venomous serpents. The energy signatures of these beams were identical to the mysterious signals emanating from the asteroid debris earlier. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted upon the surface of the biological warship. While they did not inflict fatal wounds, they succeeded in interrupting its energy accumulation process, provoking an even angrier cry. Who is it? Everyone was taken aback. From the asteroid belt emerged three sleek, silver-gray, shuttle-shaped vessels, gliding silently. Though modest in size, they exuded a palpable sense of advanced technology, moving with stealth, yet striking with lethal precision. No communications were received. They merely dispersed with silent understanding, launching swift and perilous harassment attacks from various angles against the colossal biological warship. Their energy weapons appeared specially calibrated to effectively penetrate parts of the warship's energy defenses, targeting its relatively vulnerable joints and energy nodes. The biological warship's attention was immediately drawn to these unexpected nuisances, furiously redirecting its firepower, purplish-red energy beams sweeping through the cosmos. Yet the three silver vessels dodged with astonishing agility. Now is the moment. Repair the engines. Max power to disengage. Luo Xing commanded without hesitation. The engineering team of the Star Chaser exerted every ounce of strength. The damaged left engine belched unstable flames, but finally provided sufficient thrust. The ship struggled to pivot, charging towards the periphery of the battlefield. The three silver vessels seemed equally disinterested in prolonged combat. They skillfully redirected the biological warship's fire, retreating while simultaneously unleashing a powerful energy interference pulse that briefly incapacitated the warship's pursuit systems, before initiating a hyperspace jump and vanishing from sight. Deprived of its target, the biological warship roared in fury on a mental level, spraying purplish-red energy wildly, obliterating surrounding asteroids. It hesitated for a moment before ultimately tearing through space to escape. Silence once again enveloped the starfield, leaving behind only floating metallic debris, frozen corpses, and the still terrified Star Chaser. Have we survived? A Wakandan technician slumped in his chair, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Initiate a full self-check. Report damage status. Luo Xing steadied his breath, issuing orders while extending his senses to remain vigilant against any potential threats. Reports soon flooded in. The ship's structural integrity was severely compromised. The left engine required extensive repairs. The shield generator had overloaded. Multiple crew members were injured in the turbulence. But miraculously, there were no fatalities. A stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Dr. Banner's image appeared, a lingering sense of dread evident. Why did those silver vessels assist us? They did not assist us. Luo Xing slowly shook his head, his gaze sharp. Their target was also that biological warship. We merely happened to be on the battlefield, serving as bait to draw fire. Or perhaps they merely eliminated a potential unstable factor that could interfere with their hunt. He recalled the cold, efficient attack patterns of those silver vessels. There had been no communication, no hesitation, only an absolute objective. Can we trace their jump trajectory? Luo Xing inquired. too brief to pinpoint accurately, but the general direction points towards another arm of the Milky Way, an area of darkness we have no records of, the technician responded. Another mysterious, highly advanced, and hostile force. Luo Xing approached the observation window, gazing at the cold remnants of the battlefield outside. The inaugural deep space exploration had concluded in such a harrowing and bloody manner. The darkness and peril of the cosmos far exceeded imagination. Here, there were no fairy tales, only the chilling laws of nature and the stark reality of survival of the fittest. The Void Lords, the enigmatic signal source belonging to the Silver Vessels. The ferocious biological warship. At least 3 formidable powers had revealed their fangs in this starfield. And Earth, like a child igniting a torch in a dark forest, had already drawn their gaze. Collect all debris samples, especially the grayish-white humanoid remains and fragments of the biological warship structure, Luo Xing commanded, his voice steady. Record all data. We are returning home. The Star Chaser, dragging its damaged hull, slowly turned around, beginning the long journey back along its original path. The bridge was enveloped in silence. Each crew member digesting the brief, yet intensely stimulating experience they had just endured. Luo Xing caressed the now calm fragment on his chest, his gaze profound. The setbacks and dangers had not deterred him. Rather, they had solidified his resolve to grow stronger. Earth could no longer afford to passively await impending threats. It must strengthen itself more rapidly, proactively seek understanding of this starry expanse, and find allies to rely upon. This time, they returned with invaluable, albeit brutal intelligence. The cosmic era for Earth had been stained with blood and fire since its first voyage. The path ahead would surely be fraught with thorns. Preliminary deep space exploration completed. Encountered unknown civilization, suspected Kree Empire. Debris. Encountered unknown biological warship, symbiotic origin. Raiders. Encountered third-party mysterious force, Silver Vessels. Obtained precious alien debris samples. Biological tissue samples, first-hand combat data. Conclusion. The cosmic environment is extremely perilous, with multiple high-tech and highly aggressive civilizations present. Next steps. Repair the ship, analyze samples. Enhance technology and individual strength. Cautiously formulate the next exploration contact strategy. Chapter 54. The Key. The Star Chaser, dragging its damaged hull like an injured behemoth, silently navigated its course back to the solar system. The atmosphere within the bridge was laden with gravity. The previous harrowing encounters and the stark brutality of the cosmos left each crew member in a state of lingering trepidation, simultaneously suffused with a profound sense of relief at having survived. Luo Xing did not take a moment's respite. He proceeded directly to the ship's laboratory. Within its confines lay the spoils of their venture, several twisted shards of silvery metal, some solidified purplish-black biological tissue, and a grayish-white humanoid corpse, carefully ensconced within a life support apparatus. Holographic projections of Dr. Banner and other scientists from the Sword of Heaven awaited him, each bearing an expression of grave seriousness. Let us commence, Luo Xing stated succinctly. The analysis began forthwith, with an array of advanced scanning instruments directed at the samples. First came the silvery metal fragments. The structural integrity is extraordinarily high, far surpassing any known alloy, including vibranium. One scientist exclaimed. The atomic arrangement is unprecedented. The energy conductivity is flawless, with nearly zero loss. Residual energy signatures confirmed a perfect match with the mysterious hyperspace signals previously captured, as well as the subsequently encountered silver spacecraft. Dr. Banner pointed to the energy spectrum graph. This is a creation of an entirely unfamiliar and technologically advanced civilization. Their technological trajectory appears to be heavily skewed towards energy weaponry and faster-than-light travel. Next was the purplish-black biological tissue. The analysis was even more exhilarating. The tissue seemed to exhibit signs of life, subtly writhing under high-energy scans, even attempting to consume the energy from the scanning beams. The cellular structure defies definition. It resembles a programmable, collectively conscious biological nanomaterial. Another scientist's voice trembled with awe. The energy it harbors is chaotic and volatile, imbued with primal instincts of consumption and destruction, and it is adapting to our scanning frequencies at an alarmingly slow pace. Finally, they examined the grayish-white humanoid corpse. Clad in tattered silver armor, its skin was cold and hard, and its features sharp, exuding a chilling authority even in death. Dissection and genetic analysis revealed an efficient and formidable physiological structure, with a remarkably extended lifespan, yet its emotional center appeared severely diminished, if not deliberately suppressed. Genetic locks prevented any trace of its origins. Its societal structure was likely highly militarized or stratified. Dr. Banner concluded, his brow furrowed. They hail from a civilization of strict order, yet they are evidently the vanquished of that biological battleship. Luo Xing listened intently. His transdimensional computation, instinctively aggregating all information for synthesis and extrapolation. Transdimensional computation and predictive capability copy progress 32. Two civilizations, he slowly broke the silence within the laboratory. One, technologically advanced, coldly ordered, adept at energy weaponry and warp travel. The other, biologically terrifying, chaotic, exhibiting formidable adaptability and predatory instincts. He gestured towards the star map. And this region of space is one of their battlegrounds. We have, unfortunately, stumbled upon a fragment of their conflict. More critically, Luo Xing's gaze sharpened. The attacks from the silver vessels precisely targeted the energy nodes of the biological battleship, while the destructive energy from the biological craft reacted violently to the stellar core fragments. They both seem acutely sensitive to and desirous of high-energy sources. This implies that Earth, with its possession of stellar core fragments, is likely to become a target for both of these unknown and formidable forces in the future. The coldly ordered silver civilization may perceive it as an anomalous energy source to be controlled or eradicated, while the feral biological civilization might view it as an optimal target for consumption. This revelation is far more urgent than the threat posed by the Void Lord. Though terrifying, the Void Lord's interventions in the material universe seem significantly constrained. These two civilizations, however, possess the capability for hyperspace travel and can launch devastating attacks directly. We must immediately relay this intelligence back to Earth, Dr. Banner declared with urgency. A high-priority report has already been dispatched via quantum encrypted channels, the technician responded. But the distance is considerable, and reception will require time. Accelerate our return, Luo Xing ordered, his mood heavy with foreboding. Days later, the Star Chasers staggeringly returned to the solar system, welcomed by the EUDF patrol fleet, which had been alerted and was on high alert, guiding them back to the Sword of Heaven space station. As Luo Xing entered the command center with the analysis report, he was met with an even more somber atmosphere. Steve, Tony, Chala, Suri, and Hill wore expressions of grave concern. The situation is worse than we anticipated, Steve stated directly, presenting another report to Luo Xing. The report indicated that during the days of the Star Chasers' return journey, several clandestine monitoring outposts on the fringes of the solar system had lost contact. The last transmitted fragments of vague signals contained extremely brief energy fluctuations, one marked by the cold, geometric beauty of silver energy signatures, the other, chaotic and filled with biological vitality, displayed a purplish-red energy signature. They have already spread the flames of war to the outskirts of the solar system. Luo Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Or perhaps, they had long been aware of the solar system, previously restrained by mutual conflict or testing the waters. Tony's projection bore an unprecedented seriousness. And now their games seem to have escalated, with our doorstep becoming the new chessboard. We cannot remain idle, King Chala declared resolutely. We must strengthen the defenses on the periphery of the solar system. We cannot allow the flames of war to reach the interplanetary systems. Defense is one aspect. Dr. Strange's figure appeared in the conference room, having just returned from a monitoring station that had lost contact. His complexion was pale. I attempted to use magic to track them, but their technology, or rather, the nature of their energy, can to some extent interfere with, and even consume magical detection. Their utilization of energy surpasses the current understanding of Kamartaj. Even magic has limited efficacy. The pressure was unprecedented. The threat of the Void Lord had yet to be alleviated. And two more immediate, potentially more advanced extraterrestrial civilizations had brought the battlefield to their very doorstep. Luo Xing, Steve looked at him, his gaze heavy with trust. You are currently the only one who has had contact with both sides and whose powers can affect them. We need you to lead an elite task force to immediately investigate the regions of the lost outposts. Determine what exactly transpired. This is reconnaissance, but if attacked, self-defense is permitted. Understood. Luo Xing did not hesitate. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the responsibility. Soon, a task force was assembled, comprising the latest rapid assault ships and elite warriors such as Natasha, Clint, and Bucky. Maintain open communication and report conditions at all times. Safety first, Steve reiterated. Rest assured. Captain, Luo Xing nodded, his gaze sweeping across the determined faces of his comrades. We shall depart. The assault ship Sentinel launched from the dock like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling towards the cold, dark outer solar system. The closer they approached their destination, the more palpable the unsettling silence became. Conventional communication channels were filled only with static. Finally, They arrived at the asteroid belt where the first lost outpost was located. The sight before them made everyone gasp in horror. The outpost had been utterly reduced to ruins, not merely destroyed by an explosion, but as if crushed by some immense force. The debris was covered in a bizarre, seemingly slowly writhing purplish-black biological membrane, greedily absorbing the final remnants of energy and matter from the wreckage. Not far away, several sharp-edged, silvery-gray shipwrecks floated, appearing as though they had been violently torn apart by brute force, unstable energy arcs flickering at the torn edges. A brief yet extraordinarily fierce battle had evidently transpired here. Both sides annihilated each other, scanned for residual energy and signs of life. Luo Xing issued a command, simultaneously expanding his perception to its fullest extent. Star core fragment energy affinity? A faint biotic energy signal was detected. In the underground shelter, Natasha suddenly reported, "Bucky, Clint, provide cover. I shall descend to investigate." Without hesitation, Luo Xing donned his battle armor and flew directly toward the ruins cloaked in a biological membrane. He cautiously used star core energy to sear an entrance, burrowing into the partially collapsed underground shelter. Inside, chaos reigned, with signs of battle scattered throughout. Eventually, within a fortified communications room, they discovered the source of the signal. A grievously wounded sentry soldier, slumped against the wall, his body marred by multiple wounds inflicted by energy weapons and some form of corrosive biological acid. In his grasp, he clutched a damaged data core. Upon seeing Luo Xing and the others, a flicker of light ignited in the soldier's dazed eyes as he exerted his last ounce of strength to thrust the data core into Luo Xing's hands. A muffled croak escaping his throat, the Silver Reaper and the Purple Devourer seek the key. As his words faded, the soldier's head drooped, and he ceased to breathe. A key? Luo Xing furrowed his brow, accepting the still-warm data core. At that moment, his perception suddenly blared an alarm. Warning. Hyperspace fluctuations detected. Extremely close. Boom. Boom. Two distinctly different energy attacks surged almost simultaneously from different directions toward the Sentinel. One was a chilling, azure energy beam. The other, a frenzied, purplish-red biological energy breath. They had appeared at once, seemingly targeting the Sentinel. Evade! Luo Xing shouted, seizing the data core as energy erupted forth, propelling him out of the shelter in an instant. Not far away in the starry expanse, a silver-gray shuttle and a small, nest-like biological warship emerged from their jump states. Their cold cannon muzzles and fearsome maws aimed squarely at the recently manifested Sentinel. The brief ceasefire was at an end. A new battle was imminent, and the data core in Luo Xing's hand seemed to have become a shared target for both parties. What, precisely, was that so-called key? Chapter 55, Arkansas. The Sentinel assault ship found itself in an unprecedented predicament. The frigid azure beams and the violent purplish breath converged upon it like the wings of death from two entirely distinct directions. Energy readings soared alarmingly, the alarms shrieking almost painfully in their intensity. Maximum power shields. Evade. Quickly evade. The pilot howled, nearly wrenching the control stick in two. The Sentinel's engines roared like a mad beast as it executed a nearly self-destructive extreme maneuver, narrowly slipping through the deadly energies. Yet even the residual energy waves caused the shields to flicker violently, the hull groaning under the strain. At the moment Luo Xing burst from the shelter, he pushed the star core energy to its limits, conjuring a solid golden shield between the Sentinel and the two uninvited guests. Boom, boom. The azure beams and purplish breath crashed violently against the golden shield, erupting in a dazzling maelstrom of energy. The shield quaked violently, and Luo Xing felt a jolt run through him, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth, yet his gaze remained sharp, resolutely holding firm. Star core fragment energy affinity? He distinctly sensed the two attacks were of entirely different natures. The azure beam was frigid and precise, imbued with an absolute order and disintegration property, while the purplish breath was chaotic and frenzied, rife with a biological instinct to consume and corrode. Yet their targets were remarkably aligned, the data core he held, and the star core energy he embodied. They had come for the key. They had come for me. Luo Xing suddenly understood. Fire. Counterattack. Natasha's calm voice rang out. The Sentinel's side turrets roaring as they unleashed projectiles infused with star core energy frequencies toward the two enemy vessels. Simultaneously, Bucky and Clint maneuvered the ship's drone swarm, darting toward the foes like a swarm of bees, launching harassment and suicide attacks. However, the impact was minimal. The silver shuttle was astonishingly agile, effortlessly dodging most assaults. And when struck, its sturdy armor could effectively absorb the damage. Meanwhile, The small biological warship was even more uncanny. Its surface resembled a flowing living armor, rapidly writhing and healing over impacted areas, even deflecting and absorbing some of the energy. Their technological prowess utterly dwarfed that of Earth's current capabilities. This could not continue. We cannot endure much longer, Clint exclaimed, observing the rapidly depleting energy and the mounting losses among the drones. We must break the deadlock. Luo Xing's gaze swept over the two enemy vessels, which seemed to be wary of one another, not cooperating, but rather hindered by each other's presence. A bold plan swiftly formed in the hyperdimensional calculation. Natasha, launch all interference missiles at the biological warship on the port side. Bucky, unleash all armor-piercing rounds toward the silver vessel on the starboard. Draw their fire. Then, on my command, overload the engines and charge at 3 o'clock at full speed. The orders were swiftly executed. A barrage of interference and armor-piercing missiles erupted simultaneously. While they could not inflict fatal damage, they successfully provoked the two enemy vessels, and their assaults surged once more. In that fleeting moment, now, charge! The Sentinel barreled forward like a mad bull into the interstice of fire between the two enemy vessels. This direction was precisely the blind spot in their fire coverage, as both had hesitated to unleash their full force due to mutual wariness. The two enemy vessels clearly did not anticipate this fragile ship's audacity. Their attacks momentarily faltered and adjusted. That precious fraction of a second, the Sentinel narrowly burst free from the encirclement, leaving the two temporarily restrained foes in its wake. Jump! Immediately jump! Luo Xing bellowed. The engines overloaded. We cannot stabilize the jump trajectory. The technician despaired in response. Then execute a short-range random jump. Shake them off. Quickly. The jump engines emitted an unstable hum as they forcibly tore through space, the Sentinel plunging into the hyperspace corridor, vanishing from sight. Minutes later, in an unknown, vast starfield, the Sentinel tumbled violently out of hyperspace, its engines belching black smoke, completely incapacitated. Have we shaken them off? Clint panted, uncertain. For now. Luo Xing wiped the blood from his lips, his expression grave, but they surely possess tracking capabilities. We must repair the engines post-haste and return to Earth. More importantly, he glanced at the damaged data core in his hand. We must uncover what this key truly is. Utilizing the ship's backup equipment, the technical team raced against time to attempt to repair the data core. The process was exceedingly arduous. The core was severely damaged, and the encryption was unprecedented. Seconds stretched into eternity, each tick of the clock filled with the dread of potential pursuers appearing at any moment. At last, we've decrypted part of it. The technician suddenly exclaimed, revealing observational data and fragmented logs recorded at the last moment by the outpost. A series of disjointed audio and chaotic data streams played forth. The Reapers periodically eliminate highly advanced civilizations they deem a threat to order. The Devourers follow the Reapers, consuming the energy and life residue left in the wake of their destruction. They are searching for a special energy source, an origin seed said to possess the power to reshape or annihilate. The Earth's energy anomaly has been marked. A warning must be issued. The transmission abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the command room. Reapers? Devourers? Origin seed? The implications behind these terms were chilling. Earth, due to the existence of the star core fragments, had already drawn the attention of these two terrifying cosmic civilizations, marked as targets for eradication or consumption. As the origin seed, Luo Xing, caressed the fragment upon his chest, he murmured to himself, "Is this what it refers to?" Regardless of the answer, the crisis facing Earth was imminent. Relying on their current strength to confront it head-on would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg. A different approach must be sought. At that moment, the fragment on Luo Xing's chest unexpectedly resonated with a strange, gentle vibration, not a warning, but rather a form of guidance. The direction pointed towards a distant, uncharted area on the star map. Simultaneously, the damaged data core, stimulated by the energy of the star core fragment, flickered back to life, projecting an ancient star map composed of starlight, its ultimate destination faintly aligning with the direction sensed by the fragment. Beside the star map was a line of blurred text, in a language unknown to them, yet the star core fragment conveyed its meaning directly into Luo Xing's mind. The arc at the end of the Watcher's realm. A legendary location? A glimmer of hope? There was no time for hesitation. Change course. Luo Xing resolved to steer towards the coordinates indicated by both the star core fragment and the ancient star map, to the arc. This may be our only hope. However, the engine was severely damaged. The coordinates were too far. The pilot examined the star map, his face displaying concern. Use my energy, Luo Xing declared as he approached the engine room, Placing his hands upon the shattered engine core, I will directly supply power to the engine. Guide us. This was an exceedingly perilous plan. If it spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. Yet, no one opposed him. It was the only glimmer of hope in their dire circumstances. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Xing allowed the light from the star core fragment to flow forth, gradually infusing the engine. The spacecraft began to tremble, then surged forward at an unstable yet astonishingly swift pace towards the distant unknown star field. After a prolonged and tumultuous journey, supported by Luo Xing's sustained energy, they finally arrived at their target star region. What lay before them was not the anticipated planet or colossal space station, but an immense, ancient structure resembling a world tree, half of which was missing. Floating amidst the nebula, composed of a lusterless metal and unknown crystals, its damaged areas revealed an intricate internal structure, silently suspended in space, as if it had lain dormant for countless ages. Was this the Ark? The Sentinel cautiously approached. No defensive systems were activated, no signs of life. They discovered a vast entrance and ventured inside, where the interior was as expansive as a world, complete with streets, buildings, and various incomprehensible facilities, yet devoid of any inhabitants. Only dust and silence. Ultimately, at the heart of the structure, they found a grand circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a simple stone pedestal, upon which floated a faintly pulsating heart, seemingly composed of pure light. As Luo Xing drew near, the star core fragment on his chest resonated strongly with it. The heart of light pulsated more vigorously, and a gentle beam enveloped Luo Xing. An overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind. It was the last legacy of the Watcher civilization. It encompassed the history of the universe, the cycle of harvesting and devouring, the truth of the origin seed, and how to activate the Ark's final defense mechanism, the lullaby, an ultimate directive capable of forcing all entities within a certain range that were based on specific energy patterns into a deep slumber. However, initiating the lullaby required an unimaginable amount of energy and demanded a price from the guide. Luo Xing hesitated not for a moment. He comprehended everything. He approached the pedestal and placed his hand upon the heart of light. In the name of the star core, in the name of life, he softly uttered, his gaze resolute, "Here, I will play the lullaby." The star core fragment on his chest erupted with an unprecedented radiance, merging with the heart of light. An immense energy surged through his body, flowing towards the depths of the Ark. The entire Ark structure began to tremble, countless massive, intricate runes of light appearing on its surface. An invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful wave emanated from the Ark, like a supernova explosion, instantly spreading throughout the galaxy and extending into the more distant depths of space. All harvesting vessels and devouring biological warships engaged in battle or en route to Earth fell into a profound slumber the moment the wave swept over them. Their core energies abruptly silenced, as if their power had been cut off, rendering them rigid in place, ensnared in a death-like sleep. Was the crisis averted? At least, it was temporarily quelled. Following the wave, the Ark's brilliance dimmed entirely, and the heart of light disintegrated into dust. Luo Xing's face turned as pale as parchment, his body swaying until Natasha steadied him. He felt an unprecedented weakness, the glow of the star core fragment diminishing significantly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He had paid an immense price, nearly exhausting the fragment's power and his own essence. Yet, he had succeeded. The Star Chaser, carrying the slumbering colossal vessel and invaluable knowledge, along with the weakened and unconscious Luo Xing, began its journey home. Upon receiving the news, Earth was engulfed in shock and euphoria. The heroes had wrought a miracle. Months later, the Earth United Defense Front utilized the knowledge and technology gleaned from the Ark, integrating it with their own, and commenced rapid advancement. Humanity's civilization entered a new epoch. Under careful recuperation, Luo Xing gradually regained his strength. Although the fragment's power was greatly diminished, his connection to the planet deepened significantly. He chose to step back from the forefront, focusing more on guidance and legacy, entrusting the future to a new generation of guardians. The cosmos remained vast and perilous. The harvesters and devourers would awaken one day, and the whispers of the Lord of the Void still echoed in the interstitial dimensions. Yet, at least for now, Earth had secured a precious respite for peace and development. Hope had never been extinguished.